Prologue. Odell blinked, trying to clear the dust from his eyes. He coughed, spitting fragments of stone and thickened blood from his mouth. He coughed harder, spitting up more blood and fighting a numb, painful ringing in his ears that muffled his voice. He swallowed, working his jaw to try and regain his hearing, and transmitted again, his voice gravelly and hoarse. Invicta 1. Invicta 1-2, copy? Silence was his only response, somehow louder than the screaming whine in his ears. 1-7, copy? He tried. No response. Anyone, damn it! He rolled over, struggling to know which way was up, feeling more disorientated by the cloying, choking darkness. He was a United States Marine, a Marsoc raider who had spent years creeping around in the blackest of nights. But this felt more like a tomb. That's because it is a damn tomb. The thought gave him physical pain, like a fear more acute than anything he had ever experienced before. He mastered that pain, that fear, and rolled to his hands and knees where he knew instantly that something was wrong. More accurately, as almost everything had gone wrong in a heartbeat, he felt that something was physically off with him and his gear, other than having just been blown up. The weight of his rifle hanging from the single-point sling was wrong, and fumbling, gloved hands soon discovered that only the buttstock and part of a shattered receiver remained of his rifle. Memory struck him, sending a cramping wave of nausea and agony radiating outward from his chest as he recalled the huge impact that had struck the weapon, sending the remnants of it into his plate carrier to rob him of the ability to breathe, and rocketed him backward through the dank, fetid air of the sealed chamber to knock him out against the wall. "Hey, sound off, buddy," he said, half choking the words for fear of what the answering silence meant. He crawled on his hands and knees when he got no answer, stumbling drunkenly over chunks of stone littering the smooth floor of the basement, until the dry, dusty surface became sticky and wet. He could smell it then, the cloying tang of blood thick in his nose. He knew it wasn't his, because even though he could tell he was cut in a dozen places, he knew he wasn't losing blood, not enough to create the vast pool of it that he crawled into. His gloves and knee pads squelched as he moved, fingertips searching ahead for what he knew had to be there waiting for him in the pitch black, until his left hand brushed against something. It wasn't rock, nor a chunk of shattered stone thrown out from the IED the bastards left for them, but something far more worrying. It was warm, it was wet, and most importantly, it didn't respond when he found it and shoved it again. "Hey!" Both hands found it now, and exploring fingertips ran over the shattered gear and blood-drenched torso until he was forced to recoil by the horror of what he discovered. He fumbled for his combat helmet, searching in vain for the NVGs, but finding them gone, likely sheared away and destroyed by the blast. His hands moved up from the gore and carnage they felt toward the head, where practiced fingers fumbled with an intact set of optics until he rested them over his eyes. In the distorted green glow, the blood looked black. So much of it, all over the body of his friend, and all of it torn from the ragged hole that had once been his throat. Odell couldn't imagine the force an injury like that took. For a man who thought he was close to having seen it all, witnessing the injury before him made him feel like a raw recruit. The flesh was laid open to the spine, as all muscle and sinew had been blown away by the explosion. There was no point in packing the wound, in attempting life-saving field medicine, because no human body could withstand such destruction and survive. Gunfire, muffled by stone tunnels and distance, reached his ringing ears. He perked up, snapping out of the uncommon state of shock he had fallen into, and clumsily unclipped the rifle, identical to his own, from the body before him. With gargantuan effort that defied what any regular person would consider possible, he fought with the body until he had it over his shoulder, but the weight of the man combined with the damage he had sustained prevented him from being able to bring the rifle to bear, so he let it fall, pulling the .45 from the holster on his friend's thigh, and pushed out into the dark hallways. 1. Fastball. 9 hours prior. The 8-man team filed toward the back of the helicopter, heads bent under the rotor wash, all of them laden with gear like pack-armed mules. Their faces were streaked with black, brown, and green. Their eyes bright in the dull yellow glow of the lights shining out from the prefab buildings of their forward operating base. None of them spoke, not that their voices could be heard over the noise of the helicopter, a modified Sikorsky EH-60, but they didn't need to speak to get their job done. Not yet, at least. They had lived, worked, fought, and trained together for the better part of 2 years. Even though they were part of a bigger unit, the 8 of them could perform their tasks perfectly as pairs, in fours, or as they were deployed now. Odell, as the senior NCO on mission, wanted to take their full team of 14, but when only one appropriate aircraft was available, they were forced to adapt and overcome. The 8 split men strapped in and flashed hand signals to give the go-ahead before the aircraft lifted off the tarmac with a reduced noise signature, vanishing in an instant from the dull yellow wash of light into the inky blackness of the night sky. Within seconds, it seemed as though they were never there. In the rear of the helicopter, Marine Master Sergeant Troy Odell sat staring at nothing, his painted face illuminated only by the dull red glow of the interior lighting. His rifle, short-barreled and adorned with attachments, stood vertically between his knees as his thoughts drifted back to their rushed, unexpected briefing. A man in desert fatigues stood before the arrayed seats in the base's Special Operations Command building, and to Odell he looked out of place. The man was clean-shaven and carried a holstered pistol on his belt, a Glock, he saw from the grip, and none of their team carried a Glock, favoring the heavier caliber .45, like most operators of a certain age. Asking them to change now was like asking them to replace a body part, and word had yet to filter down that change was non-negotiable. The man's uniform bore no unit or rank patches, and his lack of military bearing was as obvious to them as if the man wore a dark suit, because he wore the uniform like a costume, like his body knew he bore no right to be dressed as a soldier. "The hell is this suit?" A low voice grumbled from behind him, evidently detecting the same reek of bullshit that Odell did. That voice belonged to Breakwell, their team lieutenant. "Sure as hell isn't one of us," Odell muttered back, meaning both that the man was neither a Marine, nor was he any other branch of real military. Their command structure was so small, so tight-knit, that outsiders might as well wear a neon sign about their necks. The next man into the room, Harper, was as subtle as he was loud and large. He sniffed extravagantly, turning around to make sure he had an audience before he acted out. "Anyone smell shit? I can smell shit, like CIA shit? Is it just me?" Low chuckles ran through the other 7 members of the team as they filed in and flopped into seats. None wore any badges of rank. All were lean, muscled, and heavily bearded, as was their usual look, and all of them exuded an air of indifference for authority. "Okay, listen up," the man said, feigning the kind of confidence that leaked off the 8 Marsoc raiders. "Your target is roughly 240 clicks directly south of Jalalabad, 20 clicks north of the border with Pakistan. Make no mistake, gentlemen, this is some of the baddest terrain you'll ever encounter." He paused, turning his back to look at the white-painted wall while he messed with a laptop. He turned his back on the team just long enough for them to exchange unimpressed looks that spoke volumes. The baddest terrain this suit ever saw was Langley, in the snow. The wall came to life with the projected image of what was obviously high-altitude spy photography, or possibly even satellite pictures. Odell, sitting nearest the lights, stood to flick them off and took his seat again. The images clicked by. A compound in the hills, men in traditional dress, turbans, men smoking in a group, ubiquitous AK-47s slung over shoulders. Abdul Nabi Ahmadullah. Another image. Covert photography of a man walking under streetlights at night. He was tall and powerful, but he took pains to stoop and try to appear older and smaller. Strong ties to top of the food chain AQ financiers, up and vanished from Europe 6 days prior to 9/11. Dropped off the grid and been a ghost ever since. Intel puts him at or near the top of the Taliban command structure. Last week, movement stopped his words, making him turn and peer into the gloom to see a hand lazily raised. "Speak up, soldier," he said, making the collective air in the room stiffen at the ignorance he displayed. "How come we're just hearing about him now? We've been out here for 3 months on standby for HVT missions, and I never even heard of this guy," Breakwell asked, to murmurs of agreement among the others. "I imagine there's a lot of things you haven't heard of." His hesitant tone went up, as if he was questioning who the speaker was and implying that he lacked the authority to interrupt him. "Breakwell, I'm CO of this unit." The man straightened, recovering from the implied harshness in Breakwell's tone. "Yeah," Odell picked up the thread. "If he's moving cash, how come he isn't in the intel package for the Saudi connection?" The suit in a uniform smiled smugly, a flash of white teeth in the dull room. "Because Abdul Nabi Ahmadullah is no mere middleman running cash. He's a ghost. Man's a damn myth. Has been for near on 2 decades. He's hit the grid here and there, but his MO is to avoid contact with the world, so the intel about him popping up here was unexpected. Hence the fastball op to get you boys on the ground and scoop him up before he disappears for another 7 years. "Yeah," Odell said cynically. "I don't like it." The guy turned and glared, clearly unimpressed and unaccustomed to people having their own opinions and daring to voice them in front of him. His attempt at a cold, hard stare was mired by the projection of a turban sitting lopsidedly over his neat haircut. "Like it or not, this is your mission. You'll go in, you'll get this son of a bitch, and you'll hand him over to us, either in a body bag or preferably zip-tied. Standard intel recovery, hard drives, paper records, USB devices, cell phones. I'm sure you know the drill by now." "Uh-huh," Breakwell said, ignoring the further display of ignorance. "Odie's got a point. Fastball is just another word people use for unplanned. If this guy's so important, we should keep the compound under satellite observation and work out a better plan. I'm talking a day, maybe 2, otherwise." "Lieutenant, this is non-negotiable. The op needs to roll out tonight." "For a finance guy?" Harper asked, but the suit was shaking his head like dealing with Tier 1 military operators was beneath his intellectual level. "Not just a finance guy. This man is a ghost, like I said. He only moves at night or during heavy weather. He's given agencies the slip so many times he's probably one of the biggest influences on Western counter-surveillance training of the last decade. He has never been seen in daylight, and the only 2 times anybody ever got close to him, they never got past the man's bodyguards. These guys are fanatics." "Everyone's a fanatic," Harper scoffed. "Not like this. His people aren't just your run-of-the-mill fanatics. They're fanatical about him, about Ahmadullah, like he's their personal Jesus or something." Odell turned his head and caught Breakwell's gaze, both men sharing an unspoken eye-roll at the mixed religious metaphors. "From what we know about him, some of our people even theorize that Ahmadullah is a title or a position, not a name, like he's handed down the throne from father to son. Even—" "Okay, so you're saying this guy's your personal ace of spades and you want him," Breakwell said in summary. "This asshole's the key to the whole damn deck of cards. He's the Joker. And this is the single most reliable piece of intel about his current whereabouts we've had in almost 10 years. The zeal in the man's voice was close to venomous, making Odell think that this was personal in some way for him. As if sensing that he'd pulled back the curtain a little too far, he straightened again and clicked a key to bring up a sketch drawing of the compound. "This is the basic layout. It's as remote as they come, and it's likely there'll be a commo blackout with the fob because of the topography. You make that extraction RV or you'll be facing one hell of a walk home." "Well, this shit just keeps smelling sweeter by the second," a Marine at the front, Bosque, rumbled. He pulled the thumb drive from the laptop, killing the image of the drawing projected on the wall, and walked for the exit without another word. When the door creaked closed behind him, Odell stood and hit the lights again. None of them spoke until Harper broke the silence with a grunt. "Anyone else hate that guy?" he asked, smiling. But Odell and Breakwell didn't return the smile. They alone had been summoned by SOCOM and told that they had to make this happen. There was an uncomfortable feeling when the order was given, and the patronizing reminder that this was what they had trained for didn't make it any easier to plan and execute with only hours to spare. Breakwell stood and walked to the desk where a brown envelope held larger-scale printouts of the compound layout and recent satellite images and topographical maps of the area. They passed them out and spread them around the table. "All right. Western side is the high ground. I want overwatch and support there." Breakwell looked at Andrews, their lean marksman who was permanently roasted for his inability to grow a beard. Andrews nodded once and turned to Cortez, passing the nod along to him. "Okay. The rest of us take the low ground from the north with Overwatch calling our progress. We breach and clear." "Lot of moving parts," Odell said quietly to their unit commander. Breakwell said nothing, but he agreed, and set about writing up the operational orders for the most rushed mission of his career.
1 minute!
The instruction from the crew chief startled Odell from his thoughts. He held up a finger and turned from side to side, seeing the 3 other men of the team riding with him doing the same. The helicopter flared, forcing inertia up through his boots and back as they settled into a hover before grabbing the thick ropes and sliding out into darkness. Hours of endless training had removed the fear from doing that, from fast roping out of a helicopter, but deploying on a live mission brought that apprehension back with a jolt. He squeezed with his thick gloves, gripped the rope between his boots, and arrested his descent just enough that he didn't slam into the rocky terrain below fast enough to do any damage. His multi-lensed night vision goggles protruded from the front of his combat helmet like some bug-eyed alien, and he lifted his rifle and spread out to take cover behind a boulder as the helicopter disgorged the rest of their team before disappearing into the night. Breakwell spoke, but the words weren't transmitted over their squad net. He was trying to raise command now that they were on the ground, but as expected, they were on their own. Silence reigned for half a minute before Breakwell gave orders that sent them ahead and to higher ground. They dispersed, covering sectors without the need to be given orders, and took cover again on the bluff overlooking their LZ. None of them spoke because none of them needed to. When no armed jihadis came up the rocky path to investigate the noise their insertion made, Breakwell again gave orders. "Odeon point, slow and steady. Andrews and Cortez behind until objective dugout." They moved, ghosting through the Rocky Mountain Plateau's terrain until the ground to their right dropped away harshly. Odell stopped. Hand signals flashed, and their Overwatch element moved off. Breakwell moved up to tap a hand on Odell's shoulder and moved the 6-man snake down the rocky slope towards their objective. "Invicta 1, Invicta 1-7 Overwatch. Got you in the clear approaching from the north," Andrews reported in a low, calm voice over their squad net. "Copy. Visible tangos?" Breakwell responded. "Count 4, south side beside a vehicle. They don't look all that smart," Cortez answered. Odell knew those 4 would be sitting in the crosshairs of Cortez's MK-48 support gun and the 200 belted rounds ready to fly their way. Break, 2 tangos, roving patrol, coming from your 6. Andrew's interruption, although urgent, bore no sense of panic. Odell trusted him to be glassing the new threat through his MK-39 battle rifle, but he wouldn't take the shot unless he was told to, or else he had to. Breakwell flashed more hand signals, dropping the remaining team members into cover in the dry ditch running along the outer compound wall, but Odell could only narrate the scene in his mind, based on the sounds he heard. He kept his eyes to the front, weapons scanning the darkness ahead, as he heard a grunt from behind. That grunt was followed by 2 percussive coughs, a thud, then a third cough, as the shooter made sure of the kill with a headshot. 2 tangos down. Move up, Breakwell reported in a voice devoid of emotion. Odell moved, leading them to the wooden gates of the small compound where he held station for Bosque, their team lead in breaching, to move forward and assess the entry. He turned back and held up a thumb before pulling a dull, black-painted ripper bar from over his shoulder. He carefully placed the angled end into the gap by the hinges instead of the central lock, then turned to face Breakwell for the go-ahead. Breakwell nodded. Execute. The crack of old wood splintering under the inescapable laws of physics sounded loud in the dead of night, but nothing responded. Bosque moved down to the second hinge, levering the old metal away from the wood with a gargantuan effort he somehow made look easy. In a smooth movement, he placed the ripper bar in the dirt and rose to take the weight of the door to stop it falling outward and making noise. Harper, easily as big as Bosque, stepped up beside him and the two Marines lowered it gently. Odell moved, sweeping through the open gate and into the compound's interior, knowing that the others were at his back and moving just as smoothly. He paused at a stone archway where the plans told them they needed to go, but before the rest of the team could stack up beside him, Odell turned as weak light flared in his NVGs off to his right. He turned, weapon pointing where he was looking, to see a man in dirty white robes with an old tactical vest worn over it, AK in both hands, running right for him. A dozen bullets hit the man, making his body spasm and jerk as he fell, his momentum carrying him another 8 feet closer before he skidded in the dirt face down. He twitched, an arm moved as though he could push himself up, but another flurry of single shots coughed from suppressed barrels to leave him sprawled out and motionless. The sharp, echoing reports of Andrew's rifle on overwatch filled the night air fractionally before a burst of chattering fire started a brief conversation. The heavier, clattering reports of 2 AKs sang out, answered by 3 disciplined, controlled responses from Cortez's lighter-caliber weapon and another sharp crack of a rifle round. 4 down, clear external, Andrews reported. Breakwell surged to the front, flashing more hand signals that sent the 6 men in different directions, working as pairs. Odell went left, Harper looming close behind him. Their route took them along a stone corridor where they cleared 2 rooms on each side. The first 3 were storerooms, but the 4th contained an old man, who went for them with a knife and bared yellow teeth, moving with the speed and savagery of someone 30 years younger. Odell drilled 2 rounds through his chest, dropping him to the stone floor. But even as great gouts of blood pumped out of the holes front and back, he still tried to get up and stab forward with the knife. 2 more shots, one high up between the shoulder blades and another into the back of the skull, put him down for good. Harper moved, stopping at an ornate archway of carved stone that led to steps leading down. Invicta 1, Invicta 1-2, Odell transmitted. Send it, Breakwell hissed back over the radio. Unexpected basement located. Moving down. Copy. Odell tapped Harper on the shoulder, moving past him as he stepped carefully down and kept to the right, knowing that Harper would be on the left wall to maximize their arcs of fire in the confined space. Odell lifted his NVGs as the basement emitted a flame-like glow of light. They flowed into the basement fast, never pausing in doorways to present a target, but found only an empty chamber. Empty, save for a row of old, mismatched computer tech on a folding table and, more worryingly, what looked like a big stone sarcophagus at the far end of the room, surrounded by candles. Odell lowered his rifle and moved to the computers, using his knife to pry away the housing on a computer tower and rip out a hard drive. He used his knife to cut the fixed wires away, flipping over an old laptop to pry away the back cover and do the same, when Harper interrupted him. "Odie, you gotta see this man." Odell turned, hearing what sounded like fear in the big man's voice. He saw Harper pointing at what he thought was spilled paint at first, dark stains running down the side of the stone box, but he followed the direction of Harper's pointed finger to a body slumped in a shadowy corner. "Hostage?" Odell asked, stepping forward and bending down. But instead of the body of a woman or child as he expected, he saw the shrunken remains of a young man. He had been drained completely, leaving a dry, almost hollow corpse behind. Lips peeled back from big teeth, eyes screwed up in a grimace. The deep wound to the man's neck told a story Odell wasn't sure he wanted to know. "Jesus Christ." The sarcophagus rumbled once, like a huge stone rolled inside it for their attention. Then it exploded to black out the basement and send Odell sprawling onto his back, stunned and deafened. His consciousness clung on desperately, sending his confused brain signals that he tried to interpret, but instead only heard them as the growling of an animal, the wet ripping of flesh, the gargling, panicked sounds of bubbled breath, a single pistol shot. Then darkness. 2. You son of a bitch. Odell staggered up the stairs, grunting as the weight of Harper was almost too much for him to bear, but he refused to leave him behind. He didn't try the radio because he still couldn't hear past the screaming sound in his brain, and he had no idea if he'd been knocked unconscious for a minute or an hour. That thought made him check the face of his watch on the inside of his left wrist. 4 minutes. What hell went down in the last 4 minutes? Back at the top of the stairs, he rested against the wall and bashed his ear with the heel of his hand while trying not to hit himself with the pistol. He worked his jaw again, desperately hoping it would pop his ears and give him his hearing back, then tried the radio again. All call signs, Invicta 1-2, how copy? He awkwardly tucked the pistol between his thighs and tuned his team radio into the command net, but nobody heard him. Switching it back, he tried the team again, getting no response. Building, he muttered, unsure if he was talking to himself or Harper's body. Damn stones, messing with the signal. He staggered onwards, falling out into the courtyard with his pistol raised and the weight over his shoulders feeling heavier by the second. No gunfire sounded. Only the wind whipping through the compound gave him any sensory feedback, at least before the smell hit him. The same metallic tang of blood, fresh spilled blood, threatened to turn his stomach. Anybody copy? He transmitted again, for the first time in his career allowing desperation to creep into his voice. Let's get you out of here, he said to Harper's body, staggering toward the breached gates of the compound with the .45 sweeping the angles as he moved. But his eyes took in details that his mind couldn't interpret. Snippets of information failed to compute, his cognition unable to maintain momentum after the IED, after the memory stabbed at him, taking him back a brief time to when his NVGs were blown clear by what he had assumed was a crude bomb. Only there had been no explosion. There had been no fire, no accelerant, no explosive tang in the air, no sharp crack of high explosives detonating. All he had known was a sense of eruption, his ears ringing the same way high explosives in close confines made him feel, and blackness, and a throaty, wet, rippling growl. He blinked, slowing at a dark smear in the ethereal green glow on the rough wall. His brain assessed the image and returned the answer to him without showing how it got there, presenting his thoughts with the term arterial spray. Someone had suffered immense, catastrophic blood loss right where he stood, very recently. He heard a brief crunch of static in his earpiece, miraculously still in place, and the faintest of voices before the net went dead again. He stumbled, trying to tuck the drawn pistol under an arm and turn up the volume to counter the damage his ravaged eardrums had suffered. I copy! Send again! He transmitted, staggering and leaning against the blood-smeared wall to get his feet under him again. Oh, Odie. All dead. Get out. Where are you? Give me a location. Go! That's an Breakwell's voice, ragged and gurgling like he had suffered a chest wound, cut off suddenly, but the transmission still came. His breathing provided the backing track, but that same terrifying, predatory growl rose in volume like a Geiger counter from a horror movie. It sounded inhuman. Scratch that, he thought. It sounds totally alien. It was as though nothing natural, nothing native to their planet could make such a noise. He'd been to every continent, seen most of the nastiest things this world had to offer, been in the thick of dozens of life-or-death situations and emerged whole, but that noise chilled the marrow in his bones. A voice, rumbling and more terrifying than the rattling growl, intoned something so menacing, so final, in a language he had never heard. Breakwell's transmission still came, Even when the wet, ripping sounds competed with the gurgling, choking noises he made as he died. Odell's rage swelled, flooding his body with the chemical cocktail he needed to fight, when a muted crump rushed from the dark building ahead of him, followed by a gentle breeze of warm air, on which rode the tang of an explosion. He saw it then, in clear, awful detail. His lieutenant, a man he had lived and fought beside for the last year, had held aloft one final finger to his death, pulling the pin on a grenade even as he died horribly. That hesitation, that moment spent in frozen horror, was ended by a savage tackle high on his back that took his feet away and spilled both him and Harper's body to the dirt. Such was the momentum of that tackle that he rolled over, landing heavily on his back with his legs raised up on Harper's twisted form. Odell reacted quickly, rolling backward for distance and snatching his .45 from the thigh holster. The confines were close, uncomfortably close, as he detected the rolling, snarling form of a man in torn and filthy traditional dress, who rolled to his feet, poised and confident like some kind of big cat. He leapt, arms outspread like he intended to rip the Marine's face off. Odell fired, gun tucked tight into his chest and held firm in both hands, snap-firing the pistol 4 times and aiming only by tucking the gun in and facing the threat with his torso. All 4 bullets hit home, punching through cloth and flesh to leave the leaping attacker as much dead flesh running only on momentum. That momentum took it as far as his boots, and Odell extended both hands to make sure of his shots, aiming to add one more to the back of the head for that 100% certainty factor. But both hands shot out and grabbed his ankles, pulling with a force that shocked him, tipping him backwards. He fought the natural urge to cushion his fall, to let go of the pistol and put a saving hand out as the body so naturally did to protect itself, but self-discipline and training held him firm, with both hands on the pistol as his back took the impact, hard enough to drive the remaining breath from his body. The shot man reared up, screaming and cursing, to throw himself at Odell, who timed it perfectly and fired 3 more rapid shots into the neck and face before the man fell on him, dead. He pushed him off, grunting and issuing his own curses. A hand pressed into his attacker's chest, expected to feel body armor capable of soaking up the first 45 rounds that struck. Only the man wore no such protection under his robes. "The hell?" Odell muttered, casting about to find Harper's pistol in the dirt 5 feet away. He holstered his own and fought the Marine's body back onto his shoulder, just as a loud, echoing animal roar split the night from all directions at once. Then, for the first time in his life, Odell left his brothers behind and ran as fast as the dead weight of his fallen comrade allowed. Twice he dropped Harper's body, driven low by his injuries and crushed by the literal weight of his burden, but he would not leave the man behind. He had failed so much already, failed the mission, failed his 6 other brothers, but he refused to allow Harper's body to be left behind, to be paraded as some anti-Western propaganda weapon, to be shamed. He told himself that it was Breakwell's final order he was following, but he knew the truth. He knew fear had gotten the better of him for the first time in his life. He reached the helicopter extraction landing zone, now dragging Harper's body by the loop on his plate carrier, and checked his watch. Less than 10 minutes remained before he could call in their evac birds, and he spent half of that trying and failing to raise anyone. He tried the squad net, called each of their team in turn, refusing to give up until time ran out. Switching the channel, he hailed the aircraft. "Breakneck, Invicta 1-2, how copy?" "Solid copy, Bravo 2, ETA 6 mics. Mission status, over." Mission status? How the hell do I respond to that? He mentally shrugged and keyed the PTT button. 1 WIA and 1 KIA at extraction point. Mission fail. Repeat. Mission fail. 6 KIA at target site. Over. And he lay back, his helmet bumping against a rock and making his neck rest at an awkward angle as he reached out and patted Harper's dead arm. "Going home, brother. Going home." Minutes later, the subdued sound of the stealthed rotor blades roused him from the state of catatonia he'd fallen into. forcing his broken body to move, feeling like he'd been hit by a truck that had stopped and backed up over him to make certain of the fatality. He pushed aside the crushing doubt and pain in his heart and hoisted the body of his friend onto his shoulder. The loadmaster strapped him in, seeing that he was unable to do it himself, and perhaps because he looked so broken and distant, the man left him alone. The pilot of the helicopter that touched down was less respectful or wary, transmitting a demand to know just what the hell happened, but Odell ignored the man until he gave up. He just sat, staring at Harper's ravaged, ruined corpse, and heard that rattling growl in his mind once more. The helicopter landed outside the Fobbs Hospital, where uniformed men and women rushed out with 2 gurneys. The first one to reach them, a woman, maybe Odell's age of 36 or slightly older, went straight for the unmoving casualty lying flat on his back to make sure. Odell watched her, expecting to see a horrified response to the man's uncommon wounds, but instead she just stared a moment and turned, nodding to someone out of sight. Harper's body was whisked away rapidly as the woman turned to him and started flashing a tiny penlight in his eyeballs from point-blank range. "Are you hurt?" she demanded with the tone of a doctor accustomed to emergency field medicine. Odell said nothing, unable to find the words. "Yes. No. Define hurt." He shook his head slowly, but that didn't deter the woman. "You're covered in blood, Marine. Are you injured anywhere?" Again, he didn't know how to respond. He felt like every part of him hurt, but he didn't know if the emotional trauma of what he'd just been through was masking or exacerbating things. "All right, let's get you inside and checked over. Can you walk?" Odell stood mutely, allowing himself to be led off the helicopter like an elderly dementia patient after he took a stroll off campus. Gentle hands guided his elbows as if they feared what he might do. He went with it, finding himself being sat gently onto a hospital bed inside a room so bright and comparatively clean to how he looked that he felt unworthy to be there. "Sorry," he muttered, concerned about the mess his filthy uniform and equipment made on the white sheets. Nobody answered him, as his gear was gently removed piece by piece, and only when a reassuring voice accompanied a hand as someone tried to tease Harper's .45 out of his hand did he animate, coming alive so suddenly that 5 people all leapt back expecting him to go crazy on them. He saw the fear on their faces, felt ashamed of himself for it, and carefully rested the pistol on the bed before drawing his own from the thigh holster and setting it beside Harper's. He allowed them to move back in, mentally muttering another apology, but unable to speak in actual words now, and just let whatever was going to happen, happen. He was sedated after it was established that he had no major bleeds either visible outwardly or suspected internally. The sweet relief of sleep was not what he experienced, however, as tortured versions of events ran through his head over and over until each new iteration of the mission became more and more distorted from the truth. He didn't even know what the truth was by the time he came back around. But what he did know was that he felt pain in every part of his body. He was wearing a neck brace. He was flat on his back in a room without windows, and he was unmistakably, inexplicably, cuffed by both wrists to the bed. "Hello?" He tried, repeating the word with ever-increasing volume and annoyance until he was yelling at the top of his voice in a formless shout that finally brought 2 black uniformed people into the room. "Oh, thank God. What the hell's He stopped, seeing how both men were armed and staring implacably at him. "It's fine," said another voice in a far more conversational manner. "He's restrained, so why don't you dial it down a notch, huh?" The voice was female, clear and almost sing-song, the precise opposite of what a heavy smoker of advanced years would sound like. But he still couldn't see who it belonged to. "What's going on? Where am I? And who the hell are these assholes?" The nearest uniformed man shot his partner a glance that seemed to ask, "Can we kick this guy's ass yet?" "All in good time, Troy.
You need to heal for now,"
purred the female voice in an accent he had no hope of placing. It swung from something like an educated native of Kentucky who'd lived in some European country for too long and gave her a weird hybrid accent. The words began and ended with a Kentucky twang, but the middle parts varied so much it was distracting. Her words were punctuated by the click of high heels on tiled floor, and when she stepped into sight, the view was far from what he expected. She was either a very confident 20-something or a very competent 30-something. Odell couldn't decide. Her easy air of authority over everyone and everything, the smart, expensive pantsuit, and loose, glossy mane of wavy red hair looked so out of place for an FOB in Afghanistan that he guessed she'd literally just arrived there. "I'm fine. Tell me what the hell happened," Odell insisted. "And who you are, for starters."
"First question is more one I'm hoping you'll be able to tell me," she responded. "As for who I am, that too will come in good time, but for now, I'm able to tell you that you've suffered a minor fracture to a vertebra in your neck. You'd partly ruptured your spleen, and you generally got pretty beat up. Oh, you also fractured your jaw a little."
Odell frowned, running that list past the feedback he was getting from those parts of his body mentioned, but the only thing he could really put his finger on was the pretty beat-up part. "Where are we?" he asked, pulling on the loose thread of a hunch he really didn't want to be right about and see it come loose.
"That's classified, but it doesn't matter. We won't be here long,"
she said, and swept from the room, leaving nothing but the rapidly fading sound of her heels and a faint whiff of perfume. The two guards retreated after her, both watching him as they exited, like they expected him to be able to leap out of bed and ignore the steel cuffs on each wrist. He fought to control his breathing, noticing the tiny lens in the visible upper corners of the tiny room, the cell, and pondered just how messed up the whole situation was becoming. This wasn't right, not in any reality, because not one person had come to debrief him after the mission. Nobody wanted to know what went down. None of the other team guys on base had been permitted to see him, and never, not in the history of his already long military service, had he ever heard of a mission survivor being cuffed to a damn hospital bed. The door opened again, just as he was starting to lose the battle of self-control. A man walked in, wearing a lab suit with goggles and a surgical mask, and he set a metal tray down near Odell's head where he couldn't see the contents. "Hey, what's that?" he demanded, panic rising as the man wordlessly lifted a hypodermic needle and checked it for air bubbles.
I said, what the hell is that?
Odell roared, twisting and fighting to swing his feet off the bed and contorting his body to strike out at the man who was either accustomed to this task or else he got off on it being a challenge, like it didn't get him hard unless they fought back. Odell felt the cold sting of the needle puncturing his flesh, enraging him further so that he found that bit more of flexibility in his hips and back, allowing him to deliver a slapping kick with his bare foot against the side of the man's head. He staggered backwards, impacting the wall with his back flat against it, and nothing. He didn't smile, he didn't look angry, he just looked. That was enough to give Odell a second of hesitation, but as the man pushed off the wall to come back at him, he put everything he had into the same move, and his foot whistled through the air to hit nothing. The man had leaned back like a professional boxer, letting the foot pass his face by what had to be millimeters, then catching the ankle with a crushing, vice-like grip. He just held it there, easily resisting all of Odell's efforts to break free or bring his right foot to bear, and he just made a quiet, shushing sound.
You son of a bitch!
Odell snarled, but already he could feel the contents of the needle taking over, slowing his movements, sapping his remaining strength, and sending him inexorably into an unwilling sleep he did not consent to.
"You son of a bitch,"
he breathed again, going limp on the bed as the lights went darker and darker until he was out. 3. Do you believe in monsters? He didn't sleep this time. In fact, Odell knew nothing from the moment he lost consciousness to the moment he regained it. Instinctively, he knew more time had passed than was normal for a simple sedative, because he felt physically better, if not sore all over from inactivity, and his hair had been trimmed, and he wore a short beard, not to mention that the room was very different to the last one he had been in. Even the air was different, cleaner and fresher somehow. He didn't feel the haircut and beard, but saw them as he righted himself slowly to sit on the edge of the bed and looked straight into a large mirror opposite. The mattress pulsated and moved, rearranging itself as the load on it had shifted, and for a second that reaction shocked Odell before other sensations overtook that shock. He had lines into the back of both hands, and a sharp pull at his neck made him trace the snaking tubes and wires to where a little flat white disc was stitched into his skin, just above his left collarbone. The last tube leading out of him felt even more intrusive than the central line in his neck, and his eyes followed that back to a hanging bag of mostly clear urine. "Please don't try to remove anything, Mr. Odell," a disembodied voice said over a speaker somewhere above and behind him. The words were spoken in English, but the accent was another odd mix, as if the speaker was using their second language. If he had to guess, he'd say the man was German, and that thought didn't make him feel any better. He glared at the mirror, hoping whoever was on the other side of that not-so-secret glass felt fear, and turned his attention slowly to the array of bags and timed pump machines on the stands beside the bed. Even his basic medical training, basic in terms of special warfare operators, was more than sufficient to know what to do. He clamped tubes, disconnected the tubes with confident hands, and made sure to leave the central line attached to his neck. The last thing tethering him to the bed was the catheter tube, and a glance around at the equipment left in the room showed him what he needed. "Please, Mr. Odell, don't—" Odell ignored the voice, using the empty syringe to withdraw the water from the balloon, keeping the tube fixed to his bladder. Ignoring the hellish discomfort and the urge to shudder uncontrollably, he withdrew the tube and dropped it derisively on the ground to stand and walk for the door. He expected it to be locked, only making the move as a statement of intent, but he was surprised to find it unlocked. Wearing only a hospital gown, his bare ass catching the chill breeze in the empty corridor beyond the windowless room. He stopped, glanced left and right, thought the weakness in his legs which had forgotten how to hold him upright after the indeterminate amount of time he'd been laid up. He went left, instinctively heading in the direction of daylight, but after he passed the first door, it opened behind him and the same redhead he'd been visited by in Afghanistan leaned out. He turned, his body adopting a half-defensive pose, but her overt lack of concern at this made him pause. "Hi," she said simply, stepping out into the corridor and walking past him. "You're down here." She walked ahead of him, not looking back to see if he was following or not. She stopped outside another door and opened it, stepping back and gesturing inside. He approached cautiously, angling his unsteady walk outward from the doorway as he instinctively cleared the area inside, but all he saw was a simple cot, not too dissimilar from his bunk at the fob. There were no bars on the window, and a neatly folded stack of dark clothing sat on the bed. "I'll give you a few minutes. Come back when you're all fixed up," she said, turning away and walking off again. Odell waited for her to go, watching as she disappeared back inside the room she'd exited, and when no more surprises came, he stepped inside and shut the door behind him. He stood on the spot, turning a slow 360 to take in the only two other details in the room. One was a small bathroom, and the other a wardrobe. He opened the wardrobe to find a quarter of it taken up by drawers. Odell pulled open the topmost one, and to his shock, found not only his SIG 45, but an identical one. He lifted it up, turning it over in his hand, knowing who it belonged to. He put it down, hating the reminder of his failure to keep his friend alive, and picked up his own pistol, which he checked with practiced moves. Turning and dropping it on the bed, he put on the dark tactical pants and black shirt, being careful not to pull the thin tubes stitched into his neck, and sitting down stiffly to pull on the lightweight boots. Standing and checking his reflection in the thin mirror fixed to the wall, he saw that he was thinner than he remembered, which made him question again how long he'd been out. No holsters sat with the pistols, and the psychology of him being handed 2 loaded weapons made him pause a little longer. It was a play, clearly, and that thought made him quickly break down his own pistol to check if the firing pin had been removed or otherwise tampered with. It hadn't, not in any way that he could see, so he put the gun back together and dry-fired it. It behaved just as it should, which made him inspect the fat bullets to see if they had been doctored, but again, he saw no evidence. Deciding to play the psychological games right back at his captors, is that the right word? Whoever they were, he decided to play it cool and not come at them carrying a loaded weapon. Walking back out of the corridor, he opened the first door and walked inside.
"Hey, dude,"
a man said. He was sitting in a chair, jeans and a white shirt over boots that made him look more rancher than military, but the thickness of his forearms and the faded ink on display among the thick hair and deep tan told him much about the man. Odell gave him a terse nod, scanning the other 2 faces in the room. The redhead leaned against a wall, one hip cocked out to show how tight her own jeans were. He ignored her, reckoning that she was weaponizing how she looked and not falling for it. Another man, Japanese or Korean if Odell had to guess, sat at a table inspecting a laptop through half-moon spectacles with his chin raised. He smiled, removing the glasses and closing the laptop with deft movements, and stood with a smooth grace that seemed at odds with his frail look. "Mr. Odell," he said formally, offering a half-bow of respect and gesturing at a vacant chair opposite him. Odell didn't move. "Take a seat, Troy," the redhead said, pushing off the wall and swaggering to the table where she sat. Now that he was more alert, he could hear the accent was definitely American, but the influence was more British than anything else. Before he could respond, the door behind them burst open, and a small, fussy man with almost no hair bustled in on fast feet. "You should not be out of bed," he protested, flapping his hands at Odell.
"Take it easy, Hans,"
the tattooed man said, not getting up from the comfortable chair as though he was worried it would be occupied by someone else. The bald man, clearly suffering an ongoing joke at his expense that was beyond running its natural course, shot a withering look in his direction, but said nothing.
"I must insist, Mr. Odell. I need to run tests before you can—" "I've been out of action long enough,"
Odell interrupted in a tone that provided zero opportunity to argue.
"At least allow me to remove the CVC before—"
"It's not going anywhere, and neither am I until I get some damn answers," Odell said, sitting down heavily and fixing the older guy with a look. That look said he needed to talk, and it needed to be good.
"Mr. Odell,"
the man said again, smoothing down his shirt and sitting down again. He spoke gravely, seriously, and with an air of sympathy. He paused, breathing in loudly through his nose, as if preparing to launch into a long-winded explanation.
"My name is Kim Shi-yun, and I apologize for the way this matter was handled. There are some things you need to know about the events that brought you here. Some very important things, as it happens. But it is most important to remember to remain calm."
"I'll be a lot calmer when someone stops feeding me bullshit," Odell growled.
"Told you, Kim. We got ourselves a non-believer,"
the redhead said distractedly, earning Odell's unforgiving gaze.
"What Miss Mason is trying to say,"
Kim began delicately, but the guy in the comfortable chair behind him spoiled the moment for all of them.
"Do you believe in monsters, Master Sergeant?"
"No."
"No way. You're insane."
Odell stood, clung to the edge of the table for a moment to steady himself, then rose to his full height. At a little under 6 feet tall, and possessing a build that was more professional swimmer than bodybuilder, unlike a lot of Marines who went all out for bulk. In this room, however, he towered over the others with the exception of the tattooed guy, who carried enough muscle to make it look like he worked hard for it.
I assure you, Mr. Odell, it's true. If you could suspend your disbelief for just a moment and hear us out, I think you'll find the facts speak for themselves.
The facts are that we were deployed on a bullshit mission without sufficient time to plan and prepare into a communications black hole, and instead of a high-value target with a bunch of his personal guard, you're telling me the guy was actually a vampire. I got that right?
Odell was angry. His frustration at the lack of answers, at least answers that made sense to him, was starting to show through and crack his professional exterior.
And how else do you explain what you saw?
The redhead asked. Odell turned to her and fixed her with a look that dared her to continue at her own peril, which she did, without hesitation.
You saw what it did to your body, right? You saw what those guards could do, like they felt no pain and didn't fear death. And you heard the transmission where it spoke. So why is it so hard to accept that there might be an explanation outside of your own limited experience, Troy?
Listen, Red, if you think—
It's Tara,
she interrupted. If you think 2 and 2 make 88, that's your issue, not mine. Those facts add up to more than we were told going in, but I'd sooner believe that the bastards had a tiger as a guard dog than the target being a damn vampire. Silence hung in the room, with each of them meeting his gaze but not wanting to be the next to speak in the face of his anger.
I apologize, Mr. Odell. Usually when we have these kinds of conversations, we are dealing with someone who has suffered a more revelatory experience than your own,
Kim said gently.
Screw it,
came the interruption from behind Odell. He sensed the man shift, giving up the comfortable seat, and rounded on him to see a squat, powerful man with a broad chest standing half a head shorter than he did.
Rip the Band-Aid off, right? Come look at this.
He stepped around the table, opening the laptop and gesturing for Kim to place his finger over the ID reader to unlock it. When the screen flashed fully to life, he bent and worked the trackpad, double-clicking on something with a flourish before spinning the laptop to face Odell. A window showed a recording of a sound clip, the green bars leaping vertically with each noise. A steady background of static indicated that the volume had been dialed all the way up, but the sound made him want to close his eyes and slump back into the seat. That growl, rumbling from deep within a wet throat, the heavy, hissing breath, the words intoned in an indecipherable language. It looped twice until Odell couldn't take hearing it a third time.
Shut it off.
Kim stabbed at the laptop and killed the recording, turning his attention back to Odell, expectantly.
Where did you get that?
He demanded of the strangers, eyeballing all of them and seeing the look returned with varying degrees of incredulity that this was the question he wanted answered first.
Same place we got the combat footage?
Tara said flatly, as if such a minor detail of their possessing encrypted, classified material was par for their particular course.
Did you recognize the language, Mr. Odell?
Kim asked. Odell, who was no linguist but could at least tell Pashto and Dari apart, racked his brain for the 100th time. It wasn't Arabic, nor did he think it was Urdu either.
No, I've never heard anything like it before,
he admitted.
Not many have,
Kim said.
At least, not many who still live.
It's Egyptian,
Tara told him. But Odell shook his head weakly.
That's not Arabic,
he snapped. His head had started to pound now, and he didn't have the patience to waste time on people not listening. Tara Mason shook her own head, mirroring his expression with far more venom and annoyance.
I didn't say it was Arabic. I said it was Egyptian,
she snapped back.
Ancient Egyptian, to be more specific,
Kim cut in.
It is a long, dead language, and the world is rather short on experts in deciphering hieroglyphs, much less so the way it would be spoken. Cryptolinguistics is more of a fictional field than a scientific one.
Odell kept the frown on his face, trying to understand what it meant when something the other guy said tapped on his brain.
The combat footage. Show it to me.
Looks were exchanged, forcing Odell's anger to swell in a way that he struggled to control, and he slammed a fist down on the table, hard.
Damn it, I lost my whole team. I lost 7 brothers in that shitty compound, and you're coming at me with this bullshit, but refuse to back it up? Forget it. I'm done. Get me the hell out of here, and send me home. I'm afraid that isn't possible, Mr. Odell,
Kim said, with all the patience and compassion of a kind grandfather telling a kid there was no more ice cream.
Bullshit, it's not possible. He's right, brother,
the tattooed man said, giving him a sympathetic look.
Like it or not, things can't go back to how they were. Not ever.
Odell's legs finally gave in and betrayed him, sending him awkwardly back into the chair, where he stared hard at the tabletop and clenched both fists. Blood seeped from the back of his left hand, where a cannula had been pulled clear only minutes before. Kim tapped at the laptop again and sighed, turning it around for Odell to watch the footage.
Rip the Band-Aid off,
he thought, peering at the window, showing moving POV footage bathed in the green glow of night vision.
Please,
Kim said gently,
if you are able, talk us through what is happening.
It dawned on him that the footage was from the camera on Harper's gear, and Odell's breath caught in his throat to see his own back being covered by the big man he had personally dragged back to the extraction point. He watched Harper's view of the 2 jihadis being taken down outside the compound. He watched as Basku tore the hinges off the gate with insane strength, marveling at the beautifully well-oiled machine his unit had been as they swept inside.
We went left, Harper and me,
he said flatly, his eyes glued to the screen, but his mind back in the dark stone corridor.
We found an old staircase leading down, but the sketch plan of the compound didn't have any intel about a basement. We found this stone box, all carved with symbols, and there was a body there.
They waited in silence as the footage caught up with the explanation.
Odie, you gotta see this, man.
Hearing Harper's voice made his chest go tight, and he looked at the dried corpse on the screen from an angle that disagreed with his memory.
Hostage?
His own voice asked through the speakers, but before he could say anything else, the stone box rumbled and cracked. Harper turned, weapon raised, elbows out in the perfect firing posture. Kim leaned over the keyboard and hit a button, making the video frame rate slow dramatically and kill the audio. He watched in silence as the story was retold from a different perspective in snapshots that turned his already shattered world upside down. There was no IED, no explosion, but he had already half believed that from his hazy memory and the lack of blast damage to him and his gear. Instead of a bomb, the exploding stone box burst outward in an expanding sphere until the cause of it was displayed in a grainy, distorted view. It was a man. At least it was man-shaped, only it was twisted somehow, distorted like something from a nightmare, with proportions of limbs to torso all wrong. The arms were too long and the torso too angular. The neck was so short it was little more than a triangle of solid meat sprouting right from the pointy shoulders, and the hips seemed too far back, like a dog standing on its hind legs. The creature turned, frame by frame, and an impossibly wide mouth, the corners of which went back to where a normal person's ears would be, opened to reveal 2 rows of long, ragged, serrated teeth. That gaping maw, lined with miniature hunting knives, shot closer, covering the short distance impossibly fast. Then, bony fingers tipped by brutal animalistic claws covered the camera. Kim stopped the playback and waited reverently, almost respectfully, recognizing that Odell had just had to watch the savage death of his friend. He selected another recording and replayed a scene that Odell recalled, only from a very different angle and perspective. Harper, even in death, witnessed the savage man attacking them on their exfil like an animal, soaking up heavy pistol rounds at brutally close range, only for him to get up and attack again before the back of his head exploded outward from the second flurry of shots. Kim closed the laptop and folded his hands delicately on the table, glancing up at Tara and giving a subtle nod of permission.
The man you were told was called Abdul Nabi Ahmadullah is actually linked to extremist cells and various global organizations heavily involved in terror activities,
she said, implying a significant but was on the immediate horizon. Odell asked it silently with raised eyebrows, refusing to be baited. Tara sighed and continued.
The CIA jumped the gun. They did not have authorization to run any mission on this guy without word from the top. But some little pissant with about 15 minutes in country pulled strings via DC and got the go-ahead for an op.
Odell stared at her as she spoke, wondering many things, among which was the question of who the hell she was to be talking about the authority of the CIA being beneath her own, and the fact that Mr. Goddamn Suit, the wannabe SF shit, sent them all to their deaths just so he could make a name for himself. If Odell had to guess, somebody's dad or golf buddy was going to have to quietly resign their position in office for that. Kim cleared his throat and picked up the thread.
By the time we heard that the mission had been deployed, orders were given recalling it immediately, but it was too late. The next thing we heard was that only one man survived the mission.
Wait, hold up, Odell said, frowning and rubbing his brow because his head still hurt like hell.
Who is Ahmadullah then? Or what?
Gazes shifted, eyes met and looked away.
I call bullshit with the classified crap. I think I'm a little beyond that,
Odell said, gesturing at the laptop screen. Kim, as the obviously senior man, gave the answer.
Ahmadullah, as he calls himself, is believed to originate from Egypt.
That doesn't account for the fact that he's a damn mutant or whatever.
Our archivists have traced his activity back to the invasion of the Ottoman Empire, and the first accounts of his activities came to light during this time,
Kim said.
The Ottoman Empire?
Odell asked, so incredulous that it was clear he thought it had to be a mistake.
Correct,
Kim answered.
Early 16th century. There was a strong history of worshipping the Egyptian sun god Ra, but the devotion to sunlight is believed to be highly influenced by his...
That's just a theory, Kim. Stick to the facts for now, the squat man beside Odell said. Tara carried on the story, making Odell turn his head to watch her.
The next recorded activities are where he goes all celebrity,
she said wryly.
Southeast Europe, Transylvania, to be precise.
Odell smiled, leaning back in his chair and letting the smile spread wider across his face. He looked from face to face, waiting for one of them to crack and break character. But no one did.
Oh no. No way.
4. Where what now?
You got a pet chupacabra here too? Maybe Frankenstein's your security detail.
Odell's sarcasm was thick in the air as he lay back on the bed in a fresh hospital gown, only this time with underwear.
Actually, Mr. Odell, Frankenstein was the doctor. This is a common misunderstanding. Perhaps you mean the monster that he created.
The doctor's thick accent made his nitpicking more annoying, and the accent became the subject change Odell was looking for.
You're German?
The man stopped, clicked his heels together softly, and gave a stiff nod.
My name is Professor Van Helsing, and I... Get the hell out!
Odell barked, but he felt instantly foolish as the doctor was barely able to stand from how hard he was laughing.
I am sorry, Mr. Odell. The opportunity was too great for me to miss.
He calmed slightly, removing his glasses to wipe his teary eyes.
Asshole,
Odell said sullenly. But in truth, the German was the first one of them he liked in any way. He felt a smile creeping onto his face because the joke was a good one. Then the chain of events flashed backward in his mind, and the smile disappeared. The joke being funny led directly back to the deaths of his entire platoon.
I apologize again, Mr. Odell. I am Dr. Otto Hess, and I am Swiss, not German.
Silence hung for a beat as Hess waited to see if he was forgiven for the joke. Odell eyeballed him hard for a second longer before he relaxed.
I'll give you that one, Doc. That was pretty good. And call me Odie. The Mr. crap is starting to make me feel like I'm at the bank,
he said, lying back and relaxing. He felt the bed shift underneath him and adjust to his weight, like he lay on a bag of hard maggots. It was both enjoyable and decidedly unpleasant. Hess fussed with the equipment in preparation of Odell's minor surgical procedure.
I apologize once again, Odie. As you Americans would say, I do not get out much,
he said distractedly, before stepping back and preparing a mask for Odell to put himself under. He took it, breathing deeply twice before he started to count.
10, 9, 8...
He woke with a stinging sensation low on his neck where the fixed line had been removed. He sat up slowly, feeling the grogginess of coming round from the mild anesthesia, and found his clothing stacked neatly on the one chair in the room. Odell frowned at it, knowing that he had just laid them over the back of it as he usually did, but the two garments were crisply folded into perfectly matching squares. That spoke of not just a neat and tidy mind, but of someone with an obsessive compulsion. He shook that seemingly irrelevant thought away and dressed, returning to the corridor in search of the one thing he hadn't been given intravenously: coffee. He went back to the room where the collection of strange people had laid the fairy tale on him, finding it empty. There was no coffee pot, and the machine sitting on the counter looked like he'd need a 3-day crash course to work. So he searched the fridge instead, finding the familiar bright red can of Coca-Cola, only the language on it was definitely not English.
Screw it. Caffeine is caffeine,
he said out loud, his voice hoarse and gravelly, and cracked the can to take long pulls of the ice-cold, fizzy, sugary goodness inside. The door opened behind him, and just as he turned to see who it was, his body unleashed all of the bubbles it had taken on board.
Nice,
Tara said, not breaking stride as she walked to the coffee machine and started working the dials and levers like an old steam train operator. It started to hiss and gurgle like a science project fit to blow up, but she didn't seem concerned.
So, you figured it out yet?
She asked, not looking at him but holding a thick-rimmed china cup under a spout that was already starting to trickle dark, frothy fluid.
Which part?
Any of it.
Odell thought for a second, not about what to say, but more about the order in which to say it. He looked at the can in his hand, suddenly tasting too sweet and feeling too cold now that he could smell coffee, and set it down on the counter.
Well, we're not in Kansas, clearly. My guess is Korea, or thereabouts.
He gestured at the soda can.
1 for 1. Go on,
Tara said.
And there's some seriously shady shit going down,
he said firmly, allowing anger to descend once again. She turned and faced him now, mirroring his hostility, but behind a mask of control.
Let me guess. You want to know why you aren't being debriefed by the military? Why you've been taken from the FOB and you haven't been flown home to the U.S.?
That'd be a start, Red. You could earn a little trust right now and tell me why you kidnapped me and kept me sedated for that long.
She worked her lips like she was running her tongue over her teeth to keep herself from snapping, ignoring him for a few seconds while she spun a metal dial and turned the trickle of steaming coffee into a flood that filled the cup. She set it aside and poured another before shutting off the machine and picking up a cloth to wipe away the droplets that had hit the counter. He watched as she lifted the 2 cups in turn and wiped underneath them, then folded the cloth with perfect edges and set it precisely back where it had been.
Mystery of the phantom clothes folder solved.
She sat, not waiting for him or inviting him, but sitting resolute until he joined her. He did, fixing her with a hard look that radiated an "I want answers" feel, but the first words out of her mouth almost knocked him off his chair.
"We had to be sure you weren't a familiar."
Odell, like every man or woman in the military, had spent enough time deployed or in barracks to have watched just about every movie ever made, especially the bad ones. The term familiar made him think of the human vampire wannabes from a movie with a lot of hot people in leather and PVC.
"So I was sedated and chained to a damn bed?"
he snapped, missing the point through the indignation.
"Yes. We also moved you halfway across the continent, and you haven't seen daylight since before the operation."
"Why the hell would you need to do that?"
he asked, confusion and disorientation raging inside him. Tara sipped her coffee and watched him, waiting for him to do the same, but he just stared at her.
"A familiar is like a biological slave, but more than that. They're linked to the host creature. It's like they put part of themselves into the familiar. They can see what they see, feel what they feel."
"So you kept me in the literal dark so Drac couldn't see where you were hiding?"
"Yes, and forget the concept of Dracula. Get that out of your head now and keep it that way. Forget literally everything you think you know about vampires or any other kind of monster, because the movies got it 95% wrong,"
she said fervently.
"Got it. We'll circle back to that. But how could a familiar seeing the sky pinpoint your location?" he asked.
"This thing is hundreds, thousands of years old, Troy. We don't exactly know, but the archives reference a kind of astral navigation ability. Whatever it is, testing the theory isn't a good idea. Better to be safe."
She sipped her coffee again and watched as he mirrored the action, hiding her satisfaction as his face betrayed how good the blend was.
"And the part where I didn't go home and I'm not still on a military base?"
he asked, setting down the cup and fixing her with a look again.
"I'd better let Kim tell you that part."
"Bullshit. I'm asking you, right now."
"You asked for it. You're officially KIA, Troy. The entire unit was reported lost in an explosion at the target site."
Odell sat opposite Kim, his eyes hard and dark. The old Korean man sat opposite him, issuing a sighing groan that Odell didn't believe for a minute. The old man was too lithe, too poised to play the geriatric card.
"Mr. Odell, I apologize again for the manner in which this all panned out, but I hope that you can see that this is the best way."
"Best for who?" Kim sagged a little and shifted his eyes downward.
"You are right, Mr. Odell. It is what is best for us and our organization."
"And who or what exactly is your damn organization?" Odell demanded angrily. Kim rose, no longer feigning stiff joints or a weak back, and paced to the kitchen area where he began to work the dials and nozzles of the space-age coffee machine with the same confidence Tara had shown.
"That, Mr. Odell. Just call me Odell. Drop the Mr. crap. I think kidnapping me and faking my death puts us beyond the need for good manners."
Odell interrupted harshly. The formality of the man, the almost British officer level of breeding and decorum, was starting to piss him off because it delayed the flow of information. Kim seemed to recognize that and spoke louder and faster, with the confidence of a man accustomed to delivering clear and concise briefings.
"Very well. The answer to that question is multifaceted, but I shall give you the broad strokes. Our organization has gone through many changes in its lifetime, but the roots are steeped in the earliest forms of capitalism that I, for one, am not proud of."
Odell stared, waiting for more and refusing to be baited by piecemeal intelligence.
"You are aware of the East India Trading Company? The largest private army and navy ever? Yeah. The British staked claims to everything from Australia to Africa, with India in between, planted their damn flag and told the natives they work for them now,"
Odell said harshly.
"Yes, of course. Not to mention their claims to the Caribbean and the Americas, among other places that they were forced to give back. They use such terms as the Commonwealth or British Protectorates, but the history cannot be denied. as they answered to shareholders and no higher authority than money. Their practices were war crimes. They were crooks. What of it?
Odell asked.
Yes.
Kim paused as he worked the machine like a pro and hissed steam loudly to froth the milk before he folded it expertly atop his espresso. Kim returned to the table and sat, his eyes bright and fierce.
As much as their practices were far from laudable, one member of their ranks was a true visionary. He was the second son of a very wealthy landowner, and as the first son was set to inherit the family land and title, and the third son was sent to the clergy. The second son was set on the path of military service. But instead of the king's army, he petitioned his father to enter him into the IEC. The father was against this, naturally, as in the king's army, commissions could be purchased up to the rank of colonel, but in the company, such promotions came only through merit and seniority. Let me guess, the father disinherited him and he worked his way high up the ranks until he was a shot-caller,
Odell said, wanting the story to gather more momentum, but Kim just smiled and shook his head, taking a sip of the steaming, frothy coffee before continuing.
Not at all. By all accounts he was an unremarkable soldier of almost no renown. But he was lucky.
Odell smiled at this despite himself. Luck was a quality a soldier needed, and it couldn't be trained.
Lucky how? It seemed that the ship he was on board suffered a terrible plague outbreak, of which he was the only survivor. He was treated for injuries and discharged from the service of the company, but to add to his good fortune, his older brother died of fever, having inherited the land and title which passed to our man on his return to Britain. So he started this secret society of yours with the money and what? Decided to become Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter?
Kim smiled at the reference.
No, Odell, because he was not, as the records indicated, the sole survivor of the ship's plague. He stalked and killed a siren that had boarded the ship. He was wounded terribly, but still managed to... Hold up, a siren? Like a mermaid?
Kim smiled again, only this time the amusement was aimed at Odell's ignorance. That riled him.
Hey, I'm a little new to this shit, so cut me some slack. I apologize, Odell. I really do. It's just that so often people associate what they know from popular culture with the truth. The truth, Odell, is infinitely more savage. A siren is a humanoid creature that lives in the deep trenches of the ocean. It is gilled, but can also breathe air, and the hind legs of this creature have flaps of skin like fins that retract when on dry land. So you can see, if one was to romanticize such a beast, that a mermaid is where we ended up. Only Disney told us that mermaids were hot chicks with fish legs. Very true, Kim laughed. But this is very far from the truth. They are sightless, hideous creatures more akin to a deep-sea anglerfish than a human female. So he gets exposed to a monster and suddenly has unending resources to fight the good fight? Sounds a little cliched. I agree that it does, but there is far more to the story than just those facts. He also had his younger brother to call upon,
Kim said knowingly.
The priest? A vicar by that point in time, but his connections to the church were what opened the door to the original archives, the forbidden texts and accounts of the church, which had been hidden away as nobody quite knew what to do with them. These documents form the very basis of what we hold today, in fact, and through the church, our forebears made global connections which served the first version of our order, which also was made up primarily of church members from many countries.
So what? You're religious warriors? The damn Knights Templar? Odell asked mockingly.
No, this is no cult, Odell. Our members are from all walks of life and faiths. The true religion of the modern world prays to no god. What then? Money. Money is the new religion, Odell. And we have more than enough of that.
Odell, after a whistle-stop rundown of the organization's history that left him with 1,000 times more questions than he had gotten answers, sat alone in what felt like a faculty lounge. The urge for caffeine hit him again, and he stepped up to the insanely complex-looking machine, cup in hand, and tried to make sense of what he was looking at.
Just give me a damn coffee pot,
he grumbled to himself when the door opened and the short, stocky guy walked in.
Odell,
he said in greeting, walking past the infernal machine and opening the fridge. He took out 2 bottles of beer, some local brand Odell didn't recognize, and twisted off the caps to both, before lifting one to his lips and offering the other to Odell. He took it, lifting it up and finding it a little sharper than he liked, but it was cold, and it was the first beer he'd had in a long time.
So, you're the ghost of Christmas future?
Odell asked. The stocky guy held up a finger, telling him to wait until the bottle was drained. He burped loudly, tossed the empty into a trash can, and helped himself to another before giving his attention back to Odell.
What? I've already been visited by the redhead and the old guy, so are you the third ghost? Ha! Good one,
he said, walking across the room and flopping down into the comfortable chair he seemed so loath to give up the first time they'd met.
No, buddy. I'm the ghost of I didn't believe this shit either. Even after this.
He leaned back, lifting the right side of his shirt to reveal 4 terrible scars running parallel down his torso, both ends of which disappeared under his clothing.
Holy shit, dude,
Odell said as he sat opposite the man.
Werecat. Were what now? You've heard of werewolves, right? Well, they ain't the only things that turn like that,
he said, tipping the fresh beer to his lips and smiling. Odell said nothing, just frowned in thought.
I know what you're thinking. Why aren't there were-hamsters or were-mice? Something you can stomp on, right?
Odell laughed. He hadn't been thinking that at all. He'd been imagining a were-hippo, and the thought terrified him.
I was on exercise in Estonia a few years back. 3rd Brigade, 7th Infantry.
Odell nodded, accepting the man's word that he was former military.
7 ID. Good for you, man.
He gave a nod of thanks before continuing.
Advanced recon training, going up against the local forces to train them as part of a Joint X. Anyway, me and my buddy found their forward base and started circling it, only they started screaming and lighting the place up, which was the dumbest shit I ever saw, given how we were all loaded with training ammo. We called it in, got told to stand down, but the way these guys were screaming,
His eyes glazed over, sending him right back to the nighttime forest as his head shook slowly from side to side.
Anyway, I said to hell with that, and we went in. Found this thing running riot in their camp. Imagine a mutated mountain lion with legs longer than they had a right to be. It was jumping 40 feet and pouncing on these poor guys, tearing off arms and legs, just killing, just for the hell of it. I'd never seen anything like it. I emptied an entire magazine at it at a distance I could guarantee headshots on running dudes, but I hit Dick. It was like the damn thing shimmered, like smoke, moving out of the way of rounds, like it saw them coming a month ago and had time to set a Siri reminder. And it tore you up good by the look of it,
Odell said quietly, sipping his own beer and developing an instant taste for the brand.
Yeah, got me on my side and cut the plate carrier right off me. I felt the claws scrape over my damn rib cage. But you killed it?
Odell asked. The guy shook his head and took another pull on his beer, emptying the second bottle before resting it in his lap.
I stuck the damn thing with my knife, right in the gut. It just backed off and stood there while the hole healed right in front of me, and the thing was just circling me, smiling, like it had a human face under the animal one. It's hard to explain. I was bleeding out pretty bad and thought about trying to stick it again. But what's that thing about the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing and expecting it to work out a different way?
Odell asked, prompting a wide grin from Riker.
That's good. I thought you were going to be one of those pretentious assholes who quoted the classics or something.
Odell smiled back.
Yeah, I met a few of those guys. So, what did you do? I didn't do anything. In the chaos, something must have been damaged or knocked over, but a gas canister went up. Boom! The thing took off. I passed out. Then Kim came to me in the hospital and gave me the option, he said.
What option was that? The man regarded him for a long moment before he moved suddenly, shooting forward to offer a hand.
Name's Matt Riker, Staff Sergeant, U.S. Army. Just don't think you can come up with a Star Trek joke I ain't heard before, okay?
Odell, he said, taking the hand in a firm grip.
Good to meet you. What option?
Riker smiled again and shook his head ruefully.
The one where you join up, or stay dead.
5. I've heard of the Alps. Odell stalked from room to room, opening the doors until he found the man he wanted to confront. He balked at the third door, finding the redhead Tara, giving him an amused look. She was half undressed, tight jeans under a black bra, and the battle of embarrassment resulted in an immediate loss for him. She turned, hands on hips, to give him a full view.
"Can I help you?"
she asked mockingly, but his eyes were following the muscular lines of her abdomen more than the softer flesh directly above it. She was lean and hard, not just slim. She worked at that body, he knew, and hid it behind clothes in the exact opposite way guys did with their tight shirts, selling tickets to the gun show. But the mood he was in prevented him from being on the back foot for long.
"Like what you see?"
"I've seen better. Where is he?"
"By he, I guess you mean Kim?"
She shot back, still staring her defiance at him with zero shame. It occurred to Odell that she was enjoying her attempt at making him feel uncomfortable, that he was over his initial shock at busting in on her like that.
"Yeah, him."
"Well, he's out, so you can either wait or have it out with me,"
she said, ramping up the defiance and making Odell wonder about her place in the hierarchy of their organization.
"Depends,"
he shot back.
"You calling the shots or is he?"
"We both have a voice, put it that way,"
she answered enigmatically. Odell wanted to vent his frustrations anyway, so he drew himself up and fixed her with his best don't-mess-with-me look.
"Fine, you'll have to do."
"Good,"
she said, unbuttoning her jeans and working them down off her hips with a little side-to-side dance.
"I'll meet you in the lounge, unless you want to stay and watch."
He fought the urge to turn away, to be a good man and not look, but she turned to show him an expanse of toned cheek. He wheeled away, pissed at himself for being played so obviously. Back in the lounge, he paced, too wired to sit. Riker had disappeared, and with Kim gone, the only other guy he'd met there was the doctor, and that man radiated a palpable lack of managerial status. The door opened and Tara walked back in, wearing workout gear that left her abs exposed, like she wasn't done playing the game where she enjoyed his eyes roving.
"What is it you wanted to discuss, Troy?"
"Don't call me that. Nobody calls me that, Red."
"And in contrast, I quite like Red,"
she shot back, her tone so conversational that he didn't know if she was being sarcastic or not. She sat, leaning back to cross one leg over the other, and rested her hands in her lap like a therapist.
"Join up or stay dead?"
he snapped.
"Is that supposed to mean something to me?"
she asked congenially.
"That's what Riker said. He said he got the option to drink the Kool-Aid or stay dead."
Tara smiled, like she found something funny but wasn't laughing at him.
"Army boy has a sense for the melodrama, I'll give him that. He show you the scars? Give you the whole horror story?"
Odell nodded tersely.
"And what do you understand that to mean? The choice he was given?"
she asked, still adopting the same tone that made him feel like he should cry and talk about his childhood. He didn't fall for it.
"Like I said, I have to convert or I disappear,"
he said flatly, conveying that anyone trying to do so wouldn't find the task a simple one, but she just shook her head slowly.
"Okay, Odell. This was a conversation we'd planned to have with you in a day or two, after we were sure you were a believer."
He riled up at the word, but she held up both hands.
"That is to say that you believed what happened and what we're telling you. Not that you had to perform a ritual in a dark robe and slice your palm with the sacred dagger. Like I said, the initial plan was to talk to you about this after you'd had time to process. But if you decided you wanted to go home, then you'll be paid well and given a bulletproof new identity. You can go anywhere in the world you wish, but your military service is, sadly, at an end."
Those words set him off worse than before, and in an uncharacteristic fit of rage, he snatched the closest chair and threw it hard with both hands. It clattered against the door and broke into 3 pieces. He turned back to her, chest heaving, wearing a murderous look that more than a few people had viewed as their last sight on earth. Tara didn't look at all impressed, nor did she cower from the explosion of violence.
"Now that you've got that out of—"
Odell snatched up a second chair and threw that too, harder, embedding one broken leg into the drywall.
"You done?"
she asked, just as the door burst open and the doctor appeared, holding what looked like an animal tranquilizer gun.
"We're okay in here, Doc. Nothing to worry about,"
Tara said, without taking her patient gaze from Odell. Hess looked embarrassed, even going so far as to hide the tranquilizer gun behind his back and shoot Odell a sheepish look.
Sorry."
He disappeared, returning a half-second later to shut the door quietly. "Why in the hell can't I go back?" Odell asked, chest still heaving, but the tone he used sounded more defeated than angry.
"And say what? That a vampire wiped out your unit? Even if you had a cover story and everything was glossed over, what then? Would you be able to go back to doing what you did without it affecting every minute of the rest of your life? Can you go back to waiting around for months just to get a chance to take out a terrorist target when you know there are things out there far more dangerous to our survival? Can you train for cold water port insertion against the Russians when wars between people don't matter anymore?"
"Don't matter? How can you even say that?" Odell asked, but the response was instinctive. It was a reaction, because the words she spoke were the truth, even if it was only just dawning on him.
"You're a rare creature, Odell. You've perfected your craft to hunt the most dangerous game on Earth, other people with the training and resources available to you. Now you know that there's a whole other level, and people like you always need to know if they're good enough to be a part of it. It's in your nature."
"And door number 1? He asked after a long pause. Tara smiled, like she knew how the entire conversation was going to go.
"That really isn't my place to say, but I can tell you that taking the blue pill is not one of the many things in my life that I ever came to regret."
She stood and turned, lifting her red hair high and gathering it at the back of her head before fixing it there. She turned, showing him a flash of white scar.
"It isn't just you military types that we recruit, and think yourself honored that you aren't just being given the red pill option, because there are a lot more of those than there are of us."
"You were military, too?" Odell asked, reckoning that most of their people had their own horror stories to tell.
"No, I earned a doctorate in clinical psychology and scored my dream job doing private practice. As for what gave me that,"
she pointed at the back of her neck,
"well, I'm not ready to share that with you just yet."
With that she left the room, and the shattered chairs told a sad story about his shame. It might tell them that he was too volatile, too unpredictable to be a team player, and the thought of him losing the chance to get back into the fight against the new enemy hurt him. Kim returned on a wave of urgency about an hour later, this time with a tall black woman dogging his heels. She strode purposefully, carrying herself with grace and earned importance, but her gaze lingered on him for a few seconds before she turned away, giving him no sense of what she thought of her brief appraisal. "Kim, we need to talk," he said, stepping in front of him to force the issue.
"I'm afraid now isn't the time, Mr. Odell,"
he said firmly, sounding like he had far bigger fish to fry. Odell wasn't deterred, holding up a hand to physically stop him, but the woman behind seemed to swell up and stepped in between them, getting right in his face.
"Take your hand off him if you ever want to use it again,"
she said in a British accent. She didn't shout, didn't snarl or bare her teeth, just spoke in a low, confident tone that made Odell check himself. He stepped a pace backward, not enjoying being close to the new stranger.
"As I said, this is not the time,"
Kim repeated, slipping past the two people. He paused in the doorway of the lounge, looking at the pile of broken wood and cushions briefly, before continuing into another room, where the others, apart from Hess and this new woman, followed. She slided past him, keeping her body facing him the entire time, as if he might try to sucker punch her, and backed off until she was clear before following.
"Screw this,"
Odell muttered, and followed her inside. All eyes turned to him inside the office, like some small-scale parody of a classic Western scene.
"Mr. Odell,"
Kim said formally, from his place behind a large desk, but Riker cut in.
"Let the jarhead stay, boss. Might be good for him."
Kim regarded Odell for a long moment before giving in with a sigh.
"Very well. We have a time-critical incident unfolding in Germany, and we are wheels up in 30 minutes. Yawa will remain here with Dr. Hess to cover the outpost while we are gone."
Tara turned to nod at the tall black woman, who nodded back.
"Riker, I need you to make sure Odell has everything he needs."
Riker nodded, leaning back in his chair, the most comfortable chair in the room by the look of it, and giving Odell a not-so-subtle wink.
"Wait, Germany? I hate to break it to you, but my passport is—"
"We have it,"
Tara interrupted.
"but that doesn't matter."
"Doesn't matter? You guys heard of this thing called customs?" "We have heard of it, yes,"
Kim said, rising from his seat.
"But as Miss Mason said, it doesn't matter."
Odell had no possessions other than the clothes he wore and the 245s in his room, so he didn't have anything to pack.
"Got somewhere safe I can leave these?"
he asked, but Riker tossed him a small pack made of stiff fabric and covered in molly loops.
"Just put 'em in there for now. I'll hook you up in transit."
Shrugging, Odell unloaded both his own and Harper's pistols and put them inside the bag, following the man out of the door and to the other end of the corridor that had been his entire world for a confusing day. Tara stepped out of her room behind them, the noise making Odell turn to see her toting a pack big enough to last a whole deployment. She was wearing dark tactical gear, which he thought was a weird getup for a shrink, but he didn't have the time to ponder it right then, because Riker was already out of the door. Odell followed, seeing that they were in an airlock system, and the normal-looking door he'd just walked through was 4 inches thick of solid steel, with locking pins like a vault. Tara and her massive rucksack squeezed in behind them, saying nothing, as she pushed it closed, then waited as Riker did something with a keypad on the other end. The light above the outer door opened with a green light sparking to life in place of a red one. Then the wave of humidity hit him like a gut punch as the dark night air enveloped them. Odell had lost count of the times he'd experienced that, the feeling of stepping off an air-conditioned plane or out of a moving helicopter, which was a pretty cold place by its very nature, only to be thumped by the heat and humidity of foreign soil. Instantly, his skin pricked with sweat under the thick pants and long sleeves, and he was happy he wasn't humping a massive rucksack like some people. The smell hit him next, a mixture of hot tarmac and engine fumes with a prevalent hint of fuel. More than that, it was the sudden wash of sound that disorientated him for a few beats. Looking back at what appeared to be a regular-looking one-floor office building, he knew the heavy airlock was just part of the soundproofing. Directly outside the door sat a van, big and black with windows so heavily tinted they might as well have been painted dark. The inside of it was even darker, but when he climbed up, he saw the seats were plush and hundreds of tiny LEDs littered the roof lining. He'd been in trucks like this plenty, but instead of his experience telling him what to expect, he found that this one had 6 seats, all like little business-class thrones, and a big section behind with cargo netting for luggage. It was an executive airport shuttle, he guessed, and if his nose was right and his ears weren't lying, they were already on or very near to an airport. Nobody spoke, even as the door slid shut at the press of a button, and Kim, seated behind the wheel, set off at a fast pace. He weaved it between obstacles as Odell leaned forward, trying to get a better view out the windshield, being rewarded by the sight of a plane so large he thought for a second it was an Air Force C-5.
We operate an investment group that finances 3 of the world's top 5 air freight companies. We have what you might call arrangements that allow us to travel almost anywhere in the world without monitoring or oversight,
Kim explained, after glancing back and seeing Odell's open-mouthed stare at the aircraft.
We even partly finance the development of those big 747s,
Tara said proudly. When Odell turned his shocked look on her, she simply shrugged.
Shareholders, investors, it's the new world order,
she explained.
And that's before you even know about the private sector space programs,
Riker went on, picking up the thread as Odell stared dead ahead at the massive nose of the Boeing 747-8F on the tarmac in front of them.
Communications networks, energy distribution and production, finance. When you've had a few hundred years to work at it, you can build a pretty sweet portfolio if you think about it,
Riker added as Kim pulled up ahead of the aircraft's massive left wing. He hopped out from behind the wheel and handed the keys to a local guy in uniform waiting to take the vehicle away, and Odell filed out behind Tara and Riker, who followed Kim up the stairs to an open hatch on the plane. Odell stepped inside the fuselage, feeling the sweet relief of air conditioning once again, following the others to a section that looked like it was a crew room, only decked out more like a private jet. They sat, so he sat, taking a seat beside Riker's and opposite Kim, who was already opening a laptop and hammering away at the keys. He spoke without looking up.
We move under the guise of big business, Odell, and in case you hadn't realized yet, when business gets so big that world leaders take notice, well, let's just say that such status affords you certain freedoms.
Like transporting firearms on an international flight? Odell asked, gesturing at his small pack.
That is a remarkably simple thing to do,
Kim said without bragging. Odell looked around the small cabin that could seat 10 people in more luxury than he had ever experienced either on the ground or above it. The PA system came to life, speaking rapidly in what Odell guessed was Korean. Kim angled his head up at the speaker as if that would help him hear better, then turned to face his computer screen again.
Wheels up in 15 minutes, 15 hours and change to our destination, which should be more than enough time to get you geared up and up to speed,
he said, looking up at Odell when he finished.
Up to speed with what?
Odell asked, not sure he was going to like the answer.
Have you ever heard of an Alp?
Kim asked seriously.
I've heard of the Alps,
Odell responded before he could stop himself from speaking.
As have most people,
Kim said, not sounding amused. He spun the screen of his laptop around to show an old, painted picture of some weird demon thing sitting over a sleeping woman.
Okay,
Odell said, drawing out the word like he now knew for sure he wasn't going to like the answer.
A small town in rural Germany has recently had 18 people suffer severe and unexpected episodes of psychosis,
Kim explained.
So like a Tuesday in Philly?
Odell asked, not sure why he was trying to make light of what was already a seriously weird day.
The origin of the name comes from various sources, but in essence, it is a creature that feeds on sleeping people, but not in the way that you are probably thinking. The name translates loosely as nightmare, and this creature feeds off a person's sanity. It saps them in their sleep until they eventually go insane.
Well, shit, Odell said, lacking for anything more intellectual to say.
Pretty much,
Tara said from her seat on the other side of the aisle.
The presence of a single Alp isn't that big of a deal, but either there's a whole nest of them in that town, or one of them has worms, because they never feed enough to drive people this far, and they certainly don't feed enough to cut a significant percentage of the population.
Why not? Odell asked, knowing it was the obvious question, but also acutely aware of how much he didn't know.
Because,
Kim said patiently,
demons and monsters are the minority. They don't attract attention because that leads to discovery and death. No, this is a very serious problem, and one that nobody else is investigating but us.
I find that a little hard to believe, Odell answered, seeing Tara's eyes roll and Kim's head shake.
No, you are correct. The German government have contracted a team of independent scientists to assist their people from public health authorities. They are planning to test the water to see if this is the cause of some kind of pathogen. Is there a chance it could, I don't know, maybe be some kind of pathogen? I mean, why do you jump right to it being Alf and his boys?
Odell asked. Kim fixed him with a look that made it clear he didn't enjoy being intentionally misquoted, but responded anyway, even if he spoke coldly.
Because people who care, people who know, have been doing this since long before there was any version of America that you recognize. I implore you to take this seriously, Odell.
The plane began to taxi, devoid of any insistence on seat belts or safety briefs, and the massive engines roared to life. When they felt the aircraft level out, Riker stood and slapped Odell on the thigh as he passed.
Come on, Raider boy. Let's get you geared up.
6. I've slept enough. Odell's time in the Marines, and later with MARSOC, usually meant that weapons caches and armories lacked the excitement that a younger, less experienced gunfighter might have. The small section on the cargo plane that opened to Riker's rapid number punching into a keypad, however, was impressive because it was so unexpected.
All right, grab yourself an assault ruck and take what you need. What's your MOS? You a sniper or anything?
Riker asked, walking into the small compartment like it was a regular day. Odell didn't respond, nor did he move to pick up a medium-sized black ruck, because he was staring and turning a slow half-circle to take in the exotic racks. There seemed to be the best of every category, with at least 2 options and stacks of various ammunition in neat racks above each weapon.
You want some more rounds for your SIG? Grab yourself—
No, Odell interrupted, picking up a flat-earth FN pistol with a matching suppressor in place of his and Harper's .45s. He didn't know how to explain it, how the only possessions remaining from his old life made him feel unworthy. Those pistols were marked by his failure, and he didn't want to carry them for fear of carrying that curse with him.
Well, all right. FN it is,
Riker said, reaching up and bringing down 4 magazines for it before picking up another version of the same pistol with 2 magazines and handing it wordlessly to Odell. The smaller pistol was a compact version, the kind preferred for a concealed carry, and the implication that they might need a backup weapon for their backup weapons made Odell feel a little uncomfortable.
Now, were you a SCAR guy or an AR guy?
Riker asked. Odell set the 2 pistols, 6 magazines, and suppressor down on a side, hesitated, then took another magazine for each and added them to the pile.
M4CQ SOP mod if you've got it,
Odell said, turning his attention to the racked rifles.
No can do, brother. We got the HK-416, though,
Riker said, lifting down a compact assault rifle similar in most ways to the one he had been carrying for so long that he didn't trust his muscle memory when it came to change.
I'll take it.
They spent a few minutes arranging the modular attachments and stacking magazines for it, when Odell had a thought. Picking up a mag and running his thumb over the topmost brass, he frowned.
What is it?
Riker asked.
Normal rounds. Don't we need, like, silver or something?
Riker smiled in amusement before answering.
Unless there's a werebeast involved that we don't know about, you're good with standard ammo. So these Alp things just go down like regular people?
Riker smiled wider.
Not exactly, but if it bleeds. Got it,
Odell said, realizing that the category of things he didn't know versus the things he did made for a very uneven balance sheet. He watched as Riker took down a short-barreled AK complete with skeleton stock and more than a few bells and whistles. Riker turned to see Odell's interest and shrugged.
I know. I'm a communist at heart. What can I say?
His smile betrayed the fact that he rolled out an old joke for the millionth time, but he got serious again.
Packs the biggest punch in the smallest, most reliable package. I'm a 7.62 guy.
Odell pulled a face that somehow conveyed dual sentiments that it wasn't his business, and yet he accepted the logic, casting an eye around the other racks where the choices were similar in origin. Europe versus the old Eastern Bloc was the main theme, with the chunky personal defense weapons being boiled down to an MP7 or a latest-gen Scorpion. Part of him could have stayed there for a long time, appreciating the small arsenal, but the whirlwind of the last day was starting to build up pressure inside him, along with the headache that wasn't quitting. Odell knew he needed fluids and sleep.
We got somewhere to zero the optics and test fire?
He asked, not willing to take any weapon into contact that he hadn't personally vetted.
Uh-huh,
Riker answered confidently, filling his own assault ruck with magazines before hefting a plate carrier covered in mag pouches off a rack. It was clear this was the guy's own gear, because nobody at their level of military experience could trust unfamiliar gear. In contact, your body does what it knows, and if it knows your reloads are in a certain place on your vest, then that's where they always needed to be, unless you trained your reflexes to know otherwise. Riker must have intuited Odell's thoughts because he nodded to the corner behind him.
It's all there. Get yourself set up and come find me after.
With that, Riker left him alone in the small room, containing enough hardware to topple a small government. He selected the carrier, rummaging through the pouches to find what he needed, and set it up in the pattern he was familiar with. He coupled it with a belt and a drop-leg holster for the FN-45, choosing a concealed pancake holster for the compact that he put on his belt, then decided against it.
Too rich for customs, my ass,
he thought derisively, then considered where he was standing and fitted the pistol inside his waistband anyway. With the assault ruck packed heavy with weapons, ammunition, and an assault vest, he added a matte black tactical helmet before checking every box in search of NVGs, but found none. Heading back to the comfortable cabin, he saw that Tara was already asleep, or at least was making her intention to do so obvious with a blanket over her face and the lights over her reclined seat shut off. Odell stowed his rucksack in the overhead bin and sat back down next to Riker. Kim was still working away at the laptop, checking what looked like satellite topographical photos, so he leaned over and spoke in a low tone to Riker.
Are we really going to need all that hardware?
He asked, concern or perhaps alarm leaking through his words.
Doubt it. Alps are they're like rodent demons, scavengers, hiding in the dark and always avoiding anything but their own kind unless they can prey on it.
Unspoken were Odell's thoughts about rats getting to be pretty big and aggressive in almost every part of the world, and they ran in packs.
Although,
Riker's afterthought seemed yet again to intuit Odell's thoughts.
What?
Odell asked with a frown, not enjoying the trepidation he heard in the single word.
Like Kim said, it's not normal for an Alp to feed this much, especially in one place. It's either a nest gone critical, or the Alp in that region has gone off the rails.
Or they don't care who notices.
And what do you mean critical?
Odell asked, but the response came from the other side of the aisle, specifically from beneath the blanket that Tara slept under, or so he thought.
What happens when you get too many people living in one house? It's like a powder keg waiting to go off. Monsters are even worse for it than people are. Trust me,
she said.
Right,
Odell said, glancing back to Riker and Kim, who had looked up from his laptop.
What's the plan? What would be the plan if this was a military operation, Mr. Odell?
Kim asked with interest, raising a hand at Riker while maintaining eye contact with Odell, as if he was heading off an argument they'd had more than once. Riker sat back and waited.
Intel, recon, plan, execute, Odell said simply. Eyes or boots on the ground, background intel on Alf and his buddies, location for strike. That's what we need.
Kim nodded, inclining his head at Riker as if to concede some point Odell wasn't aware of.
We either have that, or we'll have it soon after we land. It will be good for you to meet one of your European counterparts, Kim said. North African, you mean?
Riker cut in, earning the same waved hand and annoyed flash on Kim's face until he controlled himself.
Until then, I would suggest you get some sleep,
Kim said, closing the laptop and tilting his comfortable chair back before flicking off the overhead light with a button on his armrest. Riker did the same, issuing a grunt of dissent like a teenager sent to bed, but even as Odell reclined in the soft leather, letting the hum of the massive plane lull him, he couldn't stop his mind racing.
Can't sleep?
Odell turned with a start, seeing Tara coming towards him along the narrow passageway. She had her boots off and the waistband of her pants unbuttoned, and with the blanket draped over her shoulders and the mess of wavy red hair falling all over her head. He had to admit to liking what he saw. It was more interesting to him than her display of literal, bare-ass attitude from earlier that day.
Me neither,
she said, leaning past him to pull open the mini-fridge he'd just located and searched for a bottle of water. She cracked it open and turned, resting her back against the counter beside him.
I get about an hour at a time on flights, but never any more than a nap. I don't know what it is.
Odell turned and adopted the same body position as her.
When I first joined the Marines, I couldn't sleep anywhere but my own bed. Took me all of 2 damn days to get over that, he said wistfully.
And how did you do that?
Simple.
He took a pull on the bottle of water, lost in memory.
After being blasted around the island for 48 hours, I was more exhausted than I'd ever been in my life. After that, I pretty quickly developed the ability to switch off just about anywhere. You ever caught yourself napping on a helicopter in flight?
Can't say I have,
she answered, implying that normal people didn't ride helicopters, let alone often enough to doze off.
I can shut off and recharge anywhere. At least, I usually can.
You've got a lot on your mind, though,
she said sympathetically, and her tone made him wonder if she was doing her head-shrinking magic on him.
I guess so. More questions than answers.
They stayed there, leaning and staring in silence, until Tara finished her water and poked it through a spring-loaded flap and into the secure trash.
Well, I'm going to go get another hour. I hope you can sleep, and it's good to have you along.
Odell watched her go, his head spinning even more because he couldn't let go of the sensation that she was playing him, and acting like she cared about him was a simple ploy to make that work.
I'm good,
he said quietly to himself, alone in the dimly lit compartment.
I've slept enough recently.
They touched down without issue, foretold only by a brief announcement via the PA system and a gentle surge of G-force as the engines began to whine louder before the massive aircraft bumped down and rumbled on the tarmac. Odell was an experienced military man, hence long-haul air travel was nothing new to him, but the others all took it in the same stride. Every time he flew on a civilian aircraft, he wanted to die from embarrassment whenever people spontaneously broke into applause for a safe landing, because that was pretty much the absolute minimum required standards for a pilot, so far as he saw it. He'd be impressed if they could do it at night, on NVGs, with one engine and under enemy fire. That deserved applause. Only pilots of that caliber never expected or demanded it. He followed, letting Tara and Kim lead the way, with Riker falling in behind. He'd slept eventually, but his confused dreams had conjured different versions of his recent experiences. He replayed it, with different changes each time, and the one that finally woke him up was a version where he was the one who bit Harper's throat out, and the gangly, hideous creature with the wide mouth full of jagged teeth was watching him and radiating pride. After that, he preferred caffeine to slumber. The steps leading from the huge plane to the tarmac gave him the exact opposite feeling to when he had left the covert airport bunker building, this time assaulting him with a biting wind that felt like 20 degrees and falling. He shivered involuntarily, wishing he'd been able to bring more clothing, but Riker's voice behind him betrayed how obvious his reaction to the cold had been.
"Don't worry, brother. We got plenty of theater-appropriate clothing at the house," he said.
Odell stepped carefully down the wet metal steps, following Tara and Kim into another executive shuttle bus. There were no officials, no uniforms, and certainly no customs officers waiting to check their passports, which surprised Odell even after their assurances. He climbed inside the van, a salt ruck bumping the sliding door, and sat with the heavy, lethal luggage beside him. When Riker climbed in and hit the switch to shut the automatic sliding door, Kim called back from the front seat.
"All aboard! Travel time 25 minutes.
Odell reckoned that update was for his benefit, because the others looked like this was all in a day's work for them, being whisked out of Southeast Asia on a long-haul flight without the usual travel conventions being observed. He sat back, watching the dull streets pass by on the other side of the privacy glass. Germany was nothing new to him, but he was seeing it through new eyes this time. He wasn't passing through or deployed there for training exercises, each time as a part of a bigger machine. This time, he was a civilian, a nobody without identification, and he was hunting monsters. That thought made him laugh out loud at the lunacy of the whole thing, and that attracted the attention of Tara, who shot a scowl at him before deliberately softening her expression.
"Has it just dawned on you?"
she asked.
"Yeah,"
Odell said. He sounded resigned and fatalistic even to himself.
"Yeah, I guess it has."
"Hey, what's local time here?"
"I got 15:26,
Riker said. Odell hit the buttons on his watch, the big dial glowing in the gloomy interior when he activated the backlight, and set it to the right time out of habit. 24 minutes later exactly, Kim hit buttons on the touchscreen in the dash, and a call started to go out. It was picked up inside of 2 rings and answered gruffly.
"Hello?"
The voice was heavy and carried an obvious Slavic accent.
"Ilya, we are 5 minutes out,"
Kim answered.
"Okay."
The line went dead, and a couple of minutes later, Kim pulled the van off the main road, spinning the wheel all the way over to make an uphill hairpin left turn. Odell leaned forward to get a look out of the windshield and dropped his jaw slightly when he saw the outline of the building ahead of them.
"What, you were expecting a spooky mansion?"
Riker asked, evidently amused.
"I actually was,"
Odell admitted, finding out that yet another of his stereotypical expectations was blown out of the water. The building was angular, modern, and perched on a hilltop like a massive abstract art exhibition. It was all exposed girders, whitewashed render, glass, and it looked totally alien to the buildings in the city that were older than the United States. Then he viewed it from another standpoint, and instead of a minimalist modern monstrosity juxtaposed against an old country's backdrop, he saw an elevated position with commanding views all around, with a hot gates of Thermopylae-style vehicular approach. This place, intentionally or not, was built to repel invaders. It was a stronghold, hiding behind an obvious display of wealth.
"We had this built 2 years ago as our new European headquarters,"
Kim announced from the driver's seat, intuiting his thoughts, as all of them had an uncanny ability to do. Either that or he was being predictable.
"You had it built?"
Odell asked, catching a hint of a smile in the rear-view mirror.
"Our previous base of European operations required significant updating as it was, and when the primary freight flights deviated towards Frankfurt, we decided it was best to simply move everything to a new site, one custom-built for our individual needs,"
Kim answered.
"Like a defensible position with clear sightlines?"
Odell asked, earning no response other than a knowing smile from Riker. The van pulled up in front of a double-wide roller door which was already lifting when they approached it. Kim waited until he had sufficient clearance and rolled inside, killing the engine, and leaving the keys in place, as he piled out and approached a man walking from an interior door in the empty garage. Odell hopped out first, interested to see the new guy and watch Kim's interaction with him. The guy was lean but looked powerful, like he carried himself a certain way, and made no secret that he was a physical guy. He was short, if a little taller than Riker, but still a couple inches down on Odell. He was dressed in black tactical gear, like unmarked military fatigues, and had a chunky black pistol holstered on his right side.
Troy Odell, meet Ilya Koval. He's one of our European colleagues,
Kim said. Odell nodded and held out a hand, but hesitated when the other guy stood stiffly and looked him up and down. Turning back to Kim, he made it obvious he wasn't impressed.
You brought him here. Why did you do this?
He demanded.
I assure you, Ilya, Mr. Odell is not a risk. He might even be an asset on this hunt.
Kim insisted calmly, but Ilya clearly wasn't having it.
I call bullshit,
he said. As often with foreign language speakers, using such an overtly American piece of terminology made it sound comical to Odell's ears.
And I call it I don't give a damn, Ivan,
Odell shot back, earning the man's full attention.
You Americans are all the same. You hear an accent and you assume I am Russian, yes?
Odell shrugged.
I am a proud Ukrainian. Would you like it if I assumed you were from Canada?
Ilya asked acidly.
Difference is that Canada and the U.S. are different countries.
Odell answered affably, leaving out the unspoken assumptions about the former Soviet Union.
Ilya stiffened, but Kim interjected. There is no discussion to be had, Ilya. I have decided he's coming, and that's the end of it.
He didn't raise his voice, didn't up the harshness of his tone. He simply spoke the words like it was undeniable fact that Odell was part of the team, whether anyone liked it or not. Ilya, clearly pissed at being put on a leash, backed up a space and nodded at Kim.
Fine, if that's what you want, but what good is he for this? This is just one Alp gone crazy. A child could handle this,
he said sullenly.
I fear this may be more than one deranged Alp simply attracting too much attention, especially considering what I learned during the flight here,
Kim answered, making Ilya's face drop.
It could be a coincidence,
he argued weakly.
A coincidence?
Kim asked, heavy emphasis on incredulity in his words.
A small town with no real history of violence suddenly gets a hostage situation and an active shooter situation in one day?
Odell perked up on hearing that, opening his mouth to ask a dozen questions as if he couldn't deny his true nature.
No, Mr. Odell,
Kim said, holding out a hand to stop him.
Our role here is not to deal with that. The authorities have it under control. We simply have to focus on our tasks so that no more incidents occur. I fear that too much attention has already been raised in such a remote area as it is.
Attention? Odell asked, fighting the urge to go out and save hostages out of some dogged sense of loyalty to humanity, or perhaps a need to atone for more recent failings.
It appears that the national news has now become involved, and a simple internet search has established a pattern of odd happenings there recently. It is good that they still believe the local water source is responsible for it, but time is not on our side,
Kim said.
The town is crawling with reporters and their trucks, Ilya said. I thought we should probably wait until they have cleared out before.
Perfect cover,
Tara said, stepping forward.
How soon can we get ourselves a news van?
Ilya looked at Kim, who looked at him wearing a polite smile as if waiting patiently for the answer to her question. Ilya sighed and turned back to the door leading to the house.
Give me 1 hour,
he said, leaving them alone in the garage. Kim turned to the three others and gave another smile.
Tara, please begin preparing what you need. Riker, please take Odell to the second guest suite, he said.
Sure, Riker agreed, leading the way with Odell being left with no option but to continue a pointless conversation or follow. He followed, stepping into a house from the integral garage that was more like an art gallery than a home. It was all shiny, expansive floors of tile or polished concrete, white walls, and open-plan space with more light inside than there seemed to be outside.
"Come on,"
Riker said, heading for an elevator beside the stairs. Odell found that more than a little lazy, but before he could voice that opinion, he watched Riker hit the button to go down instead of up.
"Armory and range are below ground,"
he explained, as the elevator rolled down one floor. When it opened, it showed what looked like a basement bowling alley instead of a firing range.
"The architect got all excited when we were planning the building. He tried to put a sauna and everything down here, like he was secretly jerking off over building the ultimate man cave or something. When he was told it had to be left bare, I thought he was going to cry."
"How big is this place?" Odell asked in awe as the lights flickered on out to 50 meters ahead of them and kept going.
"The range is 250 feet. Anything more than that and you'll be unlikely to be engaging anything in the real world anyway. My advice is to configure for close quarter stuff,"
Riker said, already setting his ruck down and pulling out his shortened AK carbine. Odell did the same, pulling the new but familiar weapon from his own ruck and setting it on the counter. The place was set up like a real firing range, complete with ear protection hanging in each of the 4 stalls. Riker pressed buttons on a console behind those stalls, returning to his booth beside Odell.
"Pop-up targets, 60 seconds, 2-second exposure,"
he said, just as the little LED light on the counter in front of Odell went from green to red. Immediately, a person-shaped target popped up dead ahead at around 40 feet away, and Odell tucked the rifle in tight to squeeze off 2 rounds before it dropped flat again, punched center mass by the impacts. Another appeared further back and to the right, again catching 2 shots before another target appeared close and left. Odell switched aim, drilling a shot at the head, which he had dead center in the holographic sight, but the bullet struck left of where he aimed. With no time to stop and fix it, he mentally corrected as target after target appeared to be hit by rounds from both of their weapons until Odell called out.
"Reloading!"
he said, the drill as automatic to him as breathing. The 30 seconds was over soon after he got his rifle back up, and the red light turned green again. Odell lowered his rifle and made it safe, lifting the ear protectors clear as Riker appeared next to him. He expected the man to be grinning, but it seemed to Odell that gunplay made his new army acquaintance deadly serious.
"You're aiming left, assuming you wanted to hit the target in the face," he said.
"Yeah, just a little to the left, though," Odell said, inspecting the holographic sight that gave him a red dot on target without projecting a laser beam. Like Tracer, Odell knew lasers worked in both directions. Riker produced a small multi-tool and handed it over, waiting in silence as Odell made the necessary adjustments. Before their conversation could start up again, a wall phone rang behind them, and Riker walked towards it. Odell drew the big .45 from the bag and screwed on the suppressor, loading a magazine and taking some practice aims, both arms stretched out ahead of him, to see how the extra weight on the end of the barrel affected his muscle memory, when a whistle from behind made him turn.
"No time to play," Riker said. "They want us back upstairs."
Odell nodded, stowing his new gear after unloading and making everything safe, carrying his ruck after Riker, who hit the buttons to ride the elevator back up.
"They say why? We're going in tonight. Ilya got a vehicle and he's on his way to pick us up,"
Riker answered. Odell thought before asking a question, just as the elevator stopped and the doors slid open.
"Hey, you think I can get a jacket before we head out?" "Sure, dude. Can't believe Tara sent you out without one."
As they stepped out, they saw Tara, close enough to have heard the conversation, and she curled one side of her mouth up, as her smile was suppressed. 7.
Get out of my ear, American. "No mission brief? No intel?"
Odell asked, not disguising how uncomfortable he was with the amateur nature of the operation.
"There's no time, Odell,"
Kim said, clearly deciding there was nothing more to discuss. They were in the back of a news van driven by the surly Ukrainian, surrounded by consoles and screens, hurtling at breakneck speed along a wide, fast road heading into the countryside. Odell, now finally equipped with a thin-down jacket like a slim Michelin man, tugged his plate carrier over his head and stopped tightening it when Riker held out a hand and shook his head. Place is crawling with press, not to mention that German feds and local PD will be all over it with their tactical units, he said. So what's the deal? Odell asked, annoyed at the lack of information coming his way. He was a man accustomed to knowing everything about everything before it happened, and this was messing with him badly. We do have intelligence, Odell. We have someone on the ground waiting for us. He has been there since the anomalies started to raise our concerns, Kim told him. He still had his head down at the laptop screen like he was either getting real-time updates or else he was on a winning streak at solitaire. Right, another guy, of course. How many of you people are there? Odell asked.
Plenty,
Tara told him.
although recently nowhere near enough.
What's that supposed to mean? Odell asked. Miss Mason means that this incident of unprecedented activity is not the only one we are dealing with right now, Kim said, slapping down the laptop screen and facing him. Mr. Odell, there is obviously a reason I want you on board, and I'll be right out in the open and say it's because we lack people of your experience. Mostly, this calling is about monitoring and researching, but there are times when we have to roll up our sleeves and get our hands dirty in order to keep the people safe and, far more importantly, ignorant. Ignorant? You mean you fight damn monsters and intentionally keep people in the dark about it all? Did it ever occur to you that the more people who know, the more people might actually help? Odell asked in annoyance, but while Kim glared back at him, it was Tara who answered.
A person, singular, can be reasoned with. They can be convinced and educated. But if what we know suddenly goes public, where does it stop? She asked.
Riker picked up the thread with a tone like he was explaining it in a way that Odell could relate to. If people knew about werewolves, what's to stop Florida man from buying some silver slugs for his 9 mil and popping his neighbors when they have a loud party? What's to stop people saying they saw the immigrant kids new in town were casting spells or drinking blood? Come on, man. You know how dumb people can be. It'll just be another excuse for Joe Schmuck to act on his prejudices. Odell sat back in his seat, wondering which was more annoying to him, the fact that he didn't have all the information, or that he wasn't in charge of a single part of his life and hadn't been since he stepped foot on that extraction helicopter in Afghanistan. Kim jerked the sleeve of his coat back and checked his watch before speaking again. We should be there in roughly an hour and a half. You might want to save your strength for when we get there. Unbelievably to him, Odell fell asleep on the journey despite the reckless speed they traveled at. He didn't dream this time, which was good news at least. But when he woke and his brain gave him the elevator pitch reminder of where he was and what they were doing, his positivity melted, like ice on a New Mexico sidewalk.
We're here,
Tara said pointlessly, because Odell could already see that they'd slowed for a police checkpoint. He sat up alarmed, but Kim waved him confidently back down just as Ilya started talking through the open driver's window in good German. Odell, like a lot of experienced military people, had traveled enough to pick up a little of everything. In the case of U.S. Marines, that usually meant sampling some of the local curse words and perfecting one-liners about a person's mother. While he missed the words, spoken so rapidly it was hard to discern individual phrases, he could tell enough about the general flow of the conversation to detect that their driver, Ilya, was playing the "This is terrible, can you tell me anything about it" card, like a real journalist would. The cop, a local one from what Odell could see through the window, gave him the expected brush-off while simultaneously saying how he knew nothing because the big city cops had taken over and relegated him to external cordon duty. That was what he guessed at least, and when Ilya drove them through the cordon and off to a designated parking lot where other news trucks were parked, he called back the highlights of what he'd learned. The small shopping precinct is a no-go. The shooter is hiding there with hostages. As much as Odell wanted to roll up on that hostage-taker and save the innocent people at risk, he bit back the urge and watched as Kim lifted the phone to his ear and waited patiently. "We're here," he said simply, nodding along as information flowed into his ear. He hung up without another word and looked up to lock eyes with Ilya in the rear view. "Head north, go 3 miles on the main road away from the town and look for a yellow marker. turn right 100 meters after," Kim said. Ilya rolled through the parking lot, slipping their van out the back and turning left to follow the directions. Nobody spoke, and Odell felt the tension rising with each extra mile toward some unknown location, as he wondered if they were intentionally keeping him in the dark, or whether they just operated in small teams where everyone knew what was going on. Either way, he didn't like it. The van lurched over, indicating the right turn off the winding road, and immediately Odell felt the change in road surface as they went from tarmac to gravel. The van bounced and bumped over the rough track until creaking springs and a squeak of brakes announced the end of their journey. The engine shut off, and Ilya stepped outside the van to light up a cigarette. Odell made to get up, but the door opened from the outside, and a figure climbed in. "It's bloody freezing out there," the man said from within the multiple folds of cold weather gear. The accent was British, well-spoken, like an officer, and totally threw Odell. When the hood was pulled down, he saw a black guy, his head covered by a woolen hat, stripping off his gloves to blow warm air into his clasped fingers. "Max, this is Odell. Odell, Max Corrigan is also part of our European contingent." Max smiled, teeth bright in the dark interior, and held out a hand. Odell took it, finding out that the guy wasn't exaggerating about being cold. His fingers were like ice. "Surprised they brought you along," Max said pleasantly, withdrawing his hand and rubbing them together to stimulate blood flow again. "I thought Kim would at least let you rest for a bit before they threw you into the field." The conversation paused as Ilya opened the door and pushed his way inside. "Mr. Odell is not one for resting," Kim said formally, "and circumstances dictate that we move faster than we usually might." "You've got that part right," Max said seriously. "I've been tracking them for 3 nights now. Shame the bastards couldn't have gone rogue in summer, and I'm confident we're dealing with a nest." "How many?" Riker asked, but Max shrugged. 3, maybe 4. You know how it is. They all look the same to me." The teeth flashed another bright smile at his own joke, almost daring anyone else to join in. "That is a concern," Kim said. "Why?" Odell asked, not liking the tone or the words he used when everyone had made out that the Alps were like vermin and posed little threat to them. "I told you that Alps feed off the sanity of people, but while they are weak on their own or in pairs, they can combine their powers when they form groups," Kim said. "And they only form groups for one reason," Max added ominously. Odell looked from face to face until the lack of explanation got too much to hold inside. "Anyone feel like filling me in here?" he snapped. Kim answered. "Alps are asexual. That is, they are neither male nor female. Assume I passed basic biology and I'm not an idiot," Odell interrupted, but Kim carried on as if he hadn't spoken. "And they reproduce by forming a kind of ritual as part of a larger group, by the conclusion of which they all leave carrying offspring." "So we're here to bust up a demon orgy," Odell confirmed. "Got it." Riker laughed, and even Tara turned her face away so that none of them could see her smile. Kim looked as if he wanted to say more, like he planned on correcting the oversimplification, but he shut his mouth when he understood why Odell made the joke. "So what's the plan? Do we bust in and just kill them?" Odell asked, getting serious again. "If it was 1 or even 2, that would be a yes," Tara said. "But if there are 3 or 4, you can bet there are more." "Why is that a problem?" Odell asked, glancing at Riker for confirmation. "They're like the rodents of your world, right? Easy to exterminate?" "Not quite," Kim said, leaning forward. "We do not have time for this. Leave the American in the van and we will finish this," Ilya grumbled from his spot in the back corner. Odell swelled, ready to throw an insult back at the shorter man when Kim spoke again. "Mr. Odell has very likely cleared more buildings than we have combined. His experience is invaluable, and I don't consider this to be a waste of time." Kim waited to see if Ilya argued back, but when silence reigned over the interior of the van, he went on. "When an Alp feeds, it emits a kind of mental pheromone that keeps its intended victim in a state of deep sleep. When 2 or more of them combine, the pheromone's effect is squared. Hence, if there are more than 4 of them in one place, they are obviously dangerous.
That is usually how they escape detection.
Respirators, Odell said, shrugging as if the problem was solved, but Kim only shook his head.
I said it was a kind of pheromone, as that's the easiest translation. Imagine it more like a...
He waved his hand uncertainly, looking for the right word.
It's like a force field. Everything inside the bubble gets real sleepy real fast,
Riker said, acting as the translator again.
Which is why,
Tara said, rummaging in one of her bags. Nobody spoke while she searched, even after it went on so long that it became borderline embarrassing.
Sorry,
Tara muttered, still rummaging.
I set that up too soon for the reveal.
Aha! She pulled a black vanity bag out, unzipping it to reveal not cosmetics, but a stack of loaded single-shot syringes, like EpiPens.
Dextroamphetamine,
she said.
So let me get this straight,
Odell said.
You want us to get jacked up on speed and assault a demon stronghold mid-orgy and expect anyone to shoot straight?
He looked at them all in turn, but nobody had an answer.
You know that dumb thing that kids do when they put their head on a broom and spin around it 10 times, then try to do something like shoot a hoop? You've all seen those videos, right? You know what they all have in common. Someone gets hurt.
It's not the same, Odell,
Tara said.
And you should only use it if you're feeling the effects of an attack, but...
Bullshit. The last place I want to be is going into an assault with everyone holding guns, tripping like crazy,
Odell said with finality. Ilya was the one to respond.
Fine. The American stays here and we go.
Whatever we do, we either go now or we wait until tomorrow. I don't really want to be out here when it gets dark, Max said.
Hold up,
Odell said.
If it's dangerous to be around them at night, how do you do any recon?
Easy, Max said, unzipping his heavy coat and pulling out a pair of high-powered optics. Odell also saw an MP7 machine pistol hanging on a covert rig under his left arm.
Very well,
Kim said with a glance at his watch, while Tara handed out the syringes. Riker stood, pulling personal radios with earpieces attached out of another ruck and handing them out. Kim took one, but he was neither dressed for an assault nor did he seem ready to leave his laptop. As the radios were attached to vests, Riker clipped a rugged combat camera to their shoulders before piling out and calling over the channel.
Radio check,
he said, and Kim lifted his own handset to respond.
Loud and clear. Check visual.
Riker switched on the camera on his right shoulder.
Video coming through,
Kim said. Riker paused at the van door, looking back up at Odell.
You sure, brother? Could do with you in there.
Odell shook his head, half in refusal and half in disbelief that they were going in so half-assed.
Well, all right,
Riker said, tossing a team radio on top of Odell's ruck.
See you on the other side.
And with that, he slid the door shut, and they were gone. Odell fumed. Part of him was screaming inside about seeing civilians form up for an assault, but he also very much didn't want to get shot by anyone tripping on amphetamine. Kim said nothing, making him feel superfluous anyway, and he watched as the four of them jogged away out of sight into the early evening cold. He moved, standing to lean over Kim's shoulder and watch as 4 windows showed progress over rough terrain toward a derelict building maybe half a mile in the distance.
Don't you even have drone coverage?
Odell asked.
We have a drone, but sadly not even I can multitask that well.
Odell knew he could probably figure it out by himself, but he had little experience in flying them. Deciding that now wasn't the time to learn, he went outside the van and relieved himself against the back tire. With nothing better to do, he considered gearing up, considered following to be closer in case, when, they got themselves into trouble. He tried to sit, but the anxiety of not knowing what was going on took him back to his feet so he could watch the live feeds.
Entrance is via the northern aspect. Partial exterior wall collapse,
Max's voice said over Kim's radio. Odell picked up the set that had been dropped onto his ruck and turned it on, shoving the earbud in deep to make the next transmission clear.
Straight in. Clear the first room,
Riker said, evidently taking the lead. Odell watched the 4 feeds, taking in the jerking, abstract images and attempting to form a mental picture of the whole battle space by extrapolation, and couldn't help himself when he saw arcs of fire and potential threat points being ignored.
Ilya, watch your 3 o'clock.
he said, holding down the PTT button on his handset. "Open doorway to clear."
"Get out of my ear, American,"
the Ukrainian growled back. But Odell watched his field of fire switch back to the hazard he'd pointed out and clear it.
"Okay, best guess is that they'll be underground,"
Max said.
"Spread out and find the entrance. It has to be here somewhere."
Odell breathed heavily but said nothing. He was distinctly uncomfortable about the whole situation, but refused to let go of the far greater discomfort of going into an assault high, or more worryingly, going into an assault with others who were high.
"I've got something,"
Tara said. The others moved to her, but nobody spoke. Odell watched as all 4 images rested on the same trap door from 4 different perspectives, meaning that they were all huddled together in a confined space, looking in the same direction. Just as he reached for the radio, he saw Riker's aspect spin on the screen and rake the derelict interior of the building to cover their rear.
"At least somebody's got their head out of their ass,"
Odell muttered, but if Kim had an opinion on his commentary, he kept it to himself. They watched as hand signals were given and the hatch was lifted. High-power weapon lights clicked on to bathe 3 of the 4 video windows in harsh white light before one of them descended. Odell leaned in closer to Max's viewpoint at the head of the advance, worrying that he was going too fast.
"He's rushing it,"
he muttered, and this time Kim did have an opinion.
"Alps are highly unlikely to represent a danger to 4 armed people. They run away, they don't attack."
But as soon as he'd spoken those words, taking his eyes from the laptop screen to do so, Odell's went wide, because the shooting, suppressed as it was, came over the radio net as clear as day. 8. Job's not done. Max led, MP7 up and sweeping as he descended the stairs underneath the derelict building.
"I see no tracks,"
Ilya commented.
"Neither do I, but can you smell that?"
Tara asked in a voice barely above a whisper. Max could smell it. He'd smelled it before, they all had, but this was so strong, so thick in his throat, that it was not only impossible to ignore, but it was becoming harder to breathe the further he descended. He carried on moving fast, wanting to get down to what he was sure would be a nest of shrieking, terrified Alps and put them down so they could get out of there and back to fresh air as soon as possible, back to the warmth of his hotel room in the small town and out of the cold countryside. He'd killed one himself before, almost feeling sorry for the weak creature who lived a nocturnal life of fear and persecution. But that was the way of things. Dangerous predators had to be put down, even if they were little more than vermin. The only reason he hadn't gone in alone 3 nights ago, when he had first detected one of them returning to the abandoned building in the weak light of the pre-dawn, was because he'd seen not 1, but 2, and when that had been reported, Yawa had strictly forbade him from acting until a team arrived, leaving immediately herself to take over the Korean outpost for the shooters to travel. He argued that point, saying that Ilya driving out from Frankfurt would be more than enough support to get it done, but when his order to wait and watch had been obeyed, he felt grateful that he hadn't gone in alone. He'd seen 4, and 3 of them were obviously different in gait and size, where the 4th couldn't be so obviously discounted. If there were even 3, he would feel fine handling them, but if there was more than 1, then it was logically unlikely to only be that many. Now, stepping onto the stone floor at the bottom of the steps, the ammonia stench was so strong that his eyes streamed. He shook his head, trying to clear the fog caused by the chemical stink of their waste, but that wasn't all he felt. His head was beginning to swim, and it felt suddenly too heavy for his neck to be able to support. The urge to sleep was so intense, so unexpected, that he faltered. He went to one knee, the fabric of his thick walking pants sinking into an inch of mulch and dampening, just as the powerful beam of his flashlight framed the approaching face of an Alp. Its mouth was open, showing small, neat teeth like a large version of a chicken's, and outstretched hands bearing filthy, ragged claws. He raised the weapon higher, pulling it into his shoulder tightly with his last shred of consciousness, and triggered off a burst of rapid fire that disintegrated the face, before the light fell away to illuminate a dozen more emaciated, bony feet coming at him. Odell was running, trying to pull his vest back over his head and tighten every strap while crossing rough terrain at a dead sprint. He forced himself to calm, to slow down, because he knew if he even covered the ground at that speed, he'd be in no state to fight a careful infill if he was breathing like a winded bull. He snatched at the radio every so often, hearing snippets of shouted transmissions and gunfire.
Kim, talk to me! It looks like Max is down. Ilya is just showing a stone wall and I can only see muzzle flashes.
Kim's response was clear and concise, as accurate as it was brief, giving Odell everything he had. Odell had to take what he knew, or what he thought he knew, as the worst-case scenario, and anything else was an unexpected bonus. What he knew was that half the team was down, either dead or not combat effective, and the other half was in contact. He could hear those suppressed shots through the intermittent comm bursts, and he kicked up his speed to cover the last 100 paces no matter what the personal consequences. He knew he was being reckless, was potentially throwing his life away in support of strangers he barely knew, and ones who had taken his life away on top of that. But there was a fight happening, and he was compelled to get involved. Maybe it was the loss of his brother Marines. Maybe it was a sense of undoing the failure of his last mission. But as a professional gunfighter, he only knew that he was as good as his last mission.
Coming in on your 6!
He yelled, transmitting the words he called out in the hope that they would hear him over the tumult of suppressed gunfire in the darkness. He knew it wasn't just the noise of a weapon's report that deafened and blinded a person, and he knew better than most that suppressed by no means meant silent. The percussive shock waves of gunfire in an enclosed space would cause overpressure and burst eardrums if the shooter didn't take precautions. Even worse than firing a rifle from inside a vehicle, stone basements were particularly treacherous for such perils. He reached the trapdoor, calling another warning over the radio that he was coming in at their rear and hoping to God they didn't shoot him for scaring them. But at the threshold, he stopped dead. Shots still rang out from below, the flashes of light from suppressed barrels, as well as the tactical weapon lights roving the darkness beneath his feet, but no matter what he did, he couldn't force himself to do it. He couldn't go back underground. Not after last time.
Invicta 1-2, how copy? What?
Odell transmitted back, his head whipping left to right, trying to figure out where he was.
Odie, get in the damn fight if you're gonna!
This last was Riker, and the sound of his voice, the voice so detached from his Marines and Afghanistan, snapped him back to the moment, and he took that first step leading down. He could almost feel the ghost of Harper on his 6, one hand touching his shoulder to let him know he was there. But his focus was dead ahead and down, as the stairs wound in a spiral at his feet. He found Ilya first, unconscious, and flat on his back with blood running from a deep cut to his scalp. It looked like he'd been killed with a chainsaw, there was so much blood. But Odell knew better than to panic at the sight of the red stuff.
On your 6, coming in!
He crept down and around, squinting his eyes shut and shying his face away as about 1,000,000 lumens seared his retinas.
Shit, sorry,
Tara said, turning her light away from him and back to her left, where it started chattering rounds out in fast double taps. Odell moved in behind her, forcing his way between her and Riker, who fired just as methodically with the same discipline.
Get Max out!
Riker yelled, making Odell look down because that's where just about every casualty was in a gunfight. Max was a mess. He was curled up at Riker's feet, trying to claw his way back through the man's legs with one hand clamped to the right side of his neck in a desperate and obviously failing attempt to keep at least some of the blood inside his body. Odell reached out and grabbed a powerful handful of his coat, hauling him forward on his face like he'd been ejected. Not wasting time trying to assess or handle his wounds in the middle of a fight, he just unceremoniously dragged him back up the stairs with no regard to comfort, only safety. When he dragged him to the steps above Ilya, he stopped and bent down, using the wounded man's own weapon light to show how bad his injuries were.
Odell, come in! Give me a sit rep!
Kim's voice barked in his earpiece.
2 wounded, 1 critical, 1 unknown, still in contact with the enemy,
he said, then ignored any further response because it would help nobody. He took that critical second to use just one hand trying to staunch the bleeding, because Kim, with his evident role as omniscient fixer, could make a call and get medical help rolling. Max needed surgery if he was any authority on injuries, and having seen more than his fair share, he was pretty confident of his assessment. Without surgery, and soon, Max would be dead. He tore a blowout kit from his vest, something that he'd added as an automatic action because he'd always carried one for himself, and tore open the package with his teeth.
"Hold it!"
He snapped at Max, pressing the man's own hand on the dressing and seeing a wide-eyed stare coming back at him. He shook, either in fear or clinical shock, but he nodded his head weakly. Odell grabbed the man's boots and lifted them up, dragging his body half sideways on the stone step so he could rest his chunky boots against the rough stone wall and keep them elevated. Stepping back down to where gunshots still spat into the dark, he slapped Riker on the shoulder to withdraw, hoping that the larger of the two still with their guns in the fight could carry one casualty, but he didn't respond.
"Hey!"
he screamed, bringing his own rifle up into the gap between their heads and triggering off a dozen single shots into a ghostly pale shape breaking cover. But Riker's weapon had gone silent, and his head dropped forward like he was losing consciousness.
"Oh, shit!"
Odell snarled, taking his left hand off the rifle's foregrip and grabbing for the things he'd had the foresight to snatch up on his way out of the van. Biting the cap off two of the EpiPens, he jabbed them into the only flesh he could see, right into the meat of Riker's right shoulder, and holding them in place for the auto-plungers to do their work.
"Yeah!"
Riker yelled, tensing with the power of a coiled spring, and surged back to life. He perked up, triggered off the rest of his magazine in single-fire mode so fast that it sounded automatic, then fumbled the reload because his hands were shaking so hard.
"Withdraw!"
Odell screamed, sending rounds downrange from his own rifle again.
"Withdraw and carry Max! He's hurt bad!"
Riker went, and Odell fired one-handed after another magazine change to jab Tara in her left arm.
"Asshole! I already gave myself a shot!"
she yelled, but Odell figured they could work that out later. If there was a later, that was, because the pale figures seemed to be coming from every shadow now, dozens of them, and he started to feel the effects of their invisible sleep force field himself. He dropped out a third magazine and carried on firing, dropping two with hideous shrieks, but the tide was starting to turn, at least he hoped it was, and not some side effect of wanting to take a very long nap. He pulled the last two pens and bit off the caps, jabbing them with his left hand into his left thigh, when the world took an even more surreal turn. The world seemed to move through butter as his mind accelerated beyond normal parameters. The darkness seemed to show him things in the shadows, like his vision had become sharper, and even as his hands followed the familiar movements of his probably millionth magazine change, they seemed to move so fast, and with such fluidity, that he didn't even know they were his.
"Go!"
he yelled.
"Get that damn Russian out of here!"
Tara went cyclic with her weapon, a SIG 516 with dark olive furniture, he now noticed, marveling at the irrelevant detail he could take in given the circumstances, then fell back, leaving him defending the stone archway all by himself. Odell burned through his second-to-last magazine, switching from target to target, and feeling less happy with his newfound clarity and detail now that he could make out more of his targets. Thin, stooped, with slitted eyes and ears that looked more like horns, they moved and looked like Gollum from Lord of the Rings. There was literally nothing else he could compare them to, but unlike Gollum, these things didn't give him Yoda-style dialogue and a love-to-hate characteristic. They hissed and swiped long claws at him from the shadows, taking him dangerously close to the threshold of panic as their twisted forms started to take on the same features as the ungodly beast he'd seen rip his friend's throat out on grainy video. He backpedaled, taking the stairs one at a time while being overly careful not to trip. He held his rifle, rattling off shots only when one poked its head into his field of fire. It was as though they couldn't understand why this human wasn't succumbing to their attempts to make it sleep so they could kill or otherwise hurt it. When the last magazine ran dry, he let the weapon hang on the single-point sling and drew the FN-45 from his right thigh, minus suppressor, and started turning pale, hissing heads into watermelon targets whenever they presented themselves. He fought his way backward up the stairs, wondering where the additional 100 feet of altitude had come from since he'd moved down them, but soon the fetid air changed to something breathable, and he gained ground level. None of the creatures came after him, no doubt fearing the last slither of daylight or the onslaught of bullets, so he cast around for anything he could use to block the trap door.
"Help me!"
he cried, putting his shoulder to an upright chunk of stone that had once been a support pillar and was now canted at a precarious angle. It fell in a tumble of big, uneven boulders, and he started hauling them onto the wooden door to keep it shut.
"How strong are those things?"
he demanded, his face flushed hot and his breathing impossibly rapid. He whipped his head from Tara to Riker, but neither answered him fast enough. He dragged 2 more massive chunks of masonry over the hole, ripping the skin of his palms and fingers on the rough edges, before deciding that it was secure enough.
Kim, you there? I'm here, Odell. What do you need?"
Odell was kneeling beside the 2 casualties, but Ilya was already starting to come around and looking about, dazed.
"Max is bleeding out. Massive trauma to the neck. He needs a hospital RFN. I have a helicopter airlift coming,"
Kim answered, cool as a cucumber. Odell spared a thought for how much he liked that. It was too easy to freak out when you could only hear shit going down over the radio without wanting to grab your rifle and get in the fight, as he had just done.
But then again, he thought, it's a damn good job I did.
He hauled Max up and over his shoulder in the classic fireman lift, turning back to see Riker doing the same to Ilya, who was trying to argue and beat at his back with the strength of a sleepy kitten. Tara held rearguard, weapon up and eyes spinning like in a horror show, she was so wired. They ran, heading back across country to the van, and when they reached it, Odell rested Max down for the others to take care of. The man was pale, despite his black skin, and Odell didn't much like his chances of survival. He was sheeted in blood, much of it down Odell's back and inside his clothing, but it was either the amphetamine or the rage that the man was likely to lose his life that made him turn around.
"Where the hell are you going?"
Tara asked. Only the words betrayed fear instead of anger, let alone any accusation that he was deserting them.
"Job's not done,"
Odell snarled, rifling Ilya's pockets for something and grabbing the fuel can that powered the generator, pausing long enough to strip his ruck for 4 more rifle magazines before setting off over the countryside under the setting sun, toward the building ruins. Stepping back inside, rifle up and sweeping the interior, he moved to the trap door and listened. His senses were still so alert, so dialed up to 11, that he could hear the hissing and scratching from beneath as the trapped creatures sought a way free. Mercilessly, unthinkingly, Odell started to pour the gasoline through the cracks at the edges of the old wood and set it alight. He listened as the hisses turned to shrieks of fear and confusion. Stepping back from the sealed inferno, acrid smoke venting from the gaps as it swapped with fresh oxygen to fuel the burn, Odell took up station behind a fallen beam and rested the barrel of his rifle over it in case the fire gave the trapped creatures strength enough to break free. He had no idea how long he stayed there. Such was the distorted warping of time, courtesy of the amphetamines. But he heard the distinct sound of a helicopter landing and taking off again, while the underground fire still burned and poured smoke through the gaps in the trap door for it to be blasted away by the bitterly cold wind above. He felt no remorse when the wailing, shrieking sounds rose in intensity and fear, and even less when they died away to nothing. When the fire consumed enough of the old wooden trapdoor to weaken it, allowing the heavy masonry chunks to fall through, he waited for any survivors to escape. None came, and without the proper equipment to go down and check if the smoke and fire had killed everything down there, he waited another 10 minutes with his rifle trained on the gaping, smoke-filled hole.
"You done, brother?"
Riker asked from the gap in the broken wall, but Odell only shook his head.
"I'll be done when every last goddamn monster on this earth is dead,"
he said without emotion, meaning every word. Riker slapped him on the back, still evidently jittery and excitable, and threw a second can of gasoline down the now exposed stairs and tossed down a piece of burning wood, feeling the shock wave of heat and the waft of burning meat and hot feces.
"Now I'm done,"
he said, turning back to Riker and giving him a nod that conveyed far more than his words. It said he was in, all the way, and it said he wasn't messing around now. The 2 men walked out of the burning building and into the freezing German countryside. From the rafters, hanging upside down and tucked way back in the shadows to utilize its natural night vision, far superior to even the most expensive human-made night optics, A pair of blazing orange eyes watched the two men jogging away. When it was sure they had gone, wings unfurled and the creature dropped, morphing as it fell to twist and turn, landing on the beam below with extended claws as the body shifted into a compact, powerful cat, the likes of which no zoologist alive or dead could identify. It hopped down lithely, and on the last long bound to the dirt and stone-strewn floor, the body shifted again, skin twisting and rippling, and with a powerful flap of extending wings, the now feathered creature erupted from the broken wall and turned sharply away. It flapped hard for altitude, then changed again to a leathery, long-winged beast, more akin to an eagle with the wings of a pterodactyl than anything still seen on Earth. It headed west, soaring high over the darkening sky, to carry its news to higher powers. 9. 2 Marines for the price of 1. Odell said little on the way back to the angular building on the windswept hilltop. None of them spoke much, although in their case it was either demonic exhaustion or shame at their failure. Kim drove, the only one of them capable to do so due to the raging drugs coursing through the systems of the 3 rear passengers. Odell still suffered, flushing hot and unable to stop his feet from tapping. His eyes still flew to every corner of the dark interior, forcing him to take in far more minute and inconsequential details than he wanted to. But at least he managed to keep his tumbling thoughts inside his brain and not let them erupt out of his mouth. Worst of all was Ilya's snoring, which angered him inexplicably that the man had the audacity to sleep after what just went down. He knew it wasn't his fault that he slept. Both the deep gash to the top of his head and the angry lump on the back of it had combined with the effects of the cornered Alps to put him out of the game for a while. He wanted to scream at them, to berate them for being amateurs, for underestimating their enemy, for committing the cardinal sins of laziness and hubris and assuming they were just going to casually walk in and execute a few defenseless vermin. They underestimated their enemy, and people got hurt. When they arrived at the house, he decamped first, stalking inside intending to clean himself up, but he belatedly realized he had never been shown to the room allocated to him in favor of a weapons check. Given how the day had turned out, he was grateful he'd had that brief chance because the new rifle and pistol had been employed to the extent that both needed cleaning. He turned on the others following him inside, passing through the oversized frosted glass of the front door, and made angry demands. "I need a cleaning kit for my rifle," he snapped. Riker, appearing from behind a shocked and deflated-looking Kim, nodded and headed down the stairs to the basement. Odell watched him go, angriest at the trained soldier more than the others because he should have known better. He should have taken it more seriously, had planned it better, had spoken up when they assumed it would be easy. But he knew the man knew it. He knew he'd not only let himself and the team down, but he'd shamed their shared pride in their service origins. "Mr. Odell, What?" Odell snapped, cutting Kim off and immediately feeling bad for it. The man was hurting, feeling the full weight of the responsibility, and Odell told himself that it was the amphetamine that was making him speak so harshly. "What?" he asked again, softer this time. "You'll find a room ready for you on the first floor. 3rd door on the left. I'll arrange for some clothing." Odell wheeled away, not letting him finish, because the anger had risen inside him again, making him unable to stand there and listen to the forced manners. He stalked up the stairs, heavy ruck over his shoulder, and found the door described to him. Inside was like a hotel suite, only the kind of place he had never been put up in by the U.S. Navy, and the one he'd never waste the money on even if he had it. That was one benefit to a military career. He was happy with low standards of accommodation wherever he was, because it was always better than bare wooden walls and a hammock to lay his sleeping bag in. He dropped the ruck on a chair, hearing the leather groan in protest at the rough treatment, and started to strip off his gear and clothing after resting the rifle on a clean, white vanity table. The room was almost entirely white, only with a hint of gray that made it feel like an expensive ship. The window was large and opaque, the drapes running the full height of the room, and the bed was 4 times the size of the last one he'd slept in. Bare-chested, he caught his reflection in a large mirror occupying most of the wall beside the bathroom. Blood had dried and crusted on his hot skin that was still flushed an unhealthy shade of pink, and the sight of it made the anger surge again. They had received no update about Max, nor had Kim explained how he had arranged a medical helicopter extraction in such a short time frame. He bent and unlaced his boots, kicking them off before unfastening the belt of his pants and stepping out of the whole lower half in 2 moves. He padded towards the bathroom, finding to his complete lack of surprise that it was equipped with the very best fixtures. He spun the dial on the big waterfall shower and held out a hand, finding the water hot in an instant. Stepping inside, he closed his eyes and mouth, letting the water rinse all over him with the power of a tropical downpour. Head sagging, he opened his eyes, watching as the pink water ran in swirling patterns off his feet and away to the drain. He stood there like that until the water ran clear, only then looking up at the array of lotions until he found one that claimed to be shampoo, before scrubbing all the dried blood out of his hair in 3 washes. He moved to his body, feeling like a soft imposter for using eucalyptus and jojoba whatever on his skin, as if using anything but a simple manly shower gel, or better still a bar of low-quality soap, was a betrayal of who he was. Like he was enjoying the benefits of this strange lifestyle on offer when a man might be dead because they lacked the ability to take it seriously. When he was clean, he shut off the water and ran his hands fast through his hair to shake off the excess water, then rubbed his body down to do the same, so he stepped out onto the mat half dry. He picked up a towel the size of a small tarpaulin and wrapped it around his waist, trying not to appreciate the opulence of the soft cotton, and stepped back out into the room, to find Tara sitting on the chair where he'd dumped his ruck. "Whatever you've got to say," he started, but the look on her face made him stop. She looked devastated, heartbroken almost, and even in his frantic state, he couldn't bring himself to kick anyone when they were down, not any more than he already had. He glanced at the bed, casting his eyes around the room as he moved his head, to find that the dirty clothing he'd discarded like a teenager was gone. Furthermore, a new stack of clothes was folded into a perfect square on his bed, equidistant from the edges of one corner. Unlike the last set, these were more comfortable, like workout gear with a new pair of running shoes sitting neatly on top. "Thanks," he said quietly. She looked up at him, a weak smile ghosting her mouth for a moment before it vanished. Unlike the last time one of them walked in on the other in a state of undress, she was totally unashamed when she looked at him. He was never one of those obsessive people who worked out during every opportunity, but having been so recently deployed, there was little else to do on base than spend time in whatever makeshift gym the guys had put together. The last place had small tires filled with poured concrete which the engineers had set up as 55-pound plates, and Odell had put his time in lifting those with all the main compound weightlifting exercises. Fitness wasn't about aesthetics for him. It was about being able to haul the weight when it mattered most. Like Harper's body. The thought left him feeling sour, and that must have shown on his face because Tara launched into an explanation.
"That's literally never happened before. Alps don't even fight back,
But you've never come across 24 of them in one hole," Odell finished for her. "You know what they say about cornered animals, right?" Tara just nodded weakly, defeated already without him adding to the burden, but he needed her to understand why. "I said it before you went in. There wasn't enough mission prep time, so you went in blind, and now 2 guys are injured, and—" She started to cry, head down in both hands as her shoulders heaved and her muffled sobs fought to break out. For some reason Odell couldn't fathom, the sound of her crying made him even angrier, and he blamed that again on the after effects of the double shot of amphetamine. He took a pace back, grabbing up the neatly folded stack of clothes, and disappeared back into the bathroom. Dressed in dark sweatpants and a thin hoodie, he stepped back out to find that Tara had composed herself.
"Max didn't make it,"
she said, trying to sound firm and professional.
They said he'd lost too much blood before they got him into surgery.
Odell sat heavily on the bed, just staring at her. If they hadn't known shit was getting real, then they had to see it now. It only made his warnings, their lack of trust in him, and his own unwillingness to go into contact with them much, much worse. Odell said nothing, unable to decide what to say from the dozen reactions he was fighting down. But Tara simply stood and left his room without another word. Only when she reached back to close the door did she look at him and speak.
If today didn't show you how much we need you, I don't know what will.
Odell stayed in his room for the next hour, using the chemical energy in his system to strip and scour the HK with the cleaning kit that had been left on the vanity while he showered. Snapping it all back together and dry-firing it, he cleaned down the empty magazines ready for reloading and started on the FN-45, after which, for no real reason because it hadn't been fired, he stripped the compact pistol just for something to do. The small ruck, the only luggage he'd brought with him from Korea, sat in judgment in the corner of the room. Odell glared back at it, knowing the contents carried his own shame, and turned away because he was unable to face it. When his weapons and gear were cleaned, and the plate carrier hung in the shower to drip dry after the blood was washed out of it, his rumbling stomach forced him to go out and encounter other people. He decided not to wear the running shoes because his skin was still flushed hot, which also made him ditch the thin hoodie and put on a short-sleeve shirt. Padding out into the corridor barefoot, he expected the tiled floor to be cool, but it radiated a gentle warmth that had to be from some form of smart heating system. When he reached the downstairs lobby, he looked around, seeing nobody. So he went off to explore, feeling very much like he was snooping. He found a plush, formal sitting room, a games room complete with a pool table and bar, before he walked into a massive, open-plan kitchen diner that looked so white and sterile that he felt like he had walked into a sci-fi movie set. The smell of fresh coffee was what had drawn him inexorably that way, and stepping into the light, open area, he locked onto the source of the beautiful aroma like a caffeine-seeking missile. Walking toward the machine, blessedly a percolating pot which he understood, unlike the rocket ship controls in Korea, he started searching for a cup when a sharp voice from behind made him jump.
It is not ready!
The voice was high and smooth, heavily accented, like a loving grandmother epitomizing the concept of an iron fist in a velvet glove. Odell whirled, caught with the hand in the metaphorical cookie jar, to see a short woman approaching him in a fashion he could only describe as bustling. She was an amply built woman, almost as wide as she was tall, and she radiated that wise old Oma feel. She had to be 70 years old if she was a day, Odell thought. Under one beefy arm was a laundry basket containing what Odell guessed was his blood-soaked gear, and the other was raised to point a chubby, wagging index finger in his direction.
It will make a beep when it is done,
she said, dumping the laundry basket on the tiled floor and shooing him out of her kitchen. When he'd backed up enough, she pointed the same accusatory digit at a stool, and Odell dutifully sat at the bar of the massive kitchen island.
So,
the woman said as she worked the various drawers and cupboards, bringing out cups, plates, and cutlery.
You are the new man?
I guess so, Odell answered, watching in confused awe as she started to pull wrapped plates of various items from the massive refrigerator.
And you are an American,
she added, making Odell feel decidedly unsure if she thought that was a good thing or a bad one. I guess I am, he said carefully, but the non-committal snort he got back gave him even less of an idea how she felt about him. He watched as she unwrapped the various delights, piling a large plate up with slices of cold meats, chunks of sausage, and slices of cheese. She pushed them aside and started opening jars, placing a generous spoonful of each onto the plate, like she was making some weird art project, then set those aside and opened a drawer to produce a large, serrated knife, which she pointed at him.
I have heard what you did for Max. He was a good man. He did not deserve such a death.
Odell didn't know what to say. Plus, he was still a little startled at the knife being waved in his direction, so he said nothing, as the old woman started to slice thick chunks of bread and add them to her display, before spinning the plate theatrically toward him and flourishing with a small butter knife, handle first, for him to take. The two of them were locked immobile like that for a few seconds, both staring at one another, before Odell cautiously took the knife. As soon as he gripped it, the woman wheeled away, wrapping up the array of food and piling them all back where they came from with the brutal efficiency of a woman who knew her kitchen well. She wiped down the counter as he folded meat onto a slice of bread, piling it up with a random assortment of other items. Truth was, he was so hungry he didn't much care what he ate, having not eaten since he threw a microwave meal down his throat on board the plane from Korea. But when the riot of flavors exploded, he closed his eyes and let out a satisfied noise. Opening them again, he caught the tail end of a triumphant look from the woman, before she tossed the cloth into the double-wide sink. Odell chewed and forced down a swallow too soon, trying to speak past the obstruction.
"I'm Odell," he said.
"I know,"
the woman answered, already walking toward the coffee machine with 2 cups as if she was mentally linked to it, because it beeped only a second before she reached it. She poured 2 cups, setting them down on the counter between them both, and returned to the fridge for a cup of cream and unveiled a sugar pot with a flourish. Odell waved both away and took a sip of the coffee, finding it a lot stronger than he was used to. He coughed and tried to strike up conversation again.
"What do they call you?"
he asked.
"I imagine they call me many things behind my back, but not to my face."
She shot back, seeing that Odell was too confused to be any real sport.
"My name is Sabine."
Odell nodded and wiped his right hand on his shorts before leaning over the island to offer it to her.
"People call me Odie,"
he said.
"Have you asked them not to do this?"
she said seriously, her face a mask of concern. He laughed it off, not accustomed to being around such domineering women who genuinely frightened him, and went back to his breakfast.
"So, what do you do here? I mean, other than making good coffee and even better breakfasts?"
he asked, earning a knowing smile from Sabine.
"Butter the bread, Odie, not the chef."
He smiled at that one.
"I keep this house in order after they forced me to retire,"
she said as she leaned back against the counter and cupped her coffee with both hands.
"I cook, I clean, I spend as much time as I like and more that I don't, all on my own."
"What did you do before you retired?"
Odell asked, loading up another chunk of bread with about 40% too much topping.
"You Americans are all the same. You ask such personal questions when you first meet people."
"Sorry, I meant no offense, I just—"
Sabine smiled, pleased that she had a victim so easily messed with.
"I did what you do for many years,"
she said with more than a hint of pride.
"You were a United States Marine? No offense, but I'm pretty sure I'd have heard of you before."
Sabine's smile widened, and she wagged the chubby digit at him again.
"Good for an American. I was a demon hunter."
There it was. Those words, so surreal and out of place in the real world, and they sobered him in an instant to wipe out the good mood his interaction with her had created.
"I know, it is a lot to take in at first. Luckily for me, I was exposed to it at a very young age, so my whole life has been spent as a believer."
Odell wasn't sure what to say, so he fell back on an expected topic.
"So, I'm sorry about Max. I literally only just met the guy, but—"
"It is sad, yes, but it is what happens,"
Sabine said, betraying some of the toughness he expected as a monster hunter or whatever they called themselves. The way she said it made Odell worry.
"How often?"
he asked suspiciously, but Sabine smiled sadly.
"Not as much as it used to, but still too often. Max has been part of the organization for over 10 years. The last 2 of those years spent here, but he kept to himself, and we were not how you would call close. Now, back when I was a young woman, there were many more of us, and anyone who lived long enough to get a bad back was a kind of legend. 3 years fighting back then made you a veteran. But it is better now."
She shrugged, as if to convey any one of a dozen platitudes, and that he could take his pick of them. Might I ask what happened to get you into all of this? Odell asked carefully. Sabine sighed and moved around the island, fighting her frame up and into a stool that disappeared under her.
I was born in Germany, 5 years after the end of the war.
She started, pausing to sip her coffee, and let her eyes drift away to focus on memory.
Back then, things were not good, as I'm sure you can understand. Everybody knows what it was like in the big cities, especially Berlin, with everything going on before they eventually built their wall. But nobody heard much about what it was like for simple people, like my family, returning to the country to start all over again. The Nazis left us with nothing, having taken it all for the glory of whatever they felt like saying. And what they didn't take, they destroyed so you and the British could not use it against them. We lived like vagrants, working ourselves to the bone to make a living without help. Most of our village, half of the people who lived there before the war, worked together, and by the time I was 10 years old, we lived a better standard of life.
She paused to sip coffee again and seemed to sadden.
When I was 12 years old, my father disappeared. He had been hunting a stray dog that was stealing livestock, he and 2 other men from the village using the rifles left over from the war. But they did not come back. More men went out, but they found nothing. On the next full moon, more men disappeared, then more still, until nobody went out at night. People barricaded their homes, but even that was not enough.
Odell said nothing, so captivated by the story that he'd even forgotten to keep eating.
Some said it was a bear attacking people. Some said that the Nazis were back and stealing families to work in their factories again. But my mother knew something the others did not know.
Werewolf, Odell said, earning a sharp look from Sabine.
Do you tell the punchlines of jokes before it is time also?
She asked, frowning at him. Odell held up his hands in surrender and watched as she fell back into her tale.
My mother was Romany, a gypsy, you would say, and her grandmother taught her things that others did not know. Soon there were no men left, so the women picked up their guns and took it upon themselves, just as they had many times during the war. But still it was not enough. Soon only a few of us remained, and my mother sent me and my brothers away with another woman from the village.
She stayed behind? Alone? Odell asked, watching as Sabine stared at nothing and nodded.
I ran away, naturally, and went back to our village to bring my mother with us. I was going to beg her to come, to leave the place behind, because even I believed it was cursed. But I found her beside a huge fire in the middle of the village. She held a knife in her hand, but it was not enough. I watched as it killed her, pinning her to the ground with paws the size of a bear. It bit her head. Crunch! Like that.
Odell said nothing, suddenly aware that his mouth was open. He clamped it shut.
Then a man appeared. I thought he was very brave, but I also was certain that he would die. He was shooting the beast with a shotgun, just pumping and shooting, but instead of it turning and killing him also, it howled and started to roll on the ground.
Silver shot, Odell breathed, utterly entranced by the woman's story. Sabine nodded.
He was young and brave, and I think that I fell in love with him in that moment. He shot and shot until he ran out of ammunition. Then he dropped the shotgun and pulled out a pistol. Then he shot it again and again. All the time it was howling and dying, and still he kept shooting until he ran out of bullets. Then he did the strangest thing I have ever seen until then. He drew a sword and cut off the beast's head. I watched as it transformed, becoming a naked man before my very eyes. What was worse was that the man had a face that I recognized.
Who was it? Odell asked, still under her spell and fearing that he knew the answer.
It was the man who went out with my father on that very first night. When he stopped moving, I watched as the man who killed him threw the body onto the fire, and after that he did the same with the body of my mother. Then he held out his hand to me, and I took it.
Sabine swelled, breathing in sharply as if coming back to life, back to the present, and slurped her coffee loudly. Odell stared at her, so many questions bouncing around his brain, but he settled on one to ask. Who was he?
Oh, he was so beautiful,
Sabine said wistfully, smiling at the memory.
I had never seen a man like him before, with his hairless chin and soft eyes. I mean to say that he is the very image of his father.
Wait, Kim? The guy here? Hey, you're not his...
Goodness, no. Such crazy imaginations you Americans have. No. He took me in and raised me as family. I have been with them every day of my life since then.
Odell sat back, chewing a mouthful of bread and cured meat as he thought. Does everyone start off like that? Like, recruited after a monster experience? He asked.
Many do, yes. It is a hard thing to believe that we are not the most dangerous animals on the planet, and recruiting those who already believe it makes for an easier existence, I think. Others are born into it, just as Kim was. But others like you and Tara and me, we are less easy to convince unless we have seen it for ourselves.
Odell chewed and swallowed again before he asked another question. What happened to Tara? Sabine smiled ruefully.
This is not my story to tell you, I'm afraid. We all know the circumstances of your incident, but you have not volunteered to tell it to me, which is why I do not ask. Tara will tell you when she is ready, or she will not.
Any further questioning of the woman was cut off as Kim strode into the kitchen and made straight for the coffee pot. You've been looking after Mr. Odell, I see, he said to Sabine.
Oh, yes, Odie and me are already the best of friends.
Sabine beamed. Yeah, Odell added, leaning back and slapping both hands on his blessedly full stomach. Mama Sabine here keeps feeding me like this, and you'll have 2 Marines for the price of 1. Kim fought a smile from crossing his face, as if he dared not hope, but he asked the question anyway. Does this mean that you're going to stay? Odell hadn't even realized he was making his mind up until that moment. A glance at Sabine, at the grandmother figure he hadn't been blessed with growing up, nor the motherly affection coupled with the discipline at the end of a wooden spoon, and in that moment he knew she had decided it for him. I'll give it a spin. See how it runs. 10. You even washed your hands, boy? As much as he enjoyed Sabine's company, Odell was happy to be leaving the high-tech house on the hill. Something about the juxtaposition of warm inside and miserable, cold weather just the other side of the expanses of glass made him feel like a fish in a bowl. He wanted a wall at his back or some comfort of concealment, and the house made him feel on edge. Riker still hadn't spoken to him since they had left that derelict building, but Ilya had the courtesy to seek him out and thank him for saving their asses. Their jockeying for position was silently declared over by that one single exchange, and as far as Ilya was concerned, he'd die for the man if he needed help. Odell was confused at first, then embarrassed by the effusive kindness. Then he considered that maybe the emotional outpouring had something to do with his partner not making it home. He wanted to tell the Ukrainian that he got it, on every level, but the words refused to come out. Odell was affected by Max's death. How couldn't he be? But he wasn't suffering the pain of shared memories or experiences with the man they had lost. They set off in a car this time, a stretched Audi A8 that hid a raucous engine beneath the limo exterior, and Kim drove it sensibly and smoothly to the commercial side of the airport. He parked it up and locked it, pocketing the keys and leading Odell, Riker, and Tara towards the buildings where he had a brief conversation with what looked like the Hivik, the head yellow vest in charge. Odell suffered that moment of panic again, like he was behind enemy lines on some covert mission, and the lack of passport, coupled with the ruck filled with weapons and ammo, felt suddenly a lot heavier, like 25 to life heavier if he got busted. He didn't know how lax or corrupt the Korean officials might be, but he was damn sure the Germans were ruthlessly efficient in their roles. He didn't need to worry, because Kim waved them through a terminal in front of another massive Boeing cargo plane that either looked identical or was the same one they had traveled there on. Inside, he found out that it was a different plane with a slightly tweaked interior layout, but the principles were fundamentally the same, so he stowed his ruck overhead and grabbed a cola from the fridge before settling down in a seat. The atmosphere was frosty, all except Kim being cagily silent, but their apparent boss was full of vigor for the next phase.
"We have about an hour before takeoff," Kim said. "But the good news is that it's a direct flight to Toronto."
Yeah, another 9 hours on a plane is the good news,
Tara complained, but Kim ignored her comment.
"What then?"
Odell asked, speaking loudly and with confidence, like he wasn't the one who needed to be ashamed of anything.
"Then we introduce you to the archivists and decide what is next," Kim said.
Odell sat back and looked out of the window as he sipped his cola. His thoughts ran riot, expecting some grand library stacked from floor to ceiling with books older than his great-great-grandfather. Maybe some trinkets from old Europe that crossed the Atlantic with the first settlers. When they finally took off and reached cruising altitude, he inclined the chair and pulled the hood up over his head, drifting off to sleep easily now that the exhaustion caused by the amphetamine had fully kicked in. He dreamed of that same library, of people gliding back and forth in robes, their heads bent to ancient texts. He imagined himself walking through it, for some reason the archivists bowing to him like he was some warrior knight that they revered like a living deity. The dream took another twist as he was shown through a doorway into a set he was sure was from a Bond movie, where the geek squad and pointy heads all wore glasses and white coats as they showed him all manner of weird and wonderful prototype weapons made just for him. To complete that part of the unchosen fantasy, he looked down to see himself in a tailored gray suit, feeling sharp and smug, just like Bond, but when the pointy heads gestured him on to the next room, he felt cold. That cold seeped into his bones, and he watched as the lab coats melted away and the doorway became an arch, hemmed in rough, old stone, and it led down dark steps to something unknown below. He went down, weapon up after it miraculously appeared in his hands, but the tactical light was weak and kept cutting out. He tried to shoot at the gray-white figures flitting through the shadows, at the nest of Alps before they rushed him to slash with their claws or try and put him to sleep, but the weapon jammed immediately. He drew his imaginary .45 in one fluid movement, dropping the rifle as he did, but that immediately felt wrong. The weight in his hand was all at the front, and in his fear to draw the weapon fast, he'd hit the magazine release catch. He fumbled for a reload with one hand, while covering the darkness with the single round he had in the chamber, but he was forced to look down and see that he was no longer wearing his gear. And when he looked back up, the darkness ahead was empty, and the gun in his hand was gone. A voice called to him in the darkness, sounding like a whisper backed by impossible, painful bass, and he couldn't understand the words, but he knew he had heard it before. He had heard it while barely conscious in that Afghan compound. He had heard it again on Kim's laptop in the Korean safe house. He heard it again now, from his own memory. The voice made him shiver, threatened to bring tears of terror to his eyes, to empty his bladder, and it repeated itself louder and louder until the darkness formed a shape and the long arms tipped with black claws reached for his face. As the outstretched tip of one long talon brushed his cheekbone, he woke with a yell. Kim's face, framed in the dark by the light of his laptop screen, looked like a mask of fearful concern. From across the aisle, both Riker and Tara watched him, both looking just as worried.
"Sorry,"
Odell said with a forced smile.
"Dreamt I was naked on Oprah."
He tried to stand, sitting back down as his hands fumbled for the belt release, and stood, heading for the kitchen. He bent to the fridge, searching for anything that could calm his nerves, and was forced to drink a microscopic bottle of Jack right from the little plastic neck when a voice behind him made him turn. He considered hiding the bottle, but decided he wasn't ashamed of it, so he took another pull on it, only more calmly this time, like it wasn't life-saving medicine. "What's up?" he asked Tara, but she simply fixed him with a knowing look. Reaching past him to the fridge, she pulled out a bottle of tequila and turned to stand beside him. She cracked her own bottle open and held out the little plastic neck of it to Odell, who raised his own bottle and clinked the small pieces of plastic together to give a distinctly unsatisfying noise.
"Bad dream?"
she asked casually. "Yeah, you could say that. Studio audience was full and they were all pointing and laughing." Tara didn't seem impressed with his comedy avoidance tactics, so she said nothing. They remained there in companionable silence for a while until he caved and told her. "I guess I got a lot on my mind at the moment. Been a rough few days, you know."
"Technically, it's been a rough month," Tara corrected him. "You did sleep most of that away, so—"
"I guess. Still."
"Yeah."
Tara took another drink, tipping the little bottle all the way to the ceiling to drain it before pushing off the counter she leaned against and reaching out her left hand to pat him on the arm.
"Just don't be so hard on Matt. He knows he screwed up, and he really wanted to impress you. He's been feeling a little lost since, well, he was the only military guy we've had on the team for a while. I think he's been feeling a little lonely in the brotherhood sense."
Odell watched her move off, but blurted out a question that made her stop. "What happened to you?" She froze but didn't turn back, nor did she answer. "Sabine told me her story," he explained. "She said everyone has one. Otherwise they wouldn't be part of this world, right? You know mine. So come on, tell me what happened." She looked half back at him over one shoulder and spoke with such pain in her voice that he felt instantly bad for pushing the issue.
"Something I'll live with for the rest of my life, and that I'll never be able to atone for. That's why I stay. That's why I'll have to do this until I die."
With that, she left, not looking back. Odell took another bottle of Jack from the fridge and cracked it open. "Why Canada?" Odell asked the interior of the SUV. By now, the familiar routine of skipping customs, jumping into a waiting vehicle, and breezing out of an airport was normal to him, even with a ruck full of weapons. "The authorities here are less inclined to insert themselves into our business," Kim answered from beside him. Tara was behind the wheel with Riker beside him, leaving Odell in the blacked-out back with Kim, who was already back on his laptop. The Chevy Tahoe rolled smoothly through the dark streets, taking him on to the next confusing chapter of his roller coaster life. He had so many experiences to process, so many complex and emotionally traumatic things had happened to him recently that he knew he hadn't even begun to deal with the loss of his Marines. That was before he had to accept that there were monsters in the world. "The Toronto house is our main base of operations," Kim said, startling him out of his thoughts. "It's where we hold the archives, and also where we have our members rest when they need it." Odell didn't know if Kim was saying that he needed to be benched, to sit on a couch and talk about his feelings, or if it was just idle talk. Then again, Kim wasn't a man for idle talk so far as he'd seen. "You got an intelligence gathering team there?" he asked. "Yes, we have people who actively check for reports that would cause us concern. In my early days, before the internet, you understand, we had people watching almost every news channel there was. It's much easier these days, with Google alerts and keyword searches making it hard to miss the nuances of normal human understanding." "So like werewolf and vampire?" Odell asked, earning a smile from Kim that was borderline condescending. "It goes a little deeper than that, and the algorithms our experts have developed are among the most sophisticated in the world. How would your average American, for example, learn of a small town in rural Germany suffering an outbreak of catastrophic mental health episodes? The active shooter incident might be reported on national and even some international outlets, but by the time that kind of news crossed the Atlantic, it would be too late to mobilize and deal with the nest." Odell said nothing, even though he wanted to say that while they had the intel, they'd still royally screwed up the handling of it.
No, I'm sad to say that our biggest source of credible intelligence comes from various social media platforms,
Kim said wistfully, as though he wished for the days before such things existed.
So you scroll Facebook looking for posts about goblins?
Odell asked, unable to resist the joke he thought of.
Or trolls? Again, it's a little more sophisticated. The kind of groups where Joe Crazy goes to talk about monsters are administrated by us, all through blind accounts, obviously, just as the 36 Reddit pages dedicated to sightings and theories are under our control. And do not joke about trolls. They are not to be underestimated.
Wow.
So, you just got a bunch of overweight basement dwellers with body odor and bad facial hair running their keyboards 24/7? And wait, trolls are real?
Kim smiled again, either at his choice of words or their accuracy. Odell didn't yet know.
Yes, unfortunately they are. And as for the basement dwellers, I'll let you decide that for yourself. We should be there soon.
They were. Traveling west, then south to the shore of Lake Ontario, Odell had to give in to himself and felt impressed. A long private road led off the residential area until they came to a high, solid fence ringing the property. Electric gates opened for them, the blinking red eyes of security cameras obvious atop tall poles inside the perimeter watched them pass through, and Odell felt the big tires jolt over something in the road that he guessed might be automated anti-ram barriers, like on government buildings and some of the embassies he'd served at. The house was on the water, and house, he realized, was an inaccurate term, because houses weren't as big as this one in his not insubstantial experience.
"This where Professor Xavier lives?"
Odell asked, hearing a quiet snort of laughter from the front seat.
"Seriously, if you guys don't have a jet that rises up out of the tennis court, then I'm out. Sorry. We're not so extravagant as that,"
Kim answered seriously. Either he didn't get the reference, or else he had little sense of humor to spare. But the joke got Odell thinking.
"Hey, no bullshit now. And don't laugh at me, but—"
Kim eyed him seriously, one eyebrow slightly arched in anticipation, but Odell shook his head.
"Never mind. Forget it,"
he said, just as Tara pulled the SUV around one side of the mansion, because there was no other word for a house that big, and stopped to throw it in park.
"No, please, ask your question,"
Kim said.
"If monsters are real, then what about other stuff, like abilities?" "Odell, if there are superheroes in the world, I have yet to meet one, but rest assured that if I did, I would recruit them."
They got out, retrieving their gear from the trunk, and walked inside, but Riker hung back and reached out to Odell.
"Odie, can I get a minute?"
he asked. It was the first words he'd spoken to him since they returned from torching the basement in Germany, and the awkwardness on display from the soldier was palpable. Odell nodded, standing rooted to the spot to his full height over Riker until the others went inside.
"Listen, I wanna—"
"What?" Odell asked, trying to keep the harshness out of his tone and failing. He tried again.
"Listen, I get it. You wanted to put on a good show, but you failed to deal with the basics. You've been trained, for real. And as far as I can see, these guys haven't, so it should have been on you to be the voice of reason." "I know, it was supposed to be a simple job, putting down a couple of vermin, but I never expected there to be so many." "It's on me," Riker said. "It isn't just on you. It's on me for not stopping your dumbasses. It's on Kim for letting you run it on the fly. It's on everyone, Max included."
Riker's face hardened at the implication of blaming a dead man for his final mistake, but it softened into something like defeat straight after.
"The thing is, we haven't had much of a military wing, if you catch my drift. We lost a few guys to a werewolf pack a few years or so back, and since then, there's been a lot of talk about us being more like watchers than exterminators." "And do what? Subcontract the assaults? Send more guys in with no idea what they're going after?"
Odell asked. Then his brow lowered and his tone darkened.
"Is that what they did to my Marines? They pull some shady CIA shit and try to use us for it?"
Riker was shaking his head as Odell spoke.
"Nah, man, it ain't like that. The agency got wind of that thing from a source and tried to move on it without corroboration.
It went over our heads, or over the head of the guy we have at Langley," Riker said insistently. Was all that Odell said in response, before turning and heading back to the house. "We good?" Riker called after him, as if an apology and some half-assed falling on his sword would erase what went down. "I got no problem with you specifically, Riker," Odell shot back as he ducked inside the grand wooden double doors and stepped into what looked to him like a period drama. He walked inside, being the only one of them to stare up at the gymnasium-height ceiling covered in swirling patterns that had to have been carved. Wood paneling covered the walls up to head height, and it had been there long enough to darken naturally. The place smelled like a cross between a swimming pool and a museum, which made Odell think that maybe the guys who cleaned the place went a little overboard on the bleach. Kim was waiting for him in the lobby, turning away from two people evidently taking orders from them as they stood close and listened with bowed heads. One disappeared before Odell reached them, but the other looked up and smiled broadly at him. He had to be maybe 16, on the verge of manhood, but in that awkward, innocent way. "Mr. Odell, I'm Joey," he said, thrusting out a hand for him to shake like he'd been practicing it for hours in the mirror. Odell took it, noting that the attempt to grip him hard and assert himself was a little too eager, and gave the slightest squeeze back to pinch the kid's smallest knuckle on his hand. He winced but smiled wider like he'd passed phase 1 of some series of tests. Odell decided on the spot that he liked him. "Odie, none of this Mr. shit, okay, kid?" Joey beamed wider and shot a cautious glance at Kim, who kept his own expression neutral by sheer will. "Joseph will take your things to your room," Kim said. When he saw Odell's concerned look, he reassured him. "He is no stranger to firearms, Odell. He won't play with them or hurt himself." Joey nodded seriously and lifted his shirt to reveal a compact 9mm in a pancake holster. "Plus, I got my own," he said seriously. Odell smiled, gave a nod that he hoped looked appreciative, and handed over his ruck. Joey took it and scampered away, doing that thing that overeager people and kids did, running up the stairs instead of walking. "Damn Energizer Bunny," Odell muttered as the kid bound out of sight. "He is an excitable young man, but, given his past, it's amazing that he is so stable," Kim said. Odell wanted to ask, but he didn't think he wanted to know the answer. Trauma and tragedy were what most of them had in common, he guessed, and couple that with a near-death experience at the hands or claws of something that shouldn't exist, ran a high risk of some minor mental derailment. He got the nickel tour, with about every third room being announced to him as if the others were neither relevant nor open to him. "The archives are on the second floor, accommodation on the first, and the armory is underground, with the range and garage," Kim said. "Should have bought a ranch in Texas," Odell said with evident mirth. "Wouldn't have to keep the hardware shut away then." "I doubt even the great state of Texas would allow you to open carry some of the hardware we hold, Odell." He liked the sound of that, whatever it meant. "Where's the most important place in the house?" Odell asked, seeing confusion on Kim's face, so he explained. "When you land a new billet, you need to know 4 things. He held up a hand and counted them off by dropping off fingers with each point. "Where do I sleep? Where's the ammo? Where can I take a dump? And where's the chow hall?" Kim smiled despite the mild vulgarity, stepping back to one side and gesturing Odell to proceed ahead of him. They walked along more wood-paneled corridors, some of them bearing painted landscapes, but others had portraits right back to the Civil War era. Odell knew there would likely be a story behind those, and doubted that Kim wouldn't recite the knowledge from memory if he asked, but he lacked the space in his brain to take it in. He headed for the light at the literal end of the dark tunnel, emerging into a massive kitchen that was probably a servants-only area when the house was built. Unlike the Germany house, this place was heaving with bodies, all of them busy and moving with calm purpose. "You'll no doubt find somebody here at all hours. Anything you need, just ask someone," Kim said. But Odell was sidling toward a cooking pot that was releasing some seriously good homemade scents. He lifted the lid to get a good sniff of it, dropping the metal almost immediately when his right hand was struck with a hefty wooden spoon. "Ow!" he said with annoyance, shooting a pained look back up the long handle of the weapon and into the decidedly unimpressed face of a black woman who looked ready to bonk him with it again. He restored the lid and took half a pace backward. "Sorry, ma'am. It just smells so damned good." "Well, you take your sorry ass back to the other side of my counter, young man, and don't let me catch you touching a damn thing in my kitchen again. You even wash your hands, boy? Coming in my kitchen and putting dirty paws all up in my shit." The voice screamed upstate New York to Odell and carried with it the combined weight of 100 grandmas that couldn't be resisted no matter how stone cold he was. She looked ready to take on an Ellis Island drill instructor and reduce him to tears inside 5 minutes. Odell backed away further and muttered another apology until he was back on his side of the kitchen's DMZ, looking down at his feet to be sure he was in bounds before smiling at her. She looked him up and down, conveying the very clear fact that she was not impressed by what she saw, and put her hands on her hips before switching modes and smiling at Kim. "Afternoon, Mr. Kim. How y'all doing? Given the circumstances," she said respectfully.
I'm well, Mrs. Bodinsky, thank you. And yes, it is a sad time.
Kim seemed to remember Odell's presence then and turned to gesture at him.
May I introduce Mr. Odell, our newest guest?
"Pleasure," Odell said with a winning smile, merely earning another scathing visual assessment from the matriarch.
"Y'all best tell him the rules, Mr. Kim. This ain't no free-for-all, you know that,"
she said, addressing Kim as if Odell wasn't even there.
"I will endeavor to educate him, Mrs. Bodinsky. You have my word."
He gave a bow of his head and ushered Odell from the kitchen. He wasn't certain if he imagined it or if the living legend behind him actually mm-hummed at his retreating back. 11. You know where they keep the liquor here in Hogwarts? Walking back through the house towards the grand lobby, Odell raised a subject that was on his mind.
"Listen, not to be that guy or anything, but—"
He looked down at his clothing, the only set he possessed, and held his hands out.
"What happens with, money? There a store I can go to around here or anything?"
After so many years in the service, having joined right out of high school and straight into the long war on terror, Odell had never put down any kind of permanent roots. He rented a storage locker at Pendleton for a few sentimental things he clung on to for no particular reason, but his life had been lived out of a rucksack and footlocker for so long that the concept of not having anything to wear was as alien to him as it was worrying.
"Don't worry about that. There should be clothing in your room in your size, and a trip to the local mall tomorrow or the day after should be no problem. Speaking of—"
Kim led the way into an office behind a door he hadn't been shown on the previous tour, and a woman with curly hair and thin-framed glasses looked up. She saw Odell and glared. Then her eyes fell on Kim, and her expression changed to one of unfiltered affection.
"Mr. Kim, you're back."
Odell hung back as the pleasantries were exchanged, and the reason for the visit became apparent.
"If you could do your thing for Mr. Odell,"
Kim asked, gesturing at Odell, who had no clue what he was there for. The woman stood, pulled a white background down from a rail over one wall, and stood behind a camera mounted on a tripod, then waved him towards the hanging sheet before the lens. He stood, letting her take 6 pictures of his face, then looked confused at Kim when the woman went back to her 3 monitors and probably the messiest, most cluttered workspace he'd ever encountered. Like a lot of Marines, he had an issue with things not being in the right place, but even as laid back as he was, it gave him a premonition of what crippling OCD must feel like. He tore his eyes away from it and looked at Kim.
"Your new ID should be ready for the morning,"
he said, before thanking the woman and leading him back out into the corridor.
"Dinner should be in about an hour, so if you'd like to wash up and rest for a while—"
"Archives," Odell interrupted. "You said the archives are here?"
"Yes. What of it?"
"Not sure if you noticed this about me, but I'm pretty new to the whole monster thing."
"Of course,"
Kim said, a smile of what looked like suppressed excitement crossing his mouth.
"This way, please."
He led the way to the 2nd floor, taking the stairs like a man half his age would, and accessed another set of ornate, big wooden doors that required a biometric security clearance to access. Odell didn't know for sure what he expected to find behind those doors, but he was not expecting what he saw. He still harbored visions of some old library with leather-bound books and ancient tomes of knowledge inscribed in Latin by a monk a few hundred years ago in some Italian chapel. But what he saw was stacks of ultra-modern, spaceship-looking servers with neatly arranged wires running down into the floors beneath them. Everywhere was filled with terminals and workstations, and the only similarity between his imagination and reality was the sense of hush. He counted over a dozen people working, either sitting at terminals behind 49-inch curved quad high-definition monitors stacked too high, or else moving between stations holding large tablets that he saw docked at little custom mounts beside each desk. It was like gamer heaven, only instead of colorful flashing keyboards, he saw studious people hard at work. And the kicker was that they all looked like college kids. "You running a creche or an archive in here?" Odell blurted out before he could stop himself. Kim laughed gently, answering enigmatically. "Genius tends to strike at a young age, Odell. And speaking of genius..." He waved over a girl of maybe 22. She had crazy hair, the kind that couldn't be tamed no matter what a person did, and she put her head down and walked with fast, short steps towards Kim.
"Hello, Kim,"
she said, stepping from foot to foot as she looked down at her right hand, like she was trying to figure out if it was hers or not. Odell watched in fascination as she tapped thumb and middle finger together in a rhythm along with her words. "Holy shit, was that Morse code?" he said, pointing at her hand and feeling instantly like an asshole because the girl shot back a few paces and resumed her pacing between feet. "Sorry," he said, retreating a pace himself and looking at Kim, hoping he would rescue him from the hole he could feel swallowing him up.
"It's okay,"
she said, still looking down but inclining her head so Odell was in her peripheral vision.
"You're Troy Odell, 36, unmarried, formerly a master sergeant in the United States Marine Corps, and I'm Evelyn."
She lifted her head up to face him and gave him a smile so obviously forced it felt a bit weird. Then she put her head back down and continued tapping her thumb and finger together to repeat what she'd just said in code. He got it then, and he'd seen enough of the world to know that the lines of what society called normal and what they called genius were blurry as all hell. "Pleasure to meet you, Evelyn. Do you run this place?" he asked, but Evelyn was shaking her head.
"No, Marcus does. He just gets me to do all the things that nobody else can do,"
she said, with no hint of pride or humor in her words. To Odell, it sounded like the most transparent truth he'd ever been told. "And what is it that you do exactly?" Odell asked as he looked around the Toronto Lakeside Mansion version of Mission Control.
"Do you know Ed Sheeran?"
she asked, throwing him off completely. He nodded.
"He says that he can play the guitar like he's just ringing a bell. I can do that with a computer."
The way she spoke was the same, pure truth and no sense of avarice or pride. Odell believed her entirely. "Evelyn is being modest. If anything exists on the internet or on any machine connected to the internet for that matter, she can find it, and more besides." "More?" Odell asked. "All in good time," Kim said, thanking Evelyn and steering him away to a station where he rested a hand on the shoulder of a man wearing a headset and watching 4 different YouTube videos. "What can I do for you, Mr. Kim?" "Stephen, can you get me a basic information package, please?" Kim asked. Stephen barely took his eyes off the screens as his right hand moved a mouse and rattled through a series of folders before dragging one off to a download icon. A docked tablet flashed green, and Stephen, eyes still on the grainy videos, snapped his fingers and ended the gesture in a point to the tablet. "All there. Let me know if you want your boy to get to level 2, he said. "Level 2? Smartass," Odell muttered as Kim pressed the tablet on him and steered him away again. "All the major social media outlets on all continents, as well as websites and chat rooms, all being monitored. The algorithm I told you about was Evelyn's creation, as were the most popular chat sites and servers created to discuss the things we're interested in. All she asked for was a list of everyone's keyword searches, and she developed something that flags any post, any comment, any article or police report that mentions them in any combination. There are some false positives, and mostly they turn out to be fictional, which the algorithm can't detect. But it was what picked up the Germany issue when only the 4th victim suffered an episode." Mentioning the Germany mission took all the metaphorical wind from his sails, and Kim could tell from the look on his face. Kim cleared his throat and rolled his shoulders back, like a manual reset, and led Odell back out of the archives carrying his tablet. He led him down one flight of stairs in silence, meeting Joey bounding up them from below 2 at a time. The kid almost fell when he lifted his head and saw who was walking down.
"Joseph, would you show Odell where his rooms are?"
Kim asked, obviously eager to be away from the reminder of his failure that walked just behind him.
"Sure thing, Mr. Kim,"
the kid said with a wide smile before turning to face Odell.
"It's this way, Odie."
Odell followed, seeing the kid hang a left and go through a door before he'd even stepped foot off the stairs on the level below. Odell sighed and waited, counting to 10 before Joey burst back out of the door with his mouth open. The expression changed from fear to elation when he laid eyes on Odell standing waiting for him.
"It's this way,"
Joey said, turning to disappear through the door again.
"Kid, take a breath. Slow down,"
Odell told him. Joey stopped, closed his eyes, and literally took a deep breath, letting it out slowly through pursed lips. When he opened his eyes again, he was calmer and more focused.
"Sorry, sometimes I get all—"
He waved both hands around his head, and somehow Odell knew exactly what he meant. He'd met plenty of Marines with undiagnosed ADD in the service, and for some reason, the physical exercise and strict discipline made them feel more secure and welcomed.
"It's okay. I'm just a lot older than you and not as fast,"
Odell said. Joey looked him up and down as if trying to figure out how much older he was. Odell considered for a moment what he looked like to other people, guessing that the few hints of white in his beard and dark hair didn't exactly work like carbon dating.
"I've got the best part of 20 years on you, and those years have been hard."
"I bet they were,"
Joey said with something bordering on hero worship in his voice.
"You were a U.S. Marine, right?"
Odell bit back, saying that he was still a Marine, because it was a brotherhood you never left even in death. But the kid wouldn't get it. Plus, he'd probably make Joey feel like he'd said something wrong and shatter his eager little heart.
"MARSOC and the 2-5 before that,"
he said, seeing the momentary glazing over of the kid's eyes.
"Whatever, he can Google it,"
he thought, as he walked behind a now much slower-moving Joey.
"I want to join the military, but Mr. Kim says he has to think about it,"
Joey explained.
"The decision's yours, kid. How long until you turn 18?
4 months and 3 weeks,
he said eagerly. So eagerly, in fact, that Odell thought he probably still counted 1/2 and 1/4 years of his age.
"And what do your parents think about it?"
Odell asked as Joey opened a door and turned to face him. He knew in that second that he'd just said the wrong thing and felt instantly bad for it.
"Everybody here went through some kind of trauma,"
he remembered, wishing he hadn't just made the kid relive his own.
"Sorry, I didn't—"
"It's all good, Odie. It was a long time ago,"
Joey said, wearing his best brave face. Odell walked inside the room, finding yet another hotel-style suite that he either couldn't afford or would refuse to pay for. The style was much older than the Germany house, but no less luxurious. He saw his ruck placed neatly on a chair in one corner of the room and turned to nod at Joey, but the boy's eyes were rimmed with tiny pink lines, and his gaze was distant. He sat on the end of the bed and looked up.
"Hey, you want to tell me about it?"
Odell asked, hoping he'd refuse the offer but feeling obliged to make it, seeing as he was the one to bring it up. Joey shook his head and smiled bravely.
"Some other time, maybe. Like I said, it was a long time ago now."
"So, Kim just takes in—"
He was desperately searching his brain for any alternative to the word orphan in case he made it all worse than he already had.
"Kids like me? Yeah. Some here, some in the other houses. Technically, legally, Mrs. Bodinsky is my foster guardian. She is for most of us."
Odell nodded, starting to see how the system worked. Unlike him, they couldn't pay off an orphaned kid with a new identity and money in the bank, so they did the next best thing and took them into their own care instead of letting the system ruin what was left of them.
"She said dinner will be in 10 minutes, and I quote—"
His brow went heavy, and he puffed his face in an attempt to pull off the cook with the lethal wooden spoon skills.
"You tell that man if he hadn't done washed his damn hands, then he can eat outside with the dogs."
He grinned, expecting praise for the impersonation. Odell had to admit it was pretty accurate and gave him the rewarding laugh.
"Okay, kid. I can find my way back down there," he said, waving him away.
"You sure? I don't know.
Hang around until you're ready? Make sure you get downstairs all right?"
Odell was flattered and annoyed in very unequal measures, so he waved the kid away again. "Man needs to wash his damn hands, Joey. I can find my way to the chow. Trust me on that." When Joey left, Odell looked around the rest of the room, finding a walk-in closet with a scattering of clothing in his size, just as Kim promised. Channeling his years of service and deployment experience, Odell managed to sit on the throne, clean his teeth, and shower before dressing in clean clothes long before the 10 minutes was up. Then he headed out and along the corridor to find the stew he'd already suffered an injury taking an interest in. With the number of people he'd seen in the big house, he expected some kind of literal chow hall, the kind of which he was used to eating in. Walking into one dining room, he saw a guy he pegged as a computer geek shake his head and point with exaggerated movements, mouthing the words, "Next door." Odell backed out, following the vague directions until he located a smaller room, but no less ornate. Kim, Riker, and Tara were there, along with a tall guy with gray hair and a darker gray beard patched with white he hadn't seen before. A big pot sat in the middle of the table, and Kim half stood when he walked in.
"Odell, this is Richard Delaney,"
he said, gesturing at the literal gray man. Odell made for the empty seat beside the man and shook his hand. It was firm, and the look on his face no nonsense.
"Marines?"
Delaney asked, in an accent that was Boston but somehow softer. Odell nodded and sat.
"You?"
he asked. Delaney shook his head.
U.S. Navy, then Mass State Police as a detective,"
he said, his clarity and brevity of words telling Odell that the man didn't waste time on anything.
"And now?"
Odell asked, hitting him straight back with the no-nonsense approach.
"Now I do what I need to,"
Delaney answered enigmatically.
"We don't talk shop when we break bread, Odie,"
Riker said through a mouthful of stew. Odell looked around the table and saw the others nodding as they ate, so he dropped it. The meal was eaten mainly in silence because, for Odell at least, there was precious little else on his mind. He declined the offer of drinks after dinner, being told to leave his plate where it was because it was someone else's job, and feigned tiredness to make his excuse for bed. Joey, not unexpectedly, was loitering on the stairs halfway to the first floor.
"You know where they keep the liquor here in Hogwarts?"
Odell asked, seeing the kid's eyes crinkle with the size of his smile.
"Sure. What's your poison?"
he asked, clearly repeating a line he'd heard from somewhere else and had probably been dying to try it out.
"Anything you can get so long as it's bourbon. I don't even care if it's the cheap shit."
Joey threw him a salute as he disappeared, apparently unable to take any kind of stairs one at a time like a normal person. Odell headed back to his room, and he'd barely been inside for a minute before the kid was back with a full bottle of 40 Creek.
"Score for the drink,"
Odell said, casting his eyes around for anything to drink it from. He ended up washing out the cup his new toothbrush had been resting in, and Joey was unable to hide his disappointment at not being offered any.
"Maybe if it was a beer, kid, but this stuff's a little too hard for you. Trust me, you don't want to develop a taste for it,"
Odell said, sipping the drink and relaxing on the edge of the bed.
"Like Matt Riker?"
Joey asked, earning a sharp look from Odell. He flashed back to the beer incident back in Korea, and it hadn't rung any alarm bells for him then. Joey saw the look and deflated a little, worried that he'd said the wrong thing, but Odell softened.
"What have you seen?"
he asked, rightly concerned about going into dangerous situations with a potential addict.
"He just lets real loose when he's off the clock,"
Joey said, which made Odell feel better. He was a Marine. Drinking for him was a yes or no question. There was no in-between, because he'd spent his life either on the clock or getting so drunk he didn't know which way was up. That stopped when he was preparing for MARSOC selection, and although he'd enjoyed his downtime since, he never got that young Marine mentality back of getting blind drunk and proposing to pole dancers. Joey saw the rumination of his expression and changed the subject.
"Hey, Kim said you wanted to go to the mall tomorrow?"
he asked. Odell gestured at the open closet that looked like he'd just got home to find his girlfriend had moved out while he was deployed. He'd comforted enough guys over the years who'd lived through that.
"Cool. I need to go too."
Odell smiled and sipped, nodding to the kid as he accepted that he was probably going to be shopping and babysitting.
"All right, kid. Well, I guess I'll see you in the morning. Now get out of here so I can sleep in a bed and not on a damn plane for once."
12. Florida Groundhog Day. The scattered trailers of Great Pines Mobile Home Park leaked depression. Driving her tired truck, one inherited and handed down through 3 generations, between them slowly to avoid the topless children and mangy dogs, Tamar Small sighed out loud. It was early in the morning, but already some residents were outside drinking beers or smoking.
Lord, save me from the trailer park,
she groaned as the fan belt squeaked and whined from the engine, and the back brakes protested her disturbing their peace. She pulled up beside her home, such as it was, and wasted a moment of head-shaking at the patch of off-white paint that her stepfather had plastered over the faded cream of the original color before he got bored of that and went back inside to watch TV and drink cheap beer. She left her window open, having had it all the way down in place of any air conditioning, and couldn't bring herself to expend the energy to wind it back up after working 11 hours overnight. It made no difference anyway, because the humidity got into every part of her life, no matter what she did. Her feet were heavy as she traipsed up the steps and pulled open the unlocked door. It was always unlocked, and not because their little community trusted one another, but more that the junkies knew they wouldn't have anything worth stealing in there.
"Hey,"
she said, dropping her purse and keys on the tiny kitchen counter. She spoke to the back of her stepfather's head, visible over the top of his threadbare recliner that had to hark back to the late 80s, and when he didn't respond, she held her breath, wondering if it had finally happened.
"Hey,"
she tried again, a little louder, and this time the back of his balding head jerked, and the sound of empty beer cans dropping to the old carpet provided percussion to the theatrics. She sagged, unsure if it was relief or disappointment she felt.
"What the hell? You can't wake a man up like that. I'm liable to shoot first and ask after."
Tamar said nothing. She knew he'd sold his guns 2 years back to supplement the military medical pension and the state disability benefits, and after the rest being spent on drink, that left it to her to make up the shortfall. The man had tipped himself into a crate of beer after he left the army about 100 years ago, and he only fell deeper into it after her mom ran off with a guy only 5 years older than her daughter was during her last year of high school. Being saddled with a kid on the verge of graduating high school hadn't been part of his life plan, but she was already street-smart and largely self-sufficient after her mom started the slow process of checking out during her mid-teen years. That was 3 years ago, and since then she was living what she called the Florida Groundhog Day. She got up, tried to keep their lives from falling apart when she wasn't there to manage the man. Then she went to work in the 24-hour diner serving coffee to truckers and cops at night, while hoping they didn't want to try their best lines on her. She wasn't stupid. She graduated high school with good grades, but her only chance of escaping the drain her life was circling was a scholarship, and the only scholarship her high school had ever seen was for a mutant 2 years older than her, who was big enough to play college football simply because he was twice the width of a normal guy. She had no sporting prowess, not that she was unfit or uncoordinated, and her grades, while good, weren't enough to attract the attention of big tech companies or anyone else who could elevate her from the slow death she experienced. She pulled the concertina door to her bedroom shut and flopped face down onto her bed. The drapes let in as much light as they blocked, so she rolled over and dropped her clothes in a pile before putting on an eye mask and falling back on the bed after hitting the switch to start up an old fan. It roved left to right, creaking at the same spot each time, and she could picture where it was by the pained noises the motor made during its repetitive travel. She felt just like that fan, or perhaps a younger human version of it, because like her, it was destined to do the same boring, tired, repetitive work until they both finally gave up and died. That wasn't to say that she hadn't been offered ways out. She knew she was lucky in her looks. That was at least one thing her mother bestowed on her in place of love and mentorship. And she also knew that was a commodity she could trade on. She could never do that, though. She'd had guys, much older guys usually, offer her cash to be their friend. She'd been offered an allowance, an apartment on the outskirts of Orlando, a car. But she had standards, and while working nights in a diner and living in a trailer was the lowest point of her life, she at least maintained those personal standards. Despite the humidity, the heat, and the oppressive light creeping around the edges of her eye mask, her exhaustion won out and sent her into a deep sleep within minutes of her head hitting the pillow. Outside her trailer, beyond the hard-packed dirt where the truck sat ticking, the woods obscured their view of Toby Lake and the massive sprawl of the Ocala National Forest beyond. She woke a little after 3, her mouth dry and her skin slick with sweat. She despised the humidity most of all, even when her little slice of Florida offered many more delights a person could hate. Stumbling into the kitchen, she bent to the fridge and stared for a while, magically expecting it to have sprouted food from nowhere. Maybe one day he'd wake up and not reach for another can. Maybe one day he'd decide to start living again. After carefully washing the filter from the coffee machine, she refilled it and set it off bubbling away while she showered and threw on shorts and a tank top. With her dark blonde, wet hair wrapped in a towel, she sat on a clear section of the uncomfortable couch and stared at the threadbare recliner. Clint wasn't sitting in it, but for the smell and the molded imprint of his worthless ass, he might as well have been there. He'd probably run out of beer or cigarettes, apparently the only 2 substances his withered body required, and a glance out the window showed her truck, their truck, was gone. At least he wasn't watching the ridiculous repeats of old paranormal shows that were all shaky footage, scary instrumentals, and fake dialogue in between the ads. She drank the coffee in silence, before getting up and scouring the trailer for dirty laundry, piling it all into a bag, and walking down the dirt road the half-mile to the laundromat to set it on the cheapest cycle. She filled the next hour and a half trying to restore the trailer and give it at least some sense of being habitable, as she did every few days, but even she knew when she was fighting a losing battle.
My whole damn life is a losing battle,
she thought acidly, giving in to the self-pity and anger that had tortured her stepfather into the waiting line for an early grave. Laundry done, trailer somewhat cleaned up, she made herself up and dressed in the denim shorts and white shirt she set aside as clean enough for that night's shift. Clint returned during that period, fan belt announcing his presence before the truck came into sight, and the shudder of protesting brakes made her wonder when it would finally give up and she'd have to find the money to fix it. No truck meant she'd have to find some other way of getting to the diner, and walking the 8 miles both ways didn't appeal to her.
Maybe I'll get lucky, and an alligator will just eat me on the way,
she thought, still unable to shake that self-pity, and hating herself for the weakness. Clint was in a good mood, stepping back inside without noticing her cleaning efforts, with a crate of beers under one arm, a cigarette hanging from his mouth, and a fistful of lotto tickets in the other. She knew what that meant, and the whole month had gone by in a blur between the days that the money arrived in his bank account, and he felt like a king for all of 2 days. He sang to himself, mangling the tune and the lyrics, to fill the frequent gaps with noises he evidently thought went with the tune, and she picked up the truck keys and her purse on the way out.
"See you in the morning,"
she said, the words sounding like a depressed sigh even to her own ears.
"It's early. You don't have to go yet. Come on,"
he said, pulling a beer from the crate and offering it over his shoulder to her.
"Wish I could,"
she lied.
"but I picked up more hours. I'll be back normal time."
She heard a noise, but couldn't make out the words he called after her. Climbing behind the wheel, she turned the key in the ignition, sending up a silent prayer with closed eyes, as she did every time she drove it, and it started with only a mild reluctance. As the needle moved slightly up the dial but didn't pass the E, she sighed again as she selected reverse and headed out.
"Money for beer, but not gas,"
she complained to herself, knowing she'd need to stop on the way home and fill up. Filling up before wasn't an option because Gary hadn't come into the diner before she'd left that morning. The diner was just like everything else in the town. It was dirty, tired, and on the verge of being beyond a refurb and just needing to be torn down to start fresh. While tired it might be, quiet it was not. Out there, they didn't have much in the way of options for such places, and unless the residents felt like driving down to Orlando, they had two choices, the diner or not the diner. She didn't ordinarily work the day shifts, but the waitress who Gary took on to work the late turn always had an excuse as to why she had to leave early. She was offered the day shift, Gary telling the older woman who'd worked that slot for over a decade that she'd have to work the evening shift instead, and her counteroffer of quitting almost left him beat before they both realized that steady jobs weren't easy things to come by there. The new girl, attractive enough but nowhere near as attractive as she clearly thought she was, had taken an instant dislike to Tamar. She got that often, but usually from the younger women. The older and wiser ones knew her looks to be as much of a curse as they were a gift.
"Good, you're here,"
Gary said as she walked in and rounded the counter, already swapping her purse for her apron. The other waitress, Sherry, wearing too much makeup and smiling at Tamar triumphantly from behind the owner, took her own apron off and stood intentionally too close to her. Sherry was taller, about 3 or 4 years older than Tamar, but the makeup made her look older still, and Gary liked her for the exact reason he disliked the girl he forced to work nights to see if she got more accommodating. That was the exact word he'd used when he'd casually suggested they go to the motel 5 miles south. Accommodating. It looked to Tamar that he'd found someone willing to accommodate the guy with the beer belly and the bald patch on the back of his head, and while he may think he was hot stuff for inheriting a diner and running it into the ground, he also lied to himself that this girl was similarly impressed.
"I need you to hold on in the morning until Irene takes over,"
he said on his way to the door, giggling, Sherry in tow.
"I might not make it back in time."
With that, they left, and while Tamar was happy to take the extra hours, she was also pretty certain that Sherry would be earning more for the night, but at least one of them still possessed some dignity. She turned to the kitchen hatch and waved at the cook, a black guy called Otis who rarely spoke and communicated most of what he needed to say with a nod, but he returned the wave with a smile. She liked that about him. There was no agenda, no forced conversation, and the two could sit in companionable silence for hours.
"I'm telling you, that's Gator, through and through,"
a voice at the counter behind her declared with authority. She turned to see Rick, heavy-set and somewhere between 40 and 60, courtesy of a beard that looked like the result of never having shaved in his life. Rick drove a delivery truck on the night shift and liked to start and end his working day in the diner. Word was he used to earn good money driving an 18-wheeler on long haul, but he lost that job when they found out that he stopped too often and slept too long when he did. That was his account anyway, but Tamar had cynical suspicions about the kind of women who waylaid truckers at gas stations in the night. Rick was showing his phone to the man beside him, held at arm's length so he could make out the image on the screen and trying to manipulate it with one finger.
"What? I don't see it,"
the guy beside him said. Rick grumbled and patted his pockets for glasses, but Tamar reached out for the phone and took it, turning it back to him and demonstrating how to zoom with 2 fingers like she was being patient with a child.
"Thanks, honey. See? That's Gator,"
Rick declared again. Tamar looked, seeing a grainy image of a wound at the top of a severed leg. She dropped the phone on the counter and recoiled.
"Damn it, Rick! You could have warned me!" "Sorry, honey."
He always called her honey because he could never recall her name.
"It's all over the news now anyway. Buddy of mine sent me the picture before the cops showed up and taped off the whole area."
Tamar snatched up the remote and turned over the single flat screen above the counter, playing some game show, hitting buttons until she found the local news channel. She turned it up as a woman with a microphone was so obviously trying not to freak out and swat at the insect buzzing around her face.
"See? What I tell you?"
"Shh," Tamar said, cutting Rick off and turning it up enough to hear the story of the missing hikers. Their working theory, and she was careful to stress that authorities have yet to offer any official statement, was that 2 people hiking the forest were reported missing 2 days ago, and another hiker found a blood trail that led to the discovery of the severed leg. They cut to the interview with said hiker, and Tamar could tell in an instant that he was more alligator poacher than outdoors enthusiast. His shifty eyes darted around, and while he tried to, he couldn't look directly at the camera lens because his left eye seemed to have a permanent interest off to one side.
"One eye in jail, the other on bail,"
she thought, unable to recall who had first said that to her. The interview segment was more like a comedy sketch than news, but it didn't change the fact that something had torn off a person's leg and the rest of the body was still suspiciously absent.
I got real close and took me a look, and I could see all like teeth marks in the skin. I tell you, I ain't seen nothing like that for in my life. Damn near frightened me half to death. I ain't ashamed to say. So, I run back to my truck and called them park rangers.
Gator, Rick said again, but Tamar was prevented from continuing the conversation because a woman with a perm was waving for her attention.
Miss,
she called, and Tamar stepped over to her wearing a winning and she hoped a tip-worthy smile.
Yes, ma'am. What can I get you? You can get us the check. I asked that other girl near 10 minutes ago, but she never came back,
the woman said, almost pleading for someone to join in her horror at the time she'd had to wait.
Sorry about that. I'll ring it up for you right now,
she said, smile still wide as she walked back to the counter. The woman left a couple of notes and walked out. Tamar did what she always did and waited for them to be out of the door before counting up.
$1.65,
she muttered to herself, doing the math easily in her head.
What will I do with all that money?
She cashed it up anyway and put the meager takings into her own jar, then settled in for another 12 hours of Florida Groundhog Day. 13. Because a weapon is like a condom. Odell woke with a headache, which wasn't a good start. He'd had a couple cups too many, but he'd soon been engrossed in the tablet's contents after he'd gotten over the title of the document. Monsters 101 for Dummies had started off a little dry, but after 10 minutes, he found himself unable to stop reading. None of it was absolute proof, not that he needed convincing by that point, but the story started much further back than he anticipated. From what he gathered, and suspending his disbelief more than he liked, almost every myth or old legend about monsters was believed to have a form of truth. Centaurs, a basilisk, imps, oni, all of them had feasible histories, but because the accounts of them were so old, and there was no living proof that people could see, they were assigned to legend. Some of those legends he was aware of, even seen movies about, like Medusa and Grendel. He was happy to learn that most of these were believed to be extinct, but that relief was short-lived when he read on about the majority of monsters left on the planet. As human society evolved, multiplying at a viral rate, and increased its reach through technology, only those creatures with the ability to adapt to change and blend in survived and reproduced. They're either hid away from human eyes, such as the vermin-like Alps, or else they were far more frightening. Shapeshifters, a term anyone with any pop culture experience would understand, covered a multitude of possible beings. It was used in the document as a catch-all term for anything that could blend in with humans, like werebeasts that he was disconcerted to discover could change at will and weren't reliant on a full moon like the movies taught him. As they had told him back in Korea, he had to forget what he thought he knew about these creatures and look at the information with fresh eyes. Werewolves weren't just wolves, and they could take the form of various predators capable of killing a person. Their appearance was distorted and twisted, just like Riker had explained, and their size varied, but the one common thread was that they stalked, killed, and ate people. The reason they hadn't been hunted into extinction, like those creatures unable to change their appearance or disappear from sight entirely, was because they adapted. They moved around, never created packs too large for their food source to be noticeably affected, and, what was worse, they could use their human form to great effect. He thought about how many he might have seen in his life, passing by a monster totally unaware, because it was in human form and hence invisible to him. He wondered if that was why dogs with no history of aggression took an instant and violent dislike to people for no apparent reason, and combined with the bourbon, it led his mind down a spiraling rabbit hole. When he reached the section on the Ancient One, the Egyptian god who drank the blood of his slaves and had them come to their deaths willingly as if under a spell, he closed the tablet, because the emotions were still too raw. Falling into a fitful sleep filled with confused and random snatches of dreams, he woke to a knock at his door, tired and unrested.
"Yeah, I'm up,"
he called out, sitting up in bed and rubbing his face. As a long-serving Marine, he was able to go from asleep to fully combat effective in a matter of seconds. The door opened, and instead of the eager Joey walking in as he expected, he saw Tara bearing a tray.
"Thought you might like to have breakfast with some peace and quiet,"
she said, setting the tray down on the bedside cabinet and lifting one of the coffee cups before crossing the room to take up station on a chair. He took the other coffee, held it under his nose with his eyes closed, and breathed in deeply to let the caffeine infuse his cells. Opening his eyes and taking a sip, he nodded at the quality and in agreement with her words.
"It can be a little overwhelming coming to HQ for the first time," she said. "It's always too packed for my liking. Too many people under one roof."
"Hell of a big roof," Odell answered.
"I prefer the smaller outstations. Believe it or not, I'm a country girl at heart."
Odell regarded her. Even in a plain sweater and jeans, she looked expensive, like the kind of woman who wore designer labels as if they were pajamas. Her hair had a sheen to it that he guessed needed a salon trip every few weeks, not that he knew much about the subject. His assessment of her lasted a second too long, and she changed the subject.
"Anyway, Yorkdale's calling. Be ready in an hour?"
Odell nodded, assuming Yorkdale to be a mall and wondering what he'd do in the spare 45 minutes after he got ready. Tara rose from the chair to take her coffee somewhere else, and he wanted to ask her to stay, to start another conversation, but nothing came to him in time, so he was forced to watch her leave in silence. Watching her walk away was a treat, but he was careful not to get caught doing it. Taking his time and heading downstairs 15 minutes before the allocated hour was up, wearing dark jeans, boots, and the black down jacket that the blood had been washed out of, he found Kim waiting for him at the foot of the stairs. "Good morning," he said, holding out a small bundle to Odell. "What's this?" he asked, taking the proffered items and shuffling through them like a small deck of cards.
"Driver's license, credit card, and diplomatic status permitting you to carry a firearm in Canada,"
Kim said, like a fake ID and a casual felony were nothing out of the ordinary. He looked at the driver's license, seeing that he was now apparently a native of New York, but when he took in the name, he rolled his eyes.
"Oh, come on!"
Kim looked concerned, leaning over to check the card as if some grievous error had been made.
"Robert Odenkirk?"
Odell asked, seeing no recognition on Kim's face.
"Bob Odenkirk? Seriously? It's standard practice for assumed identities to bear some resemblance to a person's real name,"
Kim said, still confused.
"This way, if you were overheard being called by your real name, or Odie, it wouldn't raise any alarm bells."
"Kim, I get that, but who had the dumb idea to use that name?" Kim still looked confused. "Hold up, am I Better Call Saul or Nobody Bob Odenkirk? The difference here matters." Realization dawned on Kim then, and he smiled, waving it away as if Odell was making a joke and genuinely wasn't annoyed about it. The professional part of him was concerned that the ID would attract attention under scrutiny, but if he was honest with himself, he was more concerned about what these people thought of him to give him that name. He let that go when the diplomatic immunity ID pushed its way to the front of his mind. He inspected it, seeing that he was immune to international laws because he was an official embassy representative of Germany. Not speaking any German would also be an issue if that was checked out. He held it up and wordlessly asked Kim the question of why he needed it.
"This isn't the Midwest, Odell. Carrying firearms in Canada, like many places in the world, is a serious issue,"
Kim explained.
"I get that, but why do I need to carry one if I'm incognito and in Canada?"
"Because a weapon is like a condom,"
Tara said as she emerged from a room into the lobby.
"Better to have one and not need it than the other way around."
Odell looked at her before shrugging.
"Fair point,"
he said, turning to head back up the stairs to fetch the compact 45 and spare magazines. When he came back down, he cast his eyes around looking for the kid.
"Joseph has other duties to attend to this morning."
Kim explained with a tone that implied the young man shouldn't have invited himself along and Odell shouldn't have encouraged him. 10 minutes later, they were rolling out of the big, secure gates and out through the residential area in light rain. The sky was gray and overcast, but it felt good to be out. It gave him a sense of freedom that he hadn't experienced for far too long, and although they drove in silence, he was glad for Tara's company. She drove smoothly but fast, keeping the 5 Series BMW sat down through the bends like she'd been taught to drive properly. Odell leaned over to check the speed readout, leaning back into his seat before checking the side mirror out of habit and offering an opinion.
Try to keep it somewhere near the speed limit. Don't want to get pulled over,
he said, but she gave a light scoff.
Trust me, anyone tries to run these plates and they'll back off even if we're doing 100,
she told him as she gunned the engine to make a point. They weren't pulled over, and it struck Odell that the speed wasn't her showing off or demonstrating a spoiled immaturity, but more that it made anyone trying to follow them stick out like a sore thumb.
Want to tell me why you're running counter-surveillance drills?
He asked her.
1, because it never hurts to do it. 2, because we can. For all the limitations of this life, you need to enjoy the perks whenever you can. Speaking of, did Kim give you a credit card?
Odell tapped the pocket of his jacket and nodded.
See? Perks. Did the Marine Corps ever give you a card with a $100,000 limit?
$100,000?
Odell blurted out, wondering how he could ever spend that much money on himself. Tara said nothing and just smiled as she weaved the powerful car through traffic like she didn't have to obey the laws of the road, because evidently she didn't. They parked in a handicap spot at the mall, and she said nothing, even when Odell pointedly looked at the signage and back at her.
Come on,
she said, striding for the elevator with something bordering on excitement. She led him through a series of stores, pointing out what she thought he'd like and judging his size flawlessly. It was clear that clothes were her thing, not only from her own choices, but for what she picked out for him. At a pace that was threatening to make him feel tired, she had him carrying bags as she swept him along with her. He looked left and saw a leather goods store, asking her to wait for him. He felt naked having the ID and credit card loose in his pockets, so he bought a compact wallet and added a couple of belts as he got into the swing of a zero-consequences shopping spree. He bought workout gear, a half-dozen outfits that Tara helped him select for their interchangeability, and as he was sizing up a window display of expensive watches, he caught movement in the window's reflection. His training kicked in, but that didn't help calm his sudden rush of adrenaline that his body dumped into his system before his brain fully understood why. Something about the movement, something off, sparked his response, and only the training allowed him not to turn and stare at the potential threat. He replayed the image in his mind, rolling a half-second of distorted footage back to see a man, tan skin and dark beard, wearing a heavy jacket and a ball cap, moving past him out of reach but staring intently ahead. He checked that replay again, still pretending to look at the watches, and saw it. A few inches of visible clear tube running up out of the man's collar and around his ear. He also realized he'd seen the guy before on a different level of the mall. Coincidences did happen, but staying alive was a strong motivator to question them when they did. He forced himself to be calm, to be rational, and ran through the reasons for it. Mall security, undercover police, private security detail. All were feasible, and yet none eased his concerns.
See something you like?
Tara asked, approaching from his left carrying a large bag from a store he didn't recognize. Even the bag looked expensive, so he didn't want to imagine what was inside. He pointed at a watch on the display, which she leaned in closer to look at.
Is there anyone trailing us?
He asked quietly.
For our security or anything?
He felt her stiffen beside him, and she rose to look around, but he pointed at another watch and spoke in an urgent whisper.
Don't look around.
She bent back down and put her head beside his, but he could feel her hot breath coming faster on his cheek.
Male, dark jacket and ball cap, bearded,
Odell said conversationally, looking to any casual observer that they were inspecting the watches.
Okay.
Is there? He asked again.
No, nobody.
You're sure?
I'm sure, Odell. What do we do?
A store assistant saw their interest in the window display and sidled over wearing a confident smile.
"Anything there catching your eye, sir?"
She asked, no doubt already imagining the commission she'd make on selling a $7,000 watch. "Too expensive for me, sorry," Odell said with a smile as he stood and steered Tara back the way they'd come from.
"Maybe we should go inside? We can see if anyone—"
"If you're being followed, you don't go static in one spot without an exit," he murmured to her, walking at a regular speed like nothing was wrong. He could tell she was fighting the urge to either run or look behind her, but he held on to her elbow hard enough to keep her focus. That drew at least one concerned glance from a passing shopper, so he let go and took her right hand in his left. She didn't fight it, which told him she was being professional about it and following his lead. "I need to know," he murmured. "Who would be following you and why?"
I don't know, unless—"
"Unless what, Tara?"
"Unless they're familiars."
"Familiars wearing covert comms?" he asked skeptically.
"You obviously didn't get around to reading that part,"
she said. "Hit me with the highlights," Odell said, picking up the pace and steering them back toward the parking lot elevators.
"Controlled by demons. They can work autonomously like normal people, but they take orders through some kind of telepathic link. They're like hijacked drones,"
she said, boiling it down to the very essence of what they might be facing. "Or it could be undercover cops looking for the crazy lady driving the BMW like she stole it," he said, not believing it and not knowing why, but saying it out loud to test the theory.
"No way. Like I said, anyone runs those plates, it'll flag a big warning to leave us alone. All our cars are marked as foreign government officials with no stop orders,"
she explained. "I know this is Canada, but I'm not planning on asking these guys politely, if you catch my drift." She nodded beside him, squeezing his hand once for good measure.
"What's the plan?"
she asked. Odell looked around as covertly as he could, searching the faces of the shoppers for anyone fitting the bill, but it was obvious to him that the guy's eyes looked everywhere. "First up, establish if I'm crazy or not," he said, as he steered her towards a low wall beside a pretty water feature. He let go of her hand and put his right boot up on the wall, pretending to tie it while looking back under his left arm behind them.
"Shit,"
he hissed, having caught a glimpse of the guy talking to someone else wearing clothes so bland but similar that it looked like a kind of uniform. Drab colors, nothing that would catch the eye of anyone who might remember a detail to tell the cops. Classic surveillance getup.
What is it?"
she asked, having the presence of mind not to turn and look, but unable to hold back her anxiety. "Come on," he said, standing tall and grabbing her hand again to walk away fast. What had prompted the curse was not only the same guy, but the fact that he was talking urgently to someone else, and that guy had a finger pressed to his earpiece. That told Odell that not only was the second guy an idiot, but that they had at least one more person with them, otherwise who the hell was transmitting to him requiring the concentration? "You armed?" he asked.
"Glock 22 in my purse and a 17 in a shoulder rig,"
she said, making Odell feel oddly inadequate for only bringing the compact FN. Then again, he didn't think a full-size .45 in a drop-leg holster would help them stay under the radar in peace-loving Canada. "All right," he said, accelerating toward the elevators. "Here's what we're going to do." Tara exited the elevator, one hand in her purse as if she was looking for her car keys, when in fact it was gripped tight around the grip of the little Glock. Her face betrayed nothing, but inside she was screaming. She wasn't trained for this, even though her skills had been exponentially advanced over the last 7 years, but counter-surveillance wasn't high on their priority list of training to undertake. She trusted Odell, despite barely knowing him and seeing enough of his temper to be concerned about his actions under pressure, but she had little choice other than to abandon him and flee. That was never going to happen, because she was done leaving others to suffer when she had a choice in it. Walking to the car, arms filled with hers and Odell's bags, she hit the remote fob to open the trunk and swung the shopping inside, just as a dark shape burst from the manufactured shadows inside the high-rise structure. She shrieked, whether genuinely or acting the part, even she didn't know, but the man was on her fast and wrapped a powerful arm around her neck. She tucked her chin down and half-turned to one side, lowered her body weight, and drove her left elbow expertly into the worst spot her male attacker could imagine. She felt the air exit his body in an expulsion of red-hot agony, but she was still moving, still turning, and rose with the compact 9mm in a perfect two-handed grip pointed directly at his face. Muscle memory kicking in, she took 3 long strides backward to create a gap between them in case he had ideas about taking her pistol away, and snapped at him.
Who are you?
All he did was smile from his kneeling position, red eyes filled with tears of pain, and his expression was triumphant. The 2 reports behind her were impossibly loud. They boomed in the concrete confines of the parking lot and made her flinch, but she didn't take her eyes or her aim off the man she'd elbowed in the junk. Footsteps behind her, rapid and soft, as Odell advanced on the 2 downed men, heel and toe, pistol held out ahead of him with stiff arms in a perfect shooting posture. He stooped to check both men and called out to her.
You good?
Yeah,
she said, but her voice shook, and even she didn't believe it. Monsters were one thing, but she hadn't fought against a person in far too long. She heard rustling from behind and guessed Odell was checking the bodies of the 2 others, but when he cursed and appeared beside her, she worried what that meant.
No IDs, nothing. They're clean,
he said, stepping to one side as he passed her to stay out of her firing line, and stomping a kick into the arm of the guy still gripping his crotch tightly. He went down, sprawling out to try and stop his fall, but Odell was on him with a knee in his back and the muzzle of the .45 pressing into the back of his neck where the brainstem was. He disarmed him fast, pulling out a civilian Beretta M9 and 3 spare magazines for it, and a folding knife from another pocket.
Clear the trunk, he ordered Tara. And do we have anything to tie his hands and feet?
Tara moved the bags to the back seat and came back with the 2 belts Odell had bought. He tied the man up, adding a heavy thump with the butt of his pistol to the man's skull for good measure, then hauled him up and into the trunk of the BMW like he was tossing a hay bale. He slapped and kicked at the man to force him all the way into the trunk and slammed it down with the muffled sound of another yelp of pain.
Keys,
he said, and Tara handed them over without hesitation. He lit out of the parking spot with a screech of tires, needing nothing else but to put distance between themselves and the scene of a double murder and kidnapping that would be attracting attention very soon. He overshot the ramp to get out, misjudging the power the car had on offer, and scraped off the driver's side mirror on a wall marked with multicolored scuffs showing where others had done the same thing. Tara strapped in beside him with the Glock still in her right hand and her eyes going to the remaining side mirror as her left hand retrieved her cell phone. Odell drove out into traffic, ignoring the surprised and annoyed honking of horns as he fishtailed the car, laying down the power.
It's Tara. Get me Evelyn right now,
Tara said into the phone, eyes still darting to their rear, fearing pursuit. There was a pause of about 3 seconds before she spoke again, framing her request patiently and politely.
Hello, Evelyn. It's good to speak to you, too. Listen, I need you to get into the Yorkdale server and wipe all security footage for the last 3 hours. Then do the same for all traffic cams in the city for our car. Yes, the 5 Series BMW. Okay, thanks.
She hung up and dialed another number, this time letting the tension show in her voice.
Kim, we're on our way back. We were attacked, followed, and we...
Odell still drove hard, weaving between cars in a way that made Tara's driving on the way there seem relaxed. All around him, people swerved as they overreacted and honked at him like the noise would magically make him slow down and get in line like all the other good little sheep. He ignored it all as he listened for Tara's next words, all the while glancing at the mirrors, including the one that was no longer there.
No, we took out 2. At least Odell did. Yeah. No, we captured one. He's in the trunk. Well, I'm sorry we didn't have time to run it past you first. Okay. Send me the location.
She hung up and resumed her hyper-vigilant watching.
Do you think we're being followed?
She asked, fear evident in her words.
I don't know. What did Kim say?
He gathered what the first call was about, and he appreciated that she kept her cool enough to erase their tracks before calling the boss and panicking. But he hadn't understood the one-sided conversation of the second call.
She
stopped talking as her phone pinged.
Take the next left. Kim sent us a location.
Odell didn't waste time asking questions. He just flipped the left gear paddle to shift down and swung the car in a tight arc to take the corner, cutting off a truck that locked up its brakes and chittered the tires on blacktop.
Go straight until I tell you,
Tara said, eyes back on the mirror. He followed her directions until they arrived at a train station. He pulled the car in and parked it.
"Cab,"
Tara said, grabbing their shopping bags from the back seat. She took the keys from him and locked the car, hiding them on the back tire, and started hurrying across the lot.
"Slow down,"
Odell told her, taking some of the bags and strolling like they hadn't just dumped a getaway car. They walked to the rank of cabs, Odell with his right hand free on his hip and Tara with hers inside her jacket. They walked casually, but both had their eyes roving toward the parking lot entrance in case they had been followed. They climbed in the back of the waiting cab and Tara gave an address. As the car pulled away, she took out her phone and texted frantically.
"Kim has someone picking up the car and contents now,"
she said quietly.
"Why didn't we take it back to the house?"
he asked, speaking in the same low tone that the driver wouldn't be able to hear.
"Hold on,"
she said, finishing another text that Odell saw contained the parking lot location, no doubt arranging for another mystical surveillance camera blackout in the area. He thought about his own question and risked answering out loud.
"You think that guy's a familiar? That if we took him to the house, he'd know?"
"Not him. Whatever infected him. And yeah, we can't take that chance."
14. Stone-cold killers like you. Odell walked in the house and dumped his bags by a wall. Kim was there waiting, phone to his ear and two people waiting for his attention. Odell ignored them and the phone call and walked right up to the man.
"I'll call you back,"
Kim said, hanging up the phone and jerking his head up the stairs. Odell followed with Tara on his flank, all of them fast walking up until Kim led them into an office on the second floor.
"First off,"
Odell asked, his tone surly.
"What the hell?" "No, Mr. Odell,"
Kim said, matching his tone.
First off, you tell me what the hell happened."
Odell took a breath before he spoke, calming himself and recalling the information in the right order.
"We were shopping. I noticed someone wearing a covert earpiece I'd seen already. We put in some counter surveillance and made at least one other, but they were still receiving comms. We went for the car. They attacked Tara. And you killed 2 people, kidnapped a 3rd, then drove like a maniac through the Toronto outskirts."
Kim finished for him, adding an obvious opinion to the account. Odell shrugged, as if the interpretation didn't make any difference.
"Have they picked up the 3rd guy?"
Tara asked. Kim held Odell's eye for a moment longer before turning to her.
"Riker and Delaney picked up the car a few minutes ago. The man in the trunk is dead."
Tara and Odell locked eyes, both unable to believe what they'd just heard.
"Dead? How? He got elbowed in the dick, Kim. No way could that have—" "He bit his own tongue off and bled to death,"
Kim interrupted. Tara gasped and covered her mouth at the horror, and even Odell suppressed a shudder at the desperation such a form of suicide would take. Then another thought struck him.
Was the guy a familiar? Couldn't something like make him do that so he couldn't talk?
He asked. It was Tara and Kim's turn to exchange looks then, and their expressions told Odell that was exactly what they were thinking.
"Okay, so what the hell sent them after us? What was their intent?"
he asked, speaking more softly now that the anger and adrenaline had abated.
"That we do not know. There are no active creatures with the power to create an army in this region that we know of,"
Kim admitted.
"What do you mean, the power?"
Odell asked, and Tara answered.
"Making familiars takes power, and that usually means that the sire must be old, very old. Those kinds of monsters, they tend not to attract attention. That's how they survived this long."
"So we have some damn elder monster possessing people and—" "Not possessing, Odell. Infecting,"
Kim interrupted.
"What? A creature can sire a familiar by infecting them with part of their own essence. A vampire will force them to feed on their blood, and most times that would kill a person. But those who survive are totally and utterly dedicated to their sire until death,"
Kim explained. Odell's thoughts soared over the ocean to the faraway mountains bordering Pakistan.
"And the only 2 times anybody ever got close to him, they never got past the man's bodyguards. These guys are fanatics."
Was it Amadullah? Or whatever its real name is? Odell asked, earning only furtive glances between the others.
"We don't think so. The vampire's following is, as far as we know, small.
We think it did that intentionally to stay out of sight of the world, which is why it adopted a position among secretive terrorist cells," Kim said carefully. "Plus, Riker found a mark on the body." "What kind of mark?" "A bite. A large dog bite, healed over and scarred," Kim said. "So what the hell made these assholes?" Odell demanded, speaking louder than he intended because he still felt the after effects of too much adrenaline in his system.
"It's possible that—"
Tara said, then hesitated with a glance at Kim. "Now isn't the time to be cagey," Odell warned.
"We were tracking a werewolf pack, only 3 we think, about a year back, but they dropped off the grid. Nothing was picked up by the algorithm that suggested they were still active,"
she said. Something Riker said pricked at his memory. "Werewolves killed some of your people, didn't they?" Tara and Kim exchanged another look that threatened to tip Odell over into anger again, but Kim spoke to prevent it. "Yes, and only a few of that pack survived the encounter." "And werewolves can make familiars too?" Odell asked, looking from face to face. "One that's very old could, yes," Kim said. "But as Tara said, it looked as though they went dormant a little over a year ago." "Dormant how? Like they moved on?"
"Or went into hibernation. They can do that for decades if they feed enough beforehand,"
Tara explained. "Or they just went somewhere your algorithm didn't pick up what they were up to. Damn it. How could they track us here? Now? Why would they attack us?" Odell asked, his words angry, but his demeanor appearing more defeated and stressed than he liked others to see.
"What do you mean?"
Tara asked. "I mean there are hundreds of thousands of people living on the streets in the U.S. Almost every state has sprawling camps of people who exist totally off the grid because they don't want to be found. Outstanding warrants, parole violations. These people all exist and live their lives away from the public eye because who'll report them missing?" Odell saw the disbelief on Kim's face and opened his mouth to add to his point, but the man waved him down. "Contrary to what the movies tell you, werewolves are notoriously picky about their prey. Other werebeasts are less so, but werewolves are believed to be the origin of that particular demonic disease and consider themselves above such simple cravings to kill and eat. They aren't mindless animals, not truly. So they like it medium rare instead of out the dumpster? That what you're saying?" Odell asked. "I'm saying that werewolves like their prey to be smart, agile, able to outsmart them if possible, because they enjoy the hunt above everything. They don't like to pick off the young or the sick from packs like their animal counterparts. They will intentionally choose the strongest prey to prove themselves. They suffer from the crippling illness of pride." "Okay," Odell said, meaning to circle back around to that particular point and read more about them. Perhaps that information was in the 3rd grade level intel package he'd yet to receive. "But that doesn't help us figure out why a werewolf sent 3 familiars after Tara and me, and it just so happens to be the first day I get here." "That is a concern," Kim agreed. "Trust that we will find out who these men were and dive as deep as possible into their lives. I doubt I need to say that we can access far more information than the authorities can, and much faster too." "Still doesn't answer the question. Why now? Why here? And is it always this damn hectic?"
"Hectic how?"
Tara asked. "Hectic as in my life's just been a tornado spinning from vampire to alp and now to werewolf familiars. Don't you people ever get a break?" The look was exchanged again, and this time Odell cracked. "Enough with the secrets and bullshit! You got me into this, so now you better level with me." "No, it isn't usually like this," Kim admitted with concern in his words. "We are experiencing an unprecedented increase in demonic activity all over the world, and I do not know why, which is why it is important to act rationally now." "And in the meantime we sit on our asses and do nothing?" Odell asked. But instead of Kim issuing another reassurance, Tara spoke.
"I know you want to act because that's who you are. You want payback against anyone who comes after you. But please, this isn't the way to attack these creatures. You need to be patient, and you need to put some faith in us to find out what's going on."
"Yeah, okay. You sit on your ass and wait patiently," he said to her before turning to Kim. I want to know your security capabilities here and what personnel you can mobilize. How secure is this place?" Kim smiled, which got under Odell's skin, but he kept his cool. "I'll have Riker show you when he's back," he promised, already moving for the door. "But if you'll excuse me, I need to get to the archives and handle matters there." He exited the room, leaving Tara standing awkwardly in front of Odell. She seemed agitated, and he couldn't put his finger on why. "You okay?" he asked uncertainly. She shook her head, but her words didn't match how she looked.
"I'm fine, really."
"Way to demonstrate some self-awareness there, Doc."
"Fine. You want self-awareness?"
Tara said, fixing him with a glare and speaking forcefully.
"I have zero problems putting down monsters. I'll do it for free because they don't belong here. Their time on this damn planet is over, okay? But I have a problem fighting familiars. Always have and always will. And if I don't, then I'll be more worried about my score on the psychopathy scale than I would be about them and the danger they represent. And do you want to know why?"
Odell opened his mouth, but she carried on.
"Because they're people. Living people. They didn't choose this. They didn't choose to attack us today, and I'm sure as hell the guy we took didn't choose to bite his own damn tongue off so the human part of him couldn't be forced to talk. They're victims of the monsters as much as the people they feed on are. So no, I'm not okay, but thanks for asking, and screw you!"
"So, you are or you aren't?" Odell asked, trying to rescue the situation with some weak humor because her response shocked him.
"I'm not, but I will be,"
she answered more calmly.
"It always takes me a little time to get over the anger, but I've managed to do it before without help, and I'm sure I'll be fine this time. We can't all be stone-cold killers like you."
She turned away for the door, but Odell's words stopped her in her tracks. "What the hell did you say to me?" She turned and gave him a look, the first honest look he'd seen from her in a while, and knew she was about to let fly what was on her mind.
"How long have you been a Marine? How many people have you killed?"
she barked. "Half my life, 18 damn years, and honestly, I have no idea," he answered, deliberately not matching her anger.
"What do you mean you have no idea? Don't you people get off on your confirmed kills or whatever? Don't you collect ears or something?"
"Okay. First off, when you're exchanging fire or suppressing a position, hell, even if you're just sending rounds at the spot you think a shooter might be hiding, there's no way to know if those rounds hit home. I put 5,000 rounds through an M240 in a matter of minutes last year, and those are some big-ass bullets moving damn fast. You think I saw where all of them went? Second, life isn't like the movies, Tara. There isn't a nice, quiet battle space where the bad guy is in your sights and it's one shot, one kill. It doesn't happen like that. It's loud, it's messy, it's confusing as all hell. And the last thing any Marine is thinking is about how many bad guys he tagged so he can swing his dick in a bar and brag about it. They're thinking about staying alive and making sure their buddy next to them comes home. So, enough with your judgmental bullshit. Because the lives I took weren't just because we were on opposite sides of a fight. They were because me or someone else weren't going to come home if I didn't make my damn shots." Tara looked a little taken aback by his words, by his honesty and utter lack of alpha male bravado, that she said nothing. "I know guys who are solid, but when they had to pull the trigger, it broke them. Broke their hearts, and that was it for them. They were done, and doing their job, the job they loved, alongside the brothers that were closer than anyone in their family ever was. Broke them. But yeah, to answer your question, I've killed people. But don't think for a second I haven't thought about who they were or who they left behind. And just as they're the enemy to me, I'm just as much the enemy to them. I'm the invading asshole in their country. I'm the thing they've been taught to hate. And it isn't on their conscience if they kill me, but it's sure as hell on mine when I have to kill them. So save your sanctimonious bullshit, and next time you need someone to pull the trigger and save your ass, find somebody else." Odell walked out, cursing himself for getting so worked up as he spoke, but the anger rose in him not just at Tara, but for every moron who'd ever figured out he was a Marine and asked how many people he'd killed. Even young Marines, finding out he was MARSOC, led to the same damn questions, and although he'd done it for years, Odell knew he was no heartless psycho who could just switch it off and call it a job. Every life he took left a part of himself behind, and he promised himself, just as Tara had said, that the day it got easy was the day he'd be worried. Unable to turn back and apologize or explain, he stalked back to his room and tore open the ruck to put his plate carrier on and strap his rifle to it. If he couldn't go out and do anything useful, the least he could do was to be ready in case they came at them there. He saw the shopping bags arrayed in a neat row beside the bed and wondered who had the time to do that when so much was going on. Then he knew who it was when a small voice cleared its throat at the door.
"Odie? You okay?"
"I'm all right, Joey. Thanks for asking," he said, unable to keep the bitterness from his voice after Tara had pushed his buttons with her assumptions. "Tough day already, you know."
"Sure do,"
the kid said, sounding excited.
"Heard some punks tried to jump you and you took them out."
Odell sighed and went to wait for Riker to get back. 15. "Police business, miss. We can't talk about it." Tamar caught the same news cycle repeated twice in the next couple of hours before someone asked her to switch channels so they could watch their show as they ate. She obliged them with a smile, hating them for their narrow vision of the world but saying nothing because jobs in Grand Pines weren't easy to come by. She tried to remember that fact when 3 local jerks who had been a year ahead of her in high school came in. The smell of beer came with them, a smell Tamar knew well, and they were loud and brash. She forced the polite smile onto her face and walked to their booth, ignoring the fact that one of them pretended to drop something on the floor so he could lean down and try to look up her shorts. She leaned away, ignoring the juvenile attempt to violate her personal space, taking their order of pancakes. She had to force herself to say nothing and ignore the obvious sounds of their leering as she walked away. The evening crowd came and went, leaving her alone for a while until the obligatory night shift cops came in for their free coffee. She poured it with a smile, grateful in a way because it deterred any desperate junkie from thinking they could roll the register if the inclination took them. But she also resented that the cops never tipped, even though she never charged for the coffee. They were nice enough, but their cruisers parked out front also deterred plenty of paying customers. When the cops left, she wiped the counter down, starting to take care of the list of overnight jobs as the kitchen underwent the same process in back. Just when she was about to start mopping the diner floor in sections, the bell above the door gave that polite tinkle that she hated, and she turned to see a young man walk in who was so clearly not from around there that he might as well have been naked.
"Hey there,"
she said, abandoning the mop and returning to her spot behind the counter with a smile and slid a menu his way.
"Coffee?"
He nodded, not really smiling, but not looking pissed either. He was just curious, like he'd never been in a real diner before. Tamar had him pegged as possibly foreign, but wondered why on God's green earth anyone would visit her shithole of a town for fun. He was tall, pale-skinned, but there was a clarity to that skin that either spoke of expensive products and a soft life, or else he was a winner of the genetic lottery and took it for granted. The lines of his cheeks and jaw told her that the rest of his body was lean and muscled, and the full head of thick, shiny, wavy hair hanging perfectly to his neck gave him a roguish look. Tamar reckoned him to be mid-20s, maybe a little older, but like everyone from a town people didn't often escape, she looked at the outsider with a mix of hunger and awe.
"What can I get you?"
she asked as she poured the coffee. He didn't touch it, but just stared at her. "What's good?" he asked. His voice took her back, like it was stiffer than it should be. He didn't have the relaxed sense his movement conveyed when he spoke, like he was pretending to be something.
"Well, that depends on what takes your fancy,"
she said, trying not to be put off by it.
"People say the burgers are good."
"And what do you say?" he asked, looking directly into her eyes as if he was reading her thoughts. A stab of fear flashed through her body, making her feel warm as her cheeks flushed and her heart beat faster. The guy's nostrils flared as he breathed in, and he fought an urge to smile so obviously that he might as well have just gone and done it anyway.
I'd say it's all right. Probably not what you'd get where you come from,"
she said cautiously, trying to get the man to give up some information about himself out of some previously undiscovered instinct. She'd dealt with local creeps often enough, even pulled the shotgun from under the counter once, but this was something different. This was something she didn't feel at all prepared for. "I'll take one of those. Just the meat. None of the other stuff," he said, still looking intently at her like it wasn't the burger he was hungry for. She wrote it down on a pad and moved down the bar, looking out to see what car the guy drove and write the plate number on the order too, but the lot outside was empty.
"You walked here?"
she asked, unable to stop herself before the words came out. She turned to see him still looking at her, not blinking, and when he just shrugged, she walked off into the back to find Otis. He was behind the diner, leaning against the wall and smoking, but tossed it when she came out, knowing that he had something to burn for a late-night dinner. "I didn't hear a car," he said curiously.
"And I didn't see one,"
Tamar answered.
"Listen, Otis, this guy gives me the creeps. He's—"
She struggled to find the words before the tinkle of the bell interrupted her anyway. She walked back through the kitchen, hoping that the cops had returned, but instead, she saw an empty diner and an untouched cup of coffee on the counter where the stranger had been sitting. Standing there in confusion, she spoke over her shoulder to Otis, who had followed her at his slower pace. "You all right, kid?" he asked, and while Tamar nodded her head and told him she was fine, she doubted her sanity for a minute. The rest of her long night shift went through its usual phases, with the dead hours occupied by cleaning the floors and wiping down all the condiment bottles that bore brand labels but were refilled with bulk-bought generic crap. The cops came back again about 3 a.m, only this time while they sat and drank their coffee, one of them got a call on his cell phone. "Yeah, Chief, we looked. There ain't a lot we can do in the dark, you know." Tamar watched without staring, busying herself with a task that gave her line of sight on the two men without making it obvious she was eavesdropping, and the body language she saw from both of them made her feel uneasy. "I hear you, Chief. I hear you." The call was cut off from the other end, and the cop dropped it on the counter. "Son of a bitch wants us back up there. Says he got a call from a reporter in Orlando with a crew on the way up," he said sullenly. "What are we supposed to do about that?" the other asked. He was younger and seemed more eager, but the older guy with the attitude was clearly senior. "We? I'll be in my patrol car while you cordon off the parking lot," the older cop said with a smirk, before he noticed Tamar's attention and stared back at her. She smiled and tried to style it out.
"Something happened?"
she asked innocently, somehow conveying more concern than any sense of being a busybody. Older cop sipped his coffee, but younger cop turned to give her his best official look. "Police business, miss. We can't talk about it with—" "Couple dumbass hikers from the city came up here after that damn leg was found. Got a call saying they never came home. So we go up there and find their car still parked up," the older cop said, shooting a look of embarrassment at his younger colleague.
"Is anyone looking for them?"
she asked. "Forest Service's problem, not ours. Except it is now, 'cause we gotta go close off the parking lot." He drained his coffee and stood, walking out and hitching his utility belt as he went. Younger cop stood and saw Tamar's resigned look, pausing long enough to look guilty and slide a 10 out of his billfold, dropping it on the table and giving her a nod that he clearly thought looked official. She took the 10. Picking up the cups and wiping the table down with practiced ease, she returned to the counter and turned up the TV before flicking channels in search of the story. She found nothing, unsurprisingly, as the crew was apparently on the way from the city, and went back to the robotic boredom of the night shift after ringing up 2 coffees and putting the rest of the $10 into her tip jar. Otis made her a grilled cheese before the breakfast rush started, which she ate at the counter, and checked her social media on a phone that was 3 years out of style by the time she could afford it, and started searching for mentions of the Ocala forest. It took her a long time, but she stumbled on a link, and at the risk of suffering clickbait and a bucket of spam, she hit it, and waited the age it took to load. The link took her to an article from 1999, 2 years before she was even born, and it talked about missing campers somewhere she hadn't heard of over on the West Coast. She knew vast areas of Northern California were given over to wilderness, even if she couldn't even dream of going out of state because she was a realist. The article said that body parts were found being eaten by coyotes, but the medical examiner went on record to say that there was no way the evidence he saw led him to believe they had been the culprit. There was a lot of conjecture about big cats and bears, all the facts and figures looking like they'd been pulled straight from Wikipedia. Hunters from all over the region started heading up there, looking to bag a man-eater for added big boy points or something. Only the authorities called for a stop to it when 3 hunters weren't heard from again. There was a temporary ban on entering the area and nobody else went missing, but that was where the article took a turn. The author, clearly not a person gifted with a talent for words, went on to say how it was the same as recorded incidents in Wyoming in the 80s, Colorado in the 50s and 70s, New York State in the 60s. The list went on, none of it quantified with proof, but the pattern always remained. She opened a new browser tab and searched for missing hikers, waiting the same eternity for it to load, only to find that she was inundated with such a broad return of search results that she couldn't begin to unpack it. She was still searching, falling so far down the rabbit hole that she had included far-off Canada only last year in her reading, when Rick entered wearing a tired smile to the tune of the bell chiming. Tamar slid her phone back into the pocket of her apron and smiled back, preparing for the rush of bacon and pancake consumers to hit her over the next 2 hours, all of them drinking coffee like it was going out of fashion. As expected, Gary didn't make it back for the morning rush like he was supposed to, and she knew Irene was pulled in all sorts of directions because she was caring for her father at her house while trying to visit her mother in a care home because she refused to take her morning pills from anyone else. She didn't hold anything against the older woman, even if she was a depressing reminder of how her life was going to turn out if she didn't change something. When Irene did finally make it, looking more tired than Tamar did even though she'd just worked a 14-hour shift, she tried to make her apologies before the younger woman held her hands and told her it was okay. She smiled gratefully and slid the apron over her piled-up hair. Otis had been relieved by the day cook, a man who called himself a chef when everyone else thought he was a joke, and Tamar took her tips, all $18 and change, and headed out to her truck. Nursing it to life on the second try, she saw the empty fuel gauge and sighed, just as Gary rolled back into the parking lot and Sherry climbed out the passenger side giggling and waving at him delicately as she strutted back to her beat-up compact. Tamar killed her engine and intercepted Gary as he walked up the steps.
Gary, listen, I was hoping...
Hoping what? He snapped, his triumphant mood evaporating in the presence of the young woman who had rejected him.
I just need a little gas money. I know I don't get paid until later today, but...
You're right. You don't, Gary said, smiling as he waved Sherry off, then turning his scowl back to Tamar before walking inside without another word. She nursed the truck home, stopping at a gas station that still did service, then having to face the shame of asking the kid who she'd done 5 years of school with to only pump her $10 worth. Driving home with less than $10 in her purse, she kept the revs low to preserve the 1 bar of fuel she had left to get her to work that night. Even though these regular worries of the world got to her, she couldn't get the idea of missing hikers out of her mind. Tamar woke to the sound of yelling, running from the tiny bedroom to find her stepdad sitting in his chair as he and a buddy, another man with zero expectations of life and a thirst for cheap beer, hollered with him at the screen. They were watching hockey, a sport not exactly big in their part of the world, and the excitement was because 2 men had dropped their gloves and sticks to trade punches like a pair of brain-dead cavemen. The buddy, a mainly toothless man from a nearby trailer called Jim, noticed her and licked his wet lips hungrily.
"Well, hey there, darling. Sorry if we woke you."
Tamar said nothing, just walked back to the kitchen and started to make herself a coffee as the shouting resumed, this time in a disappointed tone as apparently one of the fighters didn't perform to their personal standards. The look Jim had given her was creepy, but older men creeping on her was something she was so accustomed to that it didn't even register as an insult these days. What had bothered her was the hungry look in his eye, because it reminded her of the man who bailed on his food order overnight. She'd half convinced herself she'd made it up, that she was too far behind on sleep, that her brain played a trick, but she knew that wasn't the case. He was real, and everything about him was wrong. 16. That's why we got 4. Odell walked beside Riker, both armed, as they patrolled the interior of the perimeter. The acreage of the house was impressive, but it still only took them 20 minutes to conduct a full circuit to get back to the lake. Odell sucked in a deep breath and let out a sigh that spoke more than words could convey. It said that his ass hadn't yet touched the ground since he woke up in Korea. And more than that, he'd been on contact twice in the last week. Both of those times were with an enemy that he didn't know or understand. He'd fought on various continents, but each time the enemy was human. He understood that, and either their religion or indoctrination or patriotism was the driving force behind their desire to go to war on whatever scale. Odell had ultimately been the invader, to his enemies at least, only now.
"Yeah, that's about right, brother,"
Riker said, understanding how he felt from his own experience.
"I'll adapt,"
Odell said flatly, not wanting to dig too deep into those feelings and discuss them with someone else when he didn't understand them fully himself.
"For what it's worth, Tara's grateful. She didn't know how she would have gotten out of it if it wasn't for you."
Odell grunted.
"She wouldn't have been in the situation in the first place if I hadn't needed to get some stuff from a damn mall,"
he said sullenly.
"From what we know, this group of familiars could have been tracking us for a long time. We haven't been back here for about 3 months, so it isn't on you,"
Riker said. Odell stiffened, but bit back his retort. He didn't think for a second it was on him. If anything, it was on them for not letting him know the full facts about the kind of enemies they might face.
"But also, for what it's worth, this is some pretty messed up shit. We've gone up against familiars a lot of times, but they've never made a move on us unless we're close to taking down a sire,"
Riker went on.
"So what's different?"
Odell asked, angling away from the house to head to the water's edge. He looked out and saw a loose cordon of buoys bobbing at the water's surface.
"Different? That goddamn vampire, of course. None of our people have gotten close to him in a generation, from what Kim says."
Odell said nothing, just stood on the grass bank and stared at the water.
"Warning buoys. Anything triggers them, it sets off an alarm,"
Riker explained after following the line of his gaze.
"And gives you about 8 seconds to do anything about it."
Odell scoffed, seeing how perilously close the buoys were to the jetty to be worth serving as any kind of warning system.
"I could cross that distance in a rowboat before anyone even got a weapon out. 20 guys rock up here and you're screwed,"
he said, hearing his own voice mark the difference between him and the others.
"Yeah, maybe not,"
Riker said, walking a few paces back towards the house and stamping a boot on a flat section. It rang with a hollow, metallic noise, and he turned a smile on Odell.
"What you got there?" "M134 with 1,000 rounds linked,"
Riker said smugly. Odell looked from Riker's position to the wide stretch of lakeshore and frowned.
"Except no way can a single minigun traverse all that area effectively,"
he said.
"That's what I said, and you know what Delaney told me?" "What?"
Odell asked, knowing there was a punchline that Riker wanted him to work for.
"That's why we got 4 and interlocked their arcs. It's all controlled from the archives. FLIR and NV-capable optics. Real Gucci stuff." "Sheesh,"
Odell said, looking back at the lake and reimagining the water-borne assault in his head as 4,000 rounds flew at the attacking force in 20 seconds. Then his face dropped, and he spoke seriously.
"You need more ammo than 1,000 rounds per gun,"
he said, now imagining armored boats accelerating in with a second and third wave coming behind, before another concern pushed into the front of his mind.
"If you've got all this hardware out here, what's guarding the front? 4 more. And some surprises of the boom variety on top of that, all controlled by AI targeting computers in a secure room off the archives. Trust me, if someone tries to take this place by force, they'd better come hot with a battalion and lives to spare." "Boom?"
Odell asked.
"That's right. You and Ilya never got off on the right foot, did you? Well, he came from a place where he grew up under Soviet rule, and they wanted him to join the army, which he did. And there, the dumbasses taught him how to blow shit up. Turns out he has a real talent for it."
Before Odell could ask anything else, or even consider the fact that he'd driven over that apparent boom twice now, Riker's phone buzzed in his pocket. He opened the screen and read a text message before shoving the phone away again and jerking his head back towards the house. He set off at a jog, and Odell followed, easily matching pace with the shorter man. They met with Kim and Delaney, the former sitting down and the latter pacing by the window. As they were gestured to take seats, Tara joined them with wet hair and a shy smile aimed at Odell.
"All right,"
Delaney said, kicking off the meeting that followed the urgent summons.
"Local cops have identified the 3 bodies. 2 were military and recorded as AWOL for the better part of 2 years. Both have outstanding warrants, but 0 digital footprints since ditching the Canadian Armed Forces. Classic familiar,"
Riker said.
"Third one was a little tricky to get them to talk about."
Delaney went on, but Odell already suspected he knew. He didn't get the particulars, but he knew they'd dumped the one from the trunk of the BMW and staged the scene to throw off any attention from themselves.
"One of their own?"
Odell asked, seeing Delaney nod gravely.
"Detective Roy Laban, 15-year service history and a decent cop by all accounts. Divorced and seeing one of his kids every other weekend, the other away in college. He lived in the city, rarely took a sick day, and get this, he was on duty the day before yesterday." "Meaning he couldn't have been infected that day. He had to have been a familiar for a while, right?"
Odell asked, checking his newly acquired knowledge of familiar possession from the document he'd read on his tablet. Nods again showed agreement.
"Correct. So it looks as though something created a small force and left them lying in wait for something,"
Kim said.
"You mean waiting for us?"
Odell corrected him.
"Unless you can give me a better target for monsters in West Toronto than, I don't know, a house full of people who hunt them."
"Coincidences happen, but you're right. I don't see any other possibility."
Tara agreed.
"So, 2 questions,"
Odell said, standing up because sitting down in a plate carrier was less comfortable.
1, what made them? 2, what was their intent?
Tara twisted to look at him and held up a hand, 2 fingers already extended, as she raised a third and a fourth as she spoke.
"How did they get their intel on us? Location, vehicles, our IDs? And why now?"
"I think the last question is the most prevalent,"
Kim said softly. His eyes glazed over in deep thought.
"Given the time of the familiars being infected, the missing military personnel, it gives us a timeline, and that timeline adds significant circumstantial weight to my theory of what made them. Given that they have been active here for well over a year, that makes me consider why an attack happens now."
Tara perked up, leaning forward in her seat to make her wet hair fall beside her face.
"The werewolves, the pack we lost track of,"
she said.
"The ones you assumed had gone into hibernation?"
Odell asked.
"The very same ones,"
Kim answered.
What if they didn't hibernate? What if they moved off, maybe even to another country, but left their familiars here as insurance against us? What if they left a force to watch us and gather information?" "Seems pretty feasible to me,"
Delaney said. He looked drawn, angry but tired, and Odell guessed that was because he'd been the senior guy here for a long time, so the responsibility for surveillance lapses fell on his shoulders.
"Also seems like pretty good cover,"
Odell said, earning the undivided attention of the others in the room. He knew the non-military people among them wouldn't understand it, but he was disappointed that Riker looked just as confused as they did.
"One of the tactics we used to flush a bad guy out was hitting a softer target while we had eyes on the real prize and a reaction force ready to move on them when they squirreled. It was a way to get big targets out into the open. Why risk 30 guys in a firefight when you can hit a convoy with a drone strike?" "What are you saying? That this was a deliberate tactic to draw us out?"
Kim asked.
"And turn our heads from where the real attack is going in?"
Odell confirmed. He didn't know if he was right, but he was accustomed to offering up ideas at the planning stage to be sure they considered all possibilities.
"Okay, so we start work based on that assumption and see where it gets us,"
Tara said.
"If anywhere,"
Delaney put in with a hint of sullenness.
"Where do we start?"
Odell asked. He kept his gear on as they all walked to the archives, not wanting to set it down in case he needed it in a hurry. The room was the same hive of activity, with people hard at work in front of their multiple monitors, only this time Kim took Evelyn aside by himself to explain what they were thinking. She nodded with exaggerated head movements and walked away, her steps short and fast as before, and started hammering at a keyboard like she was a concert pianist. 3 big, curved screens adorned her workspace with a flat monitor arranged vertically on her right side. Odell walked over to watch her work, expecting some movie moment of eureka where she gave them grid coordinates and a target package in seconds. When she turned and spoke to her feet, he was disappointed.
"It'll take a few hours,"
she said, like that was the end of the conversation so far as she was concerned.
That's it?
Odell asked, unable to mask his disappointment.
"Reckon you can make it work any faster?"
Tara asked.
"Do you even know what it's looking for?"
Odell didn't, and short of trying a Google search for werewolf attacks, he didn't exactly know where to start.
Over 500,000 people went missing in the U.S. alone last year,
Kim explained patiently.
543,000,
Evelyn said quietly.
And we can't simply narrow down those to areas close to dense forestry, nor can we discount others where remains were found. Even some that fit the profile will have red flags and genuine reasons. So, it takes time to add up all the factors and extrapolate usable data,
Kim finished.
"And then it takes a human being who understands how they work to look at that data and act on it,"
Tara added.
And in the meantime?
Odell asked, genuinely lost for purpose while he waited.
What would the military make you do while you waited for a mission?
Kim asked expectantly, but Riker answered for him.
Clean everything twice and stand in line a lot?
He groused. Odell thought about it. If he was on deployment and was waiting for a mission, he'd be working out, or sleeping, or eating.
Eat, sleep, and train,
he said flatly. Kim nodded, like he'd just answered his own question, before melting away with Delaney in tow. Riker stirred and made his own excuses.
I need to take a shit.
That left Tara and Odell standing alone. She looked at him expectantly, and he returned the gaze.
I wanted to thank you again. I don't know what...
Yeah, you do. It happened. I was there, no point in second-guessing anything,
he said, hoping this wouldn't turn into another discussion about their feelings.
Well, I'm not hungry, and I've already slept enough, so shall we train?
She asked, changing the subject and forcing a smile onto her face.
How about some intel work?
He asked, earning a confused frown from her in answer.
I'd like to know a little, actually, a lot more about werewolves, if that's what we're going up against next.
Tara nodded and headed for the door, just assuming he'd follow like she often did, and didn't even look back to see if he was trailing her. She led him down a flight of stairs and along a different corridor to where his own room sat empty. Wordlessly, she walked into a room without unlocking it. Odell guessed it wasn't needed in that house, no matter how many people shared it, and left it open for him as she walked inside. He found a layout similar to his own, only the decoration was more blank, the furniture more simplistic, and the room had a clean sense of minimalism to it. A large laptop sat charging on a desk that evidently also doubled as her makeup application space, given the products stacked in a neat set of organizers on the left. She opened the computer and unlocked it with her fingerprint, then began searching files in silence. Feeling foolish being dressed for war, Odell unclipped his rifle and set it against the wall before ripping open the Velcro and peeling off his plate carrier. The compact .45 was holstered high on the vest, but the bigger version still sat holstered against his right thigh. Feeling less obvious, he scanned the room for another chair without seeing one.
"You can sit on the bed. It doesn't mean anything,"
she told him.
"Now, Lycanthropy 101.
Odell wondered what had happened to make her make that assumption about his thoughts, before he realized that he hesitated to sit there because of the exact implication she told him she was ignoring. Half a minute of uncomfortable silence ticked by until she double-clicked a file with a flourish and stood. The laptop issued a hiss, the unmistakable background noise of an old analog recording, and someone cleared their throat before a male voice started talking. He sounded tired, maybe even a little dazed.
"Okay, where to start? From what I know, I went missing 1 year, 2 months, and 8 days ago. My family assumed I was dead somewhere, and they didn't let up at the sheriff's department until a trawl of the woods had been organized.
back it up a minute. I like to mountain bike in the woods, flying downhill like a dumbass. That's what I was doing when...
Odell looked at Tara in confusion, but she held a finger vertically to her lips and nodded back at the laptop.
Is this okay? Is this what you want to hear?
The male asked.
Just say whatever you want to say,
A female voice said reassuringly.
You're safe here, and nothing can harm you in this room. Saying it out loud might help you come to terms with it, and that's where we start your healing process. Go on.
The voice was younger, but it was unmistakably Tara speaking. Odell's mouth dropped open, but one look at her told him to keep quiet. She seemed lost in memory, her eyes dull as she transported herself back to the original conversation.
Okay. I was riding my bike when something ran across the track. It was big, like really big, and I was scared.
The young man sitting on her couch was agitated, unable to stop fidgeting, and she tried to stop herself from mimicking his jittery demeanor. Tara wasn't massively experienced with this kind of dissociative state, especially not when it came paired with vivid concoctions of the mind to offer any story that made sense to the patient. She took him because her financiers were connected to his family, and when money of that caliber asked for a favor, it had a way of getting done.
I was on break from college, visiting my folks when it happened.
Tara said nothing, just nodded a slow reassurance for him to keep talking. Getting him to engage in free recall was a hard thing to do, but she was figuring out how to coax it out of him after 3 sessions.
The thing, it was an animal. Gray. Massive. I thought it was a bear, so I told myself I had to get down the mountain fast before it came after me. So I did the fastest run on that route I'd ever done, you know? I was flying. Only...
Tara saw him retreat into himself, knowing that she had to prevent him from doing it gently or face another 20 minutes of him either crying or sitting there in a state of total catatonia. She leaned forward slightly and spoke in a soft, almost hypnotic voice.
What happened?
It was right on my ass. I was thinking there was, no way a bear could keep up, but when I looked behind, it wasn't a bear. It was a wolf, only not a wolf.
Describe it to me,
she said, speaking in the same soft but insistent voice with as few words as possible to keep him there with her, to keep them both connected to the memory he'd invented to protect himself from the truth.
It was gray, darker on the top and whiter on the chest, and it had legs that looked just wrong, you know? Like they were too long for it, and the speed.
He shook his head again, walking along the parapet between reality and traumatic fiction.
I...
Tara watched as he balled his fists, the skin of his knuckles flashing pink to white as his body started rocking.
You're safe, Matthew,
she said soothingly.
You're here, in my office, not in the woods. You can tell me.
Matthew continued to rock, but the tension slowly ebbed from his fists. He let out a breath and spoke again, this time sounding fraught.
It jumped. It got me. I tried to get away, but I was too slow. It...
He stood, startling Tara with the explosive speed he moved with, and she was about to dash back behind her ornate desk of solid dark wood to hit the panic button when she saw that Matthew wasn't running away or attacking her. He was tearing at his own clothes. He ripped the shirt away, too frustrated with the final stubborn buttons to bare his pale torso and turn his back to her. She froze, seeing the neat rows of deep puncture wounds covered in thick scar tissue. It was like nothing she'd ever seen before, save for a shark attack survivor, but the patterns of the scars were all wrong for a shark. The outline was undeniably canine, the tooth marks following a pattern of a long snout, but the size was impossible.
It bit me,
Matthew bawled.
And then I...
He sat, slumping down to the couch, deflated.
Then what?
She asked, her own voice hoarse with fear and shock.
Then I was in a hospital, and they told me I'd been missing for 1 year,
2 months and 8 days.
He spoke flatly now, his words devoid of all emotion, as if the outburst had exhausted him too much.
I'm not stupid, Doc. I know they all think I'm crazy, but I'm not.
The atmosphere in Tara's room was as still as a photograph. Odell barely breathed as he listened, and Tara held her eyes closed now.
I don't think you're crazy, Matthew, but I do want to help you.
Tara stood and crossed the room, shutting the laptop lid almost reverently.
He killed himself 3 days later,
she said.
He left a note saying that he'd remembered all the terrible things he'd done to people, and that he couldn't help himself. He said he was under a spell, and behind it all were the wolves.
She sat back beside him and sighed, letting out the tension of reliving the experience. Did you know about everything back then? Odell asked, but Tara was already shaking her head.
An MRI showed a skull fracture they reckoned happened at about the same time he went missing. The medical diagnosis was a TBI.
She glanced at him to make sure he understood the terminology. His face registered understanding, so she continued.
And as far as my diagnosis, I said he suffered from paranoid delusions resulting from the brain trauma. I prescribed him Valium.
She scoffed and shook her head, seemingly unable to believe she was so stupid back then. That got anything to do with the scar on your neck? Odell asked, doing the math in his head and searching for her motivation to do what she did. Her expression darkened.
No, that's a whole other story, and not one I like telling.
So, those werewolves, they used him as a familiar? Odell asked, switching back to the subject before he lost her completely.
We think so. If it's the same pack, then they have a pattern going back over 50 years. Longer, probably. But the records aren't reliably digitized, so we can't easily find any matching circumstances. That's what they do, moving from city to city, state to state, even country to country. They pick off targets that are fun to hunt, like someone flying down a mountain on a bike as fast as a human possibly could. And they either eat them or take them as slaves. Mostly, they eat them.
So, how the hell did he come back? Odell asked, shocked that he hadn't made that connection yet.
Easy. The sire was killed by Kim and someone else. When the sire dies, the familiars are released from the bond.
Right. So we find the pack and the threat here goes away. Tara nodded.
That's the theory.
17. Or did they? Tamar woke to muffled gunshots in the trees behind their trailer. A panicked look at her phone told her she'd been asleep for 4 hours, not nearly long enough, but the shooting concerned her more. She stumbled from her bed, tired springs protesting her movements, and fell painfully into the dresser as she tried to pull clothes on. She walked out, finding the trailer empty, but the TV left on, and slipped her feet into boots before going outside where the erratic gunshots sounded more clearly.
Pop!
She called, concern and tiredness making her voice croaky. More gunshots sounded, and she started off hesitantly in their direction, trepidation and annoyance fighting for dominance in her mind. She found the source of the gunfire about 200 paces into the woods, and the annoyance overtook everything else she felt.
Damn it, you assholes!
She yelled, seeing her stepfather and his buddy looking sheepish, but also trying to hide their grins. She could tell right away they were drunk, that one of them must have had the great idea to go and shoot a box of 38s at empty beer cans in the trees, and, not for the first time, she wondered when she had become the parent. "Sorry!" they chorused, like schoolboys caught doing something juvenile. But even as she turned and stormed away, she could hear their outrageous laughter at being caught and chastised. 4 hours sleep or not, Tamar couldn't stand to be there any longer. She showered fast, tied up her long hair, still wet, grabbed her keys and purse, and set off toward town, leaving the drunken fools behind. A glance at the fuel gauge needle and the few dollars she had left reminded her what her first stop had to be. Gary was at the diner, sitting at the end of the bar on his phone, while Irene put in some fast miles keeping people fed and tables clean. The chef was working flat out in the back, and Gary clearly had zero intention of doing anything but running his staff into the ground and raking in the paltry profits. He looked up as the door chime went, instantly souring the look on his face when he saw it was her. She was okay with him not liking her because she detested him, but being punished for not sleeping with your boss because he was repulsive in every way got under her skin.
"I'm here for my paycheck,"
she said after striding right up to him with the intention of spoiling his day.
You ain't due back here until later,
Gary argued, but Tamar just stood still and said nothing. She had learned to do that a long time ago. She'd just stand there, not saying anything, and letting the other person talk. Half the time they'd convince themselves she was right without her having to explain why. So she just let Gary suffer the silence.
Although, I suppose... All right, fine, come on back.
He stood and walked out through the kitchen to where the tiny windowless office sat locked. Only he had the key, and she suspected it was so he could hide and watch pornography back there during the day, no doubt memorizing some moves he wanted to try out on Sherry. He unlocked it and released a waft of stale air that smelled like warm feet. Stepping inside and groaning as he bent to the small safe, he turned to check if Tamar could see him from where she stood. He needn't have bothered, because she had no intention of getting into a confined space alone with the man. He unlocked the safe and took out the tiny stack of brown envelopes, sorting through them until he found hers. Handing it over, she weighed it in her hand as if suspecting it was light before pulling off the handwritten note attached to the front of it.
"I worked extra last Saturday, and last night."
So
you owe me for another 7.5 hours,
she said, stating facts as if the conclusion was inevitable.
I'll add it to next week,
he said, waving her away.
"No, Gary, I need it today. I earned it. I should be paid it."
His sneer told her he didn't like the way she spoke, and her accusatory look told him that she knew how he liked women to earn money. He thought she was arrogant and dismissive, thinking herself too smart for the likes of him as she played with the cheap silver cross hung around her neck. He didn't know that she only did that when she was nervous.
I ain't got time to work it out now,
he protested.
7.5 hours, $7.30 an hour. That's $54.75,
she said, making out like she'd done the math on the spot and not letting on that she'd checked it on her phone's calculator app before she came in, expecting him to have, accidentally on purpose, forgotten to pay her for the extra time.
You want me to go counting out nickels now?
"Just round it up to 55 then,"
she said with a simple shrug, knowing that Gary was precisely the kind of man to hold a grudge over 25 cents. She steeled herself mentally before dropping the ultimatum.
"Or you can find someone else to cover the night shift."
Gary's eyes flashed a threat, and Tamar worried she might have just pushed a little too hard this time. But greed or good sense kicked in, and he pulled out his wallet, counting out 5 tens and a 5, and thrusting them at her. She reached for it, but he pulled his fingers back to tease her.
Ah!
he said, flicking the notes back toward her and laughing. She snatched the money like a striking snake and turned on her heel, hearing his final game-winning comment behind her.
I'll be taking the quarter out of next week!
She winked at Irene on the way past, smiling at Sherry sweetly as she walked for the door. The younger woman didn't know what to do, so she smiled back, mirroring the gesture, until Tamar's face dropped into a judgmental scowl and transformed further into a shaming shake of her head. Sherry mouthed an obscenity at her, which put the smile back on her face. At the door, she paused and looked back, speaking loudly enough for a dozen regulars to hear.
"I'm headed into town, Sherry. You need anything? Plan B, Preparation H, antibiotics. I know Gary can't stop scratching his junk today."
She didn't wait for an answer, just stood there long enough for some laughs to reach her ears and see at least one horrified look aimed at the other waitress. With close to $600 in her purse, she drove to town, stopping off at the same gas station and seeing the same kid pick up the hose and give her a confused look. She told him to fill it up, and as she waited for him to pump the gas, she considered just getting on the road and getting the hell out of there for good. She knew it was a pipe dream, just like the $2,000 she had deposited in a savings account in the town's biggest bank would never grow large enough to set her free. But this time she feared she was closer than ever before to just doing it and seeing where the wind took her. The click of the pump shutting off startled her back to reality. She paid cash and set off towards the town, which looked as tired of life as she felt. Later on, and a full hour and 30 minutes before her evening shift was due to start, she walked into the diner to find Irene serving the half-dozen people in for an early dinner. She didn't want to go home for a short time only to drive straight back, and she reckoned she could get Otis to fix her the best grilled cheese in the state before her shift started, with the added bonus of making Sherry serve it to her. Her eyes were drawn to Irene's, which were red, and it was clear she'd recently been crying before forcing on a smile and going back to work.
Hey,
Tamar whispered, heading her off as she carried a stack of dirty dishes back behind the counter.
what's going on? It's nothing, sweetie.
The older woman answered, so transparently lying that Tamar couldn't accept it.
Bullshit, it's nothing.
Irene looked like she was going to cry again, so Tamar pushed her through the door to the kitchen and took the dishes from her. Irene's head drooped, and her shoulders started to heave. Tamar said nothing, not being a woman for false promises and platitudes, because, in her experience anyway, things didn't usually turn out all right, no matter how optimistic a person was.
Gary,
Irene sobbed now, burying her greasy, piled-up hair into Tamar's face.
He moved me to the evening shift, said Sherry wanted the day shift. Son of a bitch!
Tamar growled, knowing the exact reason why Gary would do that, but also knowing why it wouldn't work for Irene.
Mom won't take her pills,
Irene said, sniffing loudly and wiping her nose with the tissue that appeared out of her apron pocket.
Go, get out of here. I'll cover for you,
Tamar said. Irene's head lifted and their eyes met, and in that brief, silent exchange, she could see the problem. She couldn't do without the $11 in her paycheck.
I said I'll cover for you,
Tamar insisted.
I'll clock you out when I clock myself in. Now get going.
Irene hugged her, wiping her eyes and stripping off the apron as she poured kind, thankful words on the younger woman. Tamar pulled her own apron off a wall hook as she shooed Irene out of the door, then surveyed the diner, where no less than 3 people were impatiently waiting to catch her eye. With a sigh and a smile as false as the promise of an alcoholic, she went to work. She didn't stop until almost 9, when the last 10 people in the diner were finishing up and deciding if they had room in their bellies for a 2-day-old slice of pie that had been defrosted and left on display so long Tamar wouldn't recommend it. She wiped down as she went, always mindful not to make wasted journeys and double the amount of time she spent on her feet. Efficiency of effort was something that came naturally to her, and to the disinterested or unobservant it made her seem as though she wasn't putting enough effort in, because she never rushed. She never rushed because she never had to. She worked smart, not hard. The cops never came in at the start of their night shift, and in the empty diner with the grilled cheese and Otis sitting beside her watching the TV, she almost struck up a conversation about what they'd said about the hikers. A glance at Otis told her that he probably wouldn't be interested in it, because nothing outside of Otis' immediate sphere seemed to matter to him. He was even more stuck in a rut than she was, working every night to circle the same drain until he finally lost his job and set to work drinking himself to death in some dive. When the soft chime of the doorbell brought the false smile back to her face, she turned and froze. Smile locked in place, but eyes fearful, because 3 strangers walked in. All were dressed well, one of them wearing a black shirt so shiny it looked like it was made of liquid metal, and all of them had an aura about them that made her feel distinctly unwell. Otis spared them a disinterested glance and took his coffee back into the kitchen in preparation of an order, also because he never liked to step outside when there were customers present, like he didn't believe their 2 worlds should come into contact. The 3 men sat, sliding into a booth with controlled, economical movements, but none spoke, and none picked up a menu to peruse. She forced the smile wider and approached their table with the pad on her left hand and the pen in her right. her chirpy attitude dialed up to somewhere just above halfway in respect of the late hour. All three turned to look at her, expressions curious but also somehow bored, and she took an involuntary step back from the table to grip the small crucifix hanging from her neck. She didn't know why she did it, certainly not for any faith in the god it symbolized, but she recognized it as a nervous reaction and forced herself to let it go. She took a deep breath and asked the men if they'd like some coffee.
"Yes,"
one said. His voice was right and deep, like a growl had been auto-tuned to sound like a person, and she blanched as she recognized him as the stranger who had come in and frightened her the night before. She hadn't recognized him among company, she told herself, but part of her knew that he looked different somehow. Younger. She nodded, her ponytail bouncing as she did, and stepped fast for the counter to bring the warm pot over. None of them moved to turn the cups on the table, so she leaned in and did it for them, arm extended as she tried to keep her body away from them on instinct. But when the last cup was being filled, one of them reached for the sugar pot and she felt an impossible heat radiating from his skin. She recoiled, spilling coffee on the table.
"I'm so sorry," she said,
coffee pot retreating and cloth appearing in her left hand to mop up the spillage. But the man she recognized shot out his own hand and gripped her wrist. For a fraction of a second, the grip was painfully hard, but before she could register it and react, he softened his hold and smiled up at her. The smile was not kind, not apologetic, and not at all reassuring. It was positively predatory. "Just leave it," he said softly, still conveying his words as a soft growl. She did, dropping the cloth as her wrist was released and taking another long pace back from the table.
And can I get you any food?"
she said, trying to maintain the usual dialogue for the comfort of routine.
"No food,"
one of the others said, waving her away. She almost bobbed a curtsy as she retreated. Such was the power in the command that she complied immediately and fled to relative safety behind the counter. She wiped the clean surface with a fresh cloth for the sake of doing anything to appear busy, but her gaze was drawn inexorably to the three strangers who sat in silence. Or did they? Tamar watched from the corner of her eye, seeing them sip their coffees and exchange looks in turn. To her imagination, it seemed like they spoke, only without actually talking, as their glances and attention between one another had the obvious and unquantifiable feel of a conversation. She pulled her phone out of an apron pocket and tried to make it look like she was casually checking her messages, but she was trying to covertly zoom the poor camera in on them before taking a blurry shot. One locked eyes with her without warning, not moving his head, and she looked down instantly to clean an imaginary spot on the counter. When she glanced up again, all three of them were looking at her. She was frozen, with no idea what to do. But her body clearly did. It reached down under the counter to the short-barreled 12-gauge that had been there probably since the 50s. She didn't know if it was loaded, if it would even fire, and she only ever had cause to lay her hand on it once before. Back then, it had been a couple of guys wanting to beat the brakes off each other, over a woman, naturally, and her point had been made that if they wanted to punch each other in the head, they could do it outside where everyone could watch and still enjoy their food. Her right hand found the wooden grip and tightened around it, just as her left hand nervously clutched at the shape of the cross hanging beneath her shirt. But before any decision was made for her, the three men looked back to one another as if resuming their unspoken debate. Unnerved by them and her reactions, Tamar retreated to the kitchen where she kept a wary eye on the diner through the serving hatch. They looked wrong. They gave off an air that was somehow unnatural. When they left, she waited, watching the glass front for headlights, and when there were none, she locked the back door of the diner and ignored Otis' confused glance before walking cautiously back out front. They were gone, and when she went to the table to retrieve the 3 dirty coffee cups, she could feel the cheap vinyl seats radiating heat like a fire. Confusing her and turning her mind off their odd behavior, she found 100 folded under the sugar pot. Pocketing the note and not ringing up the coffees as a form of compensation, she went back behind the counter to sit near the shotgun in the hope that morning would come fast.
"What's got you all twisted up, kid?"
Otis asked in his slow, rumbling voice like a rolling oil drum. Tamar opened her mouth to tell him, but paused, not knowing what words she possessed that could lend any accuracy or legitimacy to her feelings. She closed her mouth and shook her head, as if dismissing the whole incident from her mind.
"Nothing, Otis. I'm all right."
Otis nodded and turned back to the kitchen, pulling the stub of pencil from behind his ear to continue a crossword puzzle. "Well, all right," he said as he loped away. After the oddity of the night shift and the 3 strange coffee drinkers she would have sworn were a figment of her imagination if it weren't for the $100 bill in her pocket, Tamar handed over to a smug sherry in the morning. She was a half-hour late, which Tamar made sure she waited for the clock to turn to 7:30 before she punched out for that extra $3.65, and to make a point, she left without telling her replacement who was waiting for what.
"Let her figure it out if she's so smart,"
Tamar thought to herself acidly as she started her truck on the second try and eased it out of the parking lot with the fan belt screaming. She drove home on the same roads, making the same turns and hearing the truck make the same noises in the same places. She pulled into the same trailer park, saw the same mangy dogs and the same early morning beer drinkers, pulled up in front of the same trailer, and fell into the same bed, exhausted. 18. Says the woman with more money than Microsoft. When word came that Evelyn's magical algorithm had produced results, Odell had that familiar tingle of an upcoming op in the pit of his stomach. Adrenaline, nervousness, excitement, trepidation, all of it in tiny doses combined to give him the butterfly sensation people describe when they don't understand the hormonal imbalances the human body deliberately gives itself all the time. He jogged, thinking back to so many times he'd been roused in the night and called to the Tactical Operations Center on some base in some country where nobody really cared, but felt instantly foolish when he saw everyone else converging on the room was moving far more sedately. He'd committed the cardinal sin of a senior NCO. He'd let panic show, and he knew panic among warriors spread faster than herpes at a music festival. He should have been the one walking tall under mortar fire, smoking a stogie like he was just taking in the morning air. He should have shown a better example to the others, who he realized in that moment he thought of as his fellow warriors, and he hated himself for the break in character. He wasn't surprised to find the briefing was being run by Delaney again, because somehow he couldn't see the shy genius delivering the results of her work while she tapped out the accompanying Morse code on her finger and thumb. Odell leaned against the back wall, lurking as was his way, and listened to Delaney give the briefing like he was sending a police task force out to canvass a neighborhood after a particularly bad crime had taken place. "All right, listen up. The computer spit out missing hikers reported currently in Wyoming, Alaska, Washington State, California, Idaho, and Florida. Of those, 6 we've narrowed down to 3 where human remains have been found, giving us the Tongass in Alaska, the Ocala in Florida, and the Sierra in California. I think we can rule out Alaska for obvious reasons," Kim said. Odell wanted to ask what the obvious reasons were, but the briefing moved on before he could make the words. "Local pathologists identified clear indications that the wounds on the remains are from a bear, but I don't think that should mean we completely rule it out," Delaney said, showing Odell some of the thoroughness he employed in his former career. Check and check again was the theme. And he liked that they didn't just rule something out when it was convenient, because it spoke to a level of professionalism he could appreciate. He smiled to himself as his question was answered, and then some.
"What about the 20 million acres we'd have to cover?"
Tara asked.
"Not to mention the fact that it's cold enough we could die just being there looking for them."
16 million, but agreed, Delaney said. Not a good plan to just go wandering around in 20-degree weather with some doggy treats. So, that brings me to California. 2 missing hikers in the last 6 weeks, some as yet unidentified human remains found by a guy out hunting who came across a shallow grave, partially dug up by animals. Do werewolves bury their victims? Odell asked. No, they do not. Not that we've ever seen or read about anyway. Plus, there are other factors. Such as? Riker asked coldly. He was from California, one of the few things Odell knew about him, and it seemed he was taking it personally. 11 missing persons reports in the areas nearest that side of the forest where the buried body was found. 4 reports of migrant workers getting into a dark green truck and never getting to their destination. And 1 unreliable report of an attempted abduction, Delaney explained. Why unreliable? Odell asked. Victim was drunk and flashing her tits at cars to hitch a ride. She says a guy in a black pickup tried to grab her, but she took off and got picked up by a patrol car. She also had a misdemeanor amount of cocaine in her purse, and she's made 2 previous false reports against ex-boyfriends let's just say the Fresno County Sheriff doesn't exactly believe her. Reading between the lines, she confuses regret with the other R word. Reckons she's trying to get some local attention off the back of a real investigation. That many missing people and the sheriff doesn't give a crap? Riker asked, his words clearly betraying his anger. Migrant workers? Odell asked, his tone just as obviously dubious as Riker's was angry. Delaney nodded, glad that someone had read between the lines. Huge amount of seasonal Central and South American workers in the region working in agriculture. Doesn't take a genius to draw a conclusion there, Delaney answered. So, we got a bunch of illegals missing in the forest and local law enforcement doesn't care because they'll catch a headache for wasting resources on investigating them, Riker said. I remember someone saying a bunch of them actually camped in the foothills so they didn't get picked up in town by ice. Which means we could be facing a lot more missing people there than have been reported, Kim said, his tone dark with concern. We got a local source up there? Riker asked. A deputy called Melissa Clayton. She's filed a dozen of those reports and sent them up the chain. Good place to start, Delaney said. Why does she care? Odell asked, picking up on the anomaly. Delaney shrugged, conveying that he knew not why people did anything. Which leaves the Ocala forest in Florida, Kim said, prompting the conversation to move on. 3 reported missing, a partial leg found a few days ago. It had been chewed up by animals pretty bad, and the cause of death is recorded as an animal attack, but inconclusive as to what exactly. Local buzz is that it's an alligator, with every fairy tale about man-eaters coming back to prey on the population like it's a bad B-movie, Delaney said. Last I checked, Lake Placid was in New York, Riker said.
And that movie was about a crocodile. Big difference,
Tara answered. No difference, Riker grumbled back. Which leaves us with 2 viable options to explore, Kim said testily. I intend to split our teams up and call in reinforcements. If our members are at risk, coming together isn't a bad idea anyway. What's the plan, boss? Riker asked, leaning forward in his chair. Kim thought for a moment before launching into rapid-fire orders. Delaney, I want you to stay here and coordinate everything. Delaney nodded as if expecting the back room role. I'll go to Nassau, Kim said. It's about time I called a board meeting or something. Maybe call it a spot check on the accounts. And it's only a short hop to Orlando from there by helicopter. Riker, I want you to head to Fresno and start digging around, but do not go into the forest. Is that clear? Riker nodded, although he didn't look too pleased with the orders. I'll take Tara and Odell. Riker, I'll send Ilya to you as soon as he can travel if you make contact with a rendezvous point. Riker nodded again, happier with that news, but his frown returned. Hell of a lot of ground to cover, he said cautiously. Could do with another couple bodies. Odell watched the expressions in the room and knew he was missing something. Tara rolled her eyes while Kim shifted in his seat with something resembling discomfort. Say what you mean, Riker, Kim said. Ramona. The tension in the room broke, and everyone but Odell had something to say. Absolutely not, Kim snapped. Tara laughed and shook her head, saying,
Matt, how many times are you going to do this to yourself?
Delaney walked closer to Riker and leveled a finger at his chest. After the last time, she's a loose cannon and you know it. She won't follow orders and she doesn't give a damn about being part of a team. Odell smirked to himself, thinking that Ramona sounded like someone he wanted to meet, if only for the amusement factor. Penny to $1 she could outdrink at least half of them by that description alone. No, your job is to investigate and observe, Kim said, standing and glaring at Riker. Nothing more. Do you understand me? Riker held up both hands in surrender, muttering a response.
Okay, jeez.
Kim deflated and resumed his normal appearance as the anger bled away.
I'll make the travel arrangements. Everyone get packing,
he said. But Odell had another question before they all left.
What's the plan if we find a target? He asked, seeing that none of them had really considered the second part of the plan. I mean, I'm guessing werewolves don't go down easy, right? We need silver bullets or something?
Kim smiled at him.
For once, Odell, the movies have that right. But we have progressed the science since people were firing lumps of precious metal into the beasts. Tara, would you be so kind as to take Odell to see the armorer?
Tara nodded, and Odell smiled because he liked the sound of the armorer even more than he liked the sound of Ramona. They walked out of the room side by side.
Are you one of those gun freaks? Do you know all the muzzle velocities of everything and go to hate rallies against people who like bullpup rifles?
She asked. I can appreciate something that's put together well, guns included,
he said, resisting the urge to complete the joke and lean back for a look at her ass.
Then you'll like the armory. It's full of toys.
One thing I absolutely need to know, though,
Odell said as they walked down the stairs.
Who the hell is Ramona, and why does Riker have such a hard-on for her?
Odell, unlike the vast majority of the world's population, was no stranger to a helicopter ride. He'd spent the better part of 2 decades riding around in CH-46 Sea Knight helicopters or MV-22 Ospreys and just about everything else in between at one point or another. He'd been in so many helicopters on so many different occasions that it barely registered to him, but part of him expected Tara, as a civilian, to show some sense of excitement about it. He was wrong about that, because she ducked her head and walked toward the downwash of the spinning rotors like it was just another Tuesday. Something else Odell was wrong about was the fact that he took helicopter transport for granted, because the Augusta airframe he climbed into this time was unlike anything he'd ever flown in before. 7 comfortable seats, 4 of them in a bench facing 3 plush armchairs that would look less out of place in the business class section of a big commercial jet than they did inside a helicopter, waited for them inside, and Odell took the center one beside Tara. She pulled on a headset, turning to Odell with her hands up as if to motion for him to do the same, but he was already settling the noise-canceling cups over his ears. Adjusting the boom mic on the headset, he raised his eyebrows at Tara.
I don't know why I'm surprised. Just how much money do you guys have?
Tara seemed to think about that for a second before leaning her head back and speaking to the single pilot sitting up front.
Take us out, Jerry,
she said, leaning back and watching Odell as the helicopter's engines ramped up to send the spinning blades back into apoplectic speed. They lurched off the ground, nose down and ass up, as they took off away from the house backward, so Jerry could still see his LZ if something went wrong. Tara didn't flinch, even when physics did its thing and sent their insides spinning around in confusion while they defied gravity. Only when the helicopter leveled out on a southward course did she answer his question.
You ever met someone so rich they forgot they had a couple of ultra-rare cars in a garage at one of their 10 houses?
She asked.
Can't say I have. At least they never let me know they were that loaded.
Well, I used to have a patient that rich. All inherited, all of it going back to big investments with money made from big oil, big land money before that, and ultimately back to a trade we don't like to talk about nowadays. He was fixated on wealth, the illusion of it and the possessions like it was all some competition. I'm not talking about buying a $10,000 watch when your friend was bragging about owning one that cost $7,000. I'm talking about wealth so vast that they competed over owning things that weren't even for sale.
Like what?
Odell asked, fascinated by the hidden gossip that evidently lived inside of him.
Steve McQueen's cars? That was how it started. Only spending a few million on an old Mustang was pedestrian, and more than a little lame for someone who hadn't even watched his movies.
What else?
He went through a series of stupid phases where he'd track down some prop from a movie he'd seen, pay the owners an exorbitant amount of money for it, then brag about it on his Insta for a day. It got dark after that.
How dark?
Odell asked, worried about where the story was going.
Think Indecent Proposal, but instead of Robert Redford offering cash for one night with Demi Moore, think of some greasy, spoiled brat who was obsessed with money harassing Instagram models. He'd offer them a month in Dubai where money was literally no object,
Only the catch was that they had to do whatever he wanted. He started to lose it when people said no.
Why didn't he just get a hooker? Or even the expensive kind, like a high-class escort? Why go after people who didn't want that?
Because they didn't want it, get it? He had to dominate, to own them, possess them. That became the ultimate brag for him.
He sounds like a grade-A asshole, Odell said, making Tara laugh.
He was. He tried to make me do his sessions naked. Said that he bought me for the hour, so I had to do it. Said it was the only way he could feel comfortable being vulnerable if I was too. I threatened to tell his father who was paying, and that was the last time I saw him.
He found a new therapist?
Doctor, not some quack, a psychiatric doctor,
Tara corrected with a warning glance. So he found a new doctor?
No, he was arrested for conspiring to kidnap an actress with 2 idiots who followed him like leeches. Dumbass did everything through DMs.
Ah, so he got arrested, Odell said, but Tara laughed again, this time at his naivety.
I told you how rich he was, right? The kind of rich that puts $200 million into a presidential campaign and doesn't even notice it missing doesn't go to jail. Even less so when they put $100 million into a certain governor's re-election campaign who happens to hold sway over a state's attorney who magically decided that a prosecution wasn't in the public interest.
So he walked away? For real? Odell was horrified that justice was so easily bought. His version of justice came out of a rifle barrel at close to 3,000 feet per second, but even he thought the country of his birth was better than that. It made him feel stupid to be so wise in some ways, but ignorant in others.
A year in a fancy rehabilitation facility with a temporary diagnosis, and sealed records of the essay's deal, so, yeah, I guess he did get a new doctor, one who had motivations of a fiscal nature.
Odell frowned. Great story, but what's that got to do with the question?
You asked how much money we had? We took control of their company a year and a half ago with a stock takeover. Didn't even notice the money it cost.
So you're telling me you're rich, Odell said. Could have just said that.
Point I'm trying to make is that our organization is so rich that laws don't matter. We cross international borders when we like. We have a contact with a direct line to Langley and the White House when we need something doing. Not to mention a dozen other heads of state and intelligence agencies, and they still have no idea what it is we truly do. We want to keep it that way, so everything is done under the radar. And do you know why?
Because the world isn't ready to know what you know? Odell asked.
The world will never be ready to know what we know, Odie. Just imagine the mass panic, the grudges being settled because someone claimed to have seen something and acted for the good of everyone else. The world economy would fail. And the reason they don't know is exactly the same reason people don't get told about the half-dozen flying space rocks that pass us by every year. The world would tear itself apart. It would be like a global purge, and I mean the movie, not a literal purge, and we can't be responsible for that.
I think I got it, Red, Odell said.
Maybe, but I want to be clear you get where I'm coming from. Money is a tool. It's a weapon, a means to get shit done. The problem with money is that it's a theoretical concept. Wealth doesn't exist, not really and not in that sense. It's just counters we use to judge ourselves and rate our worth. The problem with money being theoretical is that it doesn't run out. It can't end. So no matter how rich you are, you could always be more rich. That makes it a flawed concept to me.
Says the woman with more money than Microsoft, Odell said with a smile. Tara smiled back and inclined her head a little, conceding the point that it was easy to say money didn't matter when you already had enough of it. So, 2 questions, Odell said, changing the subject.
Shoot.
1, where and what the hell is this armory? 2, who the hell is Ramona?
The answer to 1 you'll find out in about 40 minutes, and I don't want to spoil the surprise for the other,
Tara said. What if I don't like surprises?
You'll like this one. You've seen a Bond movie, right?
Odell nodded. He'd seen all of them, multiple times.
Okay, so I'm taking you to Q Branch.
Odell nodded again, but inside he was feeling a lot younger than his 36 years. And Ramona? Even over the headset, Odell could hear the weariness through her responding sigh.
Ramona is Ramona. She was you years ago, only she wanted to have her cake and eat it too. She took the red pill,
Or whichever one was the pill to go back. I never actually watched the movie. I had to Google it before we had that talk. Only she took her new identity and the money, and she started doing what we do.
So she's a disgruntled former employee who went into the private sector? Odell said.
It's a little more complicated than that. She was with us for a while, just long enough to learn what she needed to learn. Then she screwed us over. Emptied out a safe house, stole a few $1 million along with enough hardware to take back Guatemala. She was born there but raised in New Mexico, and she made it pretty clear she wanted nothing to do with us. Told us if we went to play in her backyard, she'd take it personally.
Where's her backyard? Odell asked.
Pretty much the whole Southwest, but honestly, not a lot goes on down there, so she's basically a vigilante for hire.
And what's the real story? How is Riker mixed up in it? Tara smiled again, ruefully this time.
Riker was pretty much in love with her. She took advantage, and everyone knew it, except him. And the only reason she got away with that much cash and so many untraceable guns is because she fooled him into getting the access codes for her. Part of me thinks he still trusts her, but part of me also thinks he's right.
Right about going to her now?
Yeah.
She leaned forward, still speaking into the mic.
And Jerry, you better have that temporary deafness we talked about right now.
Over the headset, Odell just heard Jerry's chuckle.
Huh? What's that? Can't hear a thing,
the pilot answered.
Good. So yeah, Ramona is in the area. She hates monsters, and she's capable as all hell. She's connected to every Cali gang in some way. Biker gangs, cartel connections, those white power dickheads, and the black gangs who waste their time killing each other. And she would be a superb asset to have on the ground there.
But she's a loose cannon, Odell said.
That's literally the biggest understatement I've heard to describe her, but yeah. She's angry, emotional, reckless, arrogant, and totally loyal to herself.
Meaning she'd screw Riker over again in a heartbeat and not lose a second of sleep over it.
Pretty much,
Tara agreed, reclining her seat and settling herself comfortably.
Now shut up for a while so I can grab 30 minutes.
Odell did as he was told, tipping back his own seat, but uttering a few more words before he closed his eyes also.
You can turn your ears back on now, Jerry, in case you need them to land or anything.
19. Asking for ketchup in a Michelin star restaurant. The helicopter set down with the weight of a feather betraying the skill of their aging pilot. They thanked him, but he just nodded with a smile and shut off the rotors.
Give me a text when you're ready to go. You know where I'll be,
Jerry said.
You make sure you're fit to fly when we do. A pilot with weak knees is no good to us,
Tara said with amusement, as they stooped under the slowing rotor blades and headed for the single pedestrian door in the side of a nondescript industrial building.
Inside joke?
Odell asked, his voice raised over the dying engines and his words pronounced clearly.
Jerry's wife works here. Every chance they get, they, disappear.
Tara replied with a wicked, playful smile on her face. The noise was almost gone now as they reached the door, and Tara tapped in a long code into a touchscreen that came to life at the presence of her fingertip.
So,
Odell asked while looking around in search of anything that could give away their location.
Where the hell are we?
Jamestown is the nearest population center,
Tara said as she pulled open the door.
But there aren't any roads that come up here.
Inside the building was dark, windowless, but LED lights blinked to life, revealing a clean, gray corridor leading to a secure door that looked like it could withstand a high explosive armor-piercing round from a main battle tank. Tara started tapping a code into another keypad.
So, my Aston Martin behind this door?
Odell asked with a smirk. Tara mirrored the smirk, only with a hint of embarrassment for him.
Just
what?
Just don't make a dick of yourself, okay? These guys do amazing work, and they're proud of it. They also don't get out much, so don't be annoying,
she said, pushing open the door and walking into a concrete lobby playing host to a single elevator. Odell frowned, readjusting to the unexpected environment fast, and followed her inside, watching as she pushed the button to take them down a level.
I'm never annoying,
he muttered.
And besides, I'm sure they get a good deal out of it, too.
Tara nodded her agreement as the elevator went down, speaking as it came to a gentle rest and the doors slid open.
We fund a lot of private research projects, and in return we get cutting-edge R&D, not to mention some pretty sensitive DNA research on demons and monsters,
she said, leading him into a high-ceilinged man-made cavern big enough to accommodate a Chinook.
We develop a lot of things with military applications, and our connections with government help us secure some pretty lucrative contracts in return. That said, the connections are more valuable than the money.
Odell thought back to the first time he had met her, seeing a woman who looked every part the Langley shot caller, having flown into a military base in an active conflict zone, and strutted her stuff like she owned the place. He followed her fast walk, seeing crates and boxes with a scattering of mobile terminals on large trolleys, and thought the place had the feel of a deployment base during downtime. She walked right up to a man wearing a thick sweater over his shirt and tie, big tablet strapped to one hand as he pointed to two other people and explained something. To Odell, it looked exactly like the acting of extras on a movie set. Tara walked up to the man and tapped him on the shoulder. He turned, revealing big front teeth as his smile spread wide, and a pudgy face with a balding head. Odell couldn't help but instantly see the similarities between the man and an overweight hamster. The effect wasn't helped when he started talking and moving his body in a flamboyant way.
Tara, darling, so wonderful to see you.
His accent was British, only it sounded off. The guy turned to Odell and shot out a hand to shake, flinging his body into a sideways stance like a dancer barely able to contain himself.
And you must be the new fish,
he said, his eyebrows waggling in a creepy way.
Odell, this is Rudy Gellerman.
Odell smiled and took the hand, but before he could speak, the act was dropped along with the accent.
It's Professor, but I go by Rudy. Kim called ahead, but I guess you know that already. Follow me,
he said, his voice deeper and the accent of a New Yorker sounding far more natural on him than the faked Shakespearean attempt. They followed, swiping keycards through doors, past laboratories, store cupboards, large double doors that promised to have interesting things behind them, until another corridor required another code, longer this time, and a thumbprint scan to grant them access. Gellerman shot Odell a knowing look and gave an enigmatic one-word explanation.
"Layers!"
he exclaimed, waving both hands theatrically and grinning toothily. They reached another lab that stretched out 100 meters or more into the rock of the mountain, and Odell felt more at ease. He knew a test range when he saw one, and he'd seen plenty.
"Okay,"
Gellerman said, clapping his hands loudly and rubbing them together with excitement.
"You're hunting large game with a particular dislike for good old AG. So—"
"AG?" Odell asked.
"AG Argentums."
The British accent returned, and the volume went up considerably.
"Silver, my dear boy, silver. Derived originally from the Latin, but known among English speakers from the Anglo-Saxon derivative selvor."
The act and accent vanished again, and Gellerman shrugged.
"It's what works. Hey, I don't make the rules, I just bend them, okay?"
"Isn't there like some chemical compound or something? Silver nitrate, maybe?"
"Ah,"
Gellerman said, raising an eyebrow at Tara.
"You brought me a study of popular fiction, I see. No, my friend, silver nitrate does not work for a number of reasons. You see, one, the purity of the silver holds significant bearing on the lethality and effect of the ammunition on the target, okay? Imagine you were lethally allergic to, say, beer, but I shot you with a 1% light beer instead of a good, strong German Pilsner. You'd be okay, right? Secondly, we've tried liquid delivery methods and projectiles before, and honestly, the accuracy is for shit."
"There's my answer," Odell said, smiling. As much as the guy was weird, he liked him. He talked fast, and he made sense, and Odell liked anyone who knew their business and didn't waste his time.
"So, we have these,"
Gellerman said, jerking his wrist forward like a magician performing a sleight of hand trick, only it spoiled the effect when he produced a bullet. Odell took it, seeing no difference to a normal 7.62 round, other than the penetrating tip reflected the light with a shiny metallic gleam.
"Basically, I started with the concept of what we already have in mass production that matched our needs in this particular case. We needed a round with high velocity, good penetrating power, because these damn things are built like a bison wearing Kevlar. Problem with high velocity
is overpenetration," Odell cut in. "And drilling holes through them doesn't work for us."
Exactly. You fill it with 5.56, and you'll have just long enough to see all those neat little holes you made heal up before it rips your head off. So, I went with common hunting ammunition, hollow point Barnes Vortex, but the copper is a silver alloy with a silver penetrating head, massive wound channel caused by what's effectively a Nosler partition bullet, and as the round passes through, all that kinetic energy is transferred into the chunk of the bullet, disintegrating into fragments. Et voila! No more Mr. Werewolf. Gellerman looked pleased with himself, snapping his fingers in front of his face like he was about to call Odell Felicia. Odell frowned in thought. Impressive, but how much silver are you getting on target with these? Couple grams, but it's the best we have, Gellerman answered, his smile wavering slightly at what he clearly perceived as criticism. Isn't a solid lump a better idea? How did you guys kill them before modern ammo? Odell asked.
You mean like a muzzle loader? A ball of silver the width of your thumb with low velocity?
Tara asked. That wouldn't work, Gellerman said. Aside from what you rightly said about overpenetration, the relative low velocity of heavier ball ammo means less chance of hide penetration. Say what you will about werebeasts, but they do have thick skins. No upsetting them by using the wrong pronouns.
Plus,
Tara added,
they've been known to bite or claw silver bullets right out of their flesh. Soon as the silver is out, they heal. It's just a matter of taking the pain.
But with these, Gellerman went on, the smile back on his face, they'll need hours of surgery to find all the fragments. Sold. I'll take 1,000, Odell said with an incline of his head. Got anything in 45 ACP? Gellerman scoffed. Fat and slow. Two things a bullet shouldn't be. Odell smiled, not wanting to get into another argument with what he guessed was going to be a 9mm fanboy, but Gellerman surprised him. Walking to a workbench, he picked up a brushed chrome revolver with a walnut grip and a snug nose. If you find yourself so close that you need to use a pistol, go big or get eaten. He showed Odell an empty chamber and handed it over before retrieving a .357 Magnum bullet from the bench. Old school, just a big round with a silver ball. Not the most reliable, but like I said, if you need it, nothing can hurt at that point because you, my friend, are already neck-deep in shit and you can't swim, Gellerman said. Odell nodded appreciatively, wondering if it was even worth carrying. What about shotguns? He asked. Gellerman's eyes went a little wider, but his smile didn't change at all. And how do you plan on carrying all this gear? Are you part ant? Are you taking a Sherpa with you? He asked, one eyelid flickering slightly. Got it. Stick with the rifle ammo. I'll need the right tool to deliver it, though, Odell said. Gellerman seemed to calm down. He nodded before beckoning them to follow, but Odell hung back and leaned down to Tara. What did I say? He asked in a whisper. Tara leaned in and spoke in the same whisper as they followed along to a workbench on the other side of the big room.
Gellerman spent 2 years working on that bullet. You basically just ask for ketchup in a Michelin-star restaurant.
This bench sat beneath a wall rack of weapons that would make a hardened prepper with a Second Amendment opinion faint with pure ecstasy. Gellerman pulled down a rifle that Odell recognized right away, mainly because it was the same familiar platform he carried to replace his M4. H&K 417. I'm assuming you prefer a shorter barrel length. You military room clearance types always do. But you need the barrel length for power, trust me. Odell nodded, holding out both hands for the weapon. It felt lighter than it looked, but what weight there was felt reassuring. Instead of the dappled tan and black his own weapon had been in the most recent sandbox of his life, this one was sleek and matte black all over. Modified upper and lower receivers, as well as the custom skeleton buttstock and adapted pistol grips similar to modifications made by Daniel Defense to the AR platforms for some of your special warfare celebrities, Gellerman explained as he inspected it. Good firm, he said absently. I know, but I'm better, Gellerman said without a hint of arrogance. He simply stated fact. No integrated suppressor, sorry to say, but I'm sure you can handle a few more inches.
That's what she said,
Tara muttered behind him.
I've added a hybrid optic for you, variable zoom with FLIR and NV.
Gellerman went on.
FLIR?
Tara asked.
Forward-looking infrared. This thing sees in the dark and highlights anything with body heat. It's basically the Predator helmet.
Odell turned to Gellerman.
Have you got the goggles, too? Monocle or a full set of bug eyes?
Gellerman answered, snapping his fingers at a nearby lab technician who scurried closer.
Both if you've got it,
Odell said. Gellerman nodded at the lab tech who disappeared fast to comply.
Why both?
Tara asked. Depends on the environment. If it's got intermittent lighting, then a full set of NVGs will just get in the way. Using a monocle in that situation allows me to do both. Gives you one hell of a headache after a while, though, Odell answered. Any other customizations Sir would like? Gellerman asked, talking like a maitre d' at a top restaurant. An EOTech red dot would be good. Angled side mount? Odell asked. Gellerman nodded. I have my own version, which you'll prefer, he said, again without a trace of arrogance. And a radio PTT extension to the vertical foregrip, Odell added. Gellerman's face registered the request as a solid idea, and Odell had met enough mad scientist armorers in his time to know this guy was already adding to his list of standard modifications for future loadouts. He took back the rifle and seated it inside a hard case, but not before Odell leaned over to see a dozen clear magazines stacked neatly in custom cutouts in the foam. Ah, one more thing before you go, Gellerman said with a snap of his fingers, setting off again fast for another workbench. He stopped there and lifted a small item sheathed in tough black nylon. Drawing it out, he held it aloft to catch the light, turning the blade left and right for the swirling pattern of the Damascus steel to play like a show. Now that's old school, Odell said, smiling at the classic K-bar Marine Corps knife, reimagined with the kind of steel he only saw on fancy show blades. Hardened steel and silver alloy with a higher density of precious metal along the edge. It'll go dull pretty quickly if you try chopping down trees with it, but it'll be like being stabbed by a hot knife dipped in hydrochloric acid and sanitizing hand rub if you're a werebeast, Gellerman said, returning the knife to the sheath and handing it over almost ceremonially to Odell. He took it, smiling his genuine thanks for the weapon, more for the symbology of it than a practical use. Gellerman straightened up and addressed Tara. I'll have it all packed up and taken to your ride, he said, gesturing towards the door and the way out. Hold up, Odell said. So no exploding watch? No Walther PPK? Tara visibly and audibly groaned at the bad reference, but Gellerman smiled. If you want that crap from the movies, you're in the wrong place, my friend. I only produce quality. Tara headed for the door, shaking her head, but Gellerman reached out for Odell's arm before he followed to whisper. But I'll leave you a little present in the rifle case. Don't, whatever you do, let her see it, he whispered. Odell's eyebrows asked the question why. She doesn't like any prototypes going out into the field, but let's just say, if you need this one, you won't much care if it works or not. And if it does, you'll name all your children after me. Gellerman released him, treating Odell to a massive, toothy smile that looked borderline demented. 20 minutes later, after a coffee in a comfortable breakout lounge, they returned to the surface to find Jerry supervising the last of the heavy crates being loaded into the back of his helicopter. Need to shake a leg, he called over the idling engines. Kim called. You're on a flight in 4 hours. In keeping with the trend of riding the roller coaster of new experiences, Odell pushed a cart of bags and boxes over the tarmac looking left and right for another building-sized aircraft. Tara, dressed in inappropriate clothing for the brisk Canadian weather, saw him looking and pointed ahead. Odell could recognize military airframes from snapshots of their silhouette in the middle of a firefight, but what he was looking at fell into the very civilian category of a private jet. He couldn't even guess at the manufacturer, such was his small experience of the type. But he forgot that thought when it dawned on him that this was their transport. I'm flying in a private jet, he told himself, scarcely believing the words in his head. He tried to cover that boyish excitement with a poor joke. It's a little small, isn't it? I thought we could do better.
Oh, yeah? Shall we take your ride?
Tara asked. Odell shut up. The plane looked like a sleek bullet with a pronounced belly like a hunting knife. Long wings leaned out and back from the fuselage with sharp, upturned ends, and a towering tail above 2 massive jet engines. Odell marveled at it, knowing that he'd never have been able to afford a ride in one of these before, let alone have one on standby. I had to have the pilots come in from Tokyo, hence the delay, Kim said. As ever, his eyes were down at some form of screen as he multitasked at an inhuman level. Odell said nothing. He thought the whole thing had been arranged pretty fast, so whatever delay Kim thought there had been, he'd never experienced military logistics with the mandatory and unexplained 16-hour waiting periods between flights. He handed over the cart to a waiting guy in a jumpsuit, but made sure to keep his personal assault ruck with him.
Old habits died hard, but part of him felt a pang of separation when his shiny new toy went into the cargo hold. Climbing the steps and ducking into the plane's interior, Odell fought the urge to let out a whistle, no matter how impressed he was. Doing that would make him look uncivilized, he thought, but he could do nothing to keep his open jaw from making him look dumb. The interior was every bit what he expected, only he hadn't anticipated the smell of expensive leather and the feel of plush carpet under his boots. Toward the front of the cabin he could see a full-sized bed, a small galley kitchen behind him to the aft, and a dozen other comfortable chairs set out in differing configurations. Some sat alone, others facing each other sociably, while more still were set around a table.
"You don't mind slumming it on this one?"
Tara asked, pushing him gently forward down the gangway.
"I'd feel more comfortable if it was about 50 degrees and I had to sit sideways in a canvas seat too small for my ass,"
he answered, giving voice to the stark differences in how they experienced air travel. 3 hours and change, Mr. Kim," a young man wearing the uniform of a pilot said. He matched the look of the plane, with the wavy hair and strong jawline of an Ivy Leaguer from a good family.
"Thank you,"
Kim said, sitting at a seat with a desk and pulling out the laptop. He plugged it into an outlet beside him and got to work on.
"Hey, Kim,"
Odell said, as he dropped his ruck on a seat and sat down on the opposite side of the aisle. Kim made a noise that sounded like a request for him to speak, but he didn't look up from the screen.
"What are you doing on that thing? You're glued to it like you're playing online poker."
He smiled and flipped the screen around, turning out to be one of those fancy gadgets that transformed into a big tablet and showed a green screen with cards arrayed on it.
"Gin rummy, not poker,"
he said, flipping it back over.
"But yes, we all have our talents, Odell. Yours include remarkable physical fitness and a highly evolved talent for violence, while mine are limited to spinning a lot of plates at once."
Odell felt a little hurt at being marginalized into just being the team jock with a gun, but he managed to keep that from showing on his face. Kim went on before the thought could fester in his mind.
"I maintain oversight of multiple international business ventures, a plethora of investments we have a stake in, currently a financial audit of one of our larger parent companies, as well as keeping tabs on our facilities and personnel on all 7 continents. You've seen Toronto and Germany, but like Korea, we also have small facilities in more strategically placed areas around the globe. Some of these are official business annexes, such as Korea, but many are unable to be linked to us by even the most thorough of forensic accountants."
"Why?" Odell asked, then realized his question sounded a little too simple.
"I mean, why the deniability? What does it matter?"
Tara picked up the thread and answered for him.
You see many McDonald's in downtown Kabul? Any Walmart stores? Believe it or not, and we know you've seen a lot more of the world than most people, some countries don't like having U.S. companies on their soil. Places like the Middle East, China, and oddly, a lot of South America,"
she said.
"Many of these are simply safe houses," Kim said. "Some little more than secure storerooms for emergency use, but there are a lot of pies to keep our fingers in."
"Hence the need to unwind with a little gin rummy,"
Odell said, sitting back and strapping in out of habit as the plane's engines ramped up in pitch. No answer came as they taxied, without receiving a safety briefing or any other instructions, but the earlier comment still nagged at him.
"You know you might have me wrong,"
he said. Kim lifted his gaze to await the explanation, but Tara answered.
"About which part specifically?"
"I'm not just someone good at violence. Violence is a skill. Yeah, it requires some natural ability, but that might be nature-nurture stuff. The skill comes in training how and when to switch it on. Then, more importantly, how to switch it off. I'm no red mist animal to let off a leash. Marines, Special Operations Marines especially, are thinkers. You want a grunt, I suggest you recruit elsewhere. Odell, I never meant to imply that you were an unthinking man, nor that your only attribute was violence. In fact, I value your ability to know when not to shoot more than anything else. But your capabilities and level of training were, and forgive me for saying so, a gift from God to us."
"Not for 7 other Marines," he said darkly, but before any response could come, the engine noise soared to a brutal, high-pitched whine, and they rocketed down the runway for takeoff. 20. Thanks, Jay-Z. Matt Riker flew commercially, enjoying the anonymity and passing through the security checkpoint with a flawless ID. The equipment he needed was shipped with him under seal of a consulate authority, meaning that his first stop after clearing the security at Fresno Yosemite International was the secure baggage claim, where he took possession of the big, wheeled shipping box like an oversized suitcase. He stepped out into the bright sun, expecting it to be warmer than it was, but being back in California under any circumstances was fine by him, except the current circumstances, now that he thought of it. He collected the vehicle left for him, a gray Chevy Silverado, and fought the heavy crate into the back seat. No way was he going to leave his AK and all the custom ammunition loose in the bed of the truck without a redundancy. With it secured, he sent a brief email from his cell to Kim, then another to Ilya confirming he was already there, and programmed the nav app before heading into town. The Fresno County Sheriff's Office was everything he expected it to be. He parked across the street and watched for a while, liking to take in his surroundings and count the cars coming and going before he went inside. Checking around first, he pulled the customized M17 from his right hip and stashed it in the glove box before getting out and crossing the street at a jog. Two deputies wearing drab pale brown and green uniforms, their duty bags over one shoulder with a big travel mug of coffee in the other, came out the door as he got there, and one of them held it open for him. "Thanks," Riker said. "No problem, sir. You have a great day," the deputy said, giving Riker a smile of genuine happiness. "God bless California," he muttered as he stepped inside the air-conditioned lobby and approached the uniformed woman at the desk. "Can I help you, sir?" Yeah, please. I'm looking for Deputy Clayton." "Which one?" she asked, her eyes on his and a corporate smile on her face, but behind that official facade Riker could tell she was bored as zoo animal. Riker's sudden inability to recall the name he wanted evidently lasted too long for the woman at the desk, so she filled the gap for him. "We've got Deputy Mel Clayton or Deputy Carl Clayton. Can't confuse the two, sir." Riker's inquisitive nature got the better of him. "How come?" "One's African-American, about 6'4" and 240, and the other's 5'6", 125, and white," she said simply. Knowing from her official photo that the deputy he wanted wasn't Michael Clark Duncan, he gave the name he'd now managed to recall. "Well, she's on second shift, sir. She'll be parading at 1500. That's 3 in the afternoon to you. But I can leave a note to say you came asking for her?" "Nah, that's fine. I'll catch up with her later," Riker said, with his best don't-worry-about-it smile. "Sir, mind if I ask what this is in connection with?" "Long story," Riker said as the smile widened. "Thanks for your help, ma'am." He turned and left before she could call him back or get suspicious, jogging across the road again and unlocking the truck as he neared it. Back in the cab, he turned on the ignition, needing the aircon as the day had warmed up and he needed a jacket to cover the pistol he retrieved from the glove box, and he checked his watch. With a little over 90 minutes to kill, he drove for 3 blocks in a random direction until he saw a Starbucks and loaded up on caffeine. 35 minutes before her watch, or shift, or whatever these guys called it up there, Riker watched as a slim woman walked with fast, confident steps to the sheriff's office and went inside. From his spot across the street, thanks to a small optic he'd pulled from the case of toys in back, he'd closed one eye and watched her swipe her way through a door inside the lobby. He half expected the woman at the desk to call her over, to gossip about the strange man clearly from out of town asking after her, but none of that happened. That was good, because Riker wanted to control the meeting. He casually got out and stretched his back, popped off the plastic cover beside the driver's side dash, checked the fuses against the diagram, and yanked the fuse for the brake lights, leaving the high-level one on the top of the cab working. Getting back inside, he waited patiently, watching as a few deputies came out at around 3:20 and headed to their patrol cars. He watched as Crown Vics and Ford Explorers rolled out, but only when a uniformed figure with her blonde hair in a tight bun came bustling from the station did he perk up. His plan was shot instantly, because she lit out of the parking lot 10 seconds later with sirens blaring and lights flashing, turning right in the opposite direction to where Riker's truck pointed.
Damn it,
he cursed, opening his cell phone and dialing a number saved as Pizza.
Archives?
A male voice answered after a single ring.
It's Riker. Listen, I need you to patch into the Fresno County Sheriff's Department and tell me what incident a deputy called Melissa Clayton was just called for,
he said, watching in his side mirror as Deputy Clayton's Explorer roared away.
Roger that. Stand by.
Riker waited, switching the call to speaker and opening the map on his cell, ready to check a location.
Got it. Traffic accident at East Belmont and North Barton. Looks like she's still showing as en route, along with one other unit, with one already in attendance. Called for an ambulance and a tow. Hold on a second. Yeah, I got it on security camera. Looks pretty run-of-the-mill.
Got it, thanks, Riker said, hitting his blinker and pulling out into traffic.
Do me a favor and keep tracking her for me, would ya? Call me back if she gets redirected or anything. Roger Wilco,
said the voice on the other end of the line, making Riker stifle an eye roll at the armchair tactical expert back in his gaming chair in a Toronto lakeside mansion. He drove, finding the tail end of the traffic soon enough, as the main east-to-west road was partially blocked by a Prius that had sideswiped a delivery truck. If Riker had to guess, the hyperventilating woman feigning collapse at the side of the road for effect was driving the hybrid, while the guy with the ball cap and the gut talking to a male deputy was the truck driver. Riker filtered through the snarl of cars, being waved past by a certain female deputy, and he pulled over at the next intersection to park up, waiting a whole 20 minutes before the flow of traffic became steady again and Clayton's white Explorer rolled past him. He pulled out behind it, pushing up close to be sure it was her, then passed when it was 2 lanes to pull back in front of her, close enough to piss off any driver, let alone a cop. He made sure to dab the brakes a few times, waving the metaphorical red rag at the bull behind him, even though it was the deliberate absence of red that was the issue, and was rewarded when the traffic slowed and he was hit with the full light show and double blip on her cruiser's siren.
And that's the sound of the police,
he said to himself in satisfaction, taking the next left and pulling to the side of the road. He killed the engine and put both hands on the steering wheel, having been careful to remove the pistol again and lock it in the glove compartment this time, silently thanking Jay-Z for the lesson, and waited for her to approach. It was textbook, perfectly done like she was a stickler for the official playbook, and he watched as she put her right hand flat on the back quarter of his truck. He was sad to see that, watching as a young woman doing her job made sure she left forensic evidence on his vehicle in case he killed her and fled, but he also appreciated the dedication and attention to detail. She evidently knew that even a routine traffic stop could go sideways, and he liked people who were prepared. Her approach was confident but cautious, and her smile professional, as she drew level with his open window, with her right hand hovering near the grip of her pistol. "Good afternoon, sir. Do you know why I stopped you?" she said pleasantly. Riker fought the urge to ask if it was because he was young and black, knowing that only he had those lyrics running through his head right then, but he switched on and returned the smile.
"I'm guessing it's because I cut you off a little back there. Sorry about that," he said.
"I noticed that, sir, but I also noticed you have 2 brake lights out, so I'll have to issue you a citation for that. Do you have your driver's license, proof of insurance, and vehicle registration at hand?"
Riker, hands still firmly on the wheel and smile still firmly in place, nodded to the neat stack of documentation on the dash near the open window.
"All there, Deputy
Clayton,"
she said, twisting her body slightly to show him the name badge, inadvertently sticking her left boob out at him. Riker fought down the change his smile wanted to adopt and remembered what he was doing there.
"Deputy Melissa Clayton?"
he asked, watching her suspicion factor creep higher. She lowered his documents in her left hand, while her right went back to the pistol grip.
"Relax, I'm not a creep,"
Riker said, talking fast to keep control of the situation before she took it back.
"You filed a bunch of missing persons reports, but your bosses weren't interested."
He didn't ask, he told her. He matched her confidence and took it to the next level. She nodded her head and squinted her eyes at him.
"Who the hell are you? Internal Affairs?"
she asked.
"Why would you ask that?"
"Because—"
"Well, I'm not Internal Affairs," he told her.
"Reporter?"
she demanded.
Negative.
Then talk, because baiting me into a traffic stop is not the way to go about getting on my good side,
she told him, regaining the confidence she had temporarily lost.
I'm part of a private organization who has an interest in missing people, these missing people especially, and I don't like that you got shot down, he told her.
What organization?
Trust me, you won't know it. Can I take my hands off the wheel without you shooting me?
She paused a beat, like she was genuinely considering it, then nodded. Riker relaxed and dropped his hands.
Look, he said, I didn't want to come into the station and start asking you about it in front of people with ears and mouths, if you know what I mean, but I am sorry I had to trick you into pulling me over.
Irrelevant,
she said.
How do you know it got shut down? Did this go federal? Are you FBI?
Riker thought back years to the female body inspector cap he wore for a summer and thought he was hilarious.
No, nothing like that. I want to know what happened, what wasn't in the reports, and I need your help to—
One step at a time,
she snapped.
You're asking for a whole lot of trust for someone I just met under some pretty dubious circumstances.
That's fair, Riker said. Do you want to catch up after your shift and talk it over, or—
No, tomorrow,
she said.
Give me your phone.
Riker hesitated for a second, genuinely not sure what the last page on his browser was, but he relaxed as he watched her check the details in his address book and take a snapshot of it with her own phone.
I'll text you where and when,
she said, as she started to write the ticket.
You really gonna issue me a ticket? He asked.
Yeah, I am,
she said, nodding back at her patrol car.
Because my dash cam is live and it automatically uploads. So if it gets reviewed, then they'll want to know why I didn't write an easy ticket. Then they might look into you.
And they'll find exactly nothing,
Riker thought, but kept it to himself. He accepted the ticket with a wan smile and watched in the side mirror as she walked away.
And fix those brake lights,
she called over her shoulder.
Yes, ma'am,
Riker muttered to himself, sliding out of his truck and replacing the fuse. Ilya got in late that night, and Riker was waiting outside arrivals in the SUV for him. He'd watched with a smile as some rent-a-cop slapped a parking violation under his wiper, knowing that it would never result in anything other than the guy being disappointed in the long run. He leaned out and took it, giving the guy a cheery wave as he screwed up the ticket and tossed it in back with the citation for the faulty brake lights. The Ukrainian was grumpy, unhappy about the series of connecting flights he'd had to take, but at least his U.S. passport made getting through immigration a lot less uncomfortable.
How you doing, brother?
Riker asked as the man climbed in the passenger side and tossed his heavy bag into the back seat.
I hate flying civilian,
Ilya groused, opening the glove compartment and taking the holstered Sig Sauer pistol identical to Riker's to tuck inside his belt.
And I'm hungry. Get me some real American pizza, Riker. Slice of pie coming right up,
Riker answered, gunning the big engine and driving out of the airport. They had a place rented for them on the east side of town. Using places like that were easier and attracted less attention than using hotels. Plus, there was little chance of housekeeping accidentally finding a small arsenal hidden under the bed in a state that wasn't fond of anything either automatic or high capacity. Both carrying suppressed AK-300 rifles with skeleton stocks and 30-round clear polymer magazines filled with high-velocity custom ammunition would not lead to a comfortable stay if they were found by the wrong person. The place was large and plush, with enough bedrooms that they had one each and another two spare, and Riker filled Ilya in on everything that had happened so far. Ilya ate an entire pizza to himself, washing it all down with Budweiser that made him grimace every time he took a drink, until Riker finally asked him what was wrong.
Is this beer or water?
Ilya asked.
Somewhere in the middle,
Riker answered honestly.
But the question still stands. What question?
Ilya asked, licking his fingers before wiping them on his shirt and staring at Riker, who sighed patiently.
I was saying, I think you should hold back and let me talk to this deputy on my own. I think we need to handle her carefully, but I also think she's got stuff to say. So, what is the question?
Ilya asked.
How about you get another vehicle and head up towards Shaver Lake while I talk to her? You can find us some digs and I'll meet you up there.
Ilya leaned over and pulled his phone from his pocket, grunting in frustration as his greasy fingers failed to operate the touchscreen. With another growl, he dropped the phone.
"I get archives to Boook somewhere when I get there,"
he said, betraying the fact that while he was a genius engineer when it came to explosives, he wasn't much of a consumer gadget man. 21. Hurry up and wait. Odell decided to further showcase his military prowess during the flight and took full advantage of the big bed, sleeping on top of the covers for the final 2 of the 3 hours it took before Tara gently woke him with a cup of coffee.
"Thanks,"
he said as he sat up, instantly at full alert.
"We're starting our descent,"
she told him, but he already guessed that much. He returned to his seat, seeing Kim where he left him glued to the laptop. Odell strapped in again and watched as the azure seas and white beaches came into view. It alarmed him how accustomed he was becoming to the billionaire businessman lifestyle, and asked what the plan was when they landed.
"Officially, I'm calling for an interim audit which will provide the right cover for our visit, and you two are my security detail,"
Kim said.
"Makes sense,"
Odell answered before taking another gulp of coffee.
"It's not uncommon. Many executives hire former Special Forces personnel as their bodyguards for international travel. It's the kidnapping risk mainly. Yeah, I know a few guys who went into the private sector, although a lot of the PMC types weren't actually Special Forces,"
Odell said.
"More with than in?"
Tara asked, nailing it on the head.
"Yeah, we work with a lot of support guys, and they're around the teams enough to emulate the tactics and attitude. But I heard a lot of former SEAL team guys got into it, some of them doing some shady shit in dark holes." "Well, I propose no shady shit for you," Kim said. "But I have organized for you to skip over the sea to Orlando. You'll have some resources waiting there for you to start some preliminary investigations. And in the meantime, I have the archivists looking into the police reports and monitoring their calls." "Sounds good. Shame there's no room for a little R&R first,"
Odell said wistfully, watching out the window at the tiny figures on loungers by the beach.
"You don't have to move until tomorrow night, so feel free to R&R until then,"
Kim told him, slapping the laptop shut and slipping it into his bag before pulling out a cell phone and tapping away at it with both thumbs.
"Cool. You got a house here too, or what?" Odell asked.
"We own the hotel we're staying at. Call it employee benefits,"
Tara said.
"Of course you do,"
Odell said with unmasked sarcasm as the wheels chirped once on contact with the runway. He expected the usual executive transport, but it seemed this time the stakes were elevated just to keep him from being comfortably complacent, as another sleek private helicopter awaited them on the runway where the jet came to a rest and powered down its engines. This time Odell made sure he humped his own gear over to it, watching as it was loaded into the rear cargo section because what he was carrying was the worst thing to have in a bag that was on its way somewhere else. Not having spare boxer shorts and sunblock was one thing, but he had a nagging suspicion he'd need the new rifle and ammo before too long. The helicopter flew for all of about 3 minutes before it landed on what looked like a golf course. Odell ducked down as he exited, seeing that they literally had landed on the fairway of the first hole, given how, again obviously, the hotel they owned had its own course right there on the front lawn that spread down the section of coast he guessed they owned too. Immaculately uniformed staff rushed out to take the bags, but Odell insisted on them sticking close to him so he didn't lose sight of the gear as they were shown to their rooms.
Correction,
Odell thought.
Suites. These aren't just any old rooms.
The suite of rooms he was given included his own bar, a bedroom the size of an average New York City apartment, a bathroom bigger than any he'd ever seen before with a whirlpool tub he reckoned he could swim laps in, and a lounge area leading out to a balcony bigger than most accommodations he'd ever been put up in as a Marine. Popping the top off a beer from the cooler behind the bar, he stripped off his shirt and boots and stood on the balcony, taking it all in.
"Yeah,"
he said to himself,
"employee benefits."
A knock at the door made him turn in time to see Tara walk in, already changed into a white bikini with a black robe thing over it that might as well not have been there for all it actually covered up. Her hair was piled up high, and she wore the kind of oversized shades that film stars wore.
"You started without me,"
she said, stepping behind his bar and pulling out ingredients from the mini-fridge. He watched as she made a mojito with fast, practiced movements, pouring two and carrying them over to him. She set them down and took the beer bottle away, replacing it with the ice-filled glass she'd just poured.
I was drinking that,
He protested weakly, but she raised an eyebrow above the big shades.
Trust me, just drink it.
He did, tasting the best cocktail he'd had in a very long time, and his face showed it.
See? Now, you want to take a dip in the pool? Scuba dive? How about a long walk along the beach like they do in the movies?
Odell fought the urge to say he'd prefer to take a dump in peace and enjoy the air conditioning, just to see how she'd react to a little light vulgarity, but the words that came out of his mouth betrayed him completely.
The pool sounds good.
I think so too. There's a private pool area, naturally, so we'll pretty much have the run of the place,
she said. Odell marveled at her when she wasn't looking, seeing how comfortable she was in such a small amount of material covering her body, guessing that the shades alone cost what a good, reliable automatic rifle would set a person back. It messed with his head to see such wealth on display so shamelessly, but a rebellious part of him wanted to enjoy it because it had been hard-earned. That thought sobered him, because he remembered that they weren't there for a vacation. They were there to hunt werewolves through the humid Florida forests. Maybe. Probably.
Give me a minute,
he said, unzipping the boxy Samsonite suitcase and locating a pair of red swim shorts near the top. He glanced up at Tara, but she was already strolling out onto the balcony and calling back over her shoulder.
You'll need a shirt and shoes, too. There are standards to maintain, you know.
Odell frowned and pulled off his pants, stepping into the shorts and tossing items out of the case until he found a black shirt, which he pulled on and did 3 buttons up. A pair of slip-ons completed the outfit, but he insisted on wearing his Oakley wraparounds, which clearly didn't match the outfit. But he didn't care. Taking their cocktails with them, Tara led the way to the executive pool lounge that had 4 staff standing at parade rest in tactically placed sections of shade, in case either of them might need anything and get annoyed if their orders weren't taken inside of 5 seconds. Tara led them to a pair of sun loungers beside the pool that Odell would be grateful to be given as a bed in any deployment, then removed her robe and arranged herself on the plush cushion with her chin raised to catch the Caribbean sun. Odell lay down on the lounger next to her, unsure where to put his hands, because any pose he tried to adopt made him feel like he'd been plucked off the streets and given a makeover by some social media influencer.
Relax,
Tara said.
You're making me nervous.
Odell glanced over and took a moment to check out the muscular lines of her body, feeling safe behind the mirrored shades. Then he realized that the direction of his head at such short range gave the game away entirely. If Tara noticed, she said nothing about it.
Making her nervous,
he thought, hardly able to stop sneaking looks at her display. She knew what she was doing. He knew enough about her self-awareness and Jedi mind powers to recognize that, and he also knew that she enjoyed making people nervous after her show of embarrassing him in the Korea safe house.
Get some sun, Odell,
she said, because unlike his forearms, neck, and face, the rest of him was a shade of pale that most definitely needed evening out.
So, what now? We just wait?
Nope. We hurry up and wait. That's what you say, right? Hurry up and wait?
That's about right,
Odell agreed, taking a greedy gulp of the cocktail that was already making the glass in his hand sweat cold water onto his bare torso.
It isn't just Kim looking at a laptop, you know that. You've seen the archives,
she said, talking in a lower tone so her words didn't carry.
Yeah, but...
He hesitated, unsure how his sentiment would come out if he just let his mouth run. He need not have worried, because Tara was already ahead of him.
But it makes you feel anxious to sit and wait for some unknown person to get hurt or killed, so we have a fresh trail to track, doesn't it?
That's about right,
he admitted, taking another drink.
I'm what you might call a proactive kind of guy. I like to make my own work if there's no work already planned.
Hate to burst your bubble, but you don't have the numbers or the active resources to go patrolling 600 square miles of forest. Tree cover is too dense to run aerial reconnaissance, and even a military drone wouldn't have the optics to penetrate the canopy in this humidity and make out anything with enough accuracy to call it.
Not that hellfires or a couple J-dams would help anyway,
Odell muttered darkly. Before a thought struck him, he paused, glass halfway toward his partly open mouth.
Wait, that's not a possibility, is it?
What, getting a Reaper drone?
Tara asked, her tone saying she wasn't sure if he was joking or not.
Sure, I'll call Patrick AFB and get one up in the air. Be about 40 minutes, she said.
Really?
Of course not, dumbass. Doing what we do is one thing, but flying an armed military drone over Florida, that's... Well, actually, that's probably not the dumbest thing to have happened in Florida this week, but the answer's still no.
So, an airstrike is out. Got it.
Anything else?
She asked, adopting a fake, obsequious tone.
Want me to call someone at Kings Bay and have a nuclear sub sent down from Georgia? How many Tomahawk cruise missiles do you need?
Odell ignored the sarcasm, but the conversation had given him a thought. Tara saw it on his face and asked what he was thinking. Silver kills them, right? Like a severe allergic reaction. But what about something more severe?
Severe how?
Tara asked, not liking where the conversation might be going. Severe as in a mobility kill. Like, if one was blown apart so badly it couldn't heal, then would it die? Would the parts of it just hang around, unable to get back together?
I'll be sure to ask one if it comes up in conversation,
Tara said with evident amusement.
But for right now, just soak up some sun and drink your damn drink.
Yes, ma'am, he said, sitting back in the sun and drinking his damn drink. The silence lasted long enough for Tara to finish her drink and raise the glass in the air, shaking the surviving ice delicately like ringing a bell to summon a server. She did it without a trace of arrogance or privilege, and Odell shuddered internally to think how it would look if he tried that. The woman had the class to pull it off, whereas he'd look like he was shaking a folded dollar bill at somebody called Candy who swore she needed to save up for medical school. 2 more drinks arrived, these ones even better than Tara's personal creation, and the 2 of them sat in warm, comfortable silence as they sipped and let the vitamin D infuse their bodies.
I miss the sun,
Tara said after a while. Yeah, Canada can get a little that way, Odell answered, earning an amused scoff from Tara like he'd made a deliberately lame joke.
Shame monsters don't operate in the daylight. That way we wouldn't be up all night and sleeping in the day half our lives,
she went on. Why are they nocturnal? Odell asked, blurting out the question on a whim.
Pop culture again,
Tara answered flatly.
It isn't because sunlight makes them burst into flames, otherwise moonlight would have the same effect, right? It's the same light reflected, so...
Okay, no UV ray guns, but the question still stands.
When you want to attack an enemy position, or move over terrain without anyone knowing you're there, when do you go?
She asked. At night, obviously.
At night. I think the same thing applies to them. The ones still surviving have done so because they didn't attract attention, so living the nocturnal life makes sense,
she explained. Odell, a man who had been hunting at night for almost all of his operational career, said nothing. He was used to it, and operating in the daytime in full view felt wrong to him now. It felt like amateur hour and just begged for an insurgent ambush. You thought about giving it up? He asked her. This got her attention so much that she propped herself up on one elbow and lowered her shades to get a better look at him, trying to read his expression for a hint on whether he was joking or not.
Are you serious?
She asked. As a heart attack. Odell replied. You're smart, you've got an education and skills. Why don't you get set up somewhere and live a better life?
Because this is my choice and I'm not going back on it,
she said flatly, returning the shades to her eyes and settling back on her lounger. It's because of that scar on your neck, isn't it? He asked, instantly regretting speaking, because she let out a huff of evident disappointment and stood.
I'm gonna take a shower. I'll see you later,
she said, turning away even as his protest died in the empty air between them. Wait, Odell watched her go, wondering what spell she'd cast on him to make him care so much about her opinion of him. He slumped back, his mood turning sullen, even though he was surrounded by more opulence than a lifetime of military service could afford him, and he lifted his empty glass in the air, shaking it like he was an angry drunk outside a subway station collecting coins from commuters. After the 4th drink, he decided he'd better cut himself off, so when he finished it and someone hurried forward to take the empty glass and bring a full one, he waved them away, hating how he felt at lashing out his irritation at them, and to intentionally hold up a middle finger to the opulence surrounding him, he jumped in the pool cannonball style, just to remind himself that he didn't belong there.
What was that about?
Kim asked Tara. He'd stepped out onto the covered walkway overlooking the secluded executive pool area, cutting her off on the way to her room.
He asked a question about a subject I wasn't happy discussing,
Tara responded, knowing it would be insulting to ask Kim what he was talking about, even more so to lie about it, so she fell back on formality to mask her distress. Kim gave her a sad smile that somehow conveyed he knew all of that and spoke softly to her.
Have you considered the fact that perhaps telling him might break the last barricade against him trusting us completely, and it also might be good for you to unburden yourself of it?
Tara's cold mask barely contained the fury she felt, but she fought it back.
Have you considered telling him about yourself?
She bit back, seeing the slight smile of disappointment cross his face at her words.
I doubt he is ready to hear that yet, Tara. You weren't, not for a long time. And can you honestly tell me that no part of you considered killing me when I told you?
I'm the psychiatric doctor, Kim. Leave that kind of stuff to me,
she said, ignoring his question.
If I want to know which company to acquire on the global market, I'll come ask you. If I want a local tribal leader kidnapped or killed, I'll ask him,
she said, jerking her head towards the pool before stalking off. Odell stood in the shower for a long time, letting not just the heat and lotion wash off him, but something less tangible along with it. The water was hot and strong, but he cranked down the temperature until he felt the cold before killing the flow. He toweled off fast, leaving most of his body damp to keep the heat off him, despite the good AC, and dug out the rest of the clothes from the case to arrange them in piles on the bed. Still wearing the towel around his waist, he brushed his teeth and opened the cooler behind the bar, staring at a beer for a few long beats until he shut the door again, thinking better of it. He knew dinner would be soon, but he hadn't been given a time to be ready, nor had they given him his own phone or a replacement that they could contact him on because he realized, not for the first time, that he hadn't been out of any of their direct control unless sleeping since he woke up in Korea. The door knocked, twice and confident, and he opened it to find Tara standing there. She wore a shiny black dress, simple and elegant, like she'd just thrown it on, paying little attention to the fact that it fit her perfectly. It was the kind of expensive simplicity that deserved the line, "What, this old thing?" if anyone complimented her on it. Her hair was washed and smooth, tied up high at the back of her head and pinned so it didn't fall on her neck. She wore simple silver studs, with a tiny sparkle in each ear, and around her neck was a thin chain of silver with a crescent moon hanging from the center. She looked like $1,000,000 effortless dollars, and Odell still felt like an undeserving vagrant.
I told you this place has a dress code, right?
She asked in amusement, all trace of her earlier hostility gone. She pushed past him inside and began lifting and rearranging the clothing on his bed, folding some expertly into neat squares, as she seemed compelled to do.
Here,
she said, handing him a stack of clothes, light blue linen pants and a white shirt, then started checking through his available footwear before a pair of boot shoes joined the outfit. Odell considered dropping the towel to give her a taste of her own medicine, but as she exuded confidence and he felt sullen, he doubted he could get it right without being the one to feel embarrassed. He stepped into the bathroom and called out behind him as he dressed.
"Would have been nice to know when I was expected to be ready to go,"
he said, voice raised in case she couldn't hear him. She didn't respond, and Odell assumed she'd gone back to the lounge or the balcony to wait for him, but when he reemerged into the bedroom, he found her hanging his shirts in the wardrobe, all of them facing the same way, all of them lined up like a uniform locker, ready for the gunnery sergeant to walk in and declare the gleaming barracks to be a pile of shit and destroy it all. She turned, a hint of embarrassed acceptance on her face, and in that moment, he thought he understood her a little better. The folding, the tidying, all of it was a way to exert her control over the world, a way to reestablish order, a coping strategy for a damn messy mind in a world crying out for order.
Speaking of that,
she said, abandoning her laundry job and pulling a cell phone from the small clutch bag that somehow perfectly matched both her dress and the jewelry she wore without being the same as either in any way. She handed it over and Odell took it.
Archives, Kim, Riker, numbers all saved. It's encrypted, so calls and messages can't be hijacked or cloned,
she said.
Also has a satellite call facility, but you'll just need to attach an external aerial for that. The GPS and mapping software is all controlled live by the archivists, too.
Odell looked up at her, impressed with what was effectively a high standard of military tech in a small consumer model package. It looked like any other readily available cell model.
Finally, I get some James Bond shit. Your number in here?
He asked, and the smile she gave when she nodded told him he was about to receive a veiled threat disguised as a joke.
You want me to send you a picture of it now? Just get it out of the way?
He had no idea why he said it. He'd never sent any image even remotely like that in his life, and something told him that these people already knew that. The thought made him mentally go back over his search history just in case anything needed explaining.
Let's just pretend you did and I ignored it,
she answered, mock pity in her expression as she flicked her eyes down once to his groin and back up to his eyes a split second later. Odell saw it and smiled, liking how someone with so much class could still get down in the mud and talk shit, while keeping her head well and truly out of the filth.
Agreed,
he said.
Then shall we?
She asked, turning toward the door for him to escort her to a dinner he expected to be every bit as expensive as she looked. 22. This will hurt, human. Sherry, feeling smug to the point of arrogance, watched the exhausted and harassed older woman dash into the diner. She was 15 minutes late, a fact Sherry pointed out to her with a scathing look and a glance at the clock on the wall above the counter. Irene mouthed an apology, rushing to get her apron on and wearing a smile that begged Sherry not to tell the owner. Sherry, feeling no love for the hired help, already had her design set on being far more than a waitress, and all it took so far was lowering her standards enough to let the sweaty man paw all over her for a night. That wasn't all it took, because she had to pretend to like it too, even managing to stifle her laugh when he asked if he was hurting her. Sherry could see the career path ahead of her, and the first phase of that was almost over. All she had to do was literally suck it up a few more times before she could get Gary good and drunk, then pull out the "I'm late" card that had worked in her last 2 towns. Married women, especially unhappy ones, tended to flip out when they found out the kid they were told they couldn't afford was growing inside someone else. She just shook her head at Irene and took off her own apron, walking out to leave her playing catch-up. She walked to her compact hatchback, hating the fading paintwork and the bumper that hadn't been fixed quite right that hung at an odd angle, and she stared at the car while she lit a cigarette. She didn't want to get inside it, knowing that the aircon would blow warm gales at her until it decided to kick in. And driving with the windows down let in more warm air than cold, so by the time she got home, she'd have one half of her hair looking like it belonged in the 80s. She finished her smoke, opened her car door just as Gary exited the diner and tried to jog casually across the lot to where she was parked. She pretended not to see him, which was harder than she expected because the jog was so comical because it clearly pained him to perform, and was no faster than if he'd just walked anyway. He was trying to appear young and vigorous for her, and she'd already seen too little of his physical potential to fall for it. She drove off, leaving him facing the embarrassing choice between waving her off and letting anyone watching know that he'd just made a grade A dick of himself. She looked in the rear view as she drove away, seeing him giving a cheery wave and walk back toward the diner. She let out an unkind scoff at the sight of him, thinking back to the night in the motel that smelled of sweat and old cigarette smoke, recalling how itchy the sheets were on her bare back as he gave it his all for about a minute and a half. "Am I hurting you?" She scoffed again, shuddering involuntarily at the memory. Out on the wide roads leading back to her small apartment, she saw a young man with a solid frame and wide shoulders. His face was borderline what she'd call beautiful, perhaps a little feminine for her tastes, as she liked her men to be manly and rough, but the barely disguised physique caught her interest. He was walking backward along the road as he heard her car coming, holding out a thumb with a confident smile. She slowed, pulled over beside him, and leaned down to unlock the passenger door.
"You know it's illegal to hitchhike, right?"
she asked with a smirk she intended to look alluring.
"I didn't, actually,"
he said, his accent clearly foreign and she thought British. She was already aroused by what she saw, craving physical satisfaction of any kind after her most recent disappointment, and the accent was the final piece of the puzzle.
"You here on vacation?"
she asked, People sometimes ventured out of Orlando, but she couldn't imagine why they would want to come up here.
Kind of,
he said, flashing brilliant white teeth at her. She giggled, actually giggled like a schoolgirl, and felt lightheaded for a second. The words came to her lips before she even knew she'd thought of them.
Need a ride?
Thank you, yes,
he said, slipping into the seat beside her. He smelled like... She didn't know what he smelled like, but she liked it. It made her feel alive, hungry, and she giggled again.
What's your name?
He asked.
Sherry.
Sherry.
The way he said her name made her feel special, made her feel celebrated.
Where to?
She asked, driving away without checking her mirrors.
Where's good around here?
He asked coyly.
I find myself in a mood for something fun, Sherry. Do you know where I can have some fun?
The look on his face was clear now, and even for the forward young woman she knew she was, she could barely believe what came out of her mouth next.
I know a place nearby, and you can have fun doing whatever the hell you want to me.
She walked ahead of him into the small apartment, grabbing clothes from furniture and collecting an armful of cups and glasses that she practically threw into the sink. Her breath was fast and shallow, the excitement of the stranger making her feel more alive than she ever had, but frightened with it. There was an air of expectation between them, and she doubted whether she could live up to it. She began mentally rehearsing every trick she'd ever learned, every base debauchery she'd ever seen on screen, and she loved every single second of the anticipation. He held her gaze, still wearing that hungry half-smile, and she wanted nothing more than to give him anything and everything he demanded of her.
Did you mean what you said, Sherry?
He asked, shutting the door behind him and turning the deadbolt. The way he spoke her name made her feel breathless and powerless, frightened and excited. She nodded her head meekly, unsure what even she meant when she had promised him whatever he wanted.
Then take off your clothes,
he said. Some tiny part of her protested, tried to shout that she'd been on her feet, working in a diner, that she wanted to shower first, but that part had no hope of being heard over the hammering of her heart on her chest. She was utterly under his spell, and her hands worked like tiny factory robots to pop the buttons on her shirt one by one. He just watched, still hungry and expectant, as she stripped to stand in front of him totally naked. He stepped closer, and she reached out with shaking hands for the buttons of his shirt, but he moved fast and gripped her wrist hard.
Lie down,
he said, only now his voice was a growl, deeper and more commanding than it had been before. She did as she was told, lying down on the living room rug, and when he descended on her, his right hand rolled up her soft body until it reached her throat. She was breathing so hard now, so close to losing total control of her body, that when the hand gripped hard and the fingers popped and cracked as they extended all the way around her neck, she had only a few seconds to feel true fear and panic before the world went black.
Tell me again why we're here, why we're not in Tuscany. The mountains are beautiful at this time of the year, and the hunting's always good.
The thoughts belonged to Roman, the youngest of their pack, and by far the most impatient and impetuous of them. His youth, and the lack of wisdom it brought, were offset by his incredible natural talent for manipulating the humans. It made creating familiars far easier, not to mention far safer, and even made their kills better sometimes, as none had ever tasted a victim going to their death willingly.
Because this is where he wants us to be. That's why, Pop.
This thought, fairly snarled at the younger one, came from one of the oldest but not the strongest of their pack. Coin had crossed the ocean generations before, fleeing an ever-decreasing area where his native Irishmen hunted him. He was a cautious soul, overly cautious as much as Roman was overly reckless, and his inherent nervousness and fear of the humans would have them all cowering in the shadows and eating tasteless animals with barely enough sense to feel fear. Shumani, the uncontested leader of their trio, was native to the land they inhabited now. He had once confided in Roman that their Irish brother had once sired pups with a she-wolf, but that the humans had found and killed them. That was how he had learned caution, but that lesson still seemed fresh in his mind no matter how many centuries passed. Shumani entered the apartment then, his presence cowing both the young and the old wolves in human form, as they lowered their heads and turned their chins to present their vulnerable throats to him. This gesture was instinctive self-preservation, not respect, because both recalled all too well that their pack had once been 4 strong. Such displays, no matter how few their number, made sure that obedience was valued over all else.
"Do you want me to explain it again to you, Roman?"
Shumani's question was politely asked, but the force of emotion behind the thought that penetrated the brains of the other 2 monsters was far from friendly. It was a threat, pure and unadulterated, and it dared the young wolf to force him to explain himself, to challenge him. Roman said nothing, projected no thoughts to the others of his small pack, but his silence and surrender were plain. Roman had already pushed his opinions too far this time, voicing objections on principle when he was sent into the city to collect a truck filled with compliant vagrants, all of them infected and sent wandering into the vast forest to carry their message, their smell, deep into the trees to find the one thing they needed. A she-wolf.
"Is the human prepared?"
Shumani directed at them, making both shudder with the sheer force of his will conveyed through the words.
"She is,"
Roman projected back, bowing his head lower and retreating from the doorway for Shumani to enter. He did, pushing open the door and wrinkling his nose, turning a cold, dark look on the youngest.
"You used her body?"
The demand was angry, disbelieving even. Roman lied smoothly to save his own throat.
"It was necessary, I swear it. She was resistant to me, and I did not force her in accordance with your wishes."
Shumani growled out loud this time, not bothering to project his words but merely letting the others know he was yet to be pleased with their performance. Palpable fear and submission radiated from Roman, but that fear didn't taste half as sweet as it would have with a human. Shumani's wishes had not been expressed as mere wishes. They had been clear instructions to not attract the interest of the authorities because the presence of news crews was already too much attention for them. No more hikers had been taken, either for the ability to carry a message or for food, and all knew that the locals would soon lose interest and go back to their short, mundane existences. But this human was different. They needed someone to be able to give them accurate information that the news broadcasts could not cover. They needed someone who could bring them gossip, for they all knew that among the idle talk of the common people rested the truth in whole and in part. Shumani growled again, looking back at the naked and bound human female on the bed, her eyes unnaturally wide with terror as she screamed from behind the rag stuffed into her mouth. Shumani took no pleasure or amusement in seeing a lesser being struggle so much, but he knew that Roman found such spectacles endlessly entertaining, and Coin actively tortured humans whenever the opportunity arose, seeking some form of proxy retribution by the transference of physical pain. Shumani cared too little for the humans for either activity, nor had he interacted with the flesh of them in his unnatural form for many decades, as such distractions repulsed him now. What he craved was a female like him, a strong and long-lived goddess of the woods, and tasting the flesh of this terrified animal that infected the world in their billions was a means to an end. He ignored the stink of Roman's sweat on her, ignored the other smells too, and sat beside the terrified, writhing form to place a powerful hand flat on her chest. He pushed her down into the bed, forcing her to stop fighting by restricting her ability to breathe. Those wide, terrified eyes glared at him, pleaded with him, and he felt a pitiless hate for their species' weaknesses. He pulled the gag free, expecting a scream to come from the plump lips in the red face that spoke of too little running and too much indulgence. But instead, those plump lips turned a frightened smile on him as the eyes lied and projected a mischievous intent.
"I can handle all 3 of you. Don't you worry. There's no need to tie me up. I want to."
She stopped talking as a finger appeared over her lips, pressing down hard enough to hurt the soft flesh against her front teeth. Shumani leaned forward then, putting his face closer to hers in search of recognition, and when he received it, when he could smell the air change from the unpleasant result of base rutting to the sweet tang of pure, unfiltered fear, he smiled. He said nothing, simply left her stunned into silence as he stood and pulled off his shirt. With a roll of his neck, he shook out his arms, feeling the heat dissipate as the effort of maintaining a compact human form fell away with relief. Amid pops and cracks, amid the sharp ache of his bones and tissues stretching, amid the pain of fibers ripping and knitting back together in his true form, he felt his concentrated presence swell into the god he knew himself to be. The eyes of the human, already so wide, seemed to stretch until all the white of the bloodshot orbs were visible. The image of its terror-stricken face fell away as Shumani rose to his full height, easily head and shoulders higher than even a tall human male, before the last vertebra clicked into place, and he fell forward to land elongated paws tipped in obsidian claws on either side of the face. A new smell, one which the humans were unable to detect, flooded his senses, but to him it was the final part of the bouquet. Fear was deliciously intoxicating to him, to all of his kind, but his particular fetish was for this one simple moment. When the humans saw him in his true form and knew that their agonizing death was moments away, and all of it within his power alone. Power was what drove him, what fed him, and he felt powerful as the human's bladder voided on the bed as her body betrayed her to complete the fear totally. The human female couldn't hear his words, couldn't understand them if he spoke out loud anyway, but Roman and Coin heard them. They understood that it wasn't for their victim that Shumani spoke, nor even for their benefit, but for his own pleasure entirely. "This will hurt, human. It will hurt more than anything you have ever felt before, but if you survive the pain, you will understand." And with that, he opened his elongated snout wide, slowly, revealing long obsidian teeth in perfect rows, all of them sharply pointed and curved to angle back into his wide mouth. Those teeth spoke of a purity of intent, that no prey escaped them, and the wide eyes beneath him flowed with tears of terror and pain as the teeth closed almost gently on the flesh of her exposed right breast, puncturing the skin as if it offered no resistance at all, and Sherry convulsed as the pain became too excruciating for any living person to endure. Her body writhed, muscles tensed to the point of snapping, and ligaments taut like steel cables. She flushed red, blood vessels forced to the surface of her skin to make a road map on her naked form. Her teeth clenched so tightly they risked breaking under the pressure. But just at the crucial point where death would too often occur, she released her held breath and collapsed. Roman stepped carefully past Shumani, careful not to touch him in his wolf form in case he lashed out, and leant down beside Sherry. "She lives," he told them, conveying a sense of amusement with the words he projected. "Good," Shumani answered, not taking the human form again but remaining in his true body. "Now leave her. I need to hunt." Roman and Coin radiated satisfaction and enjoyment, shaking out their own bodies to crack and stretch into their own forms, both far smaller than Shumani, but both terrifying in their visceral wildness. The trio of wolves broke cover at the rear of the apartment block, taking to the shadows and the sparse cover of trees instantly as they accelerated north towards the woodland. Their long claws, like unbreakable black glass, dug into the soft earth beneath their paws to propel them at vehicle speeds in the darkness. Dogs barked apoplectically as they passed, detecting their scent and yapping in fear and shock. But the pack ignored their vermin-sized brethren and pushed out into the expanse of wilderness, where they ran down prey and gorged themselves on the meager, tasteless offerings of simple beings. 23. Two-party consent, my ass. Riker's phone buzzed a little after 8 in the morning. He was already dressed, pacing in the kitchen of their rental with his second coffee in his hand. The text came from a withheld number, and it gave a location of a chain restaurant with a demand for him to be there in 20 minutes. He tossed the coffee, snatched up the keys to the pickup, and peeled out after checking the mapping on his phone to see he had about 2 minutes grace to get there on time. He smiled at the tactic, knowing it was a good one to employ, as advance notice of a meeting allowed a person to set up ambushes or other surprises. Ignoring the angry road users who didn't take kindly to his unrelaxed style behind the wheel, he pulled up calmly at the restaurant with a minute to spare and looked around. He guessed she'd already be there, or more likely she'd be close by and watching for him to arrive, but he was short on time and famously long on optimistic trust. He walked in, ordered himself a coffee, even though he could still taste the last one in his mouth, and sat watching the parking lot through the big plate glass windows. Deputy Melissa Clayton walked in 30 seconds after he sat down, confident and invisible among the other people in jeans and a hoodie, to sit down opposite him.
"First up, I don't consent to any part of our conversations being recorded," she said.
"I get it, two-party state, but I'm not recording, and I'd appreciate if you didn't either," Riker answered, receiving a nod from her. "Now that's out of the way. Tell me why so many missing people aren't being investigated," he said. Clayton shifted nervously and checked around for eavesdroppers.
"You know there are whole communities living out of the public eye up here, right?"
she asked. "You're talking undocumented workers?" She nodded.
"So if there are that many people who came forward, how many haven't, because they were never officially here in the first place?"
she asked. "And the top of the food chain doesn't want resources wasted on investigations that'll highlight the illegal immigration problem up here," Riker said, jumping to the conclusion of the logical train of thought.
"Pretty much."
"What about federal?" Riker asked, not to suggest it, but to check if any other agencies were poking about in his playground.
"Tried that,"
Clayton said acidly.
"Even went to the FBI field office in Fresno. Guess what happened?"
"They smiled at you, asked you to wait, then called your boss," Riker said.
"Next thing I knew, my captain walked in and told me he wanted to see me in his office in 30 minutes.
She said.
He didn't show for another hour, smiling like a jackass, then wrote me up for poor performance and going outside the chain of command."
"Because he said to drop it?"
"He's not the kind of guy to lower himself and talk to a deputy unless he had to,"
Clayton said with a dark smirk on her face.
"He sent the LT, who sent a sergeant, who told me I was riding a desk for a week, taking all the walk-ins until I learned to follow orders."
"Right. Someone up for re-election or something? Whatever. So the feds played back-scratcher, and the sheriff isn't taking it as a priority. What's your next play?" The question took her by surprise. It was obvious to Riker that he was her next play. But as he'd only burst into her life the previous afternoon, he guessed she was working on something else, because he was certain she had no intention of dropping it.
I know some people down in L.A. They can get the story on the news."
Riker said nothing, but he recognized a weak attempt at a Hail Mary when he heard one. For a story like that to gather momentum and go viral enough to make waves, it would need to be a lot more interesting to the average Californian than just some missing Mexicans nobody noticed were gone.
"Your turn,"
she said firmly.
"Who are you?"
"Name's Matt," he said, giving a name that wasn't on the driver's license she saw or the citation she issued the previous day. If that annoyed her, she said nothing about it.
"I'm after a little more than that,"
she said. "But we just met, and I'd prefer to get to know you a little better before—"
"Cut the cute act, I've heard it 1,000 times,"
she interrupted, showing Riker a flash of steel under the girl-next-door/Miss California looks. He liked her more for it. "Consider it cut. Let's just say I have resources. I give a shit about finding out what happened to these people, and politics mean exactly jack shit to me and my people," he told her.
"Your people?"
The accusation was heavy in the question, and Riker saw no reason to lie to her. He could have played the bogus federal agent card, but he discounted it because he reckoned a cop would be able to sniff out a fake cop a mile away. "Private business, some former military and law enforcement. You might say we investigate things that don't get investigated otherwise."
"Great. A secret society of philanthropic vigilantes." "Stupid."
She dropped her head into her hands, cursing the last word in a hiss clearly aimed at herself. When she sat up, she looked defeated.
"Okay, I'm out. I told you what I know, and now I don't want anything to do with it. Word of warning. You and your people go breaking the law out here, don't expect me to get you out of it. Don't use my name and don't call me. Oh, you can't. You don't have it."
She stood to leave, but Riker spoke softly to reveal some more cards. Melissa Rose Clayton, youngest of 2 daughters to Michael and Laura Clayton, raised outside Bakersfield, graduated high school with a 3.5 GPA, UCLA, majored in design and applied arts. Want me to go on? I can't recall your social security number, but I'll text it to you. Hold on. She didn't move, just stared down at him as he tapped at his phone before resting it on the table and smiling. The smile didn't brag. It just made him look as honest as he could ever be. Melissa Clayton's phone let out a muffled ping from her pocket. She sat down, reading the message with a frown and looking back at Riker with a mix of shock and anger on her face. Not a threat, I promise, but we're not exactly a bunch of tinfoil hat-wearing whack jobs either. You want to go back and forget we ever met, be my guest, but with or without your help, I'm going up into the hills today and I'm going to track down whatever's taking these people. I just prefer to do it with your help, because that might make it faster, and it might save another life.
How do you know they're being killed?
She asked quietly, missing the one slip Riker had made in his impassioned speech. I just do, and I wish it weren't the case, but I think it is. He stood and swirled the dregs of his coffee in the takeout cup. Thanks for your time, Deputy. I appreciate you meeting me. Riker walked out, crossing the small lot, and climbing behind the wheel of his truck as his hand automatically reached for the glove box and retrieved the SIG pistol. He waited, watched the doors of the restaurant open again, and saw Clayton walk out, climbing into a 5-year-old Ford pickup in fire engine red that rumbled a classic V8 soundtrack as she gunned it backward and pulled out, not pausing to look at him as she drove away. Riker picked up his phone and dialed, setting it to speaker as he started his own engine and set off. Hello? Get your ass up, Ilya. Change of plans, Riker said. What time is it? Damn you, Riker. You heard of a thing called jet lag? You heard of the thing called get your ass up because there's been a change of plans? Ilya groaned loudly on the other end of the line, slapping himself in the face with both hands by the sounds that carried to Riker's ears, before he came back sounding more alert than before. Okay, I'm up. Tell me. The deputy was a bust. She confirmed what we thought, that there's likely a lot more people going missing than are reported, but she's out. Political consequences for her career is my guess, Riker said. Okay, sounds about right. What do you need? Grab our bags and head up to the last report. Call the archives on the way and fix us a spot to use. I'll start on finding out where all the missing people were living. How? The cops already did that. They didn't follow the money. Trust me. I'll catch you later. Riker drove, gaining altitude steadily as he rolled the big truck along big roads that became steadily more winding. His own call to the archives had resulted in 2 strong possibilities that matched his theory, and he drove towards the nearest for economy. Arriving there, he put on his best smile, made sure the jacket covered the pistol, and asked after the owner. When his business was politely inquired about, he implied he was an investor with money to burn, as the smile grew wider. The owner looked exactly like Riker expected him to, slightly overweight, hair thinning, but the head refused to let go of it. And the smile on the man's face said that he was just as happy to take the gullible city dweller's money as the woman who greeted him. He gave his name, offered a hand to shake, and tried his best to look honest. Mike Richardson, Riker responded, shaking the hand and giving the name on his fake ID that had been used to book everything. I represent a team of investors, and we're looking to lay down a stake in your business. Hope it's okay I just dropped in. Sure is, Mr. Richardson, sure is. Why don't I show you around? Riker endured a dull tour, tasted some wine that he had to admit was decent enough even to his simple tastes, before he gauged the moment to get to the real question. Listen, sir, I have to be straight with you here, he said, turning to give his best "I'm sorry, but I have to ask" look. Our group sent me up here to do a little due diligence before they sent the lawyers in with the paperwork, because there are some concerns about your workforce. The owner's face dropped into a mask of resolute stubbornness, which gave Riker all the answer he needed. Of course, if there are any, let's say, temporary workers from out of town, it wouldn't be a problem at all. In fact, we'd even be in a position to smooth those waters if anything came of it. If you catch my meaning. Riker went on. The man's face lifted into a knowing conspiratorial smile, Capitalism was rarely moral, and he was staring down the barrel of a big investment with benefits attached in ways other than merely financial. There might be a few guys and girls who want to be paid in cash and don't want to fill out the insurance forms, he admitted, flirting with the illegality of hiring such a workforce but not outright admitting it was intentional. Uh-huh, and where might I find these guys and girls? Riker asked. The face dropped again. I promise you our only intention is to make sure there aren't any complications we can't resolve quietly. Associations with, again, let's say, well-known elements south of the border would pose a heightened risk to our investments. The guy nodded. He understood that cartel business was bad for every business except the cartel. I don't have none of them types on my land. Make a point of it. Just decent, hard-working folks. Nothing else. Riker smiled, pleased that he'd manipulated the man so easily, and reflected that he had come a long way since he was first recruited. Having so many metaphorical tools to choose from made solving a problem far more complex, but far safer than blowing a door off and clearing a room with a rifle. Back in the truck, he called the archives again, gave the location for where the undocumented workers were living in the foothills, and asked them to get back to him when they had something. The phone rang within 10 seconds, but it was Ilya. I'm heading to our new rental now. How you doing? All good, man. Got a location for a forest camp. I'm gonna head up there and make an introduction. Want me to meet you there? Nah, I'm good. Might need a show of force another time, but I'll play it nice on the first run, Riker answered. Okay, I'll text house details. Keep me in the loop. Riker cut the call and drove, waiting for the next piece of the puzzle to come from the archives, but he slowed as he approached the end of the mile of dusty road leading to the vineyard. He slowed because he recognized the shape of a truck near the gate, and what was more recognizable was the bright red of the paintwork. He rolled to a stop and wound down his window. I thought you were out, he asked Clayton. And I thought you were serious about finding out what happened to these people. But then I remembered something you said. What was that? Riker asked. You said, I'm going to track down whatever's taking these people. Not who, not killing, but whatever's taking them. I don't remember saying. She held up her phone, voice recorded app running. Riker said nothing until she stopped the recording and glared at him. Two parties state my ass, Riker complained, shaking his head in disappointment. And you a cop. That's to make it admissible in court, not to do it. Call it a gray area. Riker considered surveillance consent to be pretty black and white, but he didn't want to argue the semantics. Okay, so what do you want? I want in. In your official capacity? Riker asked pointedly, but she was already shaking her head. I'm due some leave, and I took it about 20 minutes after you left, she said. So you gonna tell me what you meant? Not here, Riker told her. Plus I got some happy campers to go visit first. You need to make me one promise, though. What? She asked, eyes narrowing with skeptical suspicion. You need to be open-minded and not overreact. She still looked suspicious, but nodded. It was Riker's turn to become suspicious then. How in the hell did you find me out here? He asked. Only so many places you'd go to track down missing illegals, she said with a nod to the distant vineyard. That asshole's been employing anyone who can work since way before my time. No reason to think he'd have stopped doing it all of a sudden. And let me guess, as a cop you can't exactly roll up in there and ask where he keeps his undocumented workers. Pretty much. But I'm guessing whatever brand of bullshit you fed him, he ate up and asked for more. Riker laughed. You got that right. Follow me. We got Mexicans to talk to. 24. Dude, I'm telling you, it was right there. Irene showed up for her afternoon shift, more burnt out and stressed than the day before. She hurried in, glancing at the clock to see that she had a minute to spare, but Sherry blocked her passage behind the counter. I'm not late, Sherry stopped her by gripping both upper arms and doing something totally unexpected. She smiled. Honey, you're beat. I should never have taken the day shift off you, and I wanted to say sorry. She pulled her into the back where she smiled again. Irene frowned, trying to move away with a glance at the clock. If she missed the click on the time card machine, she'd be down 15 minutes' wage. I wanted to make it up to you, Sherry said, making Irene worry that she was being pranked. Sherry took out a time card. Irene's time card, and waited for the machine to tick over the hour before punching it. Irene frowned at the pettiness of being forced to miss out on the money, but just as she was about to launch into the tirade she'd been holding back, her eyes saw the time, and she closed her mouth. Sherry had clocked her out, not in.
I don't understand. I work the day shift for you,
Sherry said.
Tips included. They're in your jar.
Irene didn't know what to say. More than that, she was literally speechless that anyone had done anything this kind for her. Tamar had let her go early, had covered her for an hour, but this was something else. This was too much.
In exchange for what?
Irene asked carefully.
In exchange for accepting my apology. I was an asshole to you, and this is me making it up.
Irene still stood where she was, suspicion and shock robbing her of the ability to speak coherently. But Sherry smiled again and turned the older woman around to walk her back into the diner. Sherry let her go and pulled down a generously filled tip jar before emptying the contents onto a dish.
You go put your feet up for a while,
Sherry said as she folded a stack of small bills.
And come back in the morning.
Irene, $40 or more in her stunned hand, and a full shift banked on her time card, walked out of the diner as she was told and climbed back behind the wheel of her car robotically. She didn't want to go home and put her feet up, because her husband would think she'd been fired or had quit, and she didn't want him to suffer a heart attack in that moment of shock before he found out the unbelievable truth. Instead, she headed for the care home, where she sat in a chair beside her mother's bed and slept the whole afternoon away in peace. Sherry watched her go, sucking in a satisfied breath of air through her nose and letting it out feeling happy and proud of what she'd just done. She didn't know why she woke that morning feeling good about everything, why she wanted to make amends for the things she had said and done to the people around her, but her first thought was to set things right for Irene. She'd further felt bad about Gary's wife, so she tried to call her and tell her what had happened. Luckily for both of them, nobody was at home, but she'd be able to swing by after working the evening shift to apologize and promise that it wouldn't happen again. She didn't think such an action would result in her losing the job she didn't particularly enjoy, but she believed that everything would work out for her. She didn't know why she was so optimistic, but she woke full of warmth that morning and near bursting with a need to be good. Nothing in her mind specified what kind of good she needed to be, so she set about righting every wrong she could. What was weirder than her polar change in attitude were the dreams she had experienced. She recalled them clearly, like accessing a real memory instead of recalling the wisps of dreams that vanish like smoke when a person tried to grasp at them. These dreams were so clear, so vivid, that she had woken feeling frantic and fearful before the urge to be a better person washed over her. The dreams had been vivid, out-of-body experiences, of running and chasing, then of being frightened, before a bearded man with dark hair and a savage look of anger on his face caused her pain. He hit her, grabbed her hard around the throat. Then she recalled the feeling of being bounced around hard in a confined space, of tires squealing, then of hot fluid in her mouth making her panic and gag as she lost consciousness. The pain of that had been so intense that it woke her, and, much like a normal dream, she was left with a fleeting sensation that rapidly diminished, as if it didn't belong in the real world, as if it couldn't breathe there, and returned to the dream world. That sensation was of failure, her failure, and of her sire being so angry that she bit off her own tongue so she couldn't speak and betray him further. She knew nothing of any sire, nor how she could betray him, but she sensed a lot more than she knew. She dressed, seeing her reflection in the mirror, and missing the angry welts where teeth had punctured the skin of her breast. She didn't see the injury in the mirror, instead seeing her reflection as perfect in every way. How she felt now and how she had felt during her dreams were very different, and she feared experiencing more dreams like them. Sherry shook her dark recollections away, consigning it to a neat box in her head of things that no longer concerned her, and went to work to repair those damaged relationships. To be good. Tamar woke to the sound of shots again, only this time muffled by more distance than before. She sighed, pleased that she was listened to and that they tried to keep the noise down, but disappointed, as she usually was, by the actions of other people. She sat up, her head feeling too heavy for her body, and just sat there for a while until her need to pee forced her from the uncomfortable bed. She padded along the creaking, warped floor and sat, wasting no effort on forcing it out of her, but letting it flow like she was a leaking appliance with no desire to be fixed. Stifling a yawn that threatened to take over her life and consume her, she shuffled into the kitchen and waited in a trance for the water to boil. With caffeine in hand, she hunted among the bare cupboards for anything sweet, for anything to put a taste in her mouth that wasn't disappointment, finding a moon pie with a questionable expiry date at the back on one cupboard that required tiptoes to retrieve. She carried it and the coffee to the threadbare sofa and found a clear spot between a magazine and an empty beer can. She sipped, tried to ignore the distant popping of small-caliber weapons and laughter, but gave up and tossed the coffee because it tasted awful. Taking a shower and dressing in fresh clothes made her feel a little better, but not much. Deciding between staying at the decaying trailer and driving to her dead-end job early to eat, she chose the latter. The truck started on the third try, worrying her that it was growing more terminally sick as it had been starting on the second try for over a year. She didn't know if it was a storm gathering on a warm front or just the oppressive worries of her life, but she felt something closing in on her as she drove.
"Come,"
Roman projected to Coin.
"He'll know if we—"
Roman silenced his thoughts at a savage growl from Coin, issued from the side of his mouth in wolf form, as the two of them watched a pair of humans in a clearing. They had already strayed too close to civilization, too close to where the humans lived, but Roman faced a choice of running with Coin or leaving him to a solitary fate. Worse, if unsupervised, the bitter older werewolf was apt to do something foolish.
"Coin, brother, please."
Roman paced carefully closer to Coin, but the savage growl came again, this time accompanied by a whip of the long snout and a clap of big black teeth. Roman, although many years younger, was confident that he could dominate this old, cautious beast and best him in any conflict, but he knew that both would be left with wounds that would take months or even years to fully heal. That would invite a vengeance from their pack alpha, and neither could face the risk that entailed.
"I care nothing for this crusade,"
Coin snarled, rearing up slightly as Roman matched his stance. The two wolves locked their gazes together as neither could bring themselves to back down from a challenge so easily, but they were united in their fear and interest by another sound.
"Hey, what's that?" "Where? I don't see nothing."
"That's 'cause you drunk, idiot."
"I ain't an idiot, you asshole."
Roman felt Coin bunch his muscles as the hatred threatened to overtake him again. Men with guns had always prompted the werewolf to fly into a rage, and he killed for the purpose of killing whenever he got the chance to reenact the loss of his mate. If only he had killed more, had bitten, jumped, and run faster, his existence would have followed a very different path.
It ain't nothing, you dumbass. Just a critter scared by your poor shooting. I'll show you poor shooting, you old—"
Coin snarled again, the rage boiling over and tearing a ripping snarl from his long snout. He surged forward, covering the first 20 feet in one bound, before two powerful movements of his long-limbed body dug deep furrows into the soft earth and propelled him through the loose formation of two men, both staggering unsteadily on their feet and arguing over a small handgun they wrestled in their hands. He passed through them so fast that only the briefest of wet sounds, of flesh rending so quickly it had yet to realize and bleed, as both men stopped talking. Both gasped, clutching at the deep parallel gouges that Coin's claws had raked through the flesh of their arms. The gun dropped to the dirt, and both men looked at it, then up at Coin, who emerged slowly into the clearing to display his full, shaggy gray glory and horror. Both men froze, clutching at the deep slices in their arms. Then both babbled incoherent noises and turned to flee from the clearing in the opposite direction of the hulking beast, only to be faced by another, slightly smaller, but with a much darker and glossier pelt. Black teeth shone brightly in the poor light, and claws extended to dig into the dirt. Both men screamed in terror, and both screams were cut off by sharp crunching sounds that left a silence deeper than any the forest had known before.
"It's a matter of style,"
Tara explained.
"or in your case, a lack of it."
"Hey," Odell complained, leaning back from the breakfast table and looking at his outfit as if checking to see what she could that he couldn't.
"That shade of green and that shade of blue don't belong on the same continent, let alone on the same lobster,"
she told him, waving a piece of fresh melon on the end of her fork around like a wand to make her point. Kim laughed with Tara on this point, having felt justified in his long warning about sunblock over dinner the previous night. "Fine, I get it. I see what's going on here. You think I've never been hazed as the new guy?" Any continuation of the thought was stopped dead by Kim's phone buzzing loudly in the breast pocket of his lightweight suit jacket. "Please, excuse me," Kim said politely, his manners permanently switched on, even though the three of them shared a private balcony with servers loitering only a casual summons away. He took the call, clicking it on and listening intently before saying a single word. "Confirmed." He listened again. Both Tara and Odell watched intently as he nodded, looked up and caught eyes with them both, and smiled. "Send it to me," he said, killing the call and sitting down eagerly, watching the phone's screen for a notification. Odell held his breath, reading fast as a banner appeared at the top of the display with the heading marked as urgent, but the subject matter read Financial Review Methods, and Odell clearly thought that to sound as urgent as Kim did because he ignored it. "How do you juggle?" "Ah, here we go," Kim said, clicking on a new notification and opening it to show a video clip buffering. "This was posted on social media 3 hours ago. Our team found it and had it removed by using a few hundred bot accounts to flag the video. They're working on removing the original from the cloud of the originator now," Kim explained. Odell was impressed that they could do that, but he said nothing about it as the video started to play. "Dude, I'm telling you, it was right there." "You're high, man. You don't know The two wasters off camera stopped arguing as a shadow moved on the screen. It resolved into a giant dog, but when the person controlling the low-res phone camera zoomed back out, the thing was revealed in contrasting size to a ride-on lawnmower off to its left. It was huge, the height of a horse at least, and it disappeared, jumping with alarming speed into the darkness of the tree cover. Then the phone was fumbled and dropped. The sound of running ensued, but if Odell was expecting the chase to end in snarls of attack or gunshots, he was even more shocked to hear it end in a screech of tires and a heavy, metallic impact before a few seconds of blissful whooshing sounds. Then, the broken, crumpled body of the amateur wildlife photographer landed back on the road with a sickening crunch before the footage cut off. "He was declared dead at the scene, but the friend with him apparently took the phone and ran away. It's being tracked but is still moving locally," Kim said, shutting off the phone and slipping it back inside his suit jacket.
"Meaning we better get up to Florida,"
Tara said as she wiped her mouth with the corner of a cloth napkin and pushed back her chair. Kim rose too, showing a deference to her as she left the table that had been bred into him from an early age. Odell hurried to match the gesture, but as ever, he felt less out of place than if he was in the middle of a firefight in some foreign sandbox. Sitting back down with Kim as Tara left, he fixed the old man with a hard look. "Look, I know it fits what we expect to find, but one thing I learned the hard way is to check your intel. How sure are we this is genuine?" "They found no trace of layering or manipulation, and thorough background checks on both revealed no history of false reports or scams. But the truth of the footage could be faked by the object being intentional. I'd say a solid 70% that this is real." Odell nodded and stood, evidently deciding that was good enough for him. "I'll put a call into Riker and get him and Ilya over here as soon as possible," Kim said. "Are we 100% certain there isn't another werewolf in California?" Odell asked. "And how fast can you get them here if you pulled out all the stops?" 6, maybe 8 hours, Kim replied. "I could cut that margin slightly by having a helicopter and jet on standby to take them directly to an airport and straight to Orlando." "Okay, 8 hours is doable. Worst case scenario is that we try to contain or track for that time. Can we get a rotary wing on standby here? I mean, near the Ocala?" Odell asked. Kim shrugged again.
I'm sorry, Odell, but I disagree. We can relocate to the West Coast just as easily, but I want as many people in Florida as possible. Please do not underestimate our enemy. Werewolves are very difficult to kill.
All right, so when are we flying out? Odell asked, but Kim gave another rueful smile.
Not flying. Go get ready, Kim said. Being a United States Marine, I thought you'd prefer this method.
25. Trust. Off-duty Deputy Clayton was very different to the version Riker had met when he'd engineered the traffic stop. Her expression ran through a conflicting riot of emotions, showing shock and horror, moving quickly through repulsion and disgust, and settled into a sadness that gave Riker the impression she felt responsible. Whole families lived in the camp, and faces of all ages stared at them warily as the two white people appeared in their big, shiny trucks. Some ran, fearing the arrival of anyone, and Riker guessed they would be the criminal element of the place, as opposed to the vast majority who only lived there to make money and provide. Riker pulled out his cell, holding it closer to him when a boy of about 11 or 12 leaned in to look at it. He didn't take offense to that because he'd seen it during active service deployments. Local kids, the ones without supervision or fear, saw the soldiers as an interesting new development in their lives, and curiosity always got the better of them. But Riker also knew what curiosity did to cats. He placed a call, asking the person on the other end to get a Spanish interpreter on the line, but Clayton turned and shook her head at him.
No need,
she said, turning back to the nearest adult and speaking in fluent Spanish. Riker hung up the call after canceling his request and listened. He picked up the odd word, less than he expected to, but like most people who learned another language in part, he could only comprehend it if the native speaker acted like he was hard of hearing and slow in the head.
They're pretty cagey,
Clayton told him in a low voice.
Wouldn't you be?
He asked, returning to his truck and lifting the cargo cover to pull out a crate of bottled water. The kids descended on him, barely giving him enough time to pull open the cellophane wrapping before the excited noises rang in the air. It was only water, something they took for granted, but a gift to people who never received them were special things. With their intent hopefully made clear, Riker asked Clayton to tell them why they were here. When she spoke, her tone showing how serious she was, Riker watched the faces of the gathered adults drop.
Policia? Federales?
A man asked, his olive skin much darkened by a life spent in the sun. He wore a perpetual squint, like he was screwing his eyes up against that sun, but it lent him an air of suspicion. Riker saw Clayton's right hand go to the back pocket of her jean, and he rightly guessed that she was about to flash a badge. Doing that would have multiple effects on this group, and not many of them positive. He stepped closer, slapping his left hand against the pocket to stop her pulling out the badge, and felt her stiffen as his hand touched her ass. She was professional enough not to turn around and slug him for crossing that line.
I'm not a cop, he said. We just want to find out what happened here, okay? Will you tell us what you know?
The suspicious guy looked at a woman. The way she was wrapped up in a headscarf and the way her skin had the same appeal as old, soft leather made Riker think she was some kind of matriarch of the group. She gave Suspicious a nod, eyes closed serenely, but he took it as permission to run his own game. Wordlessly, he held up his right hand and rubbed thumb and forefinger together. Clayton scoffed, as if the guy had just lived up to the expected stereotype, but Riker had been waiting for it. He knew that nobody talked without incentive, just as he knew that carrots worked as well as sticks. If it came to it, he'd happily shove the barrel of his pistol into the guy's mouth and ask the others if they suddenly had a memory, but he slept better at night when he did it the other way around. He smiled, pulled out a roll of 20s, but as Suspicious reached for them, he snatched his hand back.
Mel, translate this nice and loud for me in case El Asholio here is the only one who understands English,
he said, eyes locked with the man greedy for the cash. Riker very deliberately, very slowly, extended his arm holding the money to the older woman as he spoke.
This money goes on clothes and food for the kids, not beer and whatever you guys are smoking, and definitely not tequila, because that stuff is the devil's piss.
Clayton spoke fast, hesitating at the end before recounting the final words. Riker picked out the word demonios and guessed that she was doing an honest job of translating. The old woman took the cash, bowed her head in thanks, then turned and issued a single word of instruction.
Dile.
Tell him.
He started about a month after we got here,
Suspicious said in English.
At first it was people who we thought were arrested, or else found somewhere better to go. But then others started to go missing. People with families, niñas. So then we knew something was going wrong.
The old woman spoke in Spanish again, indicating Clayton.
She says she recognizes me.
Is that going to be a problem? Riker asked, casting furtive looks around and mentally rehearsing the quick draw of the pistol under his jacket. The woman spoke again, hands gesturing as her impassioned words pleaded.
She says she went with someone who made a missing persons report, but she waited outside because she had to watch the kids who didn't have papers. She says they're not all undocumented, but some of them are, and they want to live together. But the towns aren't safe because people call the cops on them all the time.
Sounds about right, Riker muttered, relaxing a little.
We told the cops,
Suspicious went on, eyeing Clayton with something bordering on hatred.
And they didn't care. They didn't care because we're just like dogs to them. They don't care about us.
All right, enough of the political shit, Riker interrupted. You're missing people. What happened? Did you find anything? Curious glances were exchanged, and questioning looks aimed at Riker, including one from Clayton. I'll just come right out and say it then. Did you find any remains? Any body parts? Did anyone see any of your people get attacked?
Attacked by what?
Suspicious asked. By anything. Anyone. None of them had. People were even sent to ask around to be sure, but the answer still came back as a resounding no. Riker took a breath, unable to ask the question without giving the game away, but he tried. What about coyotes? Wolves? Have you heard any, howling or anything? Clayton eyeballed him with undisguised horror when he asked this, more at being left out of the loop than at the implications of his words if he guessed correctly. The answer was a no, and Riker's disappointment was obvious. Clayton went into full cop mode, asking a line of people what they knew, as she scribbled fast notes in a little spiral notebook she just happened to have in her pocket where Riker had assumed she kept her badge. He'd been as wrong about that, just as he'd been right about her. She really did care about keeping people safe, no matter what their situation. A clamor started up, and Riker turned to see two dark pickups approaching on another road leading up to the encampment. He could tell from their reactions that this was not good news, and the last thing he wanted to do was get into a gunfight with cartel minions or anyone else. Not when he was alone, and his rifle was locked in the back of his truck.
We should go,
Clayton said, turning back to her own truck, having recognized the situation for what it was before Riker had. Okay, follow me, he said, yelling a final shout of thanks over his shoulder as he jumped behind the wheel and lit out to prevent an international incident.
Cut the bullshit. That's twice now you've avoided the question.
Clayton snapped at Riker's back as he walked into the rental house. He looked around, assessing the place, ignoring Clayton's demand for the truth, as Ilya walked out of the kitchen, pistol held low in two hands, and stared at them. Clayton was fast, the kind of fast that spoke more of hours of practice than of any natural skill, and her own pistol was drawn and aimed low at Ilya in under a second.
Drop it,
she barked, but Riker casually walked between the two armed people and waved Ilya away. The Ukrainian backed off into the kitchen, out of sight. You want the truth? He asked her gently. She lowered her gun, still gripping it like she wasn't exactly stood down, and nodded once. Riker opened his mouth to speak, but Ilya's comedic shout from the kitchen interrupted.
You can't handle truth!
As far as impersonations went, it was awful, but the accented delivery prompted a laugh to burst from Clayton's lips. She sagged, getting control of herself, and when she straightened, she holstered the pistol.
What's the truth, Riker?
She asked.
And who the hell is that?
That's Ilya. He's a colleague, and he normally works out of our European headquarters.
And the first part?
She demanded, exuding the sensation of not being in the slightest bit patient for any more stalling. The first part is that we're hunting a beast, an animal. The disappearances here fit the pattern, so we're here to investigate.
What kind of animal? A bear? You lose your cat?
Not exactly. We're tracking a werewolf. Silence hung for a few seconds before Clayton let out the same breathy bark of laughter.
Sure, you're the guys who caught Frankenstein too, right?
She asked sarcastically.
You mean monster,
Ilya called out again.
Frankenstein was doctor. Everyone knows this.
Whatever,
Clayton said, her smile wide not at them, but at her own gullibility.
Let's just recap, shall we? You bait me into a traffic stop, hack my employment file somehow, flash a couple grand for witnesses to crimes you don't even have a stake in, then you tell me you're Monster Hunters International. Thanks, but no thanks, I'm done.
It was 5, Riker said. Clayton, already half turned away toward the door, swung back and frowned at him. It was 5 grand. They were 20s. I ain't cheap, you know.
Again, whatever. Good luck with your...
She waved her left hand at Riker like she didn't know the words she needed to describe what she was feeling, and turned away. You need to see proof, I get that. What will convince you? Clayton paused, right hand still on the grip of her pistol.
Video evidence, for one? She said quietly. Autopsy reports, photographs, but all that can be faked. You know what I think's really going on?
In Serial Killer Central? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what you're thinking, Riker said.
It's a hell of a lot more feasible than it being monsters.
Maybe, but you know what you know, Riker said with a simple shrug, as if that made his point.
Well, you two crazies have fun. I'll be...
She stopped talking, her eyes going wide at the sight of Riker with his shirt off, right hand raised to show parallel lines of brutal scarring down the side of his torso. That wasn't a bear, he said, and it wasn't my cat. He pulled his shirt back over his head, and Clayton's eyes rested on the tactical pistol holstered inside his belt at the base of his back. If she had an opinion on that, she kept it to herself.
Not exactly conclusive evidence,
she said. I accept that, Riker told her. But there's more evidence, granted it's stuff that could be faked. But make of it what you want. He turned away, walking into the living area past the kitchen doorway. Clayton didn't follow.
Those people we met earlier, she said. You know why they don't trust cops?
Because they think you're looking to arrest them?
When all I'm trying to do is help them,
she said, looking directly into Riker's eyes.
Are you trying to help me or jam me up?
Neither, Riker said honestly. We're a little light on troops, and frankly, we were hoping you'd help us. Ilya picked the perfect moment to spoil the connection they were making by calling out again from the kitchen.
He wants your help. I don't know you. Makes no difference to me.
Clayton shook her head, either in disbelief at what she was thinking or at their cute little double act.
You've got 10 minutes to convince me,
she said, barely believing the words she spoke herself. Riker smiled, drew himself up as if about to deliver a revelatory speech, but stopped. He deflated, reaching inside his jacket for his ringing cell, just as Ilya walked out of the kitchen holding his own.
You see this?
He asked Riker, but Riker was frowning and hitting the screen before lifting the phone to his ear. Yeah, listen. But wait. Clayton shot a look at Ilya, but the look on the squat man's face said that Riker was talking to a wall.
We've got real leads to follow here. We can't just...
He dropped the phone away from his ear, clamping a hand over the mic at the bottom and letting out a silent roar before bringing it back up. Yes, sir. We'll be en route as soon as we can. He lowered the phone and let out a heavy breath. That breath spoke more than words, and Clayton was a close enough study of human behavior to know that the man had just been shut down by his boss. He looked up, defeated, and pulled a face of sympathetic apology at Clayton.
Whatever, man,
Clayton said, already turning to leave.
Mel, listen,
It's Deputy Clayton, and I've wasted enough of my day off on your bullshit,
she said, opening the front door and leaving before Riker could say another word. Ilya walked to Riker, grabbing his neck from behind with both hands and issuing a rough, manly massage to the meat of his upper back.
Orders are orders, man. We go where the boss is telling us to go,
he said. Yeah, but he didn't even listen. We're on to something here, Illy. I can feel it. It might not be a damn werewolf, but it's something. I know. She knows it.
And I know that we have grid coordinates for a helicopter pickup in 20 minutes. So, grab your gear and dry your eyes.
26. I heard you, Queen Elsa, Odell relaxed on the bow of the tiny pleasure yacht, looking back at Tara, who worked the winches and sails like she not only knew what she was doing, but she wanted to show off to a U.S. Marine that she could handle a boat. Despite Tara's and Kim's assumptions, Odell had never been a sailor. He could pilot a rib, a rigid hull inflatable used for target insertion, but he had never spent his off-duty hours rigging sails and pulling yards or whatever they did. He was happy to watch her perform, her muscles taut as she hauled on lines to impress him when he knew nothing about what she was doing. He played with her, raising eyebrows and smirking when she did things, glancing at other pieces of apparatus on the deck that he didn't understand the very basis of, but she gave as good back as she got.
"We'll make land in 40 minutes,
she said, pointing ahead behind Odell's head. He twisted, seeing a smudge of land ahead of them, and settled back down to watch her work. "Heave to, then," he told her, seeing her laugh and shake her head at him. He knew that estimation of time wasn't an educated guess, because she had a weatherproof screen in front of her with satellite navigation giving her the premium package of all directions. Odell went below, hauling up 2 large cases onto the deck as Tara worked hard to pilot them into shore. He went back down, changing from the pastel colors of a rich business executive on a pleasure cruise to the tough, hard-wearing tactical gear of a former military mercenary soldier. One who now hunted monsters for a living. He put his ruck over both shoulders and the compact FN-45 on his belt, but going back below for the new rifle in its weatherproof case made him feel a sense of purpose, of apprehension. He opened the case to look at it, to run his hands over the cold metal and polymer, and pulled out the small package that had all the hallmarks of a homemade explosive. Gellerman had promised him a surprise, and Riker's cryptic talks about Ilya being a bomb maker along with some pretty thorough military experience told him what it was. Modeled on a claymore mine only half the size, the ripcord connected to a pin made its purpose clear. He put it back in the case gently. That sense of purpose returned and made him sober up his thoughts before returning to the deck with a cold dedication to the task. Tara put them in at a wooden pier expertly, raising her own eyebrows at Odell as he didn't leap ashore and lash the boat to the stays as fast as she expected. They worked in silence, throwing their hard cases and packs onto the wooden boards of the pier, without a second glance at the beautiful craft that had carried them over famed waters like the pirates of old to launch a raid on the mainland. A truck waited for them, a big block V8 Ford pickup that had to be 20 years old if it was a day. The paint was faded, but it looked well cared for other than that. "We couldn't afford a new model? How about a Raptor?"
"Take a look around when we get where we're going, Odell. You roll up in a 110K truck, and people know you're from out of town and that you're flashing cash like an asshole. Where I come from, they'd call you a carpetbagger."
Odell adopted a borderline offensive hillbilly voice before goading her.
"The man from the north with his fancy suit come asking for your coal?"
Tara graced him with a fleeting, withering look of disappointment.
"I came from horse country, not coal country, but 7 out of 10 for the impression."
Odell loaded the gear into the back of the pickup while Tara started it up, the burbling noise of the engine filling the still evening air of the deserted docks. The sound made Odell smile, made him yearn for a lost childhood, and reassured him that the old-school 5 on the floor would outperform anything around there within reason. He climbed into the passenger side, feeling like he needed the rifle, because the east coast of Florida felt too much like enemy-held territory to him, and his eyes checked every angle as they pulled out of the lot and headed inland. Tara's phone was wedged into the dash, connected to a mobile power bank, and the GPS showed a route to their destination with an arrival time of 1 hour and 40 minutes.
"Relax," she told him. "Swap at the halfway point?"
He nodded, sitting back and relaxing with one eye on the side mirror and his right hand on the grip of his drawn .45 held low in his lap. They stopped close to an hour later, Tara sliding over the bench seat toward him, forcing him to step out and stretch his back and legs as he walked past the headlights to take the wheel. He gunned the engine, feeling his youth come back to him through the pedal, and followed Tara's map on the last stretch.
"1 room or 2?
The woman behind the counter asked. She didn't even take her eyes from the TV screen as she spoke, just leaned their way, which had the undesirable effect of wafting cigarette smoke and body odor in their direction.
You got a twin?
Tara asked, surprising Odell. The woman deigned to tear her eyes from her show and eyed them both, evidently deciding that she didn't care enough either way. She took a set of old-school keys, no electronic key cards in this fine establishment, and dropped them on the counter.
60 a night with a security deposit of...
She eyed them both, conducting some form of risk assessment before deciding what she should extract.
100, and we prefer cash.
Tara smiled, handing over a plastic safe in the knowledge that the woman would rip them off if she could. She paid the deposit and a week in advance, then listened politely as the clerk ran through a bored-sounding script about their amenities. They walked out, returning to the truck for their cases and bags, before Tara opened their room and stepped inside. She let out a low whistle, mocking the palatial accommodation they had found themselves in, as Odell pushed past her, hauling 2 cases into the room that he dumped on the floor, and took a long, deep breath in through his nose.
Yep, at least 2 hookers were killed in here. Maybe 3.
Really?
Tara answered, affecting an upper-class British accent and taking in an exaggerated pull of air through both nostrils.
I'm getting a hint of summer with a burst of crack cocaine and mellow tones of roadkill.
Okay, you win,
Odell said.
Suck it,
Tara said, hauling her own case onto one of the beds before she pulled the drapes closed and locked the door behind them. Both equipped themselves, arming and dressing covertly for their task, as Odell stood over the new rifle case and thinking that it might not help them blend in.
The sighting was a few miles north of here, towards the forest,
Tara said. Odell nodded, perched on the edge of the bed, and turned on the TV to cycle through the local channels for anything worthy of their attention.
You hungry?
She asked. Odell pulled a face that said he was always hungry, and that the question was a stupid one.
And they say there's no knowledge like local knowledge, right?
Always trust the man on the ground,
Odell agreed.
So, we go find someone on the ground and put our ear to them, or something.
Tamar walked in over an hour early for her night shift and stopped dead when she saw Sherry working the tables with a smile. Her first thought was that something had happened to Irene, that Sherry had been forced to stay and cover for her, but Sherry saw her walk in and practically skipped toward her.
You're early,
she said, acting in a way Tamar had never seen her be before. She wasn't bitchy or superior, but she seemed carefree and full of kindness. That in itself was so alien that Tamar said nothing. She just stared at the girl in stunned silence. Sherry took her coat, steering her towards an empty seat at the end of the counter, and called through the serving hatch for Otis to make her a grilled cheese just how she liked it. Tamar accepted the cup of coffee from the unexpectedly happy woman that she felt confused about. She was confused because she hated her, but how she acted now was in such contrast to everything that she knew and believed about her that she was simply too stunned to say anything. Otis leaned down through the serving hatch and shot Tamar a look that said he agreed with the confusion she felt before he melted away back into his kitchen.
I worked the whole day,
Sherry said conspiratorially to Tamar as she chewed her grilled cheese suspiciously.
I clocked in for Irene, and when she got here I sent her home, then worked my shift. I gave her back the day shift because I know she needs it. I should never have asked for it anyway because I hate getting up early, but I thought it was the right thing to do.
Tamar said nothing, mostly because the woman spoke so fast that she barely had opportunity to interrupt even if she wasn't eating. Luckily, Sherry was called away to serve food, leaving Tamar alone to eat the rest of the sandwich fast. She wiped her mouth, stood to carry her plate through to the kitchen and thank Otis, then walked back out the front, tying her apron as she walked.
Listen, Sherry, you've been here all day. Why don't you take off? I'll clock you out when it's time,
she said. Sherry tried to protest, even clocked herself out and Tamar in so she was paid for the extra hour, and thanked her. With the diner to herself, bar the 7 customers and Otis out back, she felt calm again. The night shift there settled her. It was her calm environment that she could control, and with a few very rare exceptions, she felt safe there. As if the universe heard her thoughts, the door chime sounded and 3 young men walked in, one wearing a collegiate sports coat, and her mood plummeted. All 3 had been in high school with her, and now that they had turned 21, it seemed that these guys took too much of a liking to beer. She wasn't surprised, given how there was little else to do when they failed to escape to college. They staggered in, laughing and clapping one another on the backs as if they'd just shared the funniest experience of their lives, and slid into a booth with the expected jackassery of boys thinking they were men. With a resigned sigh, she walked over, being careful to stand out of arm's reach of the booth, and pointedly offered them coffee. They laughed, ordered pancakes like they were children at breakfast, and made lewd noises as she walked away. Tamar sometimes wished she looked different to how she did, that she looked plainer, that her hair wasn't a lush blonde with natural waves, and her body was unremarkable. She was blessed, cursed with those attributes, and regretted them in that moment. She passed the order to Otis and stayed behind the counter, striking up conversation with Rick, who was heading out on his last night shift of the week. He was as interesting and morose as always, regaling her with a dull story that she had heard at least once before, when the door chimed again, and two outsiders, a man and a woman, walked in. She could tell in a heartbeat that they weren't from around there, even more that they didn't belong, and her first thought was that they were reporters. She took the coffee pot and arrived beside them as they sat, offering it silently and pouring 2 cups when they both nodded. "What's good?" the man asked. Tamar looked at him, seeing a tall, lean man who looked like he'd spent a lot of time outside working, but not in the way so many people she knew did. Bearded but groomed, he bore a dozen small scars that might have interesting stories behind them if she could get him to talk. He had a hardness to him that was only betrayed by his kind eyes.
"Depends on what you want. Me? I could always go for a grilled cheese."
"I'll take one of those then," he said, glancing at the woman he'd walked in with. Tamar regarded her, seeing more money than she'd ever made, sitting there wrapped up in an armored cloak of privilege.
"2, seeing as you recommended it,"
she said kindly, giving Tamar a look of such friendly conspiracy that the waitress immediately regretted her harsh assessment made out of jealousy. She was jealous that this young woman didn't come from the same place she did, that she wasn't stuck in the same rut she was, and that she had clearly been places and seen things that she could only dream about. She smiled, hiding the sadness, and told them she'd be right back. "Nice place," Odell said as he sipped the coffee, but any response Tara made was drowned out by the eruption of chanting from 3 booths away, where the trio of boys made far too much noise for his liking. They sat in silence, just watching people come and go as the raucous behavior of the 3 men grew louder.
"Don't,"
Tara warned Odell, who had just started to turn in his seat. "Don't what?" he asked, turning back and knowing exactly what she was going to say.
"Don't attract attention to yourself. Let it go."
"Let what go? What did you think I was—"
"Hey! Not okay, asshole!"
The shout of the waitress brought a big black man, hair bushy and eyes wide in anger, bursting from the kitchen into the diner, wielding a skillet. All conversations had stopped as the waitress glared at the guy in the high school sports coat as he held his hands up in mock surrender and leaned back into one of his buddies, who was laughing like a deranged chimp. All 3 of them seemed to find whatever just happened to be the best joke ever, and from the words and the way they were spoken, Odell would put money on one of them having copped a feel or smacked a cheek as she passed.
"I mean it,"
Tara warned as Odell turned in his seat to glare at the 3 boys on the verge of manhood.
"Let it go."
"I heard you, Queen Elsa," Odell muttered, but his eyes were still locked to the 3 jackasses. He was on the verge of doing as she said, of bringing his anger back to heel, of keeping a low profile, when one of them looked around and caught his eye. The ape-like grin dropped off his face and he moved, nudging his 2 buddies under the table.
"Yeah? What?"
he demanded of Odell.
"Oh, shit,"
Tara said in resignation, sagging her head on her neck as if she already knew what was going to happen. In her mind, it was obvious. Alpha male with a hero complex and multiple guilt issues sees a damsel in distress to rescue from 3 inferior specimens who all believe themselves to be superior. The scenario could be repeated 1,000 ways with 1,000 different casts in 1,000 different places on the planet. Only in many of those scenarios, the lone alpha male wasn't a special operations Marine. "Me?" Odell asked innocently.
"Yeah, jerk-off, you."
The others clearly thought this was also hilarious, because they bounced in their seats and laughed while congratulating one another.
I was just wondering what you'd look like with a broken nose,
Odell asked in a conversational tone. If the diner was silent before, it had chilled to a degree of magnitude now as everyone there waited to see what the consequences were going to be. The insulted youth reddened instantly, even as his buddies laughed, and he was forced to fake a grin and bleat along with the herd. One sheep, so which is the ringleader? Odell asked himself. The question answered itself as Sportscoat jerked his chin at the insulted one, goading him into doing something about it. Face still red, he stood, glancing back at his friends to see if they were going to back him up. He sauntered to their booth, betraying his lack of certainty about his ability to intimidate, but doing a good job of acting. He leaned both hands on their table and glared at Odell from a range close enough to smell the beer on his breath.
"You want to say that again, asshole? You want me to write it down for you in crayon so you can show your girlfriends back there?"
Odell asked quietly. Rage and fear fought for dominance on his face as he stared down at the outsider. His left hand rose and reached for the salt pot, a smirk of arrogance on his face as he signposted his intent to pour it into Odell's coffee. Odell snatched the right hand off the table, the one taking all his weight at the extreme point of his reach, yanking it back and down to crunch the man's nose onto the edge of the table. Tara lifted her coffee away so it didn't spill, leaning back to watch what came next, but Odell played the part perfectly.
"Whoa, buddy, you okay?"
he said loudly, his voice full of false concern as he stood and half-carried his victim back to his friends, with one arm locked high behind his back. Blood poured from his nose, caught in a cupped hand as the stunned man allowed himself to be led blindly on tiptoes. Odell shoved him down into the booth next to his friends and leveled a finger at his victim.
"He probably needs to go to a hospital. I think he fell and broke his nose."
They stared at him, too shocked and afraid to speak a single word. Odell stood there and stared back until Sportscoat uncertainly shuffled out and helped the other guy half-carry the bleeding one. Odell stood his ground and watched them all the way out the door, following which there began a slow clap of appreciation from the old guy who had run out of the kitchen when he heard the initial commotion. Odell gave a small, sarcastic bow and dug into his pocket to drop a 20 on the bloody table. He thought about it for a second and dropped another one, careful to leave the bills in a clean patch unaffected by the red stuff. The other diners, what few of them there were, went back to their meals and their drinks as if such a thing wasn't uncommon. Odell didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad one.
"You didn't have to do that,"
a voice said from behind. Odell turned to see the waitress, already with a spray bottle and a handful of paper towels ready to clean up the blood. He didn't know if she meant the $40 or the satisfying crunch the guy's nose made, so he shrugged. "Sorry," he said, sounding anything but. The waitress smiled, sidestepping him, and dropped the paper towels to soak up the little lake of blood. Evidently dismissed, Odell returned to his booth and stared at Tara as she radiated her annoyance at him.
"Odell, what do the words low profile mean to you?"
"I didn't shoot anyone," Odell countered with another shrug.
"Thanks for that. Really shows restraint on your part."
She looked ready to say more, but the waitress returned with their grilled cheese sandwiches.
"Sorry about my friend,"
Tara said to her.
"He has a Jack Reacher complex." "Really?"
she asked, smiling genuinely.
"I had him down more as the Don Quixote type."
That made Tara laugh, being the intellectual she was and drawing the parallel easily.
"That happen often?"
Odell asked.
"What? Drunk dickheads grabbing my ass? Yeah, more often than you might think."
She smiled again, but both Tara and Odell saw a sadness hiding behind it. She looked defeated, pressed down by the weight of the world, and whatever personal circumstances led her to be working the graveyard shift at a dead-end diner in a run-down part of rural Florida. It looked like she'd already given up on having a life, but wasn't quite ready to stop dreaming.
"You proved me wrong,"
she said, still standing by their booth.
"In what way?"
Tara asked, sipping her coffee as Odell bit a big corner off the grilled cheese and started making weird sucking noises because the cheese was too hot for his mouth.
"My guess was reporters, but I ain't never seen a reporter do what he did,"
Tamar said, nodding at Odell, who was trying to retrieve strings of cheese from his beard.
You got us,
Tara said, stifling the smile of embarrassed amusement at Odell's fight with the dairy spider's web.
We're not reporters. We're independent investigators, and we're looking for someone who might be able to help us with what's been going on around here.
Tamar felt instantly uncomfortable and took half a step backward. She almost blurted out the words to explain the 3 men who had been in there, about how they looked like they were talking without moving their lips, about how they looked too perfect, but she didn't want to sound crazy.
"Hey, honey,"
came a call from by the counter. She spun, grateful for the interruption, and saw Rick waving his coffee mug, the big travel one he took on the road with him, and smiling at her. That was the sign that he wanted the big one to go and settle his check.
Sorry, excuse me,
Tamar said, but Tara shot out a hand and gripped her wrist gently. She pressed a card into her hand and smiled at her.
You see or hear anything out of the ordinary, you call us, okay?
Tamar nodded, but because Tara's hand was up, her lightweight jacket had fallen open to reveal the butt of a pistol tucked in a covert holster under her left arm. That was nothing out of the ordinary. Concealed carry permits weren't exactly hard to get in Florida. But these guys were from way out of state, and something about it just seemed off to her. She hurried away, Tara's card getting tucked into the pocket of her apron as she smiled and busied herself filling the coffee cup. They ate, were actively avoided by everyone else there, and Odell dropped more cash onto the table before they walked out to their truck. Odell checked the back, glad that the old beast was retrofitted with a very modern-looking cargo cover, and finding it secure, he climbed in behind the wheel. Multiple sets of eyes watched them drive off. 2 were angry, set on vengeance, while another was red and sore with dark rings already forming to make them look like a raccoon with a crooked nose.
"Is it broken?"
he asked groggily.
"I think it's broken."
"Shut up and get in," Sportscoat snapped, as he settled himself behind the wheel of a handed-down muscle car. The other set of eyes was sitting way back in the shadows, windows of the small compact open to the humid night air. But those eyes weren't connected to the brain they belonged to. Those eyes were used as a viewport, a periscope from the dark depths, like a television tuned to surveillance camera feeds. Through Sherry's eyes, Shumani watched the hunters from Toronto. They had tracked them. They were in their backyard. Only this time, they weren't in a crowded area with many avenues of escape. This time, they had come to his territory. Sherry's mouth split apart to flash white teeth in a threatening smile, translating the surge of emotion through their link and reacting. Because this time, they were in his territory. 27. More teeth than a great white shark. Tamar finished her shift without any further incidents or excitement. She collected her tips, doing well out of the strangers to the tune of about $30 extra, which was a sizable increase in wages, especially for the night shift. She considered telling Irene about the blood she'd had to clean up, but decided against it because she was too tired to go into the details. She'd heard about it, no doubt, but that conversation would have to wait. She also didn't weigh in much on the conversation about Sherry's sudden change of attitude, but she was happy that Irene was happier. Her truck started on the 3rd try to remind her that her savings were probably going to be wiped out again soon with the repairs it would need, setting back her escape fund even further because she knew her stepdad wouldn't be paying for any of it. He was happy to drive the truck when he needed it, but he also forgot that thing ran on gasoline because he was only interested in the fact that he ran on beer. She drove the same roads, saw the same sights, and pulled up outside the same half-painted trailer that felt more like a tomb than a home.
Damn it,
she muttered as she approached the trailer with tired legs, seeing the door left wide open and imagining how many biting bugs would have sought refuge inside. She swept inside, the curse already halfway out of her mouth, to berate the man she expected to see asleep in the chair. But the place was empty. Something felt wrong. She couldn't place how or why, but she had a sense of dread that rose from the pit of her stomach like bile. She walked back outside and looked around, crossing the track to an old-school trailer and banged on the door.
Jim? He in there with you?
Tamar called out. but the other trailer was also deserted. Walking back to her own, she glanced at where the grass had been trodden flat towards the trees and the lake beyond, her footsteps getting shorter and softer as she crept in the direction of the clearing where the two men had been shooting at trees.
"Dad?"
she said cautiously, rarely using the word, but surprising herself when it came out of her mouth. No response.
"Jim?"
Still no response. She opened her mouth to call out again when the smell hit her. It was like rotting meat, sour and acrid in her throat, and the metallic tang she experienced fought with the insistent buzzing of 1,000 bugs crowding around 3 piles of ragged meat in the clearing. She gagged, clapped a hand over her mouth and nose, but forced herself to go closer, to see what the meat piles were, even though she already feared she knew.
"Animals? Dead animals. It has to be,"
she told herself, lying to make it easier to take the next step. But dead animals didn't wear flannel shirts or vests. They didn't wear old stained boots and blue jeans. She spun, vomit fountaining from her mouth and nose, as her knees gave out and she stopped herself from falling by putting a hand out. That hand landed in something wet, cold, and with the consistency of jello. She recoiled, looking at the dark brown and red fluid sticking to her palm. She retched again, filling her sinuses with acidic vomit, then stumbled back to trip over another pile and land flat on her back. She found herself face to face with Jim, his pale gray skin making the contrast of his wide bloodshot eyes even more disturbing. His head was barely connected to his neck, and a diagonal slice through what had been his torso left him lying there, resting on his one remaining hand. Tamar had no idea what could have done that to a man, what could tear him apart, muscle and bone, in such a way. She'd seen things online, helicopter blades coming loose in crashes and high-tensile steel cables capable of cutting a person in half, but Jim had been ripped apart. She scrambled to her feet, clothes and hands smeared in filthy blood and mud. But her foot kicked something hard and sent it across the ground ahead. Barely slowing her run, she stooped and snatched up the .38 revolver as she tore through the trees back to the trailer. She wanted to cry out, to scream for help, but she was covered in blood, and she had no way of even beginning to explain what she had found. Her bloody hands shook, trembling like she suffered a seizure, which made it almost impossible to unlock her phone and dial 911. She hesitated, thumb shaking and hovering over the green icon on the screen, and instead dug into her back pocket for the card the woman had given her the previous night. She didn't know why, but that same indescribable sense of dread now told her that the authorities wouldn't be able to help her, but the strangers might. The phone rang. She held it to the side of her face and trembled.
"Hello? Hi, I'm the waitress from last night,"
she said, her words a whimper that shook more than her hands.
"Tamar, I remember you. Are you okay?"
Odell walked out of the bathroom to find Tara on the phone, snapping her fingers at him, wearing a look of urgency as she shoved her feet into boots.
"Okay, take a breath,"
Tara said, using her therapist's voice like it was a Jedi mind trick.
"Just tell me where you are."
She stared at Odell, her attention on the call with her eyes half glazed. She spun her index finger in the air a few times at him. Odell grabbed his clothes and disappeared back into the bathroom to throw off the towel and drag clothes over wet skin. Discomfort was an irrelevance to him, just as it had been for almost 2 decades. He walked back out, pulling on his vest and throwing a jacket over it before pulling the rifle case out from under the bed. Tara held the phone to her ear with her shoulder as she dropped her pajama pants and pulled on jeans, jumping up on tiptoes to force them up the last part and fasten the button.
"It's okay. Don't do anything and don't move. We're coming now." "No, we know where you are. Call me if anything changes, okay? We'll be there in—"
She pulled the phone away from her ear and tapped at it, probably tracking the location of the call and mapping the route.
19 minutes.
Odell wanted to ask what that was all about, but her phone buzzed again. He leaned over and saw Riker's name on the screen as Tara hit answer, placing the call on speaker.
"We're on the ground," Riker said. "What's the plan?"
"We just got a call. Looks like there was a fresh kill either last night or early this morning. Police haven't been informed yet,"
Tara said, tapping at her phone again. There was a pause on the other end, and Riker confirmed that he had the location. "We can be there in less than 30, he said. "Good. Meet you there," Odell said, as she cut the call. Spilling out of the door to walk calmly and alertly to their truck, Odell stuffed the covert earpiece in and switched on their team radio channel. Odell drove with Tara calling out the turns, leading them further from the area where people gave a damn about their property and into the sticks where the turns led them onto a trailer park. It wasn't just any trailer park, but the kind where the residents spilled out of their mobile homes to stare with undisguised hostility at anyone who didn't belong there. Strangers meant cops, bounty hunters chasing down bail dodgers. They meant debt collectors after alimony and any other person intent on spoiling their daily activities of drinking and doing nothing.
"Friendly place,"
Tara said. "Yeah, Kandahar was nicer," Odell agreed as he pulled their truck in a wide arc to park sideways behind a battered pickup. The driver of that pickup spilled out, blood-soaked hands shaking like she had hypothermia, and Tara ran to her. It wasn't sympathy, but self-preservation. She grabbed the girl and bundled her into the back of their own truck before any inquisitive resident decided to break the rules and call the cops at the sight of someone with literal blood on their hands, because interference from local cops would complicate their job endlessly. Odell opened the rifle case, stuffing the loaded spare magazines into vest pouches, then looked at Tara as she jerked her head towards the trees.
200 meters,
she transmitted from the other side of the truck. He could see her lips move and heard the transmission as he slapped in a full magazine of 20 silver penetrator rounds and snapped back the charging handle. "Copy," he said, confirming that he both heard her and that their comms were good. With the big rifle in both hands, he moved fast to get out of sight.
"Follow the path to a clearing. 2 bodies there. From what I can get from her, it isn't pretty,"
Tara said. "Copy," Odell said again. "Hold up. ETA 90 seconds. Riker cut in on the channel. Odell went static and stayed low, half obscured by a big tree, to wait for backup that had to have been driving way over the speed limit to get there in that time. It took less than 2 minutes for Riker to transmit again, this time warning Odell that he was coming in from behind. "Hey, Odie," he said in a whisper, taking cover behind a nearby tree with his tactical AK in both hands. "Hey, Matt, you the driver?" Riker nodded, and Odell moved his finger a few centimeters to hit the PTT on the foregrip of his rifle. "Tara, Odie, take the Russian and get the girl out of here. RV back at the motel."
"Roger,"
she acknowledged, making Odell glad that she didn't press what she thought was a better idea on him given the circumstances. The girl was a source of valuable intel, but also a liability if it went sideways. Better to remove the risk and go in with 2 trained gunfighters than worry about protecting an asset in their rear. They moved, crossing the distance in bounds with one covering and one maneuvering, and the smell of decaying bodies alerted them to the scene before they saw it. They pushed out, covering all around, but it was clear that whatever had happened there happened a long time ago. "Last night is my guess," Riker said. "Yeah." But Odell was suffering from tunnel vision, laying eyes on the worst scene he'd witnessed in a long time. The bodies had been torn apart, speaking to a rage or bloodlust that bore no resemblance of control at all. It was savage, and a quick mental jigsaw puzzle of the remains told Odell there were a significant number of those parts missing. "Anything else it could be?" he asked Riker, but the radio in his ear cut off any response.
"Odell, Tara, sitrep over."
2 bodies, badly torn up, Riker said, giving Odell the update in stereo as he bent to inspect part of a corpse. "Unless it's a grizzly on roids and meth, this has to be our pack. Over."
"Roger. Check what you can and head back to the hotel. I don't want everyone split up if they're this close. Over."
Odell acknowledged, pointing the barrel of his rifle at snapped branches on the outside of the clearing. Riker nodded, weapon up, and led the way down the track, pointing out smears of blood here and there to indicate they were onto something. "Tara, Odell, we got a track to follow. We'll let you know. Over." The response came back distorted, but it carried the cadence and tone of an acknowledgement. They moved again, covering the ground in slower bounds now that they were properly in the woods, going cautiously as neither needed to say that the scene and the trail might be a deliberate trap. Riker swept his barrel over the forest, the rifle pointing everywhere his eyes looked, and he swung it up at the trees intermittently.
"They can climb trees?"
Odell asked in a low voice. Riker nodded. "Uh-huh."
"Fantastic,"
Odell thought, adapting his own movements to cover the trees behind them.
"That's just fan-goddamn-tastic."
The trail thinned out as the blood smears from the victims was brushed away by the thick undergrowth, and when the terrain dropped away to a burbling stream about 3 paces wide, it was clear that they'd lost the track.
"Worth casting around?"
Odell asked, but Riker shook his head.
"What would you do?"
he asked. Odell looked around again before answering.
"Wade upstream a mile and pop out over rocky terrain. Yeah, and they're even smarter at this than we are. Plus, they can jump far enough to throw off a track. Come on, let's head back,"
Riker said.
"We need aerial ISR,"
Odell complained as he took lead heading back the way they had come. Intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance had become crucial to modern military tactics, with their eyes in the sky either becoming harder for the enemy to detect or by carrying weapons payloads and being able to stay in the air for hours at a time.
"We need 1,000 guys with miniguns shooting Gellerman's magic bullets,"
Riker responded.
"What did you think of the crazy bastard anyways?" "Gellerman? The guy's a genius. Little big-headed, but I guess he has reason to be." "Yeah, tell me about it. I asked him for silver shotgun shells last time we went hunting a werewolf. Had designs on a Saiga 12 with some modified 20-round drum mags. He looked at me like I'd pissed in his coffee," Riker said. "I asked him the same thing. I thought he was having a seizure the way he looked at me." "The man's a perfectionist, what can I say? He sees precision and accuracy as something to be worshipped like a god, so shotguns are like a blunt instrument to him. Except precision and accuracy are hard things to have when you're being attacked by a dog standing 8 feet tall on its back legs with more teeth than a goddamn great white,"
Riker said, finishing the thought for them both.
"Close range, 20 rounds of silver buckshot would mess up most things, like a mobility kill," Odell said. "I wondered the same thing. If we blew one up, would it heal? And yeah, that really would mess up a werewolf's day, especially if they're incendiary explosive rounds with silver ball bearings,"
Riker said, earning a look and a raised eyebrow from Odell.
"Oh yeah, the good professor developed them a few years ago, but never said they were ready to use. I think he wanted to create something more complicated instead." "How the hell did you get a ballistics professor on the R&D books anyway?"
Odell asked, genuinely wondering about the answer.
"He was teaching up north somewhere and moonlighting as a hotshot ballistics expert witness for law firms trying to dodge convictions by saying the police forensics departments didn't know shit. More likely they were underfunded, but whatever. Anyway, he was on vacation somewhere and his hiking partner got taken down by a pair of Wendigos." "What-digos?" "Wendigo. Malevolent spirit inhabiting the body of a human and making them eat human flesh. You seriously need to read up, man. Anyway, a lot of the time they inhabit someone real bad or angry and make them eat their own. But like some other creatures, they get riled up in numbers. Anyway, this pair apparently started tearing into the guy right in front of Gellerman, but being a ballistics professor hiking in bear country, he was carrying a .357 and knew how to use it. Cue 1 dead hiker and 2 naked guys covered in bite marks with little horns growing out of their skulls." "How did he explain that?" Odell asked. "Not sure he did. Kim might know because he brought Gellerman in. My guess is he probably got swept under the rug as missing at the same time. And now he lives in an underground James Bond laboratory and makes bullets that can kill werewolves. Among other stuff, yeah. A lot of it is research, because silver isn't the only thing specific to killing a type of monster," Riker said. Odell was about to ask more on the subject, but the unpleasant smell reached them again. "What do we do about these poor bastards?" he asked Riker. "Leave them or bury them. Option 1 keeps us out of the picture. Option 2 might cause us problems." Odell neither wanted to touch the bodies nor leave them as they were like discarded roadkill remains, but he had little choice because they still had a job to do. Weapons held covertly, they emerged from the woods and walked fast to the truck that was so obviously out of place in that trailer park.
They jumped inside and Odell gave directions back to the motel from memory. Pulling up in the tired parking lot, Odell's eyes went wide.
No, no, no!
He snarled, pouring himself out of the passenger door before the truck had even come to a stop. Weapon up, advancing to target tactically but recklessly fast, Odell burst into the motel room through the destroyed doorframe to find a scene of pure carnage. 28. Cops. Tara handed her key to Ilya and coaxed Tamar out of the back seat. The girl was in shock, but she was far from catatonic, just sitting quietly until she understood what the hell was going on. Ilya got the door open and the three of them shuffled inside before sealing themselves up again, and the closed drapes peeked open a fraction for Ilya to watch in case anyone followed. Taking Tamar to the bathroom, Tara ran the faucet and wet a hand towel to clean her up, dabbing at her face where she had touched it with bloody hands, then scrubbing her hands gently under the flow. Tamar came alive, confused for a second, before she looked down at her blood-covered clothes and promptly threw up again in the toilet. Tara switched tactics, running the shower and helping the girl out of the clothes, handling her almost maternally while uttering soothing sounds and words of encouragement. She caught Ilya leaning back to get a look in the bathroom, but he quickly snapped his head back to the window when he saw her glare. With Tamar in the shower, Tara pulled underwear, a black sweater, black jeans, and a pair of slip-ons from her bag to stack them neatly before taking them back to the bathroom. She washed her hair, still uttering the same soothing reassurances, and when the water ran clear from the girl sitting huddled in the bath, hugging her knees and staring vacantly at the tiles ahead of her, Tara shut off the flow and shook out a towel.
"Let's get you dry,"
she said softly, seeing Tamar respond like a compliant lobotomy patient. She perked up again as she dried off, muttering that she could dress herself. Tara took the hint, gave her some trust, and backed out of the room.
"We're right out here if you need us,"
she said, shutting the door and giving the girl her privacy. She walked back out, seeing Ilya very deliberately not looking back inside the room, and pulled a card from her pocket.
"I'll be 30 seconds, she told him. "She needs sugar after that. It'll help bring her around."
Ilya nodded and re-gripped his rifle as Tara slipped outside to jog to the nearest vending machine. She was back when she said she would be, just in time to see Tamar emerge from the bathroom with red eyes and wet hair.
"Here, drink this,"
Tara said, thrusting a classic cola at her after popping the top. Tamar took it and sipped, sitting on the end of the unmade bed that had been Odell's.
They were torn apart, ripped up into little pieces,"
she said in a small voice. It sounded more confused than weak.
"What does that? To a person, I mean. An animal,"
Tara said, telling the truth, but nowhere near all of it yet.
"Those men, you knew them?"
Tamar nodded.
"Jim, he lived opposite us, and my stepfather."
Tara hid the reaction of the words from her face, and even better, she didn't fill the air between them with empty platitudes and false apologies. Being sorry for someone's loss never quite cut it as far as she was concerned.
"And did you see what did that to them?"
Tara asked, earning a frown from Tamar.
"See? No, I work nights. At the diner.
Tara obviously knew that last fact, but didn't bother saying anything, because the girl was clearly struggling to rearrange the things she had seen in her mind. It was like a computer going slow while it performed some complex task in the background, and she waited it out patiently.
"What was it?"
Tamar asked, looking directly at her.
"An animal,"
Tara said again.
"You said that, but what kind? I've lived there my whole life, and I've never—" "Tamar, this is going to be hard to hear, but what killed those men isn't natural."
The frown deepened, but she said nothing. Other things that weren't right, weren't natural.
"I saw men, 3 men, the other night. They looked... I got a picture of them. Shit, dropped my phone somewhere. We'll find it. Did they look like they had perfect skin and hair?"
Tara asked.
"Like they knew what was going on in each other's heads?"
In that moment, she saw pure relief flood into Tamar's expression. To know that someone else made that connection, that she hadn't invented it, that she wasn't crazy, All of that made her feel justified. She almost cried from the relief she felt that she hadn't made it up in her sleep-deprived mind, but the consequences of someone else knowing about these men worried her.
They did this?
She asked.
How? In a way they did, yeah, but those men you saw, they were like disguises. They're not really men.
Tamar frowned deeper, confused this time as she searched her memory for any telltale giveaways that they were women masquerading as men. That didn't explain how they were able to rip Jim's torso in half diagonally.
What are you saying?
Tara sighed. Unlike Riker's common transgressions with information security, Tara didn't like to burden anyone else with that unwelcome knowledge. Some genies could never be put back into bottles.
They were...
A knock at the door, jaunty and playful, rang out. Ilya stepped back and raised his rifle at the thin wood as a voice sang out from the other side.
"Housekeeping!"
We're good, thanks,
Tara called back.
"You sure, honey? I got fresh towels."
The voice had gone from comedic British maid to a local accent so thick it distorted the vowels into totally new shapes. It was Tara's turn to frown now. She stood, putting her body in between Tamar and Ilya, who turned to give her a questioning look. Just as the door exploded inwards in a hail of broken wood and brick dust, Ilya went down, blown off his feet by a blur of movement. Tara had long enough to try to make sense of what happened, her eyes registering a snapshot before her mind was rendered unable to comprehend it or react, as a blurry shape swept into the room and the back of her head hit the wall hard enough to knock her insensible. That flash of image, that freeze frame she had just long enough to register, showed her the smiling image of a young man so impossibly perfect and good-looking that he appeared more alien than human. Before her heavy eyes forced themselves closed against her will, she heard Tamar panting in terror, then issue a scream so loud it whited out what was left of her hearing before she fell inexorably into unconsciousness. The big rifle was by far not the best weapon to clear a small motel suite with, but Odell didn't want to go in there effectively firing blanks if he came face to face with a werewolf. He moved in fast, sweeping all the angles and propelling himself with the same level of violence that he always employed when anything went sideways. Everything was muscle memory, including the brain's reactions to target sighting and instant decision-making abilities. The brain had to be trained as much as the hands, and his was sharp. Instant and absolute violence of action, intimidate, overwhelm, and subdue the enemy. That was what he was trained for, but he had never gone in anywhere so recklessly or emotionally ever in his life before that moment. Riker was there after he'd cleared the bathroom, rifle barrel up and sweeping, as he moved fast through the door with the same speed and instinct not to be silhouetted as Odell had.
"Nothing. Nobody's here,"
Odell panted, lowering his rifle and staring side-eyed at Riker. Riker's only response was to try transmitting on their team radio, but expectedly nobody answered.
"Comms are compromised,"
Odell said unnecessarily. Their people were gone, and so was their gear. Odell dug into a pocket for his phone and pulled it out, scrolling through his contacts to find Tara's number and dialed it. It went straight to answer phone, and he cut it off with a curse to check on her location.
"Last location was here, for both of them,"
Riker said, his own phone in his right hand and the AK hanging down his front from the sling. Sirens sounded in the distance, and neither man wanted to gamble on some other incident being the reason for their call-out.
"We need to go,"
Riker said firmly.
"But what about Odell? Cops, we need to go now."
He took 2 long steps forward and grabbed Odell by the front of his vest to haul him towards the door, pulling his ball cap low over his eyes as he put his head down and walked fast for the truck. Odell followed suit, eyes casting furtive glances left and right to take in the twitching curtains and nervous face of the motel clerk peering out of a doorway.
"We're made,"
he told Riker.
"We'll need to get rid of that truck when we're safe."
Riker said nothing. He'd stopped by the driver's door and stared intently ahead, looking like he was about to raise the rifle again, already halfway into a shooter's pose, like a pointing dog with the scent of prey. Odell followed his gaze, but instead of a werewolf or some other monstrosity there, he saw a young woman standing so impossibly still that she might have been a streetlight. She looked wrong, locked in place but serenely peaceful. What is it? He asked. Goddamn werewolf surveillance camera, Riker growled, pacing forward and standing in front of the girl. Odell rushed to back him up, aware now that the distant sirens weren't so distant now, and checked himself a pace away from her, because she whipped her head around to face Riker and let out an animalistic snarl of warning. Riker wasn't fazed. He shoved the girl hard in the shoulder to get her attention and snapped at her.
Hey, you in there? You hear me? Where are they?
The girl smiled wider.
Leave now. Don't try to find us again, and we will give you one back. Do you want the woman or the man?
The words, so low and full of malice that they didn't belong in the mouth of the girl, sent a chill down Odell's spine. He knew what instant decision he'd make, but that was just a fear reaction, a knee-jerk. The truth was that he wouldn't sacrifice anyone's life, and he certainly wasn't letting the animals who had torn two old men apart for sport and a little meat walk away.
Screw you,
Riker said, pushing her again.
You're dead. You're all dead. Every last damn one of you, filthy.
You've made your choice,
the girl growled. Then, faster than either of them could react, she threw herself powerfully backwards with inhuman strength into the road. Odell, left arm reaching out for her even when he knew it was a futile gesture, watched as the look of tranquil control bled away to be replaced by pure terror and utter confusion. She hit the road hard, rolling over backwards once before rising onto bloodied knees through momentum. She had time to look pleadingly into Odell's face and open her mouth to speak before the truck hit her at full speed. Only after the impact did the hiss of air brakes and the tortured chirp of tires on tarmac mingle with the blare of a horn. But she was gone, wiped away in a fraction of a heartbeat, obliterated by so many tons of metal that it was impossible for her to escape. The truck carried on, propelled way past the point of impact on momentum, just as the girl had been flying into its path, leaving only a long smear of bright blood and chunks of unidentifiable meat along the path that marked her instant death amid the angry chirp of big tires and the shriek of brakes. The sirens were louder now, their arrests imminent, but both stared at the aftermath of the horror show before them. Odell came to first, grabbing Riker's jacket and pulling him back towards the truck. He threw his rifle in the back and jumped behind the wheel, unsure if Riker could be relied upon to drive right then. He gunned the pickup's engine, driving straight out over the sidewalk to cross both lanes and head in the direction of the sirens.
You trying to get us arrested?
Riker exploded.
They probably don't know about the truck yet. Even if someone there was on a 911 call 5 seconds ago, it'll take too long for that to filter down to these guys,
Odell said, deliberately slowing and watching an SUV and 2 Crown Vics in full police livery blast past them in the opposite direction.
Looks like we're in the Shit,
Odell swore, watching as the 2 cars threw sloppy 180 turns and floored it to catch up with them. He took the next turn, instantly doubling back on himself as he worked the truck hard, grateful that their ride was hiding a lot of well-maintained horses under an aged exterior.
You're going the wrong way, man,
Riker said, head swinging to catch glances in the mirrors and look behind to see if their pursuit was gaining. They were still there, but further back courtesy of the rapid turns, so Odell put 2 more in for good measure and floored it again to kick out the back tires under power.
Get on the phone to Kim. Tell him what just went down and say we need a location on them now. Tell him to track that girl's cell if he can't track our people.
Odell barked as he held the wheel with one hand while pushing the speed up past 65 on a tight road. He pulled out his own phone and set it dialing. Archives. The lazy answer came inside of 3 rings.
It's Odell. I need everyone that isn't about to be tasked by Kim to be all over the local PD's radio, phones, local news, everything, and find out if they have a helo.
Helo?
A damn helicopter!
Oh, right. Sorry. The muttered response came back with the sound of furious typing going on in the background. Precious seconds ticked by as the pursuing police units appeared way back in his rear view. Okay, we're in. Local PDR. Oh, they're currently calling in a high-speed pursuit. Suspects of a kidnapping at a motel seen fleeing the... Wait, is that you?
Mistaken identity, but yeah. Our targets took 2 of our people and a witness.
A mental image came to him then, of the parking lot only a minute and a half ago. The other pickup wasn't there.
I think they took the truck. The old F-150. Check it.
Hold on. Looks like the motel surveillance footage is still running VHS or something. Nothing I can connect to, but I've got a traffic cam. Give me a minute.
What about the helo?
Odell snapped, trying to focus on driving fast and concentrating on his own call instead of listening to Riker explaining to Kim how they lost half their people. A click on his call gave him the impression someone else cut in on the line, and he was proved right when Delaney's calm tones came through the phone.
Negative on the bird, Odell. They have to request it from out of area, and it's already tasked on something 40 minutes flight time away. Now, you need to listen to me and take the exact turns I call out, okay? Copy!
Delaney, calm and smooth like the perfect radio operator, was clearly tracking them in real time and quarterbacking the pursuit perfectly.
Okay, left in 250 yards. Acknowledge? 250, copy.
He took the turn, powering hard out of it as the next instruction came.
Right in 160, acknowledge? Copy,
Odell said again, mentally counting it down and hauling on the wheel after a little jink of it set the back end of the truck chirping out sideways.
Now, industrial unit on your left, 5 meters. Roller door up. Get inside.
Odell didn't acknowledge because he'd already covered the distance and had to stand on the brakes to make the turn. He drove straight inside, and the roller doors clattered down behind them, just as 4 Hispanic men in the stereotypical tube socks and vests over their long denim shorts emerged to take over.
Get out. Your guy said we need to take over.
If Odell was shocked about this, he said nothing, but he did relinquish the wheel fast enough before dragging out the gear from the back seat. The truck rolled out through a back door where the sounds of heavy machinery were coming from, loud and ominously. He guessed that truck would be a cube of scrap inside of 5 minutes, but that still left them heavily armed and without transport. That problem was solved before Odell had time to voice it as a concern. A dark green Dodge Caravan, complete with a rusted sill and a ladder strapped to the top rack, rolled out of a bay and stopped with the nose facing another roller door. It had a cheap magnetic sign on the driver's door, ever so slightly off-level that it jarred Odell's brain more than the police pursuit had, advertising Joe's handyman service.
Who the hell is Joe?
He asked.
Joe Mama,
Riker said, heading for the driver's side.
Lay down in back.
Odell didn't argue. The cops were looking for 2 armed guys in a truck, not one guy driving a vehicle so odd it was invisible in this part of the world. The rear tints were dark, and the carpet smelled like Joe had been doing house clearances and yard work, possibly alongside disposing of bodies and God knew what else in there. He steadied himself as Riker pulled out of the garage with a quick thanks shouted to the guys who had helped them, before driving sedately down the road like he had nowhere to be in a hurry. As far as hiding in plain sight went, it was perfect. Odell got back on his phone to find it still connected to the archives and Delaney.
Okay, we're mobile again.
Nice job with the switch, he said.
Stand by. Patching in Kim now,
came Delaney's response, followed by a pause.
Kim, you online?
I'm here. I trust that our remaining people aren't in imminent danger?
Kim asked, his voice calm but strained.
Affirmative. Vehicles switched and we're monitoring police radio and phone activity. They have weak descriptions of Odell and Riker, but they're focusing on the truck. So they're in the clear,
Delaney reported.
2 questions,
Odell said.
1. Where are our people? Cell phone tracking? What about the girl who called Tara? You got her number?
One of the archive techs answered, speaking in clipped tones like they thrived on this kind of anarchy.
Both Mason and Koval's cells are down, likely destroyed because they aren't emitting passive signals either. The last number that called Mason before the incident is unregistered, but I have a dozen or more links to a Tamar Small, 21, living at the trailer park where you met her. Her cell is still live and transmitting, although the GPS data is spotty, likely an outdated handset.
Odell took a second to connect the last names he hadn't heard much, but all the rest computed. He was about to ask for the location when the phone buzzed beside his ear.
Location sent,
Delaney said.
But I'd recommend the cautious approach this time. It's pretty clear they know you're there and hunting them.
Odell bit back the no shit you think response that his brain only conjured because he was stressing out. He forced himself to be calm. What was your second question, Odell? Kim asked. Second question was what the hell happened to the girl? They spoke to us through her. Have you seen that before? It's a development of lycanthropic familia infection that I don't recall being mentioned anywhere in our research. It certainly isn't anything we've encountered recently, Kim answered. Great. So there's no real way of knowing what kind of hidden surveillance they have going on down here, Riker said, evidently having been patched in through his own phone at the wheel. All right, I'm heading for the marker. Suggest you keep us live on the call as radio comms are compromised. Copy? Will do, Delaney said. In the meantime, I'm having plenty of false 911 calls put through to keep the local cops out of your hair on the other side of town. Godspeed. 29. Clever Girl. Coyne's emotions were almost too much for him to contain. He was so angry, so fired up with fear and hate, that the rage prevented him from being able to take the limiting human form again. Shumani's disgust for the lack of control was evident, and Roman's oddly emotionless approach to life made Coyne's behavior difficult for him to understand. He knew Coyne hated all humans, but the rage, the sheer wrath he projected spoke of a direct connection to the trauma of his past. These humans hunted them, and that brought back too many hateful memories of the loss of his she-wolf and cub. Stay here and guard the approach, Shumani instructed him before nodding at Roman. The youngest of their pack of 3 gunned the engine of the stolen pickup, sending it lurching and bouncing over the tire ruts on the uphill track, leading into the dense forest where a cabin had been previously cleared by the trio and the occupant devoured. The man fought against the restraints, but the harder he fought, the more purple his hands grew and the more swollen they looked, so Roman knew it was unlikely that he would break free. The 2 females were similarly restrained, but neither had regained their wits after hard blows to their skulls. The man's struggles sent the sweet, alluring scent of fear to both Roman's and Shumani's senses, and both savored the delights of killing them, but only Shumani knew how delightful those deaths would be. Only he, among the 3 of them, had killed those who hunted them, and there was no greater prey on earth than another apex predator with full and intimate knowledge of what he was. The taste of their flesh, the tang of their blood in his mouth, all of it added up to a satisfaction that was closer to euphoria than any experience of his long life. He would savor their deaths, savor the sharp tang of bitterness that complemented the sweet taste, and when he hunted down the final 2 and extracted their knowledge, they would fall to his teeth also. He would destroy them utterly, then he would kill everyone they were linked to and extinguish the threat to his kind forever. He would be free of their choking presence for good. The truck was abandoned outside the cabin, and the male was dragged out feet first. Roman's inhuman strength making the task look easier than any man could manage, and the crunch of his face hitting the stone-packed dirt was sickening, but it served to stop his cursing and bucking and the growls in a language both wolves understood. His threats were meaningless. His life was meaningless. All humans were meaningless other than to be hunted for the bloodlust and sustenance their kind needed. The man now half insensible, Roman carried both females in one after the other and dumped all 3 into a pile. Shumani rolled his neck and shoulders, a sign Roman interpreted as his true form straining to be free of the claustrophobic need to appear human, and he gave gentle slaps to the faces of the humans so that he could smell their fear when they witnessed the transformation. The older female woke first. Her eyes were hooded and suspicious, but there was an alertness Roman could smell on her that she did well to disguise. Shumani growled, jerking as a few joints cracked and popped, and Roman shook the others with gleeful anticipation. For him it wasn't about vengeance, or the driving need to find a she-wolf and propagate, although he would enjoy that. But for him, it was all about the experience. For him, it was all about the fun of playing with his food. He was often shunned by Shumani for weeks on end, sent away from the pack until the stench of humans had gone from him, because he enjoyed the manipulation as much as he enjoyed the kills. He loved to see their emotions, feeding off them as much as he did flesh and blood, and sexual power was the best game of all. He often took the form of a human female, sapping his strength hugely to do so, and never allowing Shumani or Coin to know that he had done such a heinous thing, and that gave him more fun than anything else. He would have men following him and promising the world. He would be offered money, drugs, jewels, and he would turn all of them down because they believed they weren't offering enough, when the very fact that they were salivating over him was the true prize. He fed off that adoration, off that control, and he used it on women at the same time. He would make strangers do unspeakable acts to each other, would even have them kill for him, but in the end, it was all about the fun of manipulating the simple beings. While Coin was filled with hatred, and Roman consumed by the frivolous need to play with his food, Shumani was the true believer. He spoke endlessly about a world that they controlled, where the humans took their true place as fearful prey, and either worshipped them or died by their teeth and claws. He was a century past the age when he should have sired his first litter of true-born cubs, but the world had become a dangerous place for their kind, and the rare females had been driven into isolation, deep within the remaining forests that shrank and diminished each day. Soon, he preached, there would be no territory for them to inhabit, and the humans would inadvertently make their kind extinct.
"Look at me,"
Shumani intoned. Roman did, being sure to keep his posture subservient, because their leader was riled up, fit to kill one of them if he offered even a hint of a challenge.
"Strip the male."
Roman did. Strong hands dragged him free of their pile and tore the clothes from his body with ease. The youngest female cried and sobbed in fear, which only sparked Roman's feverish delight at his task.
"Now watch,"
Shumani growled out loud at the females.
"Watch as I make him my vessel, and make him kill you for what you tried to do here."
He pulled off his shirt to reveal a torso that belonged on the cover of a cheap paperback, stretching out his arms and shoulders with the sound of more popping and sinewy snapping, before leaning down to Terra and snarling the words in her face.
"You evaded my vessels before, but not this time. This time, I will watch as he breaks your fingers, then your arms, then your legs, before I make him break your spine, and watch as I eat them. I will leave you last, and you will beg me for death."
He reared back as if in pain, letting out a tortured, ripping snarl as his body erupted in thick, coarse hair, and his body deformed and pulsated into a new shape with alarming speed and even more alarming sounds. His lips formed a pained O, and the face stretched out to meet it as the jaw broke and reformed into a viciously long snout as long as an alligator's. The limbs jerked and cracked, forming huge cords of muscle visible before the hair covered them, and the fingernails turned black and extended until they were larger than even the biggest eagle's talons. Dropping back onto all fours, he shook himself out like a dog shedding water from its coat, and the burning eyes turned to the naked form of the male who stared defiance at him and spat.
"Bed dog,"
Ilya snapped.
"Down!"
He laughed, spitting his own death with defiant insults. He looked around, as if searching for a rolled-up magazine to swat the werewolf across the nose with. But the jaws opened, and the savagely long black teeth clamped around Ilya's abdomen to make him spasm and jerk like a landed fish. Tara closed her eyes, squeezing tears from both as she fought the urge to scream. But beside her, and now fully conscious, Tamar felt no such restraint. She screamed, ripping the air asunder with a cry so full of fear and anger that it both hurt the ears of the werewolves and sweetened their senses with the pure emotion it carried. Riker drove the tired Dodge up the track fast, bottoming out the suspension in the deeper ruts and scraping the chassis. Their only plan of attack was to attack, hoping that speed, surprise, and sheer violence of action would carry them victory, because as much as hope was not a strategy, they had little else on their side. Time especially was against them. Odell still sat in the trunk behind the tinted glass, bouncing around uncomfortably but keeping that discomfort to himself when it felt like they hit a wall. Odell was thrown forward, hitting the rear bench seats hard enough to knock the wind out of him briefly, but the sounds from the front forced his eyes wide. Bursts of gunfire, the unmistakable muted chatter of Riker's AK firing on full auto, sent Odell spilling out of the tailgate that had come open on impact. He rolled, hit the ground with both knees, and brought the bulky rifle up into his shoulder to scan all around him, when his ears sent him signals he did not like the sound of. He rose, pouring himself around the offside of the minivan fast, as the growls and snarls revealed their origin. Odell faltered. He had seen sights that turned his blood cold before, and even more recently when his induction into the underworld came with brutal suddenness, but he was still not prepared for what he saw. Rearing up on powerful hind legs, the shaggy gray pelt of the mangy wolf stank enough that he could taste it even from 10 feet away. The front paws were lifted high as the ripping snarl threatened to become a howl before slamming down on the hood of the car hard enough to lift the back end up and bend it so far out of shape that all the glass burst to fountain shards in every direction as if an explosion detonated inside the cab. Riker was moving left, putting distance between himself and the car like his muscle memory forced him to do, to get away from the target of the attack and put down rounds toward the enemy, and Odell saw the AK's rounds thumping into the pelt of the beast. It howled, rolled away from the gunfire to reveal half of one ear missing and an ugly burn scar over one eye, revealing warped flesh that contrasted to the impossibly long, shiny, black canine teeth. Teeth that turned to face Riker, teeth connected to the warped body that now coiled and bunched, ready to pounce. Odell raised his rifle and triggered off 5 rapid single shots, stitching a diagonal line up the werewolf's back from hip to shoulder. It roared, arching its back in agony as the deep wounds bored holes into the tough hide. Odell's shock was palpable. Hitting a person even shielded in heavy body armor and thick ceramic plates at that range with that caliber of round would blow them into chunks. But this creature just soaked up the bullets like a bull being peppered with .22. It spun on him, the hate and rage emanating off it in waves, when a string of full auto rattled off in a matter of seconds, making the creature arch its back again and smash an enraged paw into the front of the minivan. It tore the twisted metal hood away, hurling it at Riker, but Odell was already firing, emptying his own magazine into it on automatic. That's when he understood how the ammunition worked. It wouldn't kill like a round hitting a person or an animal, but the effect would be slower if no less lethal. The bullets were poison delivery methods, not the cause of death themselves. "Reloading!" Odell yelled, part through instinct and part hope that Riker wasn't badly hurt by the flying bodywork of the Dodge. He dropped out the magazine to let it fall into the dirt as he snatched another off his vest and slapped it into the magazine well. He could collect his empties afterward if any of them survived at all. The bolt snapped forward, carrying the round into the chamber as he watched the werewolf spin between the 2 attackers, seeing them spread out far enough apart that it had to decide which to attack and which to let take more shots at it. It decided against both options, choosing instead to turn and bolt for the trees and the cover of territory it felt more at home in. Both men followed, Riker limping slightly but still reloading his rifle on the move. "We can't let it get away," he told Odell, as if the fact wasn't obvious to him. They ran, branches whipping their faces and bodies as the uneven race quickly led them to a clearing and no sight or sound of their quarry. Odell flashed hand signals at Riker, sending him into the clearing as he ducked away to circle it to the right. If Riker had a problem with being the bait, he didn't show it. The man's bravery was undoubtable in that moment, and he stalked forward in a crouch with his weapon up and scanning the trees. Odell could still smell that damp musk of stray dog, but he got no sense of it other than the prickly feeling down his spine that it was close by. That sensation grew, intensified, until it dawned on him that by simply moving the battleground, they had become prey. Tree branches snapped, and a gray shape dropped from 30 feet up, with all 4 muscled, misshaped limbs splayed out. In that flash of a moment, Odell caught the glint of light reflected off long, shiny black claws, before the sound of a bodily thump rang out before a triumphant snarl tore through the air. He burst from the tree line, running right at the beast that had dropped Riker flat on his back with one giant paw on his chest, with the claws dug deep into his vest. The maw opened, dripping bloody saliva in thick strings as it lowered its head to bite Riker's off. Odell stopped running, standing so close that he could have kicked it off Riker if it didn't outweigh him by a few hundred pounds, and buried the muzzle of his rifle into the fur behind the torn ear. Rapid fire pounded the air with heavy reports muffled by suppressor and thick pelt, and the werewolf was thrown down away from him to arch its back, mouth wide open, revealing the long black teeth in a silent roar of agony, before it went still. Riker groaned, sitting up in obvious pain with his left hand on his chest, kicking himself free of the shaggy leg that fell over his ankles.
"Clever girl,"
he panted at Odell, who reached to haul him to his feet. Odell pulled him away a few paces and asked if he was hurt. In response, he tore open the Velcro of his plate carrier to reveal 3 bleeding puncture wounds, leaking blood onto the material of his shirt.
"Damn thing. Punctured Kevlar,"
he gasped, short of breath from the impact and the pain. The wolf gave a croaking, rattling groan that sparked both men to squeeze their triggers again and twitch the corpse with a dozen more rounds. They watched as it started to deflate, popping and cracking to jerk the body as it decreased in mass and returned to human form, revealing an old man who could only stand to Riker's nose. He looked like he was in his 70s, and the sight gave both of them pause for a second, until a vicious howl tore the air ahead of them. 30. Mobility Kill. The bond between the wolves comprising the small pack was nowhere near as strong as that of mated pairs, but Coin's death struck both Roman and Shumani like an ice-cold dagger in the chest. They staggered, Shumani in wolf form recovering quicker than Roman still in human form, and he turned a savage look on his one remaining subservient beast. Some unspoken exchange took place, and the human one turned for the door, burst through it, and leaped over the porch to transform in flight. Had it been a movie special effect or something, Tamar would have been impressed by the spectacle. But as she was terrified by what had already occurred that day, and had it not been for the fact that her head banged like a drum, she felt only a terrible, debilitating fear. The man who had been bitten was writhing on the ground, fingers clenched at odd angles like he was suffering a severe seizure, and the rasping breaths he forced into his throat sounded like he was dying in horrific agony. The other woman kept trying to get up, but it looked like her arm was broken, and she fell down like she was drunk every time she tried to move. That left Tamar trying to stay very still and hope that the raging, dark animal towering over them left her alone. She wasn't frozen in fear now, wasn't a shocked girl in a state of incoherent catatonia. But the anger and alertness she felt, despite the fear and concussion, gave her a sense of self-preservation that she had never experienced before. It fueled her. It kept her mind going when she thought normal people would simply check out of the situation, and her eyes searched for a way out of there. The thing, the werewolf, dragged clawed paws over its head, scoring deep, bloody gouges that healed instantly. It paced, staggering, like it suffered some internalized pain she couldn't understand. It stopped dead when the sound of muffled gunfire came from outside the cabin. Odell half-dragged Riker along with him as the shorter man gasped for breath and tried to run with one injured leg and half-doubled over by the pain in his chest. Neither spoke because neither had the breath to speak, but neither quit because both knew it wasn't an option. When the track opened up to show a run-down cabin, they watched as the door rocked open and a man flew out into the open air like he'd been fired from a cannon. That man became a wolf, with a black coat so glossy it shone in the weak sunlight, landing on all fours, fully transformed, and coming at them like a freight train. Odell raised his rifle, vaguely aware that he would struggle to get more than 1 or 2 shots off before it hit him, but Riker barged him hard in the side. Injured or not, his bulk and lower center of gravity sent Odell sprawling, rolling onto his back, in time to see the streak of black fur hit Riker at almost the same speed the truck had hit the girl right before his eyes only a short time ago. "No!" Odell cried, but the word came out as a pained croak. He scrambled to his feet, boots slipping in the leaf mulch, in time to see a recreation of their last encounter with the wolf bearing down on Riker flat on his back, only this time he didn't have his rifle close enough to blast it. A muffled crack sounded, and the wolf jolted like it had been given a rapid dose of electricity, but the gout of dirty black smoke told him what had happened. He ran, weapon coming up, but the wolf reeled backward from Riker and stumbled on the ground to claw at its face and let out a hideous, pitiful whine. Odell aimed his rifle but paused, shocked by the unfamiliar devastation he saw, as the wolf tried to wipe at the injury without understanding the degree of suffering. The lower jaw was blown sideways, dislocated and half hanging down, as the left side of its head was a mess of gore. One dark eye flopped on a string of bloody sinew, and the neck poured gouts of bright red blood onto the dirt. It stopped scrabbling at the hideous wound that was peppered with shiny, reflective glints of metal and lay still, panting raggedly, looking at Odell with its one remaining eye in time to see him raise the rifle and fire into the remains of its head. Odell gasped a curse and dropped to his knees beside Riker. Fresh blood welled at his throat, and powder burns had blackened his face and arms as the front of his vest had exploded outward. Odell shook him, checking for a pulse and finding one in his neck, before rolling him over both ways to look for any major bleeds. All the while he spoke to him, trying to get him to respond. "You crazy bastard," he said. "You crazy, crazy bastard. Who the hell told you it'd be a good idea to set off an IED in front of your face?" Riker groaned and jerked a hand up, coughing wetly. His eyes opened, bright white against the powder-burned skin, and he smiled. "I love Gellerman," he croaked. "Silver Claymore, baby. Now, get going. There's one more." His consciousness bled away, and Odell didn't know if he had died or just passed out. But he knew that he lacked the time to check, because there was still one more, and he would have to work twice as hard to take it down. He rolled Riker over, so he didn't choke or aspirate any blood, and ran for the cabin. The big wolf yelped in pain, growing so feverish and enraged that it scratched itself again, tearing at its body and shaking the massive head from side to side, as if trying to clear some torturous image from its mind. Tamar stayed very still as the man still squirmed and writhed, and the woman stayed down on the ground after her last aborted attempt to get up. The wolf stopped savaging itself and spun to fix her with big, dead eyes before crossing the distance to her at impossible speed and hauling her high off the ground with one giant paw wrapped around her throat. She choked, feeling the pressure and heat in her face, but something inside her snapped. The last part of her that felt fear, that felt despair, that accepted her place on the hamster wheel and consigned her life to riding the Florida Groundhog Day train, simply evaporated. She never gave the end of her life much consideration, instead facing the daily grind with manageable depression, but in that moment, she didn't care if she died. She only cared that right then, in that second, as she stared into those eyes, that she could lend her life meaning with one final gesture. One last fuck you to the world. She tore at her neck, pulling free the gaudy necklace that was the only possession her mother had left behind in her haste to flee. And with the last of her ebbing strength, she raised her right hand and buried the point of the cross right into the hideous creature's eye. Odell heard the tortured howl from 30 paces away. He knew little of werewolves and nothing of how they communicated, but he could tell that howl was pure, unfiltered pain. He leaped up the steps, took in the horrible scene inside, just in time to see the last werewolf drop the girl on her head and reel backward, clawing at its face. He raised the rifle in one fluid movement, hitting it 3 times in the chest before it fell backward through the timber wall to break it and leave a hole twice as wide as he was. He ran forward, ignoring the 3 bodies on the ground, knowing that he couldn't help any of them yet, and reloaded on the move to face the threat with a full magazine. Dropping down into the overgrown rear yard, he watched the wolf jerk in agony as it clutched its face, but Odell felt no shred of sympathy for the evil thing in front of him. He fired mercilessly, relentlessly, emptying 2 entire magazines into the writhing beast as it twisted and rolled away from the violence and silver he threw at it. Running dry, he reloaded, firing a 3rd on full auto into it from only a few paces away. It stopped jerking, stopped trying to drag the thing sticking out of its eye socket. and just clawed at the dirt weakly to try and crawl away. Odell unclipped the empty rifle and dropped it, walking closer and reaching out for the haft of a wood-chopping axe to work the rusted head loose from the block it was buried into. "Oh, no, you don't," he snarled, sidestepping as it made a bid for freedom with both paws digging into the dirt, and raised the axe high to bring it down with the full force of his body weight in both hands. He chopped again, and on the fourth blow, the head fell away from the body. He dropped the axe, breathing hard from the exertion, and watched as the two parts of the body began to shrink and crack back into the form of a headless man. "Mobility kill, bitch," he said, tossing the axe down derisively, before turning his back and running inside in the hope that anyone but him still lived. 3 weeks later. Odell sat beside the executive pool and sipped the mojito. It struck him that he had never felt so relaxed as he did right then. And despite the catastrophic failures and lessons that needed to be learned, he was pleased that they had completed the mission. The sunlight was blocked out as the sound of bare feet patted toward him, and he half-turned to squint up at the back of Kim's laptop. "How's it going?" he asked, aware that his mind was a little fuzzy from the daytime cocktails. "It's going well," Kim answered distractedly, taking a seat on another lounger under a wide sunshade. More bare feet sounded on the smooth stones, but from the uneven slapping of them, he knew who the owner was. "You get enough of those for everyone?" Riker asked in a voice a little too loud for the situation. He sat beside Odell, slowly lowering himself down with a groan. He wore a T-shirt to cover the bandages over his chest wounds, and his left knee was in an adjustable splint. His hearing was still shoddy after the explosion he set off under his own chin, but he was in remarkably good shape given how, not one, but 2 werewolves had hit him like pro linebackers. Odell smiled, lifted a hand to beckon one of the lurking waiting staff, and felt satisfied that he'd pulled it off without looking like an asshole. "I'll take another and one for my friend here, but can you put a little umbrella in his?" The server smiled to flash bright white teeth and started to go, but another voice sang out from behind them.
"Make that 3 more?"
Tara said, as she walked into view with one arm in a sling. The sling was color-matched perfectly to a dark blue swimsuit that bore so many visible patches of her skin. It looked to Odell like a kid had tried to make paper snowflakes with a pair of scissors, but he had to admit that he enjoyed the results. Behind her, uninjured but walking with less certainty, came the girl. She wore a swimsuit too, but seemed to hover behind Tara like she needed protection. They sat, arranging themselves in the sun, as Kim clapped his hands together. "I just got word from Delaney. He says Ilya is finally awake, and Dr. Hess is reporting no adverse effects from the bite," he said gleefully. "That's because some badass stabbed the sire in the eye," Odell said, raising his glass at an embarrassed Tamar.
"And some psycho went all woodsman on it,"
Tara added with a smile at Odell. "Hey, you're our little Red. I was just going with the flow." Groans responded because it wasn't the first time he'd drawn that parallel. "And no more news reports?" Riker asked. "No. After the fire at the cabin was wrapped up, that was pretty much it. FBI closed their investigation, and everything else will just be stories soon enough," Kim said confidently. They sat in silence for a while, each of them thinking of the consequences of their arguably reckless intervention. "So, what next?" Kim asked, closing the laptop. "I'd like to take a couple more weeks here if it's all the same to you," Odell answered. "Yeah, me too," Riker put in, turning awkwardly to eyeball Odell. "But then I got some loose ends to tie up in Fresno. Want to give me a hand?" Odell nodded his agreement to the request. "And you, Miss Small, what would you like to do?" Kim asked, turning all eyes on her.
I'd like a job,"
she said.
"In Florida?"
Kim asked, but her face screwed up in disgust.
"Sir, you can send me anywhere you like, so long as it isn't Florida. I've never been anywhere cold in my life,"
Tamar said.
"And what kind of job do you want? Has Tara explained our options package?"
Kim said. Tamar glanced at Tara, and the two shared a smile. Their drinks arrived, which prevented the conversation from resuming, and they sipped from straws before anyone spoke. Riker fished the little paper umbrella from the top of his mojito and tried to throw it like a spear at Odell.
She has, and thing is, all my life, I ain't really belonged, you know? I have no family, and there's nothing back home for me, so...
She shrugged, leaving her vulnerability sitting out in the sun in front of them.
Okay, job interview time,
Odell said, sitting up and leaning forward seriously.
What skills do you have?
Not many, but I'm a quick study,
Tamar shot back.
Y'all gonna ask me where I see myself in 5 years, too? Well, where do you want to be in 5 years?
Tara asked. Tamar looked around to prove her point and sipped the cocktail.
Somewhere like this would be a start,
she said.
I'm sure between us we can provide a good degree of training,
Kim said, looking pointedly at Odell, who nodded thoughtfully.
I can whip her into shape. We'll make a Marine of you yet, kid.
To Odell's surprise, she nodded and raised her glass.
You know,
he said to Kim,
might be a good call to recruit us a medic the way the last few weeks went down. I'll look into that,
Kim promised.
Now, what's this thing you need to do in California?
Odell felt the need to take an afternoon nap after his morning of mojitos. He took a shower to wash the lotion off his skin and lay on the bed under the ceiling fan, wearing only a towel when his door knocked.
Yeah, it's open,
he yelled, too lazy to get up and accept a delivery of fresh linen or to have his minibar stock checked.
Odie, do you ever wear clothes?
Tara asked as she walked in and wheeled back to exit when she saw him lounging with most of his body uncovered.
Only when I have to, he protested. And it's not like I'm in my own room or anything.
He followed her into the lounge, pointedly refusing to put anything else on, but she had recovered and looked him in the eye.
You're serious about training Tamar?
She asked.
Yeah, she's got the guts. She just needs the skills.
And you aren't worried about...
About what? Her getting herself hurt or killed? Of course I worry about that. But you heard her. She was doomed to spend her whole life in nowhere, Florida. She wants out. That's the reason most people join the military, you know? To get the hell out of a dead-end town with no decent job prospects and no fun. Yeah, it's hard. But what isn't?
He told her, meaning every word.
It's just a lot. Taking on someone so young and making her life our life,
Tara said, sounding a little like she regretted her own choice when she was given the option of which pill to take.
You okay?
Odell asked.
I'm fine, really. It's just...
I know, a lot. But she's an adult and she can make her choice. Believe me, not choosing money and a new identity is the difficult path.
It wasn't for me,
she said quietly, making Odell bite back on the recurring urge to dig into her past.
Well, I think it is for her.
I get that, but it feels like we're adopting a kid,
Tara said. Odell saw her sadness then. It wasn't for herself or for the choices she had made, but for the choices she hadn't made.
Well, we're pretty weird adoptive parents, but we'll do right by her,
he promised. Tara smiled ruefully, one corner of her mouth turning up.
You and me?
She asked, making him feel a rush of embarrassment at his words.
I didn't mean... I meant...
She started to step closer, making him take uncertain steps away.
How can we have a kid if we haven't even slept together yet?
She asked, doubling down on his awkwardness and enjoying every second of it.
Hold up there. I ain't a piece of meat for you to objectify. I have standard...
She silenced him by closing the gap between them and pressing her mouth onto his. 31. Judge, Jury, and Executioner. Deputy Sheriff Mel Clayton wound down her window and let the breeze flow up the sleeve of her uniform blouse as the explorer rolled along a straight road. Her brief encounter with the two odd men had been nagging at her for weeks now, but as there was still plenty of work to keep her busy and no more reports of missing people had come, she was ready to sign it off and forget about it. Ahead, at the side of the road with the four-way flashers blinking in the sunlight, she saw a dark panel van pulled over at the side of the road next to a rental car. She slowed, intending to check it out and stop if she got a suspicious vibe about it, but a short man stepped out around the back and waved her down. She hit the button to illuminate the roof bar, clicking her seatbelt and pulling in front of the van before getting out.
"You need help, sir?"
she asked, but when the man who had waved her down looked up from under his ball cap, she groaned.
"Damn it. I just about convinced myself I'd imagined you. You come back to tell me more ghost stories?"
Riker smiled, and when Odell opened the passenger door to step out, he saw Clayton's face register a flash of concern. "It's okay. This is Odell. Odell, meet Deputy Clayton," Riker said. "Hey," Odell said. Clayton jerked her chin up in a suspicious nod of greeting before turning her gaze on Riker.
"You find any werewolves?"
she asked him mockingly.
"Yeah, 3 actually."
Clayton scoffed. "You find any missing Mexicans?" Riker asked.
"None, actually,"
Clayton answered, clearly annoyed with herself.
"Well, we'd like to give you a present,"
Riker said, gesturing at the van.
"This here creepy-as-shit automobile belongs to one Cole Edwins. He's asleep in the back right now, drunk as a skunk, but you'll find some pretty compelling evidence in there that'll get you a warrant to search his home address."
What?
"Which part?"
Riker asked.
"All of it. Have you just kidnapped and drugged somebody?"
"No. Well, kinda. But you'll want to see what he carries around in the back of his van,"
Riker told her. She didn't move other than to rest her hand on the top of her holster.
"There's no need for that, really," Odell said. "You wanted to know where all your missing people went? It's this guy."
Clayton switched her uncomprehending gaze between the two men.
"Let me get this straight. You're telling me there's what? A serial killer in the back of that van?"
"Yep,"
Riker said.
"How?"
"Like I said, we have resources, and we don't exactly have that many constraints, like needing warrants to take a look inside somebody's house,"
Riker said.
"But you're on my dash cam. I've literally recorded your faces,"
she said, turning to gesture at her patrol car.
"No, you haven't,"
Riker said.
"Your dash cam suffered an unexpected malfunction about 5 minutes ago, and it won't start recording until about 10 seconds after we leave."
Clayton looked shocked, stunned by the unexpected twist, and she turned her incomprehension on Odell.
"Straight up,"
he said with a shrug.
"Zero bullshit."
Clayton trailed off, unsure what she even thought, let alone had the first clue what to say.
"Just take a look inside. You'll know what to do after that. But when it's done, we want you to consider coming to work with us,"
Riker said, fishing in a pocket and coming out with a small rectangle of embossed card. Clayton took it, still dumbfounded by the events of the last few minutes of her life, and watched as the two men climbed into the rental and pulled away. Hand on the grip of her holstered pistol, she banged on the side of the van, calling out a warning in a confident voice. When no answer came, she tried the door, feeling it pop open and slide toward the rear, revealing a small man, dark-haired and wiry, asleep on his back. Pinned to the wooden paneling on the inside of the van were the peeled faces of more people than she could count, hanging like grotesque masks on display. She recoiled, left hand covering her mouth and right hand drawing the pistol, before her left hand reached for her radio. Odell and Riker, sitting in a bar in the departure lounge at Fresno Yosemite International, leaned back to look at the TV screen.
"Hey, could you turn that up, please?"
Odell asked the bartender. The man nodded and found a remote, looking up to see how far he was juicing the volume.
"Deputy Sheriff on patrol encountered a suspicious vehicle, and inside was a man police confirmed to be Cole Edwins from outside Clovis. No official statement has yet to be released regarding numbers, but the county sheriff has confirmed that they are investigating a number of murders, with Edwins as the only suspect."
Odell and Riker exchanged a subtle look of satisfaction as the footage switched to a fat guy stretching his uniform and 4 microphones shoved in his face.
Sheriff, can you confirm the rumors that this is a serial killer investigation?"
A reporter asked excitedly. The fat man stopped and smiled directly into the camera.
"I can confirm that I am doing everything by the book to bring a suspect to justice. I'll be working closely with the FBI and other agencies, and I'll be putting my best people on this that I'll supervise directly."
He walked away, radiating smug arrogance as if he'd done anything other than make a few calls.
"My guess is she won't like that,"
Riker said.
"I wouldn't bet against you."
Odell agreed.
$10 says she calls before the end of the week."
Riker said, offering his hand to Odell. I won't take that bet either, he answered. She'll probably call before we land in Toronto. Riker dropped his hand and picked up his beer bottle again, watching as the news cycled on to some inane story that interested nobody. He fell into his own thoughts for a while before asking Odell another question. Reckon we should have done it another way? Like what? Just ended him? Odell asked cautiously, acutely aware that the conversation was walking a tightrope of morality. That's one way. Yeah, but it wasn't necessary. Not this time. All those victims will know who he is and what he did. They'll get to grieve. They'll have someone to hate. And hopefully law enforcement might learn a few lessons from it, Odell said quietly. Like not ignoring missing persons reports? Among other things, Odell agreed. In Florida, we didn't have that luxury, nor in Germany. Not in Toronto? Riker asked, needling Odell with the question. If I could go back, I probably wouldn't do it another way, but that doesn't mean I'm happy about it, he said. They were the enemy, but they were proxy soldiers. They were victims, too. The PA system interrupted their conversation, calling for boarding. The words were hard to make out, but Odell turned his head to see the flight from FAT to YYZ had changed color. That's us, he said, draining his beer and picking up his small ruck. Riker walked alongside him, both with their flawless American passports in hand as they walked to the gate, when Riker's phone began chiming in his pocket. He let out a noise, holding out the phone for Odell to see the screen. The incoming call was from a saved contact, and that contact expectedly had the name Clayton attached to it. Riker grinned at Odell and stopped walking. Go on, I'll catch you up. Epilogue. Can't go back now, even if I wanted to. Troy Odell walked slowly down the neat lines of white stones, the edges of the grass cut with military precision, and the fluttering of so many small stars and stripes that each noise seemed to whisper the sad tale of a family never to be whole again. Not for the first time, he was grateful not to have such ties, to have small versions of himself running around needing things that he wasn't certain how to give. But somehow, seeing it this time made him feel that his truest loss was a life spent walking another path. A wasted life, a life spent in service, a missed opportunity, chances taken to make the world a safer place. His best years behind him, not too late to enjoy the best years of his life. These contradictory, conflicting thoughts assailed his mind as he walked slowly, attacking him from all sides like a mountain pass ambush gone wrong and an enveloping enemy occupying the high ground. Like such a theoretical firefight, he would be lucky to escape this lone mental battle unscathed. He stopped by a line of stones, all of them bearing fresh flags, keepsakes rested atop the marble surface, and all of them ever so slightly newer than the surrounding stones. Some of those went back to origins far beyond Odell's own service. He had been one of a generation who joined in the military in the aftermath of the worst atrocity anyone he knew could recall, remembering with horrified shock as he watched the towers burn and fall, and vowing that he would do everything in his power to stop it happening again. He had gone to war, discovered that he had a talent for it, but now that brotherhood he found in the Corps was gone. It was taken from him in an instant, not by Kim and the army of connections over the globe that danced to his tune, but to a beast so old that it no longer deserved to live on this earth of theirs. Its time had been and gone, had passed, and it had changed the course of his life in a heartbeat when it exploded from its stone tomb and took the lives of his team. His brothers. That was where his new hatred lay. That was where his driving need to do right by the world now lived, to protect those who knew nothing or cared little for the struggles of their species, those who cared more about their likes and their follower numbers, who cared more about the bottle than other people, or about the drugs they needed just to cope with being alive. All of them, the deserving and the undeserving alike, all of them fell under the oath he took to protect them. Against all enemies, foreign or domestic. Those had been the words he had spoken, and while at the time he was a boy who believed fiercely in his duty to protect the Constitution, he was now a man who had seen and experienced more of the world than many would do in 10 lifetimes. Now the Constitution represented the world's population, with no discrepancy over borders or faiths, and the enemies, foreign and domestic, were no longer men and women. They were monsters, predators that came in the night, and the new Constitution he fought to defend was for his own species. Odell stopped and knelt beside a gravestone, placing his right hand flat on the neat grass at its base, and closed his eyes.
"Sorry, brother,"
he said, opening his eyes to see Harper's name. He took something from his pocket and rolled it thoughtfully between finger and thumb before pressing the firing pin of Harper's pistol deep into the manicured earth. He stood, tears of loss and shame in his eyes, looking right to left as he took in the others. Breakwell, Andrews, Basque, Cortez, Jackson, and Berensky. Then to the last name, and a feeling of odd freedom at finally seeing it. Troy J. Odell, Master Sergeant, U.S. Marine Corps. Part of him hadn't wanted to believe it up to that point. Part of him had wanted the whole thing to be a bad dream, the result of a traumatic brain injury, a hallucination. But he knew it wasn't. Seeing his own grave brought it all crashing down, crushing the hope that he could go back to his old existence, because he had seen a world within their world that would make even special operations feel fruitless.
"He was a good guy,"
Tara said behind his shoulder, snaking her arms around his waist and stepping on her tiptoes to rest her chin on his right shoulder.
"He was a dick. Always said the wrong thing and made jokes that weren't funny. Plus, he had no style, you know."
The words were spoken flatly, making the point of his jokes not being that funny, but Tara squeezed him tighter around the waist.
"Do you wish you could go back? Do it all differently?"
Odell looked up over the dizzying number of graves there, and he knew the truth. Every single person laid to rest there paid the price, made the ultimate sacrifice, and they did so in order that the people they loved could be safe. He couldn't take that away from them any more than he could rob himself of that sacrifice, and he knew if he could wake up any one of the Marines buried around him and ask them if they would keep fighting, he knew what their response would be.
"Get some,"
he whispered to himself, speaking involuntarily, as if those 2 simple words carried so much weight, so much raw power and emotion to a Marine that they refused to stay bottled up inside. Tara asked gently, but he shook his head.
"Nothing, just thinking."
"Would you? Do it all differently?"
He turned, his face 2 inches from hers, and smiled.
"Private jets and bottomless credit cards? You know how long I could party in Tijuana with those kinds of resources, Red?"
She pulled back and aimed a hand to swat at his chest, but he caught it easily and pulled her back in close. He kissed her then, feeling like a victorious warrior claiming some spoil of war. But more than that, he found a closeness with a fellow warrior that he had never felt before. He loved his brother Marines, but something about her deepened that connection, made it feel 3D, and he liked it.
"No,"
he said, letting her go and turning back to the graves of him and his team.
"Knowing what I know, I couldn't go back now even if I wanted to."
He rested a flat hand on the top of each stone, saying a silent farewell and thanks to each of them in turn with closed eyes, and walked away from the last connection to his old life, hand in hand with the strongest connection to his new one. High overhead, beady eyes zoomed in with unnaturally strong vision. A common bird watched the 2 people walk out of the cemetery and climb into an SUV. It watched, head cocked, as they drove out and pushed up the speed. The beady eyes shifted shape and size, the limited wingspan of the pigeon flying above the altitude it usually felt comfortable at stretching out wider and becoming more angular. The stubby beak elongated, turned into a prominent hook, and became yellow as the wickedly curved tip went black. The fleshy feet went from pink to yellow, and those toes morphed into powerful things tipped with curved talons as the speed of the transformed bird doubled. It maintained visual contact with the SUV until it pulled into a service road before rolling directly onto the tarmac of an airport. The falcon tucked its wings and dropped like a feathered bullet toward the ground, flaring its wings at a distance so close to the ground that it could not possibly recover. But in an instant, those wide feathered wings became tiny and translucent, shifting from soaring blades that cut the sky to humming membranes that buzzed through it. The falcon-turned dragonfly slipped through the open fuselage door and morphed again, 6 legs becoming 8 as the wings retracted into the body that scuttled along the small gap above the gallery units. Looking out over a hotel suite interior as the people climbed aboard and settled themselves down comfortably, the spider watched intently. Spiders could not smile. They lacked the mammalian features necessary to complete the gesture, but this spider could. It watched Odell and Tara talking, smiling, exchanging touches and looks, and it smiled.